Kiss me and I will be your girlfriend, do you dare? The entire classroom fell dead silent. Sitting in front of Liu Mu was Su Linger, the newly crowned campus belle of Kingmu University. But she had another identity. She was the only daughter of the boss of the Xuaniao gang, the largest mafia in Yu City. The last person who held her hand without her permission was stuffed into a sack and thrown into the Hua River that very night. And Liu Mu, an orphan who could not even scrape together 500 yuan and was bullied by his roommates every day, had just been forced to confess his love to her. Everyone was waiting to laugh at him, waiting to see how he would die. Right at that moment, a translucent virtual panel suddenly popped up in front of Liu Mu's eyes. Detected the only player on the blue star. Mafia Campus Belle Su Linger. Daily Quest Kiss Su Linger. Quest Reward 1000 RMB. Liu Mu pinched his thigh hard, and the sharp pain told him this was not an illusion. In his eyes, the entire world had turned into a game. Liu Mu stared intently at Su Linger's cold, noble face, which was filled with disdain. What, do not dare, or are you not sincere about your feelings? Su Linger crossed her arms, a mocking smile playing on the corner of her lips. Liu Mu stood up abruptly and approached her under everyone's terrified gazes. Damn it, earning 1000 RMB for a kiss. I am going to kiss her into bankruptcy today. Blue Star U City. Finance Class 1 at Aoki University. Going back 10 minutes in time. So you are confessing to me. A cold, pleasant voice snapped Liu Mu back to his senses. Before he could figure out what was happening, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. He had transmigrated to a parallel world highly similar to Earth, becoming a college freshman with the exact same name. The current situation was extremely dire. His original self had been threatened and had just handed a love letter to his classmate Su Linger. Su Linger was not only the newly crowned campus belle but also the daughter of the boss of the Blackbird Gang, the largest gang in Yu City. Any male who tried to get close to her would be monitored by the gang. Rumor had it that back in senior high, a boy held her hand without permission, and that very night he was thrown into the Hua River to feed the fish. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu looked up at the girl standing before his desk. Su Linger had long hair draped over her shoulders with a cold and noble aura. She wore a slim-fit JK uniform paired with black stockings and a pleated skirt, highlighting her long, straight legs. She crossed her arms, leaning forward to stare at Liu Mu, her eyes completely calm. Kiss me and I will be your girlfriend, do you dare? A month into the semester, she had zero interest in this invisible nerd in old clothes and thick glasses. She was simply curious where this insecure, penniless guy got the courage to confess to her. Jeers immediately erupted around them. Is this nerd out of his mind? He should look in the mirror and see if he is even worthy. No money, no looks, bullied by Zhang Kai in the dorm every day, and he still dares to target the campus belle. He would not dare kiss her even if you gave him 100 times more courage. If he kissed her now, his corpse would be fished out of the Hua River by tonight. The classroom was filled with schadenfreude and disdainful looks. Unique player detected. A cold prompt sounded abruptly. Liu Mu was stunned. In his vision, semi-transparent words actually floated above the heads of Su Linger and all his classmates. Gangster Campus Belle Su Linger. Age 18. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Constitution 74. Spirit 76. Speed 68. Comprehension 89. Charm 95. Skills: Advanced Dance, Advanced Mathematics, Advanced Piano, Intermediate Combat, Intermediate Vocals. Note, the average 5-dimensional attributes of a normal adult human are 50, with a maximum of 100. Looking at the others. School bully Zhang Kai. Scheming green tea Li Yue. Veteran driver Yang Wei. An illusion. Liu Mu's eyes widened. Just then, a bright exclamation mark suddenly popped up above Su Linger's head. As his focus locked in, new information unfolded before him. Daily Quest Kiss Su Linger. Quest Reward 1000 RMB. Liu Mu pinched his thigh hard under the desk. A sharp pain hit him. This was definitely not an illusion. Connecting this to the notification sound in his head earlier, it clicked instantly. He had become the only player on Blue Star. For Su Linger and the others, Blue Star had not changed at all. But for Liu Mu, this place had already become a game world. The NPC information floating above other people's heads was solid proof. Liu Mu's heart raced. The cheat code of a transmigrator had arrived. In his past life, he was an orphan who had dropped out of school early to struggle in society, experiencing the highs and lows of life, yet still remaining a nobody near the age of 30. In this life, he started out as an orphan again, but he now had the confidence to turn the tables. Pulling back his thoughts, Liu Mu stared intently at Su Linger's lips. Now he needed to verify if the quest reward was real. What, you do not dare, or are you not actually sincere about me? The corner of Su Linger's mouth curled into a sneer of disdain. As the daughter of a gang boss, she did not even care for top-tier rich heirs, let alone an invisible nobody like Liu Mu at the bottom of the social ladder. Asking him to kiss her was purely a twisted threat. Usually, Liu Mu would not even dare to look at her. He would not have the guts to act on it in a million years. But in the next second, Su Linger was dumbfounded. Liu Mu suddenly stood up, and before she could react, a soft sensation pressed against her lips. The contact lasted only a split second before he pulled away. The entire classroom fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Liu Mu as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Mu completely ignored the gazes of others. What were the consequences of kissing a gang boss's daughter? His original self would definitely be skinned alive. But he was fearless. An orphan in both lives, he had no weaknesses. If he really got killed by the Blackbird gang, at worst, he would just transmigrate again. Buzz. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Liu Mu quickly pulled out his phone. China Merchants Bank? An inflow of 1,000 yuan has been received in your account ending in 2027. Your balance is now 8,660.5 yuan. Phew. Liu Mu's breathing grew rapid. The reward has arrived. Classmate Su, do you want to keep going? Liu Mu suddenly looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Su Linger. 1,000 per kiss, he could kiss his way to becoming the richest man in the world. You. Scared by the fanatical look in his eyes, Su Linger took a step back. Liu Mu seemed like a completely different person. He had none of his past low self-esteem or timidity. Instead, he radiated an excitement he could not hide. How did he dare? Does not he know who I am? With her first kiss stolen, Su Linger's face turned livid. But as a gang princess, she quickly calmed down. Her anger soon turned into a desire for revenge. She suddenly thought of something, and a cold smile played at the corner of her lips. I keep my word, from now on I am your girlfriend. Classmate Su, you are a good person, but we are not a good fit. Liu Mu stared at Su Linger calmly. His mind raced, calculating a way out. Having kissed the gang princess, Su Linger's pursuers and the Xuaniao gang behind her would never let this slide. If he did not increase his strength quickly, he would end up as a corpse floating in the Hua River. Heh. Furious, Su Linger laughed instead. As a proud gang princess, this was the first time in her life she had been friend-zoned like this. Liu Mu had confessed to her first, and now he was saying they were not a good fit. He was making a monkey out of her. The classroom instantly erupted. He is crazy. Did he really just kiss Su Linger? He is dead meat. The Xuaniao gang is definitely going to kill him. Look at Zhang Kai, his face has turned green. Everyone's eyes turned toward the front row of the classroom. A gloomy-faced youth was glaring at Liu Mu. Bang! Zhang Kai slammed his fist onto his desk, and the classroom instantly fell dead silent. Liu Mu looked over with a cold gaze. Merged memories surged. Zhang Kai was his roommate and the ringleader who bullied him. Only a month into the semester, the original owner's body was already covered in bruises from Zhang Kai's beatings. Today's ridiculous confession was actually a prank forced upon him by Zhang Kai. 3 seconds, get the hell over here right now. Zhang Kai held up 3 fingers, burning with rage. Relying on his father's background as the vice principal, he had pursued Su Linger relentlessly, only to be repeatedly rejected. Forcing Liu Mu to confess was originally intended to use this pushover to test the Xuaniao gang's bottom line. Who would have thought this trash would not only confess but actually dare to kiss her? 3. Zhang Kai folded 1 finger down, his tone freezing cold. The classroom was dead silent. No one dared to cross this campus bully. 2. Zhang Kai folded another finger, sitting casually with his legs crossed. In his eyes, crushing an ant with no background like Liu Mu would not cost him anything. Phew. Liu Mu took a deep breath, his right hand suddenly gripping the handle of the classroom chair. He was not the submissive original owner. In his past life, he was an orphan with a cheap life and no weaknesses. Whoever dared to provoke him would face mad dog-like retaliation. What do you want to do? Zhang Kai caught Liu Mu's movement and sneered, "What, you want to make a move?" Without a word, Liu Mu dragged his chair straight toward Zhang Kai. The metal legs of the chair scraped against the floor, making a harsh screeching sound. Zhang Kai's face darkened, but then he sneered again. Even if he gave Liu Mu 10 times the courage, the guy would not dare strike him. 1. Zhang Kai folded his last finger, staring at the approaching Liu Mu. "Do not say I did not give you a chance. I am sitting right here. If you do not kill me today, I will make your life a living hell every single day from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mu paused in his tracks. The disdain in the depths of Zhang Kai's eyes grew even stronger. The onlookers also began to whisper, "Is this guy out of his mind? He kissed Su Linger and now he dares to lay a hand on Zhang Kai." It is just impotent rage. Zhang Kai's dad is the vice principal. If he fights, he will definitely be expelled. Look how weak he is. Zhang Kai is on the basketball team. He can knock him down with one punch. Liu Mu turned a deaf ear, his eyes locked onto the exclamation mark that suddenly popped up above Zhang Kai's head. Combat mission: knock Zhu Kai down. Mission reward: 10,000 RMB and 1 human limit experience card. A mission has been triggered. Liu Mu gripped the back of the classroom chair tightly. In the next second, he lunged forward, swung the chair with both hands in a wide arc, and slammed it hard against Zhang Kai's head. Influenced by the original owner's emotions, his face turned ferocious. Bang! Zhang Kai collapsed to the ground. Liu Mu did not stop at all. He swung the chair again, aiming straight for his head. "Liu Mu, fuck you." Only now did Zhang Kai snap back to reality. The intense pain almost made him pass out. Just as he tried to crawl up, the chair came crashing down again, forcing him to desperately shield his head. "You bastard named Liu, do you fucking want to die?" Several lackeys rushed out from the crowd and aggressively surrounded Liu Mu. Liu Mu glanced at them and casually tossed aside the deformed chair. "Yeah, I do not want to live." He pulled a small folding knife from his pocket, his eyes freezing cold. "But before I die, I do not mind taking a few of you down with me. Do not do anything rash." Intimidated by his desperate, outlaw-like posture, they backed up repeatedly. "What are you standing there for? Kill him for me." Covering his blood-covered head, Zhang Kai stood up wobbly, his face unrecognizable. Although he was well-built, he had not expected Liu Mu to fight back at all. Having his head busted open by surprise, he had now completely lost his combat ability. "Brother Kai, how about we just drop it?" The lackeys looked at each other, none of them daring to move. It was fine to bully people usually, but now Liu Mu was clearly pushed to the brink and ready to risk his life, holding a knife too. Whoever went forward would be the unlucky one. "Fuck your drop it." Zhang Kai kicked at the lackey but missed entirely. Instead, his vision went black and he passed out directly from excessive blood loss. The classroom descended into total chaos. Soon an ambulance arrived and took Zhang Kai away. "You looked pretty cool when you fought, but you are in big trouble now." Su Linger walked over to Liu Mu, glanced at the folding knife and teased, "By the way, this knife is quite unique. Like it, it is yours." Liu Mu casually tossed the knife over. Su Linger caught it in a scramble, temporarily lost for words. Just then, a fat middle-aged man barged into the classroom in a rage. "Liu Mu, you..." "Shut up, you fat pig." Liu Mu interrupted him directly and walked out without looking back. "I am the one who beat him up. Expel me or call the police, do whatever you want." Fine. I think you are really tired of living." The homeroom teacher Zhu Dajun trembled with rage. Receiving a call saying that the vice principal's son had been beaten into a bloody coma, he was scared out of his wits. If something had happened to Liu Mu, an orphan with no background, it would not have mattered. But it had to be Zhang Kai. If the vice principal blamed him, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Thinking of this, his gaze toward Liu Mu looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. Taking in Zhu Dajun's expression, Liu Mu subconsciously clenched his fists. Zhang Kai's audacity was entirely due to Zhu Dajun's shielding. The original owner had asked for help multiple times only to receive a casual, "Why does not anyone else get beaten up except you?" Passing by Zhu Dajun, Liu Mu suddenly stopped. Having merged with the original owner's memories, his hatred for this man was not a bit less than his hatred for Zhang Kai. "You fat pig, my life is cheap anyway. Before I die, I will definitely take you down with me." Zhu Dajun's chubby face quivered with rage. Gritting his teeth, he sneered, Fine, threatening me, are you? You would better think about how you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison first." The vice president's office. Zhang Hai stared at Liu Mu with a gloomy face. Liu Mu stood with his hands in his pockets, completely fearless, his gaze even carrying a hint of defiance. "Liu Mu, what kind of attitude is that?" Zhu Dajun barked from behind him. "Zhang Kai is President Zhang's son. You put him in the hospital and you dare to make that face in front of the victim's father? Someone like you does not deserve to be at Kingmu University. You should have been thrown in prison long ago." "Hey fat pig, you are reacting so strongly. People would think Zhang Kai was your son." Liu Mu swept a cold glance over him. He felt no regret for hurting Zhang Kai. Considering the awful things Zhang Kai had done to his original self, he would not even feel guilty about killing him. "Incorrigible, absolutely incorrigible." Zhu Dajun's face turned red and his neck flushed with anger. He turned to suggest, "President Zhang, let us just hand him over to the police. With Zhang Kai's injuries, it is enough to send this kid to prison for a few years. Go ahead and report it. I do not feel like living anyway." Liu Mu pulled his hands out of his pockets and said expressionlessly, "And while you are at it, let the police investigate how the president's son usually bullies his classmates and how the teachers at Kingmu University cover up for the bullies." Zhang Hai's eyelid twitched and his brow furrowed. No one knew a son better than his father. He knew exactly what kind of person his son was. That was why he had kept a lid on the incident and had not called the police. If it blew up, Liu Mu would go to prison, but Zhang Hai's career and the school's reputation would be completely ruined. "President Zhang, do not listen to his nonsense." Zhu Dajun panicked for a moment but forced himself to look calm. "Student Zhang Kai is a kind person. How could he bully anyone? He is just slandering him because he is afraid of going to prison. Right now, Zhang Kai is the one hospitalized with severe injuries. Liu Mu is the real bully." "You claim my son was bullying people. Do you have proof?" Zhang Hai ignored Zhu Dajun and stared coldly at Liu Mu. As long as there was no evidence, the truth was whatever he, the vice president, said it was. "Do you really need evidence, President Zhang? Do not you know what your own son is like?" Liu Mu gave a sarcastic laugh, pulled out his phone and tapped on a video. On the screen was irrefutable proof of Zhang Kai beating up his original self. After playing only half of it, Liu Mu turned off the screen. "Does this count as evidence?" Liu Mu's eyes were icy. "You can try to snatch my phone and delete the video right now, but care to guess if I have backups?" Zhu Dajun, who was just about to snatch the phone, froze in his tracks, his face turning pale with rage. "How about you two just kill me?" Liu Mu's tone shifted. "Once I am dead, the evidence is gone. Conveniently, I have had enough of living anyway." Before his voice could fade, he suddenly turned and lunged toward the window. "Stop him!" Zhang Hai's face changed dramatically as he roared in panic. Zhu Dajun was scared out of his wits. His face turned pale as a sheet as he threw himself forward to grab him. Of course, Liu Mu had no intention of jumping. He was purely putting on a show to scare them. He was not like his original self, a coward who did not even dare to call the police despite secretly recording a video of being beaten. "Liu Mu, do not do anything rash. You are still young, do not throw your life away." Zhu Dajun held onto Liu Mu's waist with all his might, his voice trembling with fear. He had originally wanted to call the police to arrest the boy, but in this situation, if the kid died in the office before the police even arrived, things would really spin out of control. If the kid really jumped, both he and Zhang Hai would be finished. Once the police launched a deep investigation, the consequences would be unimaginable. "My student, we can talk this over. Do not go to extremes." Wiping away cold sweat, Zhang Hai forced a smile. "That little friction between you and my son and his accidental injury is not a big deal anyway. I promise we will not press charges and we absolutely will not call the police. Getting into college was not easy. Think about your parents and how much effort they put in. If anything happens to you, they will be devastated. Do not stop me, let me die." Liu Mu suddenly began to struggle violently. Zhang Hai stood frozen. Had he said something wrong? "President, he is an orphan." Zhu Dajun, holding onto Liu Mu for dear life, hurriedly reminded him. An orphan. Zhang Hai gasped. They absolutely could not call the police. A school bullying victim who was also an orphan, if this resulted in a death and got out, the consequences would be catastrophic. My student, I am sorry, I did not know. Zhang Hai hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing onto Liu Mu tightly along with Zhu Dajun. You do not have parents, but you still have the school. I promise you that your tuition during college will be completely waived. You will be prioritized for all financial aid. If anyone dares to bully you again, no matter who it is, I will punish them severely. President Zhang, you are a good man. Liu Mu finally stopped struggling and smiled. His agitation just now was, of course, an act. He knew very well that big shots like Zhang Hai feared disciplinary action the most. As long as someone died in this office, even if it had nothing to do with Zhang Hai, his career as vice president would be completely over. President, are we really going to waive his tuition for a few years? The moment Liu Mu left, Zhu Dajun began to worry. What if he keeps threatening us with suicide in the future? HMPH. Zhang Hai glared at him fiercely. This kid's tuition will be deducted from your salary. President, that does not seem right. Zhu Dajun's face stiffened. What is not right about it? As a teacher, you covered up for a student and failed to handle the conflict in a timely manner. If it were not for you, would my son have been able to bully him? You are the main culprit. You should be glad things did not blow up, or it would not be as simple as just a salary deduction. Yes, you are right. Zhu Dajun did not dare to say another word and could only accept his bad luck. But he cursed in his heart. Zhang Kai only dared to be so reckless at school because of the indulgence of you, his vice president father. Now you are blaming it all on me. Leaving the office, Liu Mu walked through the campus. Everywhere he looked, the plants, trees, birds, and insects had all turned into data. But when he tried to view the detailed information, a prompt popped up in front of him. To view this target, you must learn the inspection skill. Liu Mu was stunned. He was the only player on Earth right now, so where was he supposed to learn the inspection skill? Just then, another prompt popped up beneath his feet. Killed a level 1 ant soldier, gained 1 RMB, experience plus 0.1. Ant soldiers. Liu Mu thought of something and quickly squatted down to search. When he saw a few ants passing by, he did not hesitate to step on them and grind them under his foot. Right after, the notification appeared again. Killed level 1 ant soldier, received 1 RMB, experience plus 0.1. Killed level 1 ant soldier, received 1 RMB, experience plus 0.1. Killed level 5 ant captain, received 100 RMB, strength pill, experience plus 0.5. As the notifications kept ringing out, the phone in Liu Mu's pocket kept vibrating, and a white ball of light appeared right above one of the ant carcasses. Seeing this, a surge of wild joy welled up in Liu Mu's heart. How could he not understand? Because of his status as the only player, the ants had become monsters in a game. As long as he killed them, items would drop. Liu Mu tried hard to calm his excitement and reached out to touch the white ball of light. Item collected, player status panel and player inventory activated. Player Liu Mu. Level 0, 1 out of 10. Age 19. Height 178 cm. Weight 63 kg. Physique 69. Mind 80. Speed 70. Comprehension 80. Charisma 55. Skills: Advanced Chinese, Math and English, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Beginner Driving. Inventory: Strength Pill, 1 Human Limit Trial Card. Note: each time the player levels up, they receive 5 free attribute points. Sure enough, as the only player on the blue star, he was the only one in all of humanity to have level attributes, and only he could kill monsters to level up. His experience points were currently at 1. Calculated at 0.1 experience points per ant soldier, he only needed to kill another 90 ant soldiers to level up. At that time, he would obtain 5 free attribute points. While the maximum for a normal human's 5 basic attributes was 100, meaning that as long as he kept leveling up, he would break through the human limit and become the Homelander of the real world. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu began to examine the 2 items in his inventory. Among them, the human limit trial card was the reward he got for completing the combat mission to knock down Zhang Kai. From the look of things, 2 types of missions, daily and combat, had already been triggered. He just did not know how many types of missions there were in total. Strength pill permanently increases physique by 1 after consumption. Human limit trial card. After use, the 5 basic attributes will temporarily break through the human limit. The specific attributes are random and it lasts for 24 hours. Good stuff. Liu Mu's eyes lit up. According to the feedback from the system cheat, physique corresponds to a person's physical condition, including strength, muscle density, and so on. And as long as he took the strength pill, his physique would be permanently increased by 1. In other words, as long as he had enough strength pills, he could completely use them to make his physical body break through the human limit. As for the human limit trial card, although it had a time limit, for him right now, it was actually more useful than the strength pill. After all, besides Zhang Kai, there was an even greater threat waiting for him. And that was the Xuaniao gang behind Su Linger. He had kissed Su Linger, and there was no telling when the people from the Xuaniao gang would come looking for him. Compared to Zhang Hai, the vice principal who cared about his reputation, the Xuaniao gang was an underground mafia. None of them were good people. There were only 2 ways to get rid of the threat of the Xuaniao gang. Either actually win Su Linger over and become the Xuaniao gang's son-in-law, or rely on absolute strength to crush the entire Xuaniao gang. But looking at it now, neither of these methods was feasible for him. It was impossible for Su Linger to like him, and he would not waste time trying to win her over. As for crushing the entire Xuaniao gang, that was even more of a pipe dream. Although using the human limit card could temporarily break his human limits, breaking those limits was not the same as invincibility. If the Xuaniao gang had firearms, he would still be finished. Therefore, before figuring out the true strength of the Xuaniao gang, he could not just deliver himself to their doorstep. The priority right now was to become as strong as possible. And the human limit trial card would serve as a trump card to deal with the Xuaniao gang members when they came looking for him. After figuring things out, Liu Mu stopped wasting time and continued to look for ants. Soon, Liu Mu found a troop of ants carrying food. Without hesitation, he stepped right down on them. Killed level 1 ant soldier, received 1 RMB, experience plus 0.1. Killed level 1 ant soldier, received 1 RMB, experience plus 0.1. Killed level 1 ant soldier, received 1 RMB, experience plus 0.1. Killed level 5 ant captain, received 100 RMB, experience plus 0.5. Killed level 5 ant captain, received 100 RMB, experience plus 0.51 strength pill. Your level has increased to level 1, receiving 5 free attribute points. Liu Mu took the 2 strength pills out of his inventory and put them directly into his mouth. You consumed 2 strength pills, physique permanently increased by 2. Immediately after, Liu Mu allocated all 5 free attribute points he had obtained into his physique. As the points were allocated, a warm current surged through his body, but it soon disappeared. Just as Liu Mu was about to check his bodily changes, a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. You are not thinking of committing suicide by taking pills, are you? Liu Mu turned around, and what met his eyes was a cold, aloof figure. Su Linger frowned slightly. She happened to see Liu Mu taking the strength pills, which made her suspect he was committing suicide with pills. After all, Liu Mu had beaten Zhang Kai so badly that he was hospitalized, and Zhang Kai's father was the vice principal of Lu University. She had already envisioned Liu Mu's ending, expulsion plus jail time. Actually, you do not need to be so extreme. At worst, it is just a few years in prison. Once you get out, I can introduce you to my father's gang. Are you comforting me? Liu Mu looked at Su Linger with a strange expression, unable to guess what this mafia princess was thinking. I do not comfort people. Su Linger said calmly, I just thought the way you beat up Zhang Kai was ruthless enough. You are good material for a gang. Well, thank you for that. Liu Mu was amused by Su Linger. He did not expect Su Linger to want to introduce him to the Xuaniao gang just because he was ruthless. As expected of a mafia princess, her train of thought is really something else. How about it? Spend a few years in prison, then join the Xuaniao gang. By then, I should have inherited my father's gang. If you follow me, I will train you to be one of my top generals. I kissed you and you are not angry. Liu Mu found himself unable to keep up with Su Linger's train of thought. Logically speaking, since he kissed her, she should be angry. That was my first kiss. Su Linger did not answer Liu Mu directly. Really, me too. Liu Mu replied. Su Linger? So what do you mean? Nothing special, it is just that it was the first kiss for both of us, so neither of us lost out. Liu Mu smiled at Su Linger. However, in Su Linger's eyes, his smile was a provocation. I take back what I just said, a shameless guy like you should not even exist in this world. Then I am afraid I will have to disappoint you. Liu Mu shrugged and smiled. Not only will I not die, but on the contrary, I will live longer than anyone. Once you go to prison, let us see if you can still smile. Su Linger's chest rose and fell slightly, clearly angered by Liu Mu. Then I have disappointed you again. I am a law-abiding citizen. There is no way I am going to prison even if you do. You. Su Linger pointed her finger at Liu Mu, her chest heaving a bit more heavily. Seeing this, Liu Mu could not help but admire Su Linger's great figure. All her curves were in all the right places. All you can do is run your mouth. Is that so? Who was it that just said I would make great gang material and even made a pact with me for a few years down the road? Hearing this, Su Linger was so angry she was completely speechless. She could only glare at Liu Mu before storming off. Once Su Linger left, Liu Mu resumed his leveling up journey. Before he knew it, several hours had passed. During these few hours, Liu Mu did not return to the classroom and no one looked for him. He became an ant killer wandering around campus. Fortunately, it was summer. Ants were everywhere. After a few hours, Liu Mu had made quite a haul. Not only did he level up several times, but he also dropped quite a few strength pills. With a thought, Liu Mu pulled up his personal stats again. Player Liu Mu. Level 55, 120.5 out of 500,000. Age 19. Height 178 cm. Weight 63 kg. Physique 76. Spirit 80. Speed 70. Comprehension 80. Charm 55. Free attribute points 40. Skills: Advanced Language, Math and English, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Basic Driving. Inventory: Strength Pills X, Human Limit Experience Card X. What a pity, the more ants he killed, the lower their drop rate became. Liu Mu had originally thought he could easily get over 100 strength pills in these few hours, but he only got 20. But he was still quite satisfied. Now that he had reached level 9, he still had 40 unallocated free attribute points. If he put all 40 points into his physique, he could easily break through the human limit. The only headache was that as his level increased, the experience points required to level up grew larger and larger. Going from level 9 to level 10 required a whopping 500,000 experience points. Based on the calculation that one soldier ant provided 0.1 experience points, he would need to kill at least 5 million soldier ants to level up again. Liu Mu took out his phone and checked the time. 6 p.m. He patted his stomach as a wave of hunger hit him. So he decisively left the school, planning to fill his stomach first. Class 1 of Finance classroom. As soon as class was over, everyone could not help but start discussing it. We have not seen Liu Mu all afternoon. It seems he really was taken away by the police. Impulse is the devil. He beat Zhang Kai so badly that unless he can get a letter of forgiveness from him, he is bound to go to prison. Oh, come on, what kind of person is Zhang Kai? Would he forgive Liu Mu? He probably wants Liu Mu dead. Sigh, Liu Mu is pitiful too. He was bullied by Zhang Kai for so long, and just because he fought back once, he has to face jail time. Well, Zhang Kai has a vice principal for a dad. If Liu Mu wants to blame someone, he should blame his bad luck in the birth lottery. If he had an influential dad too, Zhang Kai would not dare bully him. He would have to call him Brother Mu. Listening to the discussions, Su Linger stared out the window, lost in thought. Just then, Zhu Dajun walked into the classroom. The classroom fell quiet instantly. Zhu Dajun scanned the classroom and frowned, asking, "Where is Liu Mu?" Teacher Zhu, was not Liu Mu taken away by the police? A student asked. What police? Stop talking nonsense. Zhu Dajun's expression instantly turned serious. Today, Liu Mu and Zhang Kai had a minor dispute. In the heat of the moment, Liu Mu accidentally injured Zhang Kai. However, Zhang Kai is fine now. Furthermore, Principal Zhang feels it was not easy for Liu Mu to get into university as an orphan, so he has asked Zhang Kai to forgive Liu Mu. This matter is now settled. None of you should discuss it further, let alone spread rumors. Otherwise, if the school finds out, those who spread rumors will be severely punished. As soon as Zhu Dajun finished speaking, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Su Linger withdrew her gaze from the window, her eyes filled with surprise. What did that guy do? How could Zhang Kai possibly forgive him? Additionally, Liu Mu has no family. As his classmates, you should show him more care. If he is in a bad mood or shows any self-harming behavior, make sure to tell me immediately. After giving his instructions to the class, Zhu Dajun hurriedly left the classroom. Once out of the classroom, Zhu Dajun immediately called Liu Mu. Only when the call connected and Liu Mu's voice came through did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Where are you?" Zhu Dajun asked in a cold voice. He had tried his best to control his emotions, but it was hard for him to look pleasant when dealing with Liu Mu. "None of your business." Liu Mu's cold voice came from the other end, and then the call was hung up. Immediately, Zhu Dajun's face turned incredibly dark. But at the thought that Liu Mu might commit suicide at school, he could only force a smile and call Liu Mu again. This time, however, Liu Mu blocked his number directly. Oh my god, what is going on? Did I hear that right? Liu Mu is actually fine and Zhang Kai actually forgave him. Did Teacher Zhu take the wrong medicine? He actually wants us to show care for that guy. This makes no sense. Even if the school is afraid of this getting out and affecting its reputation, Zhang Kai's injuries were so severe. Even if Zhang Kai does not hold Liu Mu accountable, logically, the school should have expelled Liu Mu or at least disciplined him. Could it be that we got it all wrong? Liu Mu is not an orphan and his background is actually even more powerful than Zhang Kai's. The entire classroom erupted into a frenzy. The fact that Zhang Kai forgave Liu Mu completely shattered everyone's understanding. Su Linger did not say a word the whole time. She was trying hard to recall memories of Liu Mu. But no matter how she racked her brain, the Liu Mu in her memory was always insecure and timid, looking nothing like someone with a powerful background. Thinking carefully about what Zhu Dajun said, Su Linger realized something and her eyes lit up. That is it. Zhu Dajun was worried about the guy self-harming, which meant that guy must have threatened Zhu Dajun and Zhang Hai with suicide. Besides, that guy must have evidence of Zhang Kai bullying him. Otherwise, no matter how much Zhang Hai cared about his reputation, he would never let him off the hook. Daring to threaten the principal, you really are something. Peony Community. It was about 20 kilometers away from Aoki University. Not long ago, the original host had been kicked out of the dorm by Zhang Kai, so he rented a place of his own in Peony Community. After filling his stomach outside the school, Liu Mu took a taxi straight back to Peony Community. At first glance, the entire community could only be described as old, rundown, and shabby. Moreover, the building was a walk-up with no elevator installed. The apartment the original host rented was on the very top floor, the 7th floor. Returning to the room, Liu Mu took a quick look around. It was a one-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The space was quite large, but there were signs of aging everywhere. In the bathroom, there was not even a water heater for bathing, just a pipe connected to the tap water. But the rent was only 600 a month, which was incredibly affordable. However, Liu Mu did not plan to stay here for long. Now, through completing missions and killing monsters, his bank card balance had exceeded 5 figures, making him fully capable of renting a better place. But to buy a house of his own, he still needed to keep working hard. Snapping back to reality, Liu Mu prepared to allocate his points. He wanted to see what changes would occur in his body once his physique broke through the human limit. With a thought, Liu Mu took all 20 power pills out of his inventory. 1 power pill could permanently increase constitution by 1 point, so 20 would increase it by 20 points. As the pills entered his stomach one by one, he felt his body being enveloped in a warm current. Greg. The sound came from his bones, his skeleton was being stretched. Soon the warmth vanished. His first sensation was that his vision was very blurry. Seeing himself in the mirror wearing thick glasses, it suddenly dawned on him. When Liu Mu took off the glasses, sure enough, his vision became crystal clear. As expected, with the 20-point boost to his constitution, his body had been enhanced in every aspect, even curring his original nearsightedness of over 600 degrees. Naturally, when someone with normal vision wears hyperscription glasses, everything looks blurry. Liu Mu looked at himself in the mirror. He was tall, with messy hair covering his eyes. His features were not exactly handsome, just not ugly. With 4 more points, his constitution would reach the limit of an ordinary human. So Liu Mu decisively assigned the points. When his constitution reached 100, he could clearly feel a powerful force surging within him. Phew! Liu Mu took a deep breath and added another free attribute point to constitution. This time, the warmth that appeared in his body was stronger than ever before. Enveloped in the warmth, he subconsciously wore a look of pleasure. Is this what a body that has broken the human limit feels like? Liu Mu muttered to himself while looking in the mirror. In the mirror, his body had bulked up, and his loose, short-sleeved shirt had become tight-fitting. The shirt clung to him, revealing the perfect outline of his abdominal muscles. When Liu Mu took off his shirt, even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp. This was a perfect body that would drive women crazy and make men feel inferior. Liu Mu clenched his fist and punched the bathroom wall. Bang! The marble wall shook, and when Liu Mu pulled his hand back, a deep fist imprint remained. As his constitution surpassed 100, his strength had exceeded the human limit. Although he could not shatter stars like in fantasy novels to an ordinary person in the real world, he was a human-shaped monster. More importantly, he could keep leveling up and adding points. Did this mean that one day, he could also shatter the stars with a single punch? Whatever, best not to think that far ahead. Liu Mu quickly pulled himself together and continued assigning points. After some thought, he put 31 of the remaining 35 free attribute points into speed and 4 into charm. Point allocation complete. Warmth enveloped his body again, this time mainly concentrating on his legs and face. When the warmth faded, Liu Mu's first impression was that his body felt much lighter. Looking at the mirror again, his skin was smoother, his features more refined, his eyes brighter, and his overall aura had improved. Among the 5 attributes, speed did not just refer to running speed, it included reaction speed and thinking speed as well. And charm corresponded to a person's looks and temperament. This was why Liu Mu did not put too many points into charm. If he added too much, people might not recognize him, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. He planned to add a little charm every few days. That way, people he saw regularly would notice a change but would not be too shocked because they saw him every day. As for spirit and comprehension, they were sufficient for now, so there was no rush to add points to them. Player Liu Mu. Level 9, experience 120.5 out of 500,000. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 101. Spirit 80. Speed 101. Comprehension 80. Charm 59. Free attribute points 0. Skills: advanced language and math, intermediate writing, intermediate cooking, basic driving. Inventory: human limit trial card ×1. Weight: height 180, weight 150. Liu Mu suddenly froze. It seemed he had oversimplified things. Because of the increase in constitution, his height and weight had both changed. Not only had he grown 2 centimeters taller, but his weight had also increased by 12 kilograms. The change in height was fine, it was not very obvious. But gaining nearly 30 pounds was impossible to hide. Luckily, he had not added too many points to charm, or he would have looked like a completely different person. Although he looked much bulkier now, his facial features still looked like his old self. He stopped worrying about whether he would shock others. Liu Mu took a quick cold shower, put on a set of loose clothes, and headed out to continue his leveling journey. Rather than worrying about trouble caused by physical changes, it was better to focus on leveling up quickly. As long as he became strong enough, all his worries would be for nothing. After leaving the residential area, Liu Mu went to a nearby park and plunged into the woods there. Before long, Liu Mu found his target, an ant nest the size of a basketball. He had considered killing other monsters like chickens, ducks, or geese to gain experience. But considering the experience needed to level up, he decided it was better to start with ants. After all, unless you are in a slaughterhouse, a massive private killing of poultry would be way too suspicious. People might think he was some kind of psycho. Ants were numerous and easy to kill. They were the best choice for a quick level up. Liu Mu looked around, and after confirming no one was watching, he stomped on the ant nest with all his might. Bang! With a loud thud, the ant nest collapsed instantly, leaving a hole a meter in diameter where Liu Mu stood. I overdid it. Liu Mu looked at his mud-covered sneakers, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had underestimated his own strength. With his current strength, a full-force stomp would crack even a marble floor, let alone an ant nest made of dirt. Successfully killed level 1 ant soldier, gained 1 yuan, experience point 0.1. Successfully killed level 2 ant soldier, gained 2 yuan, experience point 0.2. Successfully killed level 3 ant soldier, gained 3 yuan, experience point 0.3. Time moved to the early hours of the morning. Under the moonlight, Liu Mu continued searching for ant nests in the park's woods. He was not sure if he was lucky or if the woods were just crawling with ants. After several hours, he had destroyed no fewer than 10 nests. Bang! With one stomp, another ant nest collapsed, burying a huge number of ant carcasses. Successfully killed level 1 ant soldier, gained 1 yuan, experience point 0.1. Successfully killed level 10 ant queen, gained 1000 yuan, experience point 10. Level up to level 10, gained 5 free attribute points. You have reached the requirements for a class change. Please find a class instructor to change your class. You must successfully change classes to continue leveling up. Class change. Liu Mu was completely dazed. He was the only player on Earth. Where was he supposed to find a class instructor? Liu Mu tried to communicate with his cheat system. But his cheat system did not give any response. Left with no choice, he could only take things one step at a time. In any case, with his current strength, keeping himself safe should not be a problem. Damn it, it is past midnight already. Why is not that kid back yet? In the rented apartment where Liu Mu lived in the Peony community, 2 young men sat on a mahogany sofa with peeling paint, both of them staring toward the front door. One of them, a yellow-haired youth, played with a butterfly knife in his hand, yawned and said, "I am getting sleepy waiting. Did something happen to that kid? He would better die out there, otherwise if he falls into our hands, his end will only be worse than death." A raspy voice spoke. Beside the yellow-haired youth, a cool-looking young man with eccentric side-swept bangs that only revealed his left eye spoke slowly. The yellow-haired youth was named Guo Liang and the cool youth was named Wu Qiang. Both were members of the Xuanao gang. Haha, who told that kid to be so reckless as to kiss the young mistress? But then again, she is so beautiful, it is worth it for him even if he dies. Click. The sound of a lock turning was heard. The two exchanged a glance, cold sneers appearing on their faces at the same time. Liu Mu did not know that there were 2 people waiting for him in the room. At this moment, he was unlocking the door while checking his bank card balance. In less than a day, his balance had surpassed 6 figures by completing quests and killing monsters. 298,000.5. Nearly 300,000. Most of it was obtained from killing ants. At this rate, it would not take more than a few days for him to buy a decent house. Of course, this was assuming he changed his class as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to level up further and killing monsters would not yield anything. The lock opened. Liu Mu pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, the eyes of all 3 clashed. Liu Mu froze for a second, realizing something. "Kid, who are you?" Guo Liang frowned deeply, a phone appearing in his hand at some point. His eyes swept back and forth between Liu Mu and the phone. On his phone was a photo of Liu Mu, wearing thick glasses and looking like a complete nerd. "Kaingzi, look, is this him?" Guo Liang handed the phone to Wu Qiang. Wu Qiang tossed his flowing bangs, revealing his right eye as well. After looking carefully back and forth between Liu Mu and the photo on the phone, Wu Qiang frowned and said, "He looks a bit like him, but then again, he does not. You better look closely, do not get the wrong target or we will be punished when we go back." "It is not him." Wu Qiang handed the phone back to Guo Liang, his flowing bangs covering his right eye once again. "But this is definitely the address the boss sent." Guo Liang felt a bit annoyed. then walked toward Liu Mu with a gloomy face. Just as Liu Mu was about to knock Guo Liang down, he saw Guo Liang suddenly burst into laughter. "Sorry brother, we got the wrong place." Guo Liang pulled 200 yuan in cash from his pocket, stuffed it into Liu Mu's hand and grinned, "Hope you do not mind." Liu Mu glanced at the 200 yuan in his hand, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Kaingzi, let us go." "Yeah." With his hands in his pockets, Wu Qiang walked past Liu Mu, tossing his flowing bangs ostentatiously as he did so. Liu Mu turned around and watched the two leave. Above their heads, their personal information appeared. Shuniao gang member Gu Liang. Shuniao gang member Wu Qiang. Just as he guessed, they were both members of the Xuaniao gang. However, these Xuaniao gang members seemed different from what he had expected. Looking down at the 200 yuan in his hand, Liu Mu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Should he say they were polite, or should he say they were blind? Their target was right in front of them, yet they could not recognize him. Or could it be that his appearance had really changed that much? Something's not right. Downstairs at the peony community, Yu Liang suddenly stopped walking. "Kaingzi, why do I feel like that guy just now was the kid we are looking for?" Yu Liang took out his phone again, opened Liu Mu's photo and looked at it closely. Look closely, if this kid in the photo was not wearing glasses, would not he look a lot like that guy just now? A bit, but they definitely are not the same person. Wu Qiang tossed his bangs and looked up at the room Liu Mu lived in. If that guy really was that kid, do you think he would dare to keep staying here after seeing us in his apartment? Besides, that guy is way more handsome than the kid in the photo and his vibe is completely different. The kid in the photo looks stupid and nerdy, while the guy upstairs clearly is not ordinary. At least, an ordinary person would not be that calm finding strangers in their home in the middle of the night. Makes sense. Yu Liang put his phone back in his pocket and stopped overthinking it. The next day, Liu Mu got up early and started wandering around downstairs in the community, trying to find clues about a class change instructor. He had thought about it carefully last night. As the only player on Earth, everyone else had become like game NPCs to him. According to game settings, the instructors responsible for class changes were NPCs. In other words, he just needed to find someone with a profession to complete his class change. And as it turned out, his analysis was correct. Zhang San's bun shop. Liu Mu sat in a corner eating a bun, his eyes following a middle-aged man. Above the middle-aged man's head, there was a line of text. Bun shop owner Zhang San. Liu Mu swallowed the bun in his mouth and called out to Zhang San, "Boss, these buns are really delicious. Can you teach me how to make them?" "Why not? If you want to learn, just come work at my shop. We happen to be hiring lately." Zhang San replied warmly. "You want to change your class to chef?" Note, once a class is chosen, it cannot be changed except under special conditions. No. Liu Mu just wanted to test his theory. He had no intention of becoming a chef. "I think I will pass, I still have to go to school." Liu Mu waved his hand at Zhang San, then picked up the remaining soy milk on the table and gulped it down. "Boss, how much do I owe you?" After leaving the bun shop, Liu Mu arrived at an intersection with traffic lights. Just then, an old lady leaning on a cane appeared beside him. He glanced over subconsciously. Scamming old lady, Chen Guiying. "Young man, can you help me cross?" The old lady hunched over, looked at Liu Mu with pleading eyes. Daily quest, help Chen Guiying cross the road. Quest reward 250 RMB. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. For a moment, he did not even know if he should take the 250 yuan. He was afraid that if he took it, he would end up paying out even more. So Liu Mu decisively started acting. Abba. Liu Mu waved his hands wildly at the old lady and pointed to his ears to indicate he could not hear. "It is nothing, go ahead with your day, young man." Seeing that Liu Mu was deaf and mute, the old lady looked disappointed. She then leaned on her cane and slowly walked onto the crosswalk. However, before she could get very far, screech! A Merced screeched to a halt less than 10 centimeters away from the old lady. Right after, a middle-aged man with full-sleeve tattoos stepped out of the car in a fury. "You old hag, are you blind? Watch where you are going." Liu Mu watched this dramatic scene in disbelief. Then he looked at the text above the middle-aged man's head. Wolfgang Third Hall Master Zhao Hu. Gangster vs. Scamming Old Lady. Ouch. Before Liu Mu could even react, the old lady had already fallen to the ground and started her performance. Soon, a large crowd of onlookers gathered. Seeing this, Liu Mu went on his own way. Right now, he just wanted to find a suitable class instructor to change his class as soon as possible. As for what would happen to the scamming old lady and Zhao Hu of the Wolf Gang, he did not care. Noon arrived. Liu Mu sat by the side of the road in frustration. Throughout the morning, he had actually found quite a few class mentors, and the classes available for class change were incredibly diverse, including chefs, tailors, hairstylists, cleaners, and delivery drivers. This was different from games. In most games, the number of class types is not very large. But after the Blue Star became gamified, the jobs people worked were all classified as classes. But the problem was, changing to these classes was useless to him. Since it was a class change, he naturally wanted to change to a powerful class. Young man, I see you have an exceptional physical build, a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. Are you interested in learning martial arts from me? Suddenly, a deep booming voice rang out. Beside Liu Mu, an old man wearing martial arts attire and looking unfathomably mysterious had appeared out of nowhere. From Liu Mu's perspective, the old man was bathed in sunlight, his entire being exuding an indescribable aura. Could it be? Liu Mu's eyes lit up, and his breathing grew rapid. Could it really be? Liu Mu slowly stood up, his heart beginning to race. Senior, you must be a legendary hidden master, right? As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, a line of text appeared above the old man's head. Con artist Wang Mazi. Oh my god. Liu Mu's face fell instantly. He thought he had met a master, but it turned out to be a scammer. Indeed, I am a martial cultivator from Mount Kunlun, Wang Teng. Today I happened to meet you, young friend, and realized you are a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. If you are willing to take me as your master in time, you will surely dominate the martial world and become a modern martial god. A martial cultivator from Mount Kunlun named Wang Teng. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If he had not been able to check Zhao Mazi's personal info, he might have actually believed it. Con artist Wang Mazi. Age 68. Height 170 cm. Weight 65 kg. Constitution 55. Spirit 60. Speed 65. Comprehension 68. Charisma 40. Skills: advanced bluffing, advanced farming, intermediate fishing, intermediate carpentry. With stats like Wang Mazi's, he was nowhere near a hidden master. He was completely just an ordinary old man. However, just as Liu Mu was about to leave, notification appeared. Hidden quest: take Wang Mazi as master. Quest reward: martial god class change scroll. Oh my god. Liu Mu's pupils shrank as he looked at the notification in front of him in disbelief. He actually triggered a hidden quest. The quest reward was a martial god class change scroll. Martial god. This name sounds incredibly powerful just hearing it. Master, please accept my bow. Without hesitation, Liu Mu knelt directly in front of Wang Mazi. He did not care if Wang Mazi was a con artist or not. All that mattered was that he could get the martial god class change scroll. Currently, he was worried about not having a suitable class. Would not changing to a martial god be way better than changing to a chef, hairstylist, or delivery driver? Holy crap, is this young man really this easy to trick? Looking at Liu Mu kneeling in front of him, Wang Mazi was completely dumbfounded. Having run scams for many years, this was the first time he had met a young man as gullible as Liu Mu. Could this kid be a bit of a simpleton? Wang Mazi frowned slightly, but he still pulled out a few martial arts manuals from his training suit. Not bad, not bad. Since you are willing to take me as your master, I shall pass these legendary martial arts manuals to you. You only need to give me 999 yuan. Old bastard, you are quite greedy. Liu Mu cursed Su Mazi in his heart. With the fake martial arts manuals in Wang Mazi's hands, even if he gave them away for free, no one would want them. Master, are you willing to take me as your disciple? Of course I am, my good disciple. Wang Mazi thought even more that Liu Mu was a simpleton, but to trick him into paying, he had to keep playing the part. From now on, you are my disciple, Wang Teng's disciple. Quest completed, obtain martial god class change scroll ×1. Okay, I got it. With the quest reward in hand, Liu Mu stopped pretending. He stood up and left without looking back. It was not until Liu Mu had walked far away that Wang Mazi realized he had been played. Instantly, he flew into a rage, shouting curses at the departing Liu Mu. Liu Mu took a taxi back to his neighborhood. He could not wait to take the martial god class change scroll out of his inventory. Along with a flash of 7-colored light, an ancient-looking parchment scroll appeared in Liu Mu's hand. Mysterious runes were printed on the scroll, looking extraordinary at first glance. Martial God Class Change Scroll contains a wisp of the martial god's supreme power. After use, you can change class to the unique hidden class Martial God. Requirements for use: Constitution and speed must not be lower than 100. That was close. I cannot believe there are requirements for use. Fortunately, both my Constitution and speed meet the requirements. For a moment, Liu Mu felt incredibly lucky. If he had added even a few fewer points to his Constitution and speed before, he would have missed out on this unique hidden class, Martial God. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu began the class change. As the Martial God class change scroll turned into a ray of 7-colored light and merged into Liu Mu's body, a new notification appeared. Class change successful. You have successfully changed your class to the unique hidden class Martial God. Congratulations, you have learned the class-exclusive skills, 8 Desolation Steps and Mountain Collapsing Punch. Martial God Unique Hidden Class, Constitution and Speed plus 200. Each time the player levels up, they will receive 50 free attribute points and 5 skill points. 8 Desolation Steps Level 1 Exclusive Skill of Martial God. Step upon the 8 Desolations, shifting positions, speed plus 100 upon activation. Upgradable by consuming 1 skill point. Mountain Collapsing Punch Level 1 Exclusive Skill of Martial God. Collapse mountains and shatter stones with infinite strength. Constitution plus 100 upon activation. Upgradable by consuming 1 skill point. Not bad, not bad. Liu Mu had a look of pleasant surprise on his face. After changing to the Martial God class, his strength had once again undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Not only did his Constitution and speed both skyrocket by 200 points, but the free attribute points gained per level also increased tenfold, and he even acquired 2 powerful exclusive skills. With a thought, Liu Mu brought up his personal info to check. Player Liu Mu. Level 10, 0 out of 1 million. Class Martial God. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 301. Spirit 80. Speed 301. Comprehension 80. Charisma 59. Free attribute points 5. Skill points 0. Class skills 8 Desolation Steps Level 1 Mountain Collapsing Punch Level 1. Skills Advanced Languages and Math, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Basic Driving. Inventory Strength Pills times 10, Human Limit Experience Card times 1. I almost forgot, there are still strength pills in my inventory that I have not taken. But it is time to find some other monsters to level up. As the number of ants killed increased, their drop rate became lower and lower. Last night he spent several hours killing ants in the park woods, and in the end they only dropped 10 strength pills. Taking the strength pills out of his inventory, Liu Mu ate them like snacks. You have consumed strength pills times 10, Constitution permanently increased by 10. Right after, he added his remaining 5 free attribute points to Constitution. Immediately, a warm current surged within his body. Liu Mu's physical body was strengthened once again. A moment later, looking at the broken fruit knife on the coffee table and the almost invisible white mark on his arm, Liu Mu got a general idea of his physical strength. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was invulnerable to blades and spears. Of course, the spear here referred to the cold weapon, not a firearm. However, an ordinary pistol would at most pierce his skin. It would be nearly impossible to kill him. Besides, he would not just stand still and let someone shoot him with a handgun. Do not forget, besides his powerful body, he also had terrifying speed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. A gentle and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Classmate Liu Mu, are you home? I am your finance teacher, Jiang Ru. I heard you have not been coming to school. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me and I will definitely help you. Hearing this voice, a gentle figure instantly flashed in Liu Mu's mind. Why did she come? Jiang Ru, a teacher for finance class 1 at Kingmu University, was also the goddess in the hearts of countless male students there. The original owner of this body was no exception. Due to his former self's low self-esteem and timid personality, he was often bullied at school. Once, his former self was cornered in the school woods by Zhang Kai and his lackeys. Just as they were beating him, Jiang Ru happened to pass by. She stopped Zhang Kai and the others from continuing their abuse and took him to the clinic for treatment. From then on, Jiang Ru's image was deeply engraved in the heart of his former self. It could even be said that Jiang Ru was one of the few people who had ever brought warmth to his former self's life. Liu Mu opened the door. Mature, graceful figure caught his eyes. Jiang Ru wore a long purple dress, and a faint scent of jasmine wafted from her. With features as delicate as a painting and skin like jade, she wore a pair of silver rimless glasses on her delicate nose. Even without makeup, she was an absolute beauty. Her jet black hair was tied up in a bun, revealing a long, slender, fair neck, and her skin looked incredibly delicate and supple. She was tall, with the long dress outlining her rounded, peachy hips, and her chest was remarkably full. Teacher Jiang Ru. Kind and beautiful Jiang Ru. Liu Mu looked at the text floating above Jiang Ru's head and could not agree more. Are you Liu Mu? A voice filled with surprise sounded. Jiang Ru's eyes swept over Liu Mu, and her alluring mouth parted slightly in surprise. She taught Liu Mu's class every week, though she was no stranger to him. However, the Liu Mu in front of her was vastly different from the one in her memory. Although she could still recognize his facial features, his temperament, and even his body shape made him look like a completely different person. In her memory, Liu Mu was thin, weak, and had low self-esteem. But the Liu Mu standing before her was not only tall and well-built, but his entire aura exuded immense confidence. Could it be that Liu Mu has an older or younger brother? As soon as this thought occurred to Jiang Ru, she immediately dismissed it. She had specially looked into Liu Mu's family background and knew he grew up in an orphanage and had no relatives. Teacher Jiang, long time no see, you are as beautiful and charming as ever. Liu Mu smiled and looked at Jiang Ru. Having merged with the original owner's memories, he had a very favorable impression of Jiang Ru. And he was telling the truth. Jiang Ru was indeed very beautiful, on par even with Su Linger. Su Linger's face was more delicate, but Jiang Ru's figure was fuller. Personally, Liu Mu preferred Jiang Ru's type. Are you really Liu Mu? Jiang Ru pushed up her glasses, her eyes still filled with disbelief. She had just taught him the day before yesterday. At that time, there was no change in Liu Mu, yet in just 2 days he seemed like a completely different person. Was this still the Liu Mu she knew? Teacher Zhao, I am just not wearing my glasses. Surely you can still recognize me. Your change is a bit too drastic, it really startled me. Jiang Ru sized Liu Mu up carefully and said, especially your aura, it is like you have completely transformed. I am really curious what happened to you over the past 2 days. Also, can you tell me why you skipped class? Zhu Dajun sent you, did not he? Liu Mu said calmly. Jiang Ru was just his subject teacher, whereas Zhu Dajun was his homeroom teacher. Even if he skipped class, it should not be Jiang Ru coming to look for him. Since he had blocked Zhu Dajun's contact info, it was not hard to guess that Zhu Dajun had asked Jiang Ru to come instead. After all, Jiang Ru had a gentle personality, and almost all the students she taught respected her deeply. Indeed, Teacher Zhu asked me to check on you, fearing something might have happened to you. Jiang Ru did not press him on why he referred to Zhu Dajun by his name directly. The reason she was so popular among the students, besides her looks, was largely because she did not lecture them using her authority as a teacher. I think that dead fat pig is just afraid my death would drag him down. Liu Mu had a look of disdain. How could he not know what kind of person Zhu Dajun was? Worrying about his safety was a lie. Being afraid that his suicide would implicate him was the truth. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Teacher Zhu? Jiang Ru was silent for a moment, her gaze at Liu Mu turning somewhat complex. At this moment, Liu Mu did not feel like a student to her. Instead, he seemed like someone who had already entered society. This was obvious from how easily he complimented her on being beautiful and charming. A normal student would not chat with a female teacher like this. It is not really a misunderstanding, I just simply looked down on him. Liu Mu stared at Jiang Ru and said, Teacher Jiang, I will not be attending school anymore. Thank you so much for your past help. If you ever need my help in the future, you can reach out to me anytime. If you want to thank me, we can add each other on WeChat and you can help me carry things around school in the future. Jiang Ru's expression turned serious and she said, but I do not agree to you quitting school. You are still young and should focus on your studies. Kingmu University is a nationally renowned school. The fact that you got in proves you are very smart. Plus, the finance major has great prospects. As long as you study hard, you will definitely find a good job after graduation, and a good job is enough to change your destiny. But if you give up on yourself now without background, diploma, or connections, you will only be able to do service or manual labor jobs. Your life will become completely dark. Liu Mu, if you trust me, listen to your teacher and go back to school to study hard. If you have any financial difficulties, I am also more than willing to help you. Daily quest, agree to Jiang Ru's request to return to school for classes. Quest reward, Ferrari SF. This works too. Looking at the quest that suddenly appeared, Liu Mu did not know whether to laugh or cry. But thinking about it, he was a player, and everyone else was like an NPC in a game. Triggering a quest by talking to a game NPC was actually quite normal. It was just that the quest reward was a bit off track. The Ferrari SF, if he remembered correctly, was a luxury sports car worth over 5 million yuan, and also the dream of countless boys who loved cars. You have a point, teacher, I will go back to class right away. With the mindset of not letting a free reward go to waste, Liu Mu agreed to go back to class. Anyway, he could leave whenever he wanted to when the time came, and no one could stop him. Besides, he was not willing to let Zhang Kai and Zhu Dajun off so easily. The harm the two of them had caused to his former self was unforgivable, especially Zhang Kai. He had to die. Quest completed, you have received 1 Ferrari SF. Where is the car? Liu Mu subconsciously checked his inventory, only to find nothing but a single key. The vehicle has been parked downstairs of your residential community. Relevant documents and procedures are inside the car. Downstairs. Liu Mu walked out of the room, came to the edge of the balcony corridor and looked down. He saw a red convertible Ferrari SF parked quietly at the entrance of the community. Under the sunlight, the Ferrari SF exuded a mysterious luster. Its streamlined, elegant body was highly aesthetic, and at the rear was a license plate with 5 consecutive 8s. Teacher Jiang, is that car downstairs yours? Liu Mu turned his head to look at Jiang Ru. No, I could never afford such an expensive car. Jiang Ru also saw the Ferrari SF parked downstairs. Even as a woman, she was attracted by it. Hee, that is my car. Liu Mu took the car key out of his inventory and pressed it. Instantly, the lights of the Ferrari SF flashed, its crystal headlights shining brilliantly. Jiang Ru stared in utter disbelief. Is this really your car? Downstairs. Standing next to the Ferrari SF, Jiang Ru looked at the brand new sports car, completely speechless with shock. She even wondered if she was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could a person undergo such a massive change in just 2 short days? Not only did his image and temperament change completely, but he had also somehow become incredibly wealthy. She did not know much about cars, but she still recognized the Ferrari logo. As a world-famous top-tier luxury car brand, there was no such thing as a cheap sports car under Ferrari. Liu Mu was an orphan, so where did he get the money to buy such an expensive sports car? What do you think, I just bought it? Liu Mu opened the car door and slid inside, looking eager to give it a spin. Come to think of it, this was his first time driving a sports car. When he pressed the start button, the Ferrari SF let out a roar like a waking beast. Driving proficiency +1. Driving proficiency +1. Notification window popped up. Liu Mu's driving skills were rapidly improving. This is so awesome. Liu Mu looked surprised and thrilled. He had thought all skills required skill points to upgrade, but now it seemed that only class-specific skills required skill points, while ordinary skills could be upgraded by increasing proficiency. In this way, as long as he wanted to, he could completely become an all-around powerhouse. Liu Mu, do not lie to your teacher. Is this really your car? Jiang Ru's attention was drawn to the license plate on the front of the car. When she saw the 5/8 on the license plate, she knit her brow instinctively. In her experience, vanity license plates like this usually only appeared on vehicles belonging to top-tier tycoons or government officials. If this Ferrari with the vanity plate really belonged to Liu Mu, then why did he act so insecure and cowardly at school before? And how could he have been bullied by his classmates? Liu Mu smiled and did not answer Jiang Ru. Instead, he handed her the relevant documents resting on the passenger seat. When she saw the information on the documents, Jiang Ru's eyes dilated and her breathing quickened. What was she looking at? The total on-the-road price was over 9 million, nearly 10 million. And looking at the owner information, it was Liu Mu. This really was Liu Mu's car. This UI. For a moment, Jiang Ru was at a total loss. Thinking about what she had just said to convince Liu Mu to go back to school, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Since Liu Mu could afford a $10 million sports car, whether he went to college or not would not affect him at all. Want to get in and sit for a bit? Liu Mu extended an invitation to Jiang Ru. From the very first moment he saw Jiang Ru, he had never treated her as a teacher. In their conversations, he treated her as a peer. Now that he had a luxury car, a beautiful woman was naturally the next step. Conveniently, Jiang Ru was exactly his type. Of course, he would not force her. Having traveled to this world with a powerful cheat, he was much more drawn to gaining power than to women. As the only player on Earth, he looked forward to seeing just how strong he could ultimately become. No thanks, I drove here myself. Jiang Ru carefully handed the Ferrari's registration papers back to Liu Mu. Well, Liu Mu, I will be going now, bye. At this moment, Jiang Ru felt flustered. The longer she stayed with Liu Mu, the more she felt something was off. She vaguely felt that the way Liu Mu looked at her carried a trace of admiration, and he would size up her figure from time to time. But the problem was, Liu Mu was still just a freshman in college. Am I really that scary? Looking at Jiang Ru's slightly panicked back, Liu Mu withdrew his gaze and smiled helplessly. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Jiang Ru had a slim waist, long legs, and a pert rear. As a man, was it wrong for him to look a few extra times with appreciation? Snapping back to reality, Liu Mu stepped on the gas and drove out of the residential area. Parked on the side of the road, outside the community was Jiang Ru's 80M. Aoki University. The classroom of finance class 1. As the dismissal bell rang, the classroom instantly erupted in noise. Su Linger sat by the window, her chin resting in her hand, staring at the blooming cherry blossom trees outside. Su Linger is so beautiful. Even as a girl, I am totally in love with her. Not far from Su Linger, a few girls whispered to each other. She is pretty, all right, but she is just too hard to get along with. School started over a month ago and I have not seen her make a single friend. SHH, keep your voice down, do not let her hear you, do not forget what her family does, if we offend her we are dead. Do you think Liu Mu did not show up for class today because he kissed her yesterday? There is a rumor that if any guy touches her, her dad will have him thrown into the Hua River. That must be fake, we live in a society ruled by law now. If her dad were really that terrifying, the police would have arrested him long ago. Zhao Mu. Holy crap, is that Liu Mu? How did he get so handsome? Suddenly, gasps of surprise echoed from the hallway outside the classroom. Surrounded by a crowd, Liu Mu walked into the classroom with his hands in his pockets. Ignoring the surprised voices around him, Liu Mu swept his gaze across the classroom, eventually locking onto Su Linger. Su Linger also saw Liu Mu. A flash of surprise crossed her delicate face. Seeing me, do you have anything to say? Liu Mu sat down next to Su Linger and said blankly, Guo Liang and Wu Qiang, you should know these two, right? Su Linger did not answer Liu Mu. Instead, she sized him up with a curious look. After a moment, she spoke slowly. I am curious about what happened to you to cause such a drastic change in such a short time. Or have you been pretending all along? You still have not answered my question. Liu Mu turned his head to meet Su Linger's gaze. Just then, a gust of wind blew in from the window, carrying a light scent as Su Linger's hair brushed against Liu Mu's cheek. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit intimate. My father sent them to cause trouble for you. Su Linger smoothed out her messy hair, her eyes showing no emotion. You are surprisingly honest. Liu Mu looked away from Su Linger's face and stopped talking. He had originally thought Guo Liang and Wu Qiang were sent to his house by Su Linger, and he had planned to teach her a lesson while at school. But it turned out she had not sent them. Plus, since Su Linger was so honest, he lost interest in teaching her a lesson. I do not like to lie. Su Linger said to herself, now it is your turn to answer my question. Were you pretending before? Do not you think you are being ridiculous? Liu Mu was amused by Su Linger. Why should I answer you? Fine, let me change the question. How did it feel to kiss me? Very soft. Su Linger. Who is Liu Mu? The entrance of the classroom. A burly young man with a crew cut walked in aggressively. Brother Jun. As the young man entered the classroom, several of Zhang Kai's lackeys quickly went up to greet him, pointing in Liu Mu's direction. Brother Jun, he is Liu Mu. Brother Kai was sent to the hospital by him. The young man's name was Li Jun, a junior majoring in civil engineering at Aoki University and also a friend of Zhang Kai. Kid, you have got some nerve. Did not you know Zhang Kai is my brother? Hitting him is the same as hitting me, Li Jun. Li Jun crossed his arms, staring coldly at Liu Mu. If you have got the guts, do not leave after school today. Meet me at Beilong Park and we will see if I do not teach you a lesson. No need to wait until after school. I will send you to see your dear brother right now. Liu Mu stood up from his seat and walked towards Li Jun expressionlessly. Meanwhile, a line of information popped up above Li Jun's head. Combat quest, defeat Li Jun. Quest reward 10,000 RMB, Huazheng Yingyu Villa ×1. Holy shit, kid, you have got a death wish. Li Jun flew into a rage on the spot, raised his fist and rushed toward Liu Mu. Faced with the oncoming Li Jun, Liu Mu's eyes remained completely calm. At the same time, Li Jun's personal information appeared before his eyes. Riding on others' coattails, Li Jun. Age 20. Height 178 cm. Weight 70 kg. Physique 80. Spirit 68. Speed 85. Comprehension 60. Charisma 76. Skills: intermediate taekwondo, intermediate driving, intermediate gaming, elementary Chinese. Week 2 week. Liu Mu only glanced at Li Jun's personal attributes before losing interest. Smack. A loud smack. The moment Li Jun got close, Liu Mu slapped him across the face. The sheer force spun Li Jun around on the spot, sending his teeth flying everywhere. A miserable shriek rang out as Li Jun slumped to the ground. His entire right cheek was swollen like a pig's head, and his mouth was covered in blood. Silence. The entire classroom was dead silent. Everyone looked at Li Jun's miserable state in disbelief. Wait, when did Liu Mu become this strong? So brutal, all his teeth are knocked out. Am I seeing things? Knocking out all someone's teeth with just one slap, how strong is he? Is this still the Liu Mu we know? The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes at Liu Mu filled with terror. Brother Mu, we were wrong, we will never do it again. Thud. Several of Zhang Kai's lackeys were so terrified that they dropped to their knees before Liu Mu. Their faces were pale as sheets. They used to bully the original host alongside Zhang Kai. Now, Zhang Kai was hospitalized by Liu Mu and Li Jun was knocked down with a single slap. This caused the fear of Liu Mu in their hearts to magnify boundlessly. Behind Liu Mu, Su Linger stood up from her seat, a strange light flashing in her eyes as she looked at him. Too late. As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, he rained punches and kicks down on them. Instantly, the entire classroom was filled with their miserable screams. A moment later, they lay on the ground bruised and swollen, their eyes filled with despair. Liu Mu showed them absolutely no mercy. Without taking their lives, he made them wish they were dead. During this time, they still tried to resist, but after a few punches from Liu Mu, they became completely submissive. Kid, do you know who my boss is? He is Zhao Hu, a hall master of the Wolf Gang. My boss will never let you off. Li Jun glared at Liu Mu viciously, holding onto a chair to pull himself up. Thump. The moment Li Jun finished speaking, Liu Mu kicked out, sending him flying. Li Jun crashed into the corner of the classroom, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You. Li Jun's face was deathly pale, his eyes locked onto Liu Mu. He wanted to stand up, but his body was in excruciating pain, and he could not summon any strength at all. At the same time, he felt his vision start to blur, on the verge of passing out at any moment. I hate being threatened the most. Liu Mu turned around and stared at Su Linger. Seeing this, Su Linger knit her brows. How could she not understand that Liu Mu was warning her? Liu Mu, what on earth do you want? Just then, an angry voice came from outside the classroom. Zhu Dajun waddled his obese body into the classroom, panting heavily. Looking at the half-dead Li Jun and the others wailing in pain, he took a step back in shock, his vision almost going black as he nearly fainted. Quick, call an ambulance. Fearing that someone might die, Zhu Dajun hurriedly ordered the students to call for an ambulance. Then he pointed at Liu Mu, his voice trembling with rage. Expelled. I will make sure the principal expels a menace like you. Mr. Zhu, what happened? Jiang Ru walked into the classroom. The next second she froze right where she stood. What is going on here? Jiang Ru's face turned pale. When she saw Liu Mu standing calmly with his hands in his pockets, her pupils dilated in shock. Liu Mu, I did it. Without waiting for Jiang Ru to ask, Liu Mu admitted it directly. He had to admit it anyway, too many people had witnessed it. Ms. Jiang, you do not need to waste your breath on this guy. I am going to report to the principal right now. No matter what, this menace must be expelled. Zhu Dajun did not want to look at Liu Mu for even another second. As long as Liu Mu was still at Kingmu University, he would have to live in fear every single day. Mr. Zhu, wait a moment. Jiang Ru took a deep breath and said, the priority right now is to get the students to the hospital. Ms. Jiang, I have already called the ambulance. It should be here soon. Su Linger spoke up at this moment. I? Jiang Ru nodded, then swept her gaze over the groaning and wailing students. It was them. Jiang Ru knit her brows, suddenly remembering something. Mr. Zhu, I think it is better not to inform the principal about this. Ms. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Zhu Dajun said with a dark expression, are you trying to shield this menace? I just think student Liu Mu might have a reason. Mr. Zhu, do you remember when I mentioned to you not long ago that student Liu Mu was being bullied? Of course I do. Zhu Dajun's eyes darted away guiltily. About a week ago, Jiang Ru had approached him to report that Liu Mu had been beaten by several students, including Zhang Kai. He had not taken it seriously at the time. On one hand, Zhang Kai was the vice principal's son, whom he could not afford to offend. On the other hand, he subconsciously felt that Liu Mu was an orphan, so even if he got beaten up, no one would speak up for him. These students are the very ones who beat up student Liu Mu back then. As she said this, Jiang Ru felt a bit dazed. From the look of things now, Liu Mu had beaten Li Jun and the others to the point of groaning on the floor while remaining completely unscathed himself. No matter how she looked at it, he did not seem like the one who would get bullied. But the crucial thing was, not long ago, she had seen with her own eyes Liu Mu being beaten up by Zhang Kai and his gang in the school woods. Miss Suze, do you even believe your own words? Zhu Dajun sneered. This guy hospitalized Zhang Kai yesterday, and today he injured several more students while remaining completely unharmed himself. Tell me, how could someone who fights this well get bullied and beaten up? Even if he did get beaten up, how can you be sure he did not pick the fight himself? He had it coming. Fat pig, so you are saying if you get beaten up next, you will have had it coming too, right? As for being expelled, Liu Mu did not care in the slightest. He had a cheat, so whether he went to college or not did not matter at all. Moreover, judging from Zhang Kai and the others, one could see just how corrupt Kingmu University was. On the surface, students needed certain grades to get into Kingmu University, but behind the scenes, the school administration had likely let in countless well-connected scumbags. And it was precisely because of the abundance of scumbags like Zhang Kai and Li Jun that students like the original host, who focused only on studying and had no background, ended up being bullied. In short, he could be expelled, but those who had bullied the original host must pay the price. What are you actually thinking of hitting a teacher? Zhu Dajun said mockingly, do not think that just because Principal Zhang gave you a second chance, you can act above the law. I am warning you, if you do not know when to quit, you will end up in a miserable state. Bang! As soon as Zhu Dajun finished speaking, his 200-pound obese body was sent flying backward. Liu Mu walked toward Zhu Dajun expressionlessly, taking his hands out of his pockets. You dare to hit a teacher. Zhu Dajun slumped in the corner of the classroom, a clear footprint left on the clothes over his stomach. You are exactly the one I am hitting. Liu Mu lunged forward, catching Zhu Dajun by surprise. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he grabbed Zhu Dajun by the collar and lifted him into the air with one hand. Liu Mu, do not be impulsive. Jiang Ru looked anxious, trying to stop Liu Mu. However, Liu Mu had no intention of letting Zhu Dajun off. He raised his right hand and slapped Zhu Dajun hard across the face. The immense force caused the fat on Zhu Dajun's face to shudder violently, and his teeth, mixed with blood, flew out of his mouth. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp rhythmic sounds continued to echo. After a few of Liu Mu's slaps, Zhu Dajun's face was swollen into a pig's head, and his eyes, hidden within the folds of flesh, became blank and lifeless. Thud. Dropping Zhu Dajun carelessly to the ground, Liu Mu took a tissue from his pocket, wiped his hand clean, and tossed the used tissue onto Zhu Dajun's body. Having finished this, Liu Mu slowly turned around. The surrounding crowd was so frightened that they all stepped back at the same time. Everyone looked at Liu Mu with eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, the ambulance arrived. A group of medical personnel loaded Zhu Dajun and the others onto the ambulance. Liu Mu, come with me to the principal's office. A deep voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a dress shirt with a stern expression walked into the classroom. The middle-aged man was Huang Yang, the dean of students at Kingmu University. Dean Huang Liu Mu he. Jiang Ru wanted to help defend Liu Mu, but she did not know what to say. It was a fact that Liu Mu had beaten both a teacher and a student. No matter how much she wanted to help him, it was of no use. Teacher Jiang, you are just a subject teacher. This matter is not under your jurisdiction. Huang Yang gave Jiang Ru a warning look. Jiang Ru's face immediately turned pale. However, her gaze soon became firm. Dean Huang, now that Teacher Zhu has been injured and taken to the hospital, and since I witnessed the entire incident, I can go with Liu Mu to see the principal to help him understand the full situation. Huang Yang frowned upon hearing this but nodded. This incident has a huge impact on the school. I hope that when you see the principal, you will answer truthfully and not let personal feelings affect the school's reputation. Do not worry, Dean Huang, I will never favor anyone. Once the three of them left, the entire classroom burst into an uproar. Oh my god, that was so cool! Liu Mu, no, Brother Mu is seriously awesome. I have been annoyed with that fat pig for a long time. Brother Mu did what I have always wanted to do but never dared to. Forget it, beating up a student and a teacher, that guy is definitely getting expelled this time. Expulsion is the least of his worries. With the extent of Teacher Zhu's injuries, he could even end up in jail. You guys, if this guy is so strong, why did he let Zhang Kai and the others bully him before? Who knows, but the guy is truly strong. Zhu Dajun is so heavy and he kicked him flying several meters away just like in a TV show. Vice Principal's office. Zhang Hai looked at Liu Mu, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, his face turning black with fury. Beside Liu Mu, Jiang Ru stood nervously. If you did not know better, you would think she was the one who had hit someone. Teacher Jiang, since you were at the scene, tell me, what exactly happened? Zhang Hai suppressed his anger and sat back in his office chair. If it were not for the video of Zhang Kai beating people on Liu Mu's phone, he would never have shown such restraint. Liu Mu did beat Teacher Zhu and several students, but from what I saw, those students had previously ganged up on Liu Mu in the school woods. Teacher Zhu knew about this, but he did not seem to have handled it properly. Teacher Jiang, I am asking about what happened just now. Zhang Hai's voice turned colder. Zhao Hell, I was too scared to say anything more. Since it is a fact that he beat people, do not bother trying to speak up for him. Zhang Hai said solemnly, no excuse justifies him beating people on campus. I will give you two choices. Zhang Hai looked at Liu Mu on the sofa with cold eyes. Either you voluntarily withdraw from school and the school will help you apologize to the victims and get them to write you a letter of forgiveness, or I will expel you right now and hand this matter over to the police. Either way works for me, you decide. Liu Mu wore an indifferent expression. But he knew that Zhang Hai would definitely not call the police. In fact, not only would Zhang Hai not report it, but if others did, he would even help cover it up. First, he had video evidence of Zhang Kai assaulting his predecessor. Second, the people he beat, whether it was Zhang Kai or Li Jun and others, had certainly not been admitted to Feng University through standard channels. As for Zhu Dajun, he did not look like someone who got his position at Kingmu University through merit, so he could not afford an investigation either. Therefore, if the police got involved, it would not just be Liu Mu who had bad luck. This was the reason why Liu Mu dared to act recklessly at school. What do you mean by you decide? Zhu Hai was so angry he nearly threw up blood. With the way Liu Mu spoke, you would think he was Zhang Hai's subordinate hired to handle dirty work. But he had no choice. He was the last person who wanted this matter to blow up. Otherwise, once the police found out how many students got into Kingmu through backdoors, his end would be far worse than Liu Mu's. If you do not want to handle it, then call the police and let them deal with it. They happen to have more experience anyway. HMPH. Zhang Hai snorted coldly, took a document from his desk drawer and stamped it forcefully with the school seal. From now on, you are no longer a student here. I hope you behave yourself in the future. Zhang Hai said, wanting to throw the expulsion file at Liu Mu, but he held back in the end. Teacher Jiang, give him his withdrawal file. Coming out of the vice principal's office, Jiang Ru still had not recovered. She had expected Zhang Hai to reprimand Liu Mu severely, expel him, and hand him over to the police. But the result was that although Liu Mu was expelled, Zhang Hai's attitude toward him was completely different from what she had imagined. She had the illusion that Zhang Hai was actually afraid of Liu Mu. Connecting this to Liu Mu's Ferrari worth millions, Jiang Ru seemed to understand something. Teacher Jiang, no, Miss Jiang Ru. Liu Mu smiled at Jiang Ru. Thank you so much for speaking up for me. To show my appreciation, I would like to treat you to a meal. You really? Jiang Ru rolled her eyes at Liu Mu. Liu Mu had just been expelled and he had already changed how he addressed her. His intentions were very obvious. Yet surprisingly, she did not feel repulsed at all. She even felt something indescribable in her heart. I have classes today, let us do it another time when I am free. Jiang Ru declined politely. Even though Liu Mu had been expelled, she still thought of him as a student. Getting involved with a student was something she could not accept under any circumstances. Then let us add each other on WeChat. Liu Mu did not intend to let Jiang Ru off easily. These days, girls who are as beautiful and kind-hearted as Jiang Ru are rare. Especially Jiang Ru's figure, it was incredible. Any man would be interested. Okay. This time Jiang Ru did not refuse. She had already agreed to add him on WeChat earlier. Downstairs of the teaching building, Su Linger was passing by alone. Suddenly, bursts of exclamations were heard. Wow, this car is so cool. Just by looking at it, you know it is expensive. That is a Ferrari SF convertible. Even the base model costs 5 or 6 million, and this one is clearly the top trim. It probably cost nearly 10 million. And look at the license plate, 5/8. You cannot even buy that with just money. A $10 million sports car, sequential license plate. Do we have such a big shot in our school? Su Linger stopped in her tracks and gazed at the Ferrari surrounded by the crowd. When she saw the Ferrari's license plate, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Just then, a familiar voice drifted over. Excuse me, please let me through. It is him. Su Linger's pupils dilated in shock as she stared ahead in disbelief. She watched as Liu Mu opened the door to the Ferrari under the gaze of the crowd and sat inside. How is that possible? Su Linger was completely unsettled. Over the past 2 days, Liu Mu had already shocked her enough, but neither him hitting the teacher, beating up classmates, nor his drastic change in demeanor compared to the shock of what was happening right before her eyes. Liu Mu was actually the owner of this multi-million-dollar sports car. The amount of information this implied was so overwhelming that even she, a gang princess, could not take it lightly. Could it be that he has some unknown background? Good heavens, it is Liu Mu. He is actually fine and he is the owner of this Ferrari. My God, are you kidding me? Is not this guy an orphan? How did he suddenly become so rich? Could it be that his biological parents found him and they are some wealthy business magnates in our country? I suddenly find Liu Mu so handsome, I really want to be his girlfriend. Just like Su Linger, everyone in the crowd who knew Liu Mu was completely shocked at this moment. Amidst the shock, a group of girls surrounded Liu Mu, asking for his contact information. Classmate Liu Mu, do you remember me? My name is Li Yue, I sit in front of you. I wonder if you are free tonight. I would like to invite you to see a movie. Handsome, let us add each other on WeChat and hang out sometime. Liu Mu sat in the driver's seat, watching with great interest the women outside who looked like they wanted to press themselves against the car. Among them, Li Yue was a classmate of his original self. However, a few days ago, when his original self just accidentally glanced at Li Yue, she cursed him as a poor beggar. But now, I bet if he asked to go to a hotel, Li Yue would go with him without hesitation. Sad reality. Liu Mu started the engine, stepped on the gas, and disappeared at the end of the road. As for taking Li Yue to a hotel, sorry, he thinks she is dirty. After leaving Kingmu University, Liu Mu drove back to the Muden residential area. He was preparing to pack up and move. With his victory over Li Jun, the mission rewards had been distributed. Mission completed, received 10,000 RMB and a Huijiang Yingyu villa. Huijiang Yingyu was the name of a high-end development in Chongqing City, which only sold single-family villas located near the Flower River, with each unit priced at around 50 million. In other words, by completing just 2 missions, Liu Mu's personal assets were already close to 100 million. Not long after Liu Mu went upstairs, a van drove into the complex. The van doors opened and Guo Liang and Wu Qiang stepped out. My god, a Ferrari SF in a top trim at that. Guo Liang let out an exclamation, his gaze toward the Ferrari burning with excitement. Ever since he was a child, he had especially wanted to own a sports car. Unfortunately, his family background was ordinary and he did not have much earning power himself, so a sports car dream was, for him, extremely far away. But that did not affect his love for sports cars. A sports car in this dump, how come I do not see one? Wu Qiang said, looking confused. I really want to cut your crappy bangs off. Guo Liang, with a dark face, lifted the bangs that were covering Wu Qiang's right eye, and instantly a bright red Ferrari came into Wu Qiang's view. There really is a sports car, and the license plate is quite impressive too. Wu Qiang said, shocked, does a big shot live in this dump of an apartment complex? Did you hear me talking? Guo Liang said crossly, I told you to cut your crappy bangs. Last time when we went to war with the Wolf Gang, they had 50 people, but you told the boss they only had one, all because your bangs were too long and covered your right eye, so you did not see the 49 people standing on your right side. That caused the boss to come over alone, and we ended up being chased for several streets. Heads can roll and blood can flow, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Wu Qiang tossed his hair with style and said deeply, if you want me to cut my bangs, you might as well kill me. Guo Liang. Gentlemen, we meet again. Liu Mu came downstairs with a backpack on. When he saw Guo Liang and Wu Qiang, a cold sneer curled up on the corners of his mouth. He did not care who sent them. As long as they were against him, he would show no mercy. Kid, we were careless yesterday and did not recognize you. Seeing Liu Mu, Guo Liang and Wu Qiang perked up immediately. After they went back yesterday, they were severely scolded by their boss. After confirming repeatedly, they realized they had not looked in the wrong place. And Liu Mu was the person they were looking for. Although they were not sure why Liu Mu looked different from the photo, it did not matter. Now they just wanted to finish the task quickly and get back the 200 yuan from Liu Mu last night. Is that so you guys are here to find trouble with me? Liu Mu walked towards the two with a blank expression. HMPH, kid, do not play dumb. In the whole of Chongqing, everyone knows that our young lady cannot be touched. Let alone a poor kid like you, even those rich second-generation heirs, if they touch our young lady, they will lose a layer of skin if they do not die. As soon as Guo Liang finished speaking, Wu Qiang's phone suddenly rang. Boss, what are your orders? Where are you and Guo Liang now? A rough voice came from the other side of the phone. Liang Zi and I are at Muden residential area. We have already seen the target and will take him down immediately and bring him back for you to handle. Now immediately, apologize to him right away and roll back here. Boss, what do you mean by that? Wu Qiang was completely confused. However, the person on the other end had already hung up the phone. At the same time, at the night Paris clubhouse under the Xuanbird gang, Lin Kuang stood respectfully in front of a young girl. Young lady, I have already called them back as you instructed, but what about the gang leader? I will explain to my father. Su Linger examined Lin Kuang and said, I heard that you have already broken through to the 9th level of the acquired realm and are only one step away from the innate realm. I am ashamed to say that, thanks to the favor of the gang leader who gave me 100-year-old wild ginseng, I was able to make a breakthrough. However, although the acquired and innate realms are only one step away, most martial artists cannot reach the threshold of the innate realm in their entire lives. May your martial arts flourish, Uncle Lin. I believe you will definitely become an innate expert. I thank you for your kind words, young lady, but there is one thing I do not understand. Why did you let him go? Because I want him to become my person. Brother, I am sorry about that. Guo Liang and Wu Qiang looked at Liu Mu awkwardly, especially Guo Liang. He was still acting tough the second before, but the very next second, Lin Kuang called and told him to apologize to Liu Mu. As two underlings of Lin Kuang, they naturally had to listen to their boss. Not everything can be solved by an apology. Liu Mu suddenly lifted his right leg and kicked Guo Liang. The speed was so fast that Guo Liang did not even see when Liu Mu made his move. By the time he reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and his body flew backward like a broken kite. Gulp. Wu Qiang swallowed hard, looking back from Guo Liang with a gaze full of horror. You are a martial artist. Oh, a martial artist. Liu Mu paused for a second and then revealed a smile on his face. Sure enough, he knew this world was not simple. He just did not know who was stronger or weaker, the so-called martial artist or him, a martial god. Chapter 14 Subjugation, Creation King of Hell Pill. Martial artist master, we were wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us off. Wu Qiang fell on his knees in front of Liu Mu, shivering all over. A martial artist, that is an existence that can be called a monster. Although Wu Qiang was an ordinary person, he knew that there was a kind of person in this world who possessed incredible power, and this type of person was a martial artist. The reason why the Xuanbird gang could become the biggest gang in Chongqing was because there were many martial artists in the gang. Among them, their boss, the 5th hall master of the Xuanbird gang known as the Mad Demon Lin Kuang, was a powerful martial artist. Wu Qiang once had the privilege of seeing Zhao Kuang fight, and the scene alone made his scalp tingle just remembering it. For ordinary people, facing a martial artist is no different from being livestock, left to be slaughtered. And now, facing someone like Liu Mu who was very likely a martial artist, he felt nothing but despair. Turning his head to look at Guo Liang, who was lying on the ground a few meters away, motionless and unsure if he was alive or dead, cold sweat dripped from Wu Qiang's forehead. If you want me to let you go, it depends on your performance. Liu Mu squatted down and gave Wu Qiang a smile. As a result, Wu Qiang became even more scared. Master, if you do not mind, from now on, I, Wu Qiang, will be your dog. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. I will never dare to violate your orders, master. Wu Qiang could no longer care about the consequences of betraying the Xuanbird gang. The most important thing now is to save his life. Liu Mu sneered. He did not think Wu Qiang really wanted to pledge loyalty to him. It was nothing more than fear of death. Growth task: subjugate Wu Qiang and Guo Liang. Reward: Creation King of Hell Pill X. Mission window appeared. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Seeing that Liu Mu sneered and then stopped talking, Wu Qiang's heart was in his throat. Suddenly, Liu Mu stood up and looked toward Guo Liang, who was lying motionless in the distance. If you continue to play dead over there, I do not mind sending you on your way for real. Master, spare me, master, spare me. As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, Guo Liang scrambled to his feet, crawling and tumbling to Liu Mu's feet, and knelt before him with Wu Qiang. Now I'm giving you a chance to survive. Liu Mu looked down at the two of them and said expressionlessly, quit the Xuanbird gang and work for me. Guo Liang is willing to pledge loyalty to the master until death. Guo Liang said impatiently. Seeing this, Wu Qiang hurriedly followed up, saying, Wu Qiang is willing to be a dog by the master's side. My god. These two guys have even less integrity than the other. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. If it were not for the mission reward, he would not want these two even if they knelt down and begged to be his minions. Mission completed. Receive Creation King of Hell Pill X. Creation King of Hell Pill. Whoever takes this pill will have their body strengthened in every way and will be unable to betray you. If the king of hell wants you dead at the third watch, who can keep you alive until the fifth, and you are the king of hell? Good stuff. Liu Mu's eyes lit up. The creation king of hell pill was tailor-made for Guo Liang and Wu Qiang. As long as he makes them take the pill, he will not be afraid of them betraying him. In this way, he can let them stay in the Xuan Bird gang to monitor every move of the gang for him. Thinking of this, Liu Mu hurriedly took the 2 pills from his backpack. One for each, eat it. Master, what is this? Guo Liang and Wu Qiang looked at the pills in Liu Mu's hand, and their complexions changed drastically. The pills were pitch black with blood lines on the surface, looking extremely eerie. Good stuff, you will know once you eat it. Liu Mu smiled at the 2 and said, of course, you can choose not to eat it, but as for the consequences. Bang! Liu Mu suddenly lifted his foot and stomped hard on the cement floor. With a loud bang, the cement floor shattered directly, revealing large spiderweb-like cracks over a large area. Eat, we will eat it right now. Seeing this scene, the 2 were terrified out of their wits and hurriedly picked up the pills from Liu Mu's hand and swallowed them in one gulp. As the pill entered their bodies, they looked at each other, both looking despairing. They did not think the pills Liu Mu gave them would be anything good. And judging by the appearance of the pills, it was highly likely to be poison. Good. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction, then opened his backpack, took out paper and a pen, and wrote down his phone number. From now on, you will stay in the Xuan Bird gang. If there is any movement in the gang, report to me at any time. Also, find a way to figure out why your gang leader does not allow the opposite sex to touch his daughter. Regarding Su Linger's father forbidding the opposite sex from touching his daughter, Liu Mu always felt that something was wrong. Even if that Xuan Bird gang leader is a daughter slave, he would not kill someone just for touching his daughter, right? That would be too perverted. Yes, master, do not worry, we will definitely report to you at any time. Wu Qiang respectfully took the paper with Liu Mu's phone number on it. He just wanted Liu Mu to leave quickly so he could go to the hospital and check exactly what kind of pills Liu Mu gave him and Guo Liang. Do not say I did not warn you, do not attempt to betray me, or you will experience what it means to wish you were dead. Liu Mu gave the 2 a meaningful look, then, under their fearful gazes, drove the Ferrari away. Once Liu Mu was far away, the 2 felt as if all their strength had left them and they slumped on the ground. Kaingzi, why are we so unlucky? Guo Liang said, lifeless, the boss actually sent us to find trouble with a martial artist. How is that any different from sending us to our deaths? Do not say anything more. Wu Qiang took a deep breath and said, let us hurry to the hospital to check and see what exactly he gave us to eat. Damn it, what is so great about a martial artist? Guo Liang stared angrily in the direction Liu Mu left and cursed, they even want us to spy for him. Do they really think we are stupid? Once I go back and report this to the boss, I do not believe that this guy is better than the boss, even if they are both martial artists. As soon as Guo Liang finished speaking, his expression suddenly became twisted. His body and even his soul felt like they were being pricked by countless needles. The excruciating pain was so intense that he could not even faint. Liangzi, what is wrong with you? Wu Qiang looked at Guo Liang anxiously, and the words Liu Mu said before leaving flashed in his mind. Could it be? Wu Qiang's pupils widened, his eyes full of disbelief. Quick, Liangzi, quickly apologize to that master. Wu Qiang's voice was trembling. His intuition told him that Guo Liang's miserable state had to do with the pills Liu Mu gave them. Master, spare me, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Guo Liang kowtowed continuously in the direction Liu Mu left. At this time, his whole body was soaked in sweat and his face was pale. Because of fear, his disrespectful thoughts toward Liu Mu also dissipated. Then a magical scene happened. Guo Liang's complexion gradually calmed down, and the severe pain throughout his body disappeared. There is such a magical pill in this world. Wu Qiang slumped on the ground again, his eyes empty. Using just a single pill to control a person and make them wish they were dead, this heaven-defying item that only exists in novels has actually appeared in reality. Who on earth is he? Wu Qiang trembled as he stared at the paper with Liu Mu's number in his hand and carefully put it away. At this very moment, neither he nor Guo Liang dared to have even the slightest thought of betraying Liu Mu. Kaingzi, my body seems to have mutated. What? Wu Qiang held back his shock, looking at Guo Liang in confusion. It is so hot, my body feels so hot. Guo Liang's skin turned completely red, and a large amount of steam rose from his body. What is this? Wu Qiang's pupils contracted, watching the changes in Guo Liang with a look of terror. Martial artist, I think I have become a martial artist. Guo Liang suddenly became excited. Thinking of something, he walked quickly to a nearby landscaping tree. Bang! He threw a punch and the tree, which was 10 centimeters in diameter, was smashed to pieces. Such powerful strength. Guo Liang looked at his fist, his heart filled with extreme excitement. Then he thought of something. It is the pill, it must be the pill the master gave us. Why do not I feel anything? Wu Qiang watched Guo Liang with envy. He wanted to become a martial artist too. If he could become a martial artist, even without the pill to control him, he swore he would remain loyal to Liu Mu forever. Wait, I think I feel it now. Wu Qiang's eyes lit up as a warm current suddenly surged within his body. Wherever the warm current passed, his whole body felt scorching hot, as if his blood were boiling. A moment later, Wu Qiang lifted a boulder weighing several hundred jin and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I have become a martial artist too. Bang! Putting down the boulder, Wu Qiang said excitedly, Liang Zi, we are going to rise up now. Since we are martial artists, the gang leader will surely put us in important positions. By then, we will become elites in the gang, maybe even promoted to hall masters, equal in status to the boss. Liangzi, mind your words. Guo Liang said seriously, I only have one boss and that is the master. And even if we are promoted to hall masters, do not forget the mission the master gave us. Yes, you are right. Wu Qiang took a deep breath and said, the master's methods are far beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. It is an honor for both of us to serve him and we must never let him down. Huijiang Yingyu Villa District. Guided by the property manager, Liu Mu entered the villa awarded by the system. The villa occupied a large area with a modern architectural style and included a garden of several hundred square meters. Inside the villa, there was everything from a swimming pool to a gym, and it was fully decorated. In the property manager's words, the villa was worth over 50 million, with just the decoration costing nearly 10 million. He parked the Ferrari in the underground garage on the second basement level. Liu Mu took the elevator to the first floor. Sitting on the imported leather sofa, Liu Mu felt dazed for a moment. In his previous life, he had dreamed of owning a villa, but after decades of hard work, he could not even afford an ordinary apartment. In this life, thanks to his golden finger, it took him less than 2 days to live in a multi-million-dollar mansion and drive a multi-million-dollar sports car. Buzz. Just then the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. The call connected and Wu Qiang's voice came through. Master, we have returned to the Xuanbird gang. Because of the pill you gave us, Guo Liang and I have both become martial artists. We decided to take the initiative and tell the gang leader about our status as martial artists. This way, we will gain his trust and better monitor the gang's movements while also finding out the information you asked for. I understand. Liu Mu replied and hung up the phone. Having given Guo Liang and Wu Qiang the creation King Yama pill, he was not worried that they would betray him. What he did not expect was that the pill had actually helped them become martial artists. He wondered what the standard for becoming a martial artist actually was. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu prepared to continue leveling up. Now that he knew martial artists existed on the blue planet, he had to hurry and become stronger. Besides that, he also needed to find a way to make money. He figured that once he had money, he could buy large quantities of poultry from all over the country and gain experience points by killing them, which would save him time searching for monsters. In the villa garden, Liu Mu searched for a long time before finding an ant nest under a large tree. Just as he was about to step on it, a notification window appeared. Because you have killed a large number of ants, you have triggered the Ant King's wrath. The dungeon Wrath of the Ant King countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. You have entered the Ant King's nest. Notification windows appeared in succession, and before he could react, his body turned into a beam of light and entered the ant nest. At the same time, Liu Mu appeared out of thin air in a dim ant nest. My god, is this a dungeon space? Liu Mu scanned his surroundings. As far as he could see, it was a large cave with dense honeycomb-like holes on the walls. Suddenly, flashes of scarlet light lit up in the holes. Following that, a large number of ants, each the size of a calf, crawled out from the holes. Level 1 Berserk Ant Soldier. Because he had not learned the detection skill, Liu Mu could only see the monster's name and level, not its specific attributes. Roar. A Berserk Ant Soldier let out a roar, leaped from a hole and pounced on Liu Mu. Seeing this, Liu Mu did not dare to be careless. These Berserk Ant Soldiers were not like the ant soldiers he could kill with a single stomp. Clearly, the monsters in the dungeon possessed the strength a true monster should have. Mountain Crushing Fist. Liu Mu raised his right fist and threw a punch using all of his strength. Bang! With a loud sound, his fist hit the Berserk Ant Soldier's head. The overwhelming force caused its skull to explode and it fell to the ground as a corpse. Killed level 1 Berserk Ant Soldier, gained 1000 RMB and 100 experience points. 100 experience points. Liu Mu was ecstatic. You have to know that killing a level 1 ant soldier only provided 0.1 experience points. Now getting 1000 times the experience for killing a level 1 Berserk Ant Soldier, how could he not be happy? Thinking of this, Liu Mu stepped on the barren footwork and actively attacked the Berserk Ant Soldiers in the cave. Bang! Terrifying power wreaked havoc. Although the Berserk Ant Soldiers were large, they were no match for Liu Mu, who had turned into a martial god and was already level 10. With every punch Liu Mu threw, another Berserk Ant Soldier fell to the ground dead. Killed level 1 Berserk Ant Soldier, gained 1000 RMB and 100 experience points. Killed level 2 Berserk Ant Soldier, gained 2000 RMB and 200 experience points. Killed level 8 Berserk Ant Soldier, gained 8000 RMB and 800 experience points. Killed level 10 Berserk Ant Soldier, gained 10,000 RMB and 1000 experience points. Time passed little by little. Liu Mu did not know how many times he had thrown a punch. In any case, his experience points were rising at rocket speed. Your level has increased to 11, gained 50 free attribute points and 5 skill points. Level up. Liu Mu stopped fighting. Looking around, there was not a single Berserk Ant Soldier left in sight. Boom! The earth shook. Cracks appeared on the ground, and as they widened, a behemoth crawled out from the crevice. Level 10 Berserk Ant King, Chief Boss. This guy does not look easy to deal with. Liu Mu's expression turned grave. As everyone knows, the strength of a game boss is by no means comparable to that of ordinary mobs. Not to mention a chief-level boss. Note, boss levels are ranked from low to high as ordinary, elite, chief, overlord, sovereign, legendary, mythical, and world. Better add some points first. To play it safe, Liu Mu put all 50 free attribute points he just gained from leveling up into Constitution. Constitution governs strength and physical endurance, and every point added brings a boost to his overall capability. Immediately after, Liu Mu spent more skill points to upgrade Mountain Crushing Fist and 8 Desolation Steps. Consumed 1 skill point, 8 Desolation Steps upgraded to level 2. Consumed 1 skill point, Mountain Crushing Fist upgraded to level 2. Player Liu Mu. Level 11 666 0. Profession Martial God. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 366. Spirit 80. Speed 301. Perception 80. Charisma 59. Free attribute points 0. Skill points 3. Profession skills 8 Desolation Steps level 2, Mountain Crushing Fist level 2. Skills Advanced Language and Math, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Elementary Driving. Backpack Human Limit Experience Card X. 8 Desolation Steps level 2, Martial God exclusive skill Traverse the Wild shift position adds 200 to speed upon activation can be upgraded with 10 skill points. Mountain Crushing Fist level 2, Martial God exclusive skill Crush mountains and stones with immense power adds 200 to Constitution upon activation can be upgraded with 10 skill points. As expected of a Martial God's exclusive skill, Liu Mu's face lit up with joy. After upgrading, the buffs to Constitution and speed doubled from 100 to 200. Based on his current stats, Once he activates these two skills, his constitution will reach 561 and his speed will reach 501. Such stats are not just 5 times the human limit. You have to know that the human limit for an attribute is 100. Once someone breaks that limit and hits 101, it seems like just a 1-point increase, but it actually triggers a earth-shattering transformation. Beyond the human limit, every single point added brings a qualitative leap in strength. Roar! Before Liu Mu could think more, the Raging Ant King had already launched its attack. It was nearly 10 meters long and 5 meters tall, covered in a pitch-black metallic carapace with 2 metal antennae on its forehead, a true behemoth. Facing the incoming beast, Liu Mu immediately countered with mountain-crushing fist. Bang! A thunderous boom rang out. The giant Raging Ant King was sent flying by Liu Mu's punch, smashing into the cave wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Liu Mu looked at his tingling right hand and roughly gauged the Ant King's power. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. 2 metallic antennae whipped out from the dust. 8 desolation steps. Liu Mu transformed into a blur and vanished on the spot. Bang! The antennae struck the ground, causing it to crack. Meanwhile, the Ant King flew out of the dust like a cannonball, its scarlet eyes scanning the cave. But in the next second, a massive boulder came flying from the corner of the cave. The Ant King reacted by lashing out with its antennae at the boulder. Bang! The boulder shattered. Liu Mu's figure suddenly reappeared. Mountain-crushing fist. Liu Mu leaped into the air, right fist raised, channeling all his power toward the Ant King's head. Boom! Terror surged, veins popped on Liu Mu's arm, and an invisible wave of air swirled around it. Bang! A massive sound resonated. The entire body of the Raging Ant King sank, and a deep dent appeared on its fearsome head. It is still not dead. Liu Mu stood on the Ant King's head, momentarily stunned. But he quickly snapped back to his senses. Mountain-crushing fist. Liu Mu mobilized the power in his body, his fists striking like phantom images against the monster's head. Bam bam bam. The ground shook as the Raging Ant King's body was buried in dust. When everything finally calmed down, the Raging Ant King had become a headless corpse. Its head had been pulverized into countless fragments by Liu Mu. Successfully killed level 10 boss Raging Ant King received 1 million RMB, experience points plus 100,000 and Ant King poison needle. The kill notification sounded. The Ant King's corpse turned into points of light and vanished. Where it had been, a green orb of light remained. Liu Mu reached out to touch the orb, and it immediately dissolved into his body. At the same time, a needle-like item appeared in his inventory. Ant King Poison Needle Green, requires appraisal to use. What the heck? Liu Mu's expression darkened. Appraisal? Where is he supposed to get that done? He is the only player on the entire blue planet, and there are no game appraisers. You have cleared the Ant King's nest, gained 100 million RMB, and an appraisal skill book 10. The completion notification popped up. Liu Mu felt the world go dark, and when he came to, he was back in the Villa Manor. He hurriedly took out his phone to check the time. It had not changed at all. Meaning, while he was in the dungeon, time in the outside world was frozen. Looking at the ant colony under the tree, it had already turned into ruins. Gathering his thoughts, Liu Mu took out the appraisal skill book and the Ant King Poison Needle. The appraisal book was a gray, ancient-looking tome. The poison needle was a green, slender pin about 10 centimeters long. With a thought, Liu Mu used the skill book. As the book turned into light and merged with him, a notification window appeared. You have learned appraisal. Appraisal level 1 can appraise equipment and items of white rank or below, can be upgraded with 1 skill point. Note rarity colors from lowest to highest are white, green, blue, purple, red, gold, black, and rainbow. Upgrade. Liu Mu spent 1 skill point to upgrade appraisal. He had no choice, the needle was green gear and his current level could not identify its stats. Consumed 1 skill point, appraisal upgraded to level 2. Appraisal level 2 can appraise equipment up to green rank, can be upgraded with 5 skill points. Fortunately, the points required to upgrade appraisal were half of what was needed for his other combat skills. Still, he was running low on points. The only way he earns points currently is the 5 points granted by the martial god class every time he levels up. He only had 2 points left now. He wondered if there were other ways to gain skill points besides leveling up. Focusing on the poison needle, Liu Mu activated appraisal. With a flash of green light, green mist emitted from the needle and was finally absorbed into it. Ant King Poison Needle, Green Gear, Constitution plus 50 comes with the skill Ant King's Venom. Ant King's Venom causes unbearable itching in the victim, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at their heart. Inside the luxury hospital room, Zhang Kai sat on the bed with his head bandaged. By the window, Zhang Hai stared outside, silent. "Do not worry, I have already had Li Jun contact Zhao Hu. That kid will not be jumping around for much longer." Zhang Kai said coldly, "Since that kid dared to threaten you with that video, we have no choice but to make him disappear from this world." "Not bad." Liu Mu carefully fiddled with the Ant King's poisonous stinger. As the first piece of equipment he obtained from monster hunting, he was very satisfied with the attributes of the Ant King's poisonous stinger. Not only did it grant plus 50 points to physique, but it also came with a skill. It is just hard to tell how powerful this skill is. Liu Mu swept his gaze across the garden and finally settled on a podocarpus tree. Whoosh! Liu Mu threw the Ant King's poisonous stinger, and it successfully struck the trunk of the podocarpus. The skill Ant King's Venom was activated. The Ant King's poisonous stinger flashed with a green light, and a massive amount of toxic green mist poured out. As soon as the toxic mist touched the trunk of the podocarpus, the entire tree instantly lost its vitality. Bang! The podocarpus suddenly fell to the ground and turned into a pile of powder, vanishing into thin air. Damn, that is intense. Liu Mu looked shocked. He had never expected that after using the Ant King's Venom, the podocarpus would be poisoned and turn into a pile of powder. If it could do that to a tree, what would it do to a person? Would they also turn into a pile of powder? Yes. This is truly a godly artifact for killing and disposing of bodies. Liu Mu thought of Zhang Kai immediately. The harm Zhang Kai caused the original owner of this body cannot be settled by just giving him a beating. Returning to the living room, Liu Mu took out his phone to check his balance. Entering the Ant King's lair dungeon this time was quite a harvest. In addition to getting the Ant King's poisonous stinger and the appraisal skill book, he also gained a lot of money. 103,268,000.5. Looking at the long string of numbers in his bank account, Liu Mu had never felt that making money was so easy. Ding dong. Just then the villa's smart doorbell rang suddenly. Liu Mu stood up to check it. On the surveillance screen, a girl with a cold, refined temperament was standing in front of the villa gate. Seeing who it was, Liu Mu frowned instinctively. "Why is she here?" "Sue, I have already told you that we are not a good fit, so why did you come looking for me?" Liu Mu opened the villa gate and stared at the girl before him with a blank expression. The girl wore a white dress, standing tall and graceful like a blooming lotus, pristine and untouched by dust. "If we have never tried, how would you know that we are not a good fit?" The girl's voice was ethereal and pleasant, yet carried a hint of cold indifference. Liu Mu was silent after hearing this. The young woman before him was none other than Su Linger. "How did you find this place?" It had only been a few hours since Liu Mu acquired the villa and moved in. Unless Su Linger had people trailing him, there was no way she could have found him so quickly. Huajiang Yingyue is a residential project developed by my family. Su Linger watched Liu Mu calmly, but her heart was already churning with waves. As she said, Huajiang Yingyue was a development under her family's real estate company. Furthermore, she was the one in charge of this project. Whenever a unit was sold, someone would send her the buyer's information and she would personally go to deliver a gift on the day they moved in. This was her way of networking. Not long ago, she received a call from an employee saying that another villa had been sold and the buyer was moving in that same day. She had originally expected the buyer to be some wealthy merchant or a socialite, but when she opened the buyer's information sent by the employee, she was stunned. The buyer turned out to be Liu Mu. Thinking about the changes in Liu Mu over the past 2 days and the Ferrari with the consecutive number license plate worth millions, she felt more and more that Liu Mu's background was not simple. This made a certain idea in her mind even stronger. But before that, she had to test Liu Mu once more. Gangs and real estate, that sounds like a matching pair. Liu Mu did not doubt what Su Linger said. For the Xuan Bird Gang to become the largest gang in U City, it certainly did not rely on the typical violence of traditional gangs. It must have had legitimate businesses. And the real estate industry is undoubtedly a perfect match for gangs. Are not you going to invite me in for a seat? I have prepared a gift for you. Su Linger handed the exquisite shopping bag in her hand to Liu Mu. I cannot accept a reward for no merit. Liu Mu did not accept the gift Su Linger had prepared. His intuition told him that Su Linger's visit was definitely not just about giving him a gift. Miss Su, we are both young, so there is no need for all these roundabout ways of speaking. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Are you really not planning to invite me in for a seat? Su Linger stared at Liu Mu, her bright, beautiful eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Seeing this, Liu Mu had to admire Su Linger's incredible ability to control her emotions. But unfortunately, that act does not work on him. Miss Su, it is not impossible for you to enter my house, but since you are so beautiful and I have been feeling a bit hot-headed lately, if I accidentally do something inappropriate to you, it will be too late for you to regret it. What else could be more inappropriate than kissing? Leaving that sentence behind, Su Linger walked directly into the villa. Liu Mu stood rooted to the spot, completely dumbfounded. He instinctively thought someone was secretly protecting Su Linger, otherwise, how could she be so bold? But when he swept his gaze around the villa, he did not find anyone. There was only a Mercedes-Benz parked on the road. Could they be in the car? Liu Mu fixed his gaze on the Mercedes, peering through the glass, and the driver's seat was empty. Clearly Su Linger had driven here alone. Does she think I am not a threat, or does she have the ability to protect herself? Regaining his composure, Liu Mu hurried to catch up with Su Linger and check Su Linger's information. Gang School Beauty Su Linger Awakening. Age 18. Height 168 cm. Weight 55 kg. Physique 99. Spirit 100. Speed 99. Comprehension 99. Charm 95. Skills: advanced dancing, advanced mathematics, advanced piano, intermediate combat, intermediate vocal performance. Awakening. Liu Mu's expression was one of shock. The last time he checked Su Linger's personal information was at Kingmu University. He clearly remembered that at that time, her attributes were still within the range of an ordinary person. But now, her physique, comprehension, and speed had all become 99, just 1 point away from the human limit of 100, and her spirit had already reached 100. More importantly, what does that awakening mean? Could it be that Su Linger is going to mutate? Liu Mu tried to use the appraisal skill on Su Linger. Appraisal failed. More detailed information about the target requires learning the detection skill to view. You should be a little older than me, so I will call you Brother Liu Mu. Su Linger slowed down and walked side by side with Liu Mu. Why call me brother, just call me husband directly. Liu Mu looked at Su Linger with a playful expression. He wanted to see what exactly Su Linger was up to. As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, Su Linger suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her originally calm, ripple-free face suddenly broke into a smile. All right then. Anyway, we have already kissed, which counts as having been intimate. Being your wife is not out of the question. Is that your interpretation of being intimate? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. But he would not be naive enough to think that Su Linger really wanted to be his wife. They did not know each other at all. Su Linger saying this meant she was either joking or had some ulterior motive. And Su Linger clearly did not seem like the type to joke, so there was only one possibility: her motive had to do with their relationship. But as for what exactly that motive was, Liu Mu could not guess for the time being. You feel like just kissing is not enough. Su Linger blinked at Liu Mu, looking perfectly innocent. Hehe. Liu Mu let out a cold laugh, no longer wasting his breath on Su Linger. He went back to the living room. Liu Mu sat on the sofa silent. The moment Su Linger entered the living room, Liu Mu spoke up. Miss Su, you are not an ordinary person, are you? What are you referring to? Su Linger smiled. If you mean my background, then indeed I am not ordinary. As people would put it, I suppose I count as a gang princess. Your body is currently undergoing an awakening. Liu Mu had no interest in continuing to waste time with Su Linger. Since she kept refusing to state her purpose, he would force it out of her. Sure enough, when Su Linger heard this, she was clearly shocked. How did you know that? Linger tried hard to compose herself, her expression turning extremely grave. The fact that her body was awakening was known only to those closest to her, and they did not know Liu Mu at all. Even if they did, they would never have revealed this to him. Instead of asking how I know, why do not you tell me what you actually want? Liu Mu said expressionlessly, I am a very easy person to talk to, provided that the other party does not do anything to threaten my safety or interests. Otherwise, I am a madman who could snap at any moment. You understand what I am saying, right? You really are not an ordinary person. Linger looked at Liu Mu with a complex expression. Back at Kingmu University, when Liu Mu took action against Zhu Dajun and the others, she had suspected that he was one of her kind, which was the reason she was interested in him. You must be a martial artist. So what if I am? Liu Mu did not deny it. Since you are one of my kind, then you have the qualifications to pursue me. Liu Mu, why do not you like me, or am I not pretty enough? If something is wrong with your brain, go see a doctor. Liu Mu was amused by Linger. What does it mean that he has the qualifications to pursue her? What does it matter to him how pretty she is? He did not like her, he would have to be sick to pursue her. Not to mention he was currently only focused on getting stronger. Even if he were looking for a girlfriend, would not it be better to pursue Jiangru? What do you mean by that? Linger said indignantly, do not forget, you were the one who confessed to me. Oh, what does O mean? Linger became rarely agitated. My first kiss was also given to you. Oh. Liu Mu crossed his arms, quietly watching Linger act. Are you even a man? You kissed me and do not want to take responsibility. Are not you afraid of my father? What, threatening me with your father? Liu Mu said disdainfully, honestly, I do not even have your father in my eyes. Perhaps Linger's father was powerful, but he had a cheat code, and getting stronger was as simple as drinking water for him. He was confident that no one in this world could match his speed of growth. Therefore, he was not wary of Linger's gang boss father. It seems I have found the right person. Linger suddenly quieted down, looking at Liu Mu earnestly. Please forgive my previous offense. I came to see you this time to propose a partnership. I want to register for marriage with you, and the reward will be half of all the assets under the Su family, including the Xuhan Nyao gang. Do you know what you are saying? Liu Mu frowned. If not for her earnest expression, he would have thought she was joking. I am serious. Linger took a deep breath. As long as you are willing to be my husband, I will give you half of the Su family's assets. You might think I am boasting, but I can tell you that I am my father's only child, and many of his assets have already been transferred to me. I have the right to dispose of these properties. What is your goal? Liu Mu did not believe in free lunches. From what Linger said, whether it was registering for marriage or getting half the Su family's assets, it was a guaranteed win for Liu Mu. So what did Linger hope to gain? It could not be for a marriage certificate with him, could it? Freedom, I only want freedom. Linger subconsciously clenched her fists. Because of certain reasons, I was betrothed to someone since I was a child. But I do not like him, and he has a powerful background that neither I nor my father can afford to offend. Therefore, this is the only way I can break away from him. Hidden mission, help Linger gain her freedom. Mission reward, Dharma God Class Transfer Scroll X, Divine Jade Key X. A prompt appeared. Looking at the rewards, Liu Mu's eyes lit up. Although he could not check the reward details in advance. The Dharma God Class Transfer Scroll was self-explanatory. It was clearly for transferring into a Dharma God class. And any item with God in its name must be extraordinary. As for the Divine Jade Key, it was not hard to guess it was likely for opening some specific place. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu looked at Linger. I must say, your story is quite melodramatic, and while the reward is tempting, if I agree to this, I will also be facing massive trouble. The background of someone feared even by the biggest gang boss in Yuzhou was imaginable. Linger wanted to use a fake marriage to divert that person's wrath onto him. Not to mention whether this plan would work. If he did not have the strength, he might end up dead at that person's hands. He also understood why she had pretended to threaten him with her father earlier. It was nothing more than testing his background. If he was afraid of even her father, then there was no point in even talking about opposing that powerful figure. Of course, she would not have proposed the partnership, nor would the hidden mission have been triggered. So you're afraid too, right? A flicker of disappointment appeared in Su Linger's eyes as she mocked herself. I suppose so. It is my fault for being naive. With that person's terrifying background, there truly are not many in the country who would dare to offend him. Reverse psychology does not work on me. Liu Mu stood up from the sofa, his body turning into an afterimage and disappearing. So fast. Su Linger was startled. Before she could even look for him, she felt her body become light and she was already lifted up by Liu Mu. If you want me to help you attract their wrath, a marriage certificate alone is not enough. In my opinion, why do not I get you pregnant? When you appear before them with a baby bump and tell them I forced you, then I will have successfully diverted their wrath and you will have gained your freedom. You would not dare. Su Linger's face turned pale. She did not expect Liu Mu to play by his own rules. The reason she sought a partnership with Liu Mu was because she valued the influence he had behind him. From Liu Mu's behavior over the past 2 days and the things he just said, it was clear that the power supporting him was extraordinary. But that did not mean she was willing to sacrifice her body to him. If that were the case, why would she go through the trouble of partnering with him? Would not it have been better to just accept her fate and marry that man? Want to bet on whether I dare? Liu Mu's right hand slid up along Su Linger's lower leg. He felt a delicate softness against his palm, and as his hand moved closer to her thigh, Su Linger began to struggle. However, there was too great a gap in their strength. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape Liu Mu's embrace. Let go of me, you beast. Tears welled up in Su Linger's beautiful eyes. At the end of the day, she was just a college student who had recently come of age. In the past, she always appeared calm and composed because her father was a gang boss, and she knew full well that everyone feared her. But Liu Mu was different. Liu Mu had no fear of her father at all. Because of that, she started to panic and feel truly afraid. Watching the expression on Su Linger's face, the corner of Liu Mu's mouth curled slightly. He did not actually intend to do anything to her, he just wanted to scare her. After all, when he first arrived in this world, Su Xuan's had scared him too. But just as Liu Mu was about to set her down, a figure appeared out of thin air behind him and launched an attack. A wasteland step. Skill activated. Liu Mu, still holding Su Linger, appeared in the corner of the living room. The entire movement was like teleportation. Who are you? Liu Mu stared intently ahead, where a woman stood. The woman was tall, standing with her back to him, wearing a loose tracksuit. Most eye-catching of all was her braided ponytail that reached down to her hips. This was the first time in his life he had seen a girl with hair that long. Let her go. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out. The woman slowly turned around, revealing a pure and sweet face to Liu Mu. Bai Haideng. Sister Haideng. Su Linger said emotionally, save me. Though you two know each other. Liu Mu frowned. He had not even noticed how the woman had appeared beside him. I will say this one last time, let her go or I will beat you until you are crawling on the floor. Bai Haideng made a fierce expression at Liu Mu. But because of her appearance, her look of fury was not intimidating at all. In fact, she looked rather cute. Sweet and adorable girl Bai Haideng. Age 23. Height 173 cm. Weight 62 kg. Physique 301. Spirit 501. Speed 401. Insight 85. Charm 90. Skills: Advanced Assassination, Advanced Driving, Advanced Combat, Advanced Gaming. This woman is actually this powerful. After looking at Bai Haideng's personal profile, Liu Mu could not help but feel shocked. Just looking at the stats, if he did not use any skills, all of Bai Haideng's stats were higher than his, except for physique. Wait, where did she go? Just as Liu Mu was momentarily distracted, he found that Bai Haideng had vanished into thin air. At the same time, Liu Mu sensed a blast of air coming toward him rapidly. Without time to think, Liu Mu held Su Linger with one arm and blocked in front of him with the other. Bang! With a loud thud, Liu Mu was pushed back a step, a surge of immense force traveling up his arm. You are not bad managing to block a kick from me. Bai Haideng's voice echoed. Yet Liu Mu still could not see her. What kind of trick is this? Liu Mu frowned. He suddenly recalled the awakening tag shown on Su He info. If Su Linger were a normal martial artist, she would not have the word awakening tagged to her. And awakening usually referred to the manifestation of an ability. Nisper power. Liu Mu's pupils contracted as he realized what was happening. Su Linger was likely awakening some kind of power while Bai Haideng had already awakened hers, and in all likelihood her ability was invisibility. This is getting more and more interesting. Liu Mu let go of Su Linger and pulled the Human Limit card from his inventory. Human Limit Experience card. After use, all 5 stats will temporarily break through human limits. Specific stats are randomized. Duration, 24 hours. Facing a formidable opponent like Bai Haideng, who likely possessed a supernatural ability, Liu Mu had no choice but to gamble on his luck. If he was lucky and rolled high stats, he would definitely give Bai Haideng a lesson. If the stats were low, he would have to retreat for now. With his capabilities, as long as he used 8 Wasteland Step, it would be difficult for Bai Haideng to catch him. But that would be a bit embarrassing. Liu Mu, I was kind enough to talk about cooperation with you, but I never expected you to be this kind of person. Su Linger distanced herself from Liu Mu, looking furious. If Bai Haideng had not been secretly protecting her, she might have been defiled by Liu Mu today. Liu Mu did not explain when he heard this. He could not be bothered to. With a thought, he used the Human Limit card. Do not worry, Linger. This guy dared to scheme against you. Watch how I deal with him. Bai Haideng appeared, then vanished again. You have used the Human Limit card. Your 5-dimensional stats have temporarily broken through to 1001. Note, since your charm has exceeded 100, your appearance will no longer change. Any excess charm will influence how neutral NPCs perceive you. Notification popped up. In an instant, an unparalleled force surged within Liu Mu like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, a unique power was born in Liu Mu's soul. As this power spread to his surroundings, everything became clear within his perception. Bai Haideng did not know that Liu Mu's strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Staying invisible, she appeared at Liu Mu's side and threw a punch at his eye. Let us give you a black eye. But the next second, Bai Haideng was stunned. Liu Mu had vanished right before her eyes. Where is he? Bai Haideng frowned deeply, her expression turning solemn. Although Liu Mu had dodged her attacks before, she could at least see a blur of motion. But now she could not even see a blur, as if Liu Mu could also turn invisible. Thud. Bai Haideng's legs suddenly gave out, and she knelt on the floor, but she still could not see anything. Is this all the strength you have? Chu Mu's voice sounded. It turned out Liu Mu had not vanished. He was just moving so fast that Bai Haideng's eyes could not track him. Linger, run, I'm no match for this guy. Only then did Bai Haideng realize the gravity of the situation and immediately urged Su Linger to flee. Do not worry, neither of you is leaving today. Liu Mu appeared in front of the fleeing Su Linger and before she could react, grabbed her waist and lifted her up. Let me go. Su Linger struggled desperately, but the next second she froze. You are Liu Mu. Su Linger suddenly stopped struggling and stared at Liu Mu in a daze. Because his charm had increased, Liu Mu's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Before, one could only say he was not ugly. But now, he was as handsome as any of our readers. Su Linger had never seen such a handsome man in all her life. His features were delicate and perfect, his eyes as brilliant as the stars. His high-bridged nose and slightly raised brow ridges formed a golden ratio, and even every strand of his hair seemed to shimmer with a faint glow. For a moment, Su Linger's cheeks felt scorching hot. But she quickly snapped out of it, feeling a wave of shame in her heart. Su Linger, what are you doing? This guy wants to defile you. How can you stop struggling just because he is handsome? Su Linger hesitated for a few seconds internally, then immediately began struggling again. Let me go, you beast, you bad person. Liu Mu, are you flirting with me? Liu Mu's grip on Su Linger tightened involuntarily, and through the window glass behind her, he saw his own reflection. All he could say was that this face was worthy of his 1001 points of charm. According to the system's hint, once charm exceeds 100, one's appearance will no longer change. Any additional charm points will only influence the favorability of neutral NPCs. In other words, his current looks have already reached the peak for a human male. Linger, do not be afraid, I will definitely save you and get you out of here. Although Bai Haideng was also shocked by the change in Liu Mu's appearance. She would not forget her mission just because he was handsome. Her mission was to protect Su Linger and ensure she did not get hurt at all. However, the next second, Liu Mu appeared behind her and pulled her into his arms as well. Since you want to save her, then you both can stay together. With a casual toss, Liu Mu threw them both onto the sofa. Stay down. Liu Mu stared at them expressionlessly. Seeing this, Bai Haideng instantly turned invisible and launched an attack at Liu Mu. Facing the incoming Bai Haideng, Liu Mu's eyes remained calm. He reached out and easily grabbed the invisible Bai Haideng, throwing her back onto the sofa. Bai Haideng's expression turned ugly, but she kept turning invisible and attacking Liu Mu from different positions. The result was predictable. Every attack from Bai Haideng was easily neutralized by Liu Mu, and her invisibility even failed under Liu Mu's perception. Sister Haideng, maybe you should just stop resisting. Su Linger, curled up in the corner of the sofa, said this to Bai Haideng as she was thrown back once again. She had lost count of how many times Meng Chenlin had been tossed back by Liu Mu. I am sorry, Linger. Bai Haideng slumped on the sofa, breathing heavily. Using her invisibility over and over again for such a long time had drained her stamina rapidly. Even if she wanted to turn invisible now, she could not. Looking up at Liu Mu, Bai Haideng surrendered, saying, "Let Linger go, and you can do whatever you want with me. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me?" Liu Mu stared coldly at Bai Haideng. But inwardly he was feeling quite speechless. He only wanted to scare Su Linger, but instead she took him for a beast, and now a Bai Haideng had appeared, desperately trying to protect her mistress. Anyone who did not know better would really think he was some heinous villain. I am doing this for your own good. Bai Haideng took a deep breath and said, Linger told you earlier that she has been betrothed since childhood to the descendant of a powerful figure. If you harm Linger, neither her father nor that powerful person will let you off. Perhaps you also have an extraordinary background, but is it worth bringing unnecessary trouble upon yourself for the sake of a woman? If you feel you have anger you need to vent, I will stay. Do what you want with me, kill or punish as you please. No, Sister Haideng, I will not leave you behind alone. Su Linger seemed to have made a decision. She stood up from the sofa, walked toward Liu Mu and said, You can have my body, just please let Sister Haideng go. Linger. Bai Haideng's face turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly and said, If you touch Linger you will definitely regret it. Is that so? Liu Mu laughed instead of getting angry. I have always been rather rebellious. The more you threaten me and tell me not to touch her, the more I want to. A few minutes later, Zhang Linger and Bai Huz were lying pathetically on the sofa. Tears shimmered in Su Linger's eyes, while Bai Haideng stared at Liu Mu with indignation, her eyes slightly red. You beast! Liu Mu glared at Bai Haideng. Bai Haideng was instantly too scared to speak. She was afraid that if she continued, it would completely infuriate Liu Mu and cause him to take even more extreme actions. What, you are not leaving? Do you feel you have not been taught a sufficient lesson? Liu Mu said, raising his right hand again. Linger, let us go quickly. Seeing this, Bai Haideng held her bottom with one hand and pulled Su Linger with the other, fleeing the living room rapidly. Stop. Just as the two were leaving the living room, Liu Mu's voice suddenly rang out. Both their little faces turned pale. What else do you want to do? Bai Haideng stood in front of Su Linger, watching Liu Mu with vigilance. Liu Mu ignored Bai Haideng, instead looking at Su Linger and saying, Tell me the specific information about that person you mentioned. Although he did not really want to help Su Linger. But since he had finally triggered a hidden quest, he did not plan to let it go. The quest content was to help Su Linger gain her freedom, which meant that as long as the person she was betrothed to died, the quest would be complete. Of course, he would not kill someone indiscriminately without reason, but he could threaten the other party to set Su Linger free. However, that assumed his strength was enough to instill fear in the other person. Did you agree? Su Linger's tears had not yet dried. Hearing Liu Mu ask for information, she subconsciously thought Liu Mu had agreed to work with her. This made her feel happy, and her bottom seemed to hurt a little less. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of getting a marriage certificate with you. Although a marriage certificate does not represent much, I am quite traditional and will only marry and register with someone I love. Su Linger's mouth twitched. Liu Mu is traditional. Would a traditional person bully her and Bai Haideng like that? Although she was not sure of Liu Mu's intentions, Su Ling'er still left the information about the person. In Kyoto, the son of the Martial Arts Alliance Association president, Yi Feng. The Mercedes sedan drove along the villa road. Bai Haideng sat in the driver's seat, her bottom burning with pain. He really is a monster. I awakened my ability at 16 and have been cultivating for 7 years. My strength is comparable to a martial artist at the 5th level of the Haoshan stage, and with the boost from my invisibility ability, even martial artists at the 6th or 7th level are not necessarily my match. Yet in front of that guy, I had absolutely no power to fight back. From his ease, I even suspect he has already cultivated internal energy and stepped into the Xianshan realm. Sister Haideng, have you ever seen a Xianshan expert as young as him? In the back seat of the car, Su Ling'er stared blankly ahead, lost in her own thoughts. I have only heard of them. Bai Haideng took a deep breath and said, but without exception, they all come from powerful backgrounds with access to cultivation resources and possess innate talent. But this guy is clearly just an orphan. As Su Ling'er's personal bodyguard, Bai Haideng had met Liu Mu a long time ago. She was even hiding nearby when Liu Mu first transmigrated and kissed Su Ling'er in the classroom. It is just that at the time she and Su Ling'er shared the same thought. They did not think Liu Mu would dare to kiss her, so she only reacted after he had already finished. Do you think there is a possibility that what we saw today is his true self, and everything he showed before was just a disguise? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but what would be his motive? Bai Haideng frowned. He could not just be pretending to be insecure and timid just to experience life, could he? I have heard my father say that after a martial artist breaks through to the Xianshan realm, besides tempering the body, it is even more important to temper the mind. Only by truly understanding one's heart can one have the qualifications to challenge the Grandmaster realm. This mission is not easy to complete. Once Su Ling'er and her companion left, Liu Mu was left with a headache. According to Su Ling'er, the guy was the son of the Martial Alliance Association president. The Martial Alliance is a martial arts organization created by civil forces in the Xia Kingdom. It gathers a large number of martial artists and holds a pivotal position in the martial arts world of the country. In other words, if he wants to use threats to secure Su Ling'er's freedom, he must have the strength to stand against the entire Martial Alliance. Wait, there is no time limit on the mission. Why am I stressing? Liu Mu suddenly froze, then let out a wry smile. As the only player on Blue Star, as long as he keeps grinding monsters and leveling up, he will sooner or later stand at the peak of this world. Although he does not have the strength to fight the whole Martial Alliance right now, there is no time limit, so there is no need to rush. He can simply complete the mission when he is strong enough. The priority right now is to make the most of the remaining time before the effect of the human limit card wears off. After coming to this realization, Liu Mu vanished on the spot. Within seconds, he caught up to the Mercedes-Benz driven by Bai Haideng. However, he did not stop them, choosing instead to accelerate toward the Huajiang River. He called it running, but in reality it was no different from flying. With a single step, he would reappear hundreds of meters away. His speed was so fast that the human eye could not even track him. The Huajiang River, the longest river in Yu City, crosses multiple provinces of the Xia Kingdom before eventually merging with the Yangtze River. Liu Mu appeared by the riverbank. Looking at the endless expanse of water, he did not hesitate and jumped straight in. His body sank to the bottom of the river. Magically, Liu Mu's body did not even get wet. Looking closely, one could see a faint, translucent circular protective barrier around him. This barrier was formed by some mysterious power. When Liu Mu used the human limit card to temporarily push all his attributes past 1001 points, not only did his soul change, gaining a strange power, but his physical body also gained a mysterious force. Liu Mu guessed that the power related to his soul was divine sense, while the one related to his physical body was internal energy. Just then a school of fish swam past him. 55 fish monster. Boom. Liu Mu threw a punch, and a massive wave of internal energy surged out, instantly turning the entire school of fish into a mist of blood. Killed 55 fish monster, obtained 100 RMB EXP plus 1. Killed 55 fish monster, obtained 200 RMB EXP plus 2. Killed 55 fish monster, obtained 500 RMB EXP plus 5. Notification pop-ups kept appearing. Liu Mu was pleasantly surprised. The experience gained from killing these fish monsters was way more than killing ant soldiers. So Liu Mu went all out, preparing to paint the Huajiang River red. Time slowly ticked by. The remaining time on the human limit card dwindled. Soon it entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Human limit card has expired. Notification window appeared. Liu Mu hurriedly swam to the shore. Looking around, Liu Mu could not even tell where he was. The human limit card lasted for 24 hours, meaning he had spent nearly an entire day at the bottom of the river. During this time, he had been doing nothing but killing fish monsters or searching for them. He pulled his phone from his pocket, only to find it waterlogged and unable to turn on. He gave up on the idea of using the map and decided to check his gains instead. Thinking about the day's harvest, his heart raced with excitement. Player Liu Mu. Level 55 1288/5 million. Class Martial God. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Physique 361. Spirit 80. Speed 301. Comprehension 80. Charm 59. Free attribute points 400. Skill points 43. Class skills 8 Desolation Steps 55 Mountain Crushing Fist 55. Skills Appraisal 55 Advanced Language/Math Meng English Intermediate Writing Intermediate Cooking Primary Driving. Backpack Ant King Poison Needle Soul Condensing Pill X Fish Spirit Boots Water Avoiding Bead. 8 levels. In one day, by killing fish monsters, he had surged up 8 levels. After changing to the Martial God class, he gained 50 rare attribute points and 5 skill points per level, meaning he had gained 400 free attribute points and 40 skill points in just one day. With such terrifying speed of growth, who could compare to him? Beyond just leveling up, he had looted a massive amount of money and items, including 2 pieces of gear. Soul Condensing Pill, consuming increases spirit by 1. Each person can consume a maximum of 50. Fish Spirit Boots White Unidentified. Water Avoiding Bead White Unidentified. Liu Mu took out 50 soul condensing pills and ate them like snacks. At the same time, he cast appraisal on the fish spirit boots and the water avoiding bead. Consumed soul condensing pill X limit reached spirit plus 50. Fish spirit boots white gear speed plus 10 when worn. Water avoiding bead white gear charm plus 5 when worn allows free breathing underwater 10 charges remaining. With the addition of 50 points to his spirit, Liu Mu felt a sense of clarity in his mind, and the world seemed even sharper than before. He looked at the boots and the bead. The boots were blue, knee-high cloth boots with water ripple patterns, while the bead was the size of an egg and crystal clear. Although both items were the lowest tier, they provided attribute boosts, and the bead even allowed him to breathe underwater, though the only downside was the limited number of uses. He put on the boots to try them out. Not bad, very comfortable. In terms of comfort, they easily beat any brand on the market, though the style was a bit retro and clashed with his modern outfit. But Liu Mu did not dwell on it too much. Next, it was time for the most exciting part, allocating his points. 400 free attribute points and 43 skill points were enough to significantly increase his power once again. Liu Mu pondered for a moment, already deciding how to allocate his points. Among his current 5 core attributes, only comprehension and charm were still within the normal human range. Comprehension relates to learning ability and speed, but since there was nothing he needed to learn at the moment, he only needed to push it past the human limit without investing too much for now. As for charm, since it affects his appearance and temperament, it was not suitable to dump too many points into it at once. In the end, Liu Mu allocated 21 points to comprehension, 9 to charm, 70 to speed, and 300 to constitution. The point allocation was complete. A familiar warmth surged through Liu Mu's body as it was being constantly strengthened. Once the warmth faded, Liu Mu punched the air with full force. Bang! The air exploded with the sound. Liu Mu was confident that he could now easily punch an elephant to death. And that was without even using his mountain-crushing fist. Focusing his mind, he pulled back. Liu Mu began to upgrade his skills. He now had a total of 43 skill points, enough to upgrade both mountain-crushing fist and 8 desolation step. Consumed 10 skill points, Mountain Crushing Fist upgraded to level 3. Consumed 10 skill points, 8 Desolation Step upgraded to level 3. 8 Desolation Step level 3, a skill exclusive to the martial god. It allows you to tread across the 8 wildernesses and shift positions. Speed increases by 500 upon activation, can be upgraded for 50 skill points. Mountain Crushing Fist level 3, a skill exclusive to the martial god. It can crush mountains and shatter stones with immense power. Constitution increases by 500 upon activation, can be upgraded for 50 skill points. As expected of a martial god exclusive skill, as it keeps leveling up, the bonuses to strength and constitution are becoming monstrous. Liu Mu's face was filled with surprise. The constitution boost from just using Mountain Crushing Fist alone was almost exceeding his own base constitution. And the speed boost from using 8 Desolation Step had already surpassed his own base speed. Suddenly, something occurred to Liu Mu. He scanned his surroundings rapidly, finally locking his eyes on a giant boulder about 10 meters away. The boulder was about 5 meters tall, standing by the riverbank. Mountain Crushing Fist. Activating the skill, Liu Mu threw a punch at the boulder from a distance. Instantly, a mysterious force erupted from his fist. This energy shifted from invisible to visible, eventually coalescing into a semi-transparent fist imprint. Bang! Violent explosion echoed out. The giant boulder shattered instantly, turning into a sky full of debris. As expected, internal energy can be activated once your constitution reaches a certain value. Liu Mu's current base constitution is 661 points. When using Mountain Crushing Fist, his constitution increases by 500, totaling 1101 points, which already exceeds the 1001 constitution he had when using the human limit card. In other words, there is a high probability that 1001 points is a threshold. Reaching 1001 in constitution activates internal energy, and reaching 1001 in spirit will activate divine sense. Due to your killing of a large number of fish monsters, you have successfully triggered the wrath of the Flower River Dragon King. Countdown to the opening of the Dragon Palace under the river dungeon has started. 3, 2, 1. Opening failed. The player's current level is insufficient to enter this dungeon. Dragon Palace under the river, a hard-level dungeon, entry requirement level 25. Note, dungeon difficulty levels are classified from lowest to highest as simple, normal, hard, nightmare, abyss, and hell. I actually triggered another dungeon, and it is a hard level one at that. Liu Mu was stunned. He did not expect dungeons to be so easy to trigger. Could it be that killing a certain number of a specific type of monster triggers a corresponding dungeon? If that is the case, he is really going to take off. You have to know that monsters in dungeons provide more experience, have a higher chance of dropping high-level gear, and offer generous rewards upon completion. As long as there are enough dungeons, becoming strong should be a breeze, right? When that happens, let alone dealing with a mere martial alliance, even ruling the world will not be just a dream. Of course, that is assuming he can clear the dungeons. If the dungeon difficulty is too high, let alone clearing it, he might very well die inside. Although he is the only player on the blue planet, he cannot guarantee he can respawn like players in a game if he dies. After all, he is quite different from the players in a game. However, Liu Mu was not in a hurry to enter the Dragon Palace under the river dungeon. Besides, the dungeon is in the Flower River, so he can go whenever he wants. Furthermore, he is only level 19, still 6 levels away from meeting the requirement. Night fell. Bayan District. On the road leading to the Flower River Moon Shadow Villa area. 4 thugs were squatting on the side of the road smoking. Not far away, a black van was parked. Damn it, we have been squatting here all day, and we have not even caught a glimpse of anyone. An angry shout rang out. A man with a scar on his face threw his cigarette butt hard onto the ground, looking extremely impatient. The man was Zhou Lei, the 3rd Hall Master of the Wolf Gang, under Zhao Chu, nicknamed Scar. Brother Scar, calm down. Next to Zhou Lei, a sharp-faced young man handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. According to the news from our brothers below, that brat Liu Mu drove his Ferrari away from Kingmu University yesterday, went to the nearby peony garden, and finally drove into this villa area without ever coming out. As long as we keep watching this place, we will definitely catch him. Damn it, he made me wait so long. He would better not fall into my hands or I will make him pay. Brother Scar, do not be impulsive. He drives a car worth nearly 10 million and lives in a luxury mansion worth tens of millions. His background must be significant. Maybe boss who does not fear him, but we definitely cannot afford to offend him. To hell with that, is not he just a spoiled rich kid? It is not like I have not killed rich kids before. Zhou Lei said with a sneer, boss who has already ordered us to catch him. Do you think he is going to make it out alive? Brother Scar, look, is that the kid boss who told us to catch? One of the thugs suddenly said. That is the one, move it. Zhou Lei's eyes turned vicious as he quickly stood up and pulled an iron rod from the trunk of the van. After leaving the Flower River, Liu Mu immediately found a phone shop and bought himself the latest Huawei trifold phone. Checking the map on his phone, he realized he had arrived at a county town over 100 kilometers away from the main city. After buying the phone, Liu Mu bought some clothes, changed out of his wet ones, and then took the high-speed train back to the main city, followed by a taxi back to the villa area. The moment he got out of the taxi, he suddenly felt some hostility. It was not until he saw Zhou Lei and his men. Wolf Gang member Zhou Lei. Wolf Gang member Huang Bing. Wolf Gang member Liu Er. Wolf Gang member Chen Song. Chen Jun. Liu Mu subconsciously thought of Chen Jun, who he had put in the hospital. He remembered Chen Jun mentioning that his elder brother was a hall master of the Wolf Gang, Zhao Hu. Kid, come with us. No sooner had the taxi left than Zhou Lei and his 3 lackeys ran up and surrounded Liu Mu. Sure. Liu Mu curled his lips, completely unfazed by the group of men. On the contrary, he was more excited than anyone. Growth Quest, kill Zhao Hu. Quest Reward, Scout Skill Book 10. He had been worrying about where to learn the scout skill, and now that a quest to obtain the skill book had been triggered, he was overjoyed. Kid, laugh all you want now, you will be crying soon enough. Zhou Lei stared at Liu Mu with a ferocious look, swinging his iron rod as if he were about to strike Liu Mu the very next second. Liu Mu did not say a word, a smile still lingering on his face. No matter how fierce Zhou Lei looked in Liu Mu's eyes, he was nothing more than a clown. If he were to make a move, Zhou Lei would be a corpse in the next second. Kid, trying to act cool, are you? Seeing Liu Mu ignore his threats and keep smiling, Zhou Lei felt provoked. Do you know who I am? Do you really think I will not kill you? Zhou Lei pressed the iron rod against Liu Mu's chest and reached out to slap his face. However, in the next second, with a crisp snap, Zhou Lei's neck was twisted and broken by Liu Mu. The whole process happened so fast that the other 3 did not even see what occurred. By the time the 3 reacted, Zhou Lei was already a corpse with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Terrified, the 3 dropped their iron rods and instinctively turned to run. If you want to die, go ahead and run. Liu Mu grabbed Zhou Lei by the collar, keeping the corpse from hitting the ground. His cold gaze swept over the 3, and their faces turned pale instantly. Get in the car. Liu Mu left these words behind and dragged Zhou Lei's corpse toward the van nearby. A martial artist. The 3 watched Liu Mu's back with pure fear in their eyes. What do we do? This guy is a martial artist. If we go over, we will definitely end up like Brother Scar. Should we run? Run? Do you really think we can escape from a martial artist? I bet he would appear in front of us the moment we make a move. It is death either way. Running now gives us a slim chance of survival. Staying means certain death. You guys can stay if you want, I am out. Seeing his chance while Liu Mu was entering the van, one of the punks took off running as fast as he could. The other 2 saw this and also prepared to flee. But before they could even move, a flash of green light flickered and the punk who was running suddenly collapsed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Before their horrified eyes, the punk turned into a pile of dust, which was then swept away by a gust of wind. Thud. Their legs gave way and they both knelt to the ground, their faces deathly pale. I said, if you want to die, go ahead and run. Liu Mu's voice rang out. The 2 trembled as they turned back, only to find Liu Mu standing behind them, looking down at them. Have mercy, sir, we will not ever dare to do it again. The 2 kowtowed frantically, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Liu Mu ignored them and walked over to where the punk had disappeared, picking up the Ant King Venom Needle from the ground. I have to say, the Ant King Venom Needle was tailor-made for killing and destroying evidence. Those killed by it leave no traces, not even a corpse, just a pile of dust. Besides that, Liu Mu found he could actually earn things after killing. Killed evil faction NPC Zhou Lei, obtained 300 justice points. Killed evil faction NPC Chen Song, obtained 100 justice points. Note, an NPC's faction is determined by their alignment. Negative alignment belongs to the evil faction while positive belongs to the righteous faction. Killing righteous NPCs grants evil points while killing evil NPCs grants justice points. Players can earn corresponding faction titles once justice or evil points reach a certain amount. Initially, Liu Mu was a bit uncomfortable with killing. But on second thought, as long as he did not see them as human, would not it be fine? Besides, Zhou Lei and his cohort belonged to the evil faction, meaning their moral alignment was negative. Having a negative alignment meant they were bad people, so he was essentially doing a service to the public. Regaining his composure, Liu Mu looked at the two who had kowtowed until their foreheads bled and said expressionlessly, "Take me to Zhao Hu." Emperor Club. The territory of Zhao Hu, the third hall master of the Wolf Gang. A glitzy private room. Zhao Hu lay on a leather sofa with his eyes closed, enjoying himself. His arms were spread wide, a lit cigar held between his fingers. Below him, a scantily clad woman was working hard. The woman looked up at Zhao Hu every now and then, her eyes filled with fear. Knock, knock, knock. Knock at the door sounded. A henchman pushed the door open. Seeing the woman under Zhao Hu, he was already used to it, his eyes revealing only envy. Boss Hu, young Master Zhang is here. Zhao Hu did not speak but suddenly gave a start. Let him in. Zhang Yin Hu opened his eyes and took a puff of his cigar. After the woman cleaned up and left, Zhang Kai, with a bandage wrapped around his head, walked in right behind her. Boss Hu, hope you have been well. Zhang Kai hurried forward, a fawning smile on his face. Young Master Zhang is as polite as ever. Zhao Hu smoked his cigar, looking at the bandage on Zhang Kai's head with amusement. I never thought anyone at Kingmu University would actually dare to lay a hand on you. You flatter me, Boss Hu. Zhang Kai said with cold eyes, please keep the matter I asked of you in mind. Not only did that kid beat me, but he dared to threaten my father. I must have him disappear from this world. Do not worry, young Master Zhang, this is not our first time working together. You know how I get things done. Though I have been short-handed lately, I will need to trouble you to introduce more people to me. Zhao Hu gave a lecherous smile. Have to say, the university students you provide are just different. Boss Hu, as long as you take care of him for me, I will send you someone top-tier afterwards. She is the school beauty of our campus. Zhang Kai said, taking out his phone and showing a photo to Zhao Hu. In the photo, a girl in a school uniform with a high ponytail looked full of youthful vitality. So fresh. Zhao Hu licked his lips, feeling a surge of heat. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, another knock on the door sounded. The henchman pushed the door open again. Boss Hu, we have brought him here. Bring that kid in. Daring to provoke young Master Zhang, let us see how I teach him to be a person. Zhao Hu extinguished his cigar, threw it into the ashtray and grabbed an empty wine bottle from the side. Soon, Liu Mu entered the room alone. He scanned the room, and when he saw Zhang Kai, Liu Mu curled his lips and said, did not expect a pleasant surprise. Young Master Zhang, is this the guy? Zhao Hu stood up slowly, holding the wine bottle. That is the kid. Although Liu Mu's appearance had changed slightly, someone at school had sent him the latest photo of Liu Mu, so he recognized him immediately. What puzzled him, however, was that the Liu Mu in front of him looked a bit different from the photos he had received. Kid, I heard you live in the Huijiang Yingyu apartments and drive a car worth millions. You must have some background. Zhao Hu walked toward Liu Mu, loosening his shoulders. But I have always been loyal. Young Master Zhang is my brother. Since you offended him, no matter how strong your background is, you will not leave this room alive today. That is truly wonderful. Liu Mu stuffed his hands into his pockets and smiled. Since you two are so close, then go to hell together. Once Liu Mu finished speaking, a dead silence filled the room. Suddenly, Zhang Kai burst into laughter. Master Hu, did you hear that? This kid is at death's door and still dares to talk big. He says he is going to send us to hell together. I am so scared. Are you scared, Master Hu? Zhao Hu also joined in the laughter. Kid, you have successfully made me laugh. The smile on Zhao Hu's face vanished, and he glared at Liu Mu with a fierce expression. Because of your guts, I will try to make your death as painless as possible. As soon as Zhao Hu finished speaking, he raised the wine bottle in his hand and smashed it hard toward Liu Mu's head. However, before the bottle could hit Zheng Mu, Zhao Hu's body suddenly flew backward. Bang! The wine bottle in his hand shattered, and the shards cut Zhao Hu's hand. Zhao Hu fell by the door of the room with a pained expression. Good heavens! Someone kill this kid for me. Zhao Hu roared toward the outside. Yet no one responded. Suddenly, a bad premonition arose in Zhao Hu's heart. When Zhao Hu turned his head to look, his pupils widened in terror. He saw corpses lying along the corridor outside the room. One of the corpses, less than half a meter away from him, was the lackey who had just knocked on the door. Martial artist, you are a martial artist. Zhao Hu realized something and kept shrinking toward the corner of the wall. Once there, he frantically pressed a button on the wall. Seeing this, Liu Mu frowned, produced an ant king poison needle from his hand, and threw it at Zhao Hu. Clang! A crisp metallic clashing sound rang out. A dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hu and blocked the ant king poison needle. Quick, this kid is a martial artist, kill him. Zhao Hu said to the dark figure in front of him while holding his bleeding right hand. However, the dark figure did not reply to Zhao Hu, but instead stared at the ant king poison needle in his hand with a grave expression. So there is an expert here after all. Liu Mu surveyed the dark figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black martial arts uniform with a square face and a sturdy build. But what caught the eye the most were his thick hands, covered in exaggerated calluses on both the palms and the backs of his hands. Wolfgang Protector Su Hao. Age 50. Height 183 cm. Weight 80 kg. Constitution 820. Spirit 116. Speed 221. Perception 75. Charisma 70. Skills 55 Iron Palm, Advanced Fitness, Advanced Swimming, Intermediate Gambling. Iron Palm skill, no wonder he could catch the Ant King poison needle with his bare hands. Young man, causing trouble on my Wolfgang's turf shows you have no respect for us at all. Su Hao toyed with the needle and looked up at Liu Mu. If you leave now, I can act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, do not blame me for bullying the young. You would better worry about surviving first. Liu Mu sneered and activated his Ant King poison needle skill. Suddenly, a large amount of green poisonous mist poured out from the needle. Seeing this, Su Hao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly threw the needle at Liu Mu. However, before it could get near him, Liu Mu recalled the needle to his inventory, making it vanish into thin air. Such a bizarre sight made Su Hao involuntarily take a step back. Liu Mu was not surprised to see Su Hao survive the Ant King's toxin. After all, the needle is only green-tier equipment, its power must have a limit. Su Hao has a constitution of over 800, which is even higher than his, plus his pair of iron palms, so it is normal he could ignore the poison. Kid, since you refuse the grace given to you, go to hell. Su Hao's face darkened, and he stopped wasting words with Liu Mu. Iron palm. Su Hao dashed toward Liu Mu. With power gathering in his hands, his already large palms swelled in size. Facing the incoming Su Hao, Liu Mu's expression remained completely calm. The moment Su Hao's attack landed, Liu Mu's body turned into a blur and vanished. Striking at empty air, Su Hao's face changed in shock, and a bad premonition welled up in his mind. Die. Liu Mu suddenly appeared behind Su Hao, unleashed mountain-shattering punch, and a terrifying phantom of a fist struck Su Hao. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the punch, imbued with Liu Mu's full power, instantly blasted Su Hao into a mist of blood. Not far away, Zhang Kai suddenly let out a scream. His body was drenched in Su Hao's blood, making him look horrifying. Thud! Zhang Kai fell to his knees, his eyes hollow and despairing. Liu Mu ignored Zhang Kai and turned to look at Zhao Hu in the corner. No, do not kill me. My brother is the head of the wolf gang. If you kill me, he will never let you go. No wonder a piece of trash like you could become a hall master. Liu Mu had checked Zhao Hu's personal information. He was just an ordinary person. He had been wondering how Zhao Hu managed to become a hall master of the wolf gang and have a martial artist protector like Su Hao. Now that Zhao Hu says his brother is the gang leader, it all makes sense. Pity, I am a person who hates being threatened the most. Liu Mu was waiting to kill Zhao Hu to finish his mission. Never mind that his brother is a hall master. Even if he were the king of heaven himself, he would still have to kill Zhao Hu today. Die. Liu Mu waved his hand. A green light passed through Zhao Hu's body, and amidst his miserable screams, his body crumbled into a pile of dust. Mission complete. Receive Detection Skill Book 10. After killing Zhao Hu, Liu Mu finally turned to look at Zhang Kai. Liu Mu, no, brother Mu, spare me, please spare me. Zhang Kai's body kept retreating, and a puddle of liquid leaked from beneath him. At this moment he was truly terrified. He never dreamed that Liu Mu, whom he had wantonly insulted and beaten, would transform into such a terrifying existence. Even the wolf gang's protector was blasted to death by Liu Mu with one punch. Thinking about everything he had done to Liu Mu, he felt a sense of despair. But the instinct for survival still drove him to keep begging Liu Mu to spare him. Brother Mu, as long as you are willing to spare my life from now on, I will do whatever you say. Also this. Zhang Kai thought of something and, trembling, handed his phone to Liu Mu. This woman is the campus beauty of our school. If you like her, I can step in and send her to your bed. Liu Mu looked at the photo on Zhang Kai's phone expressionlessly. He was no stranger to the person in the photo. Han Shuang, the commoner campus beauty of Kingmu University. But he never imagined that Zhang Kai, in order to survive, would actually want to send Han Shuang to his bed. A beast like this does not deserve to live. Also, besides her, there are other women. Seeing Liu Mu remain silent, Zhang Kai thought he was not satisfied with Han Shuang and hurried to say, as long as they are girls from our school, I can find a way to send them to your bed, and I guarantee they will not dare to call the police. You have not done this kind of thing just once, have you? Liu Mu slowly raised his right hand. No, do not kill me. Zhang Kai cried and wailed, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Go tell the king of hell. Liu Mu slapped Zhang Kai across the face. The tremendous force instantly turned Xuan Kai into a headless corpse. Killed evil faction NPC Zhao Hu, received 5,000 justice points. Killed evil faction NPC Su Yun, received 3,000 justice points. Killed evil faction NPC Zhang Kai, received 2,000 justice points. Justice points exceeded 10,000, received justice title, Knight Errant. Minju Mountain. Under the cover of night, a large manor sat at the top of the mountain. At the entrance of the manor stood a boulder with the words Su Family Manor engraved on it. Okay, I understand. In a classical study, Su Nanshan answered a phone call and his expression turned grave. Just then, Su Linger pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Su Nanshan's solemn expression, she could not help but ask, Dad, what happened? Zhao Hu is dead. Zhao Hu, the younger brother of Wolfgang leader Zhao Long. Su Linger was shocked. Did not Zhao Long send the protector Su Hao to guard his brother? So how did Zhao Hu die? Also, the Wolf Gang is second only to our Xuanio Gang, and Zhao Hu is Zhao Long's own brother, who is so bold as to kill him. It was not just Zhao Hu who died. Su Hao and several of Zhao Hu's men were killed as well. What, Su Hao is dead too? Su Linger looked shocked. If I recall correctly, is not Su Hao an 8th level postnatal martial artist? To be able to kill him and escape unscathed, could it be that Zhao Hu offended an innate master? No matter who it was, Zhao Long will not be able to sit still after this. Su Nanshan walked to the window and stared at the night sky outside. Zhao Long practiced a special technique that left him unable to have children, so Zhao Hu was his only living relative. That is exactly why Zhao Hu, a mere ordinary man, was able to become the 3rd hall master of the Wolf Gang. To protect him, Zhao Long even braved pressure from other members to appoint Su Hao, a gang enforcer, to stay by his side. Over the years, there have been frequent frictions between Zhao Hu's Dai Hao and Lin Kuang's Paris by night, but even so, I never ordered Lin Kuang to kill Zhao Hu. Father, are you worried that Zhao Hu's death will trigger a frantic revenge from Zhao Long? When the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who profits. Su Nanshan turned his gaze back from the night sky and looked at Su Linger. If we go to all-out war with the Wolf Gang, both sides will inevitably suffer. When that happens, either us or the Wolf Gang will surely be attacked by the other gangs in this city. But father, what if Zhao Long blames us for Zhao Hu's death? Su Linger said with a worried expression, if that happens, how should we handle it? Do not worry, Zhao Long is not that foolish. Su Nanshan said slowly before confirming the killer's identity. No matter how much Zhao Long suspects us, he would not dare to turn against us. As for who the killer is, that is not something we need to concern ourselves with. However, Su Nanshan's tone shifted and a smile appeared on his face. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I must have Lin Kuang seize the Daihao Club under Zhao Hu's control. Dad, I bet you do not even need to ask. Uncle Lin has probably already started. Whenever I visit him, he always complains about feeling stifled, saying that half of the street's business has been snatched by Daihao and he could not do anything about Zhao Hu. Now that Zhao Hu is dead, knowing Uncle Lin's personality, he certainly will not miss this perfect opportunity to take over the Daihao Club. I did not realize you understood Lin Kuang's personality so well. Su Nanshan looked at Su Linger with doting eyes. But you should not make things difficult for Uncle Lin next time. So you know. Su Linger was stunned for a moment, then realized that Lin Kuang must have told Su Nanshan about her preventing him from causing trouble for Liu Mu. Tell me what exactly happened. Su Nanshan's expression turned serious. You need to understand that I sent Lin Kuang to find him just to warn him to stay away from you, not to harm him. And if news that the other party kissed you reaches Yi Feng's ears, what would you have Yi Feng think? What would his family think? Dad, I am sorry. Su Linger lowered her head, looking full of remorse. Seeing this, Su Nanshan's heart immediately softened. Linger, Dad does not want to blame you. It is just that our Su family owes our current standing entirely to the help of Yi Feng's grandfather. That is why, after you were born, your grandfather arranged your engagement to Yi Feng, hoping to deepen the relationship between our two families. Dad, you should blame me. Su Linger said cautiously, I made a huge mistake. What did you do? Seeing Su Linger's expression, Su Nanshan's heart tightened. It is like this. Su Linger took a deep breath and told Su Nanshan about meeting Liu Mu and discussing a partnership with him. She only omitted the part about her and Bai Heitang being taught a lesson by Liu Mu. After hearing her story, Su Nanshan remained silent, pacing back and forth in the study. You... Su Nanshan stopped, wanting to scold her, but seeing her pitiful look, he held back. Zai. Su Nanshan sighed and resumed his pacing in the study. Father, there is no need to worry, is there? Su Linger asked, confused. After all, Liu Mu did not agree to work with me. That is exactly what worries me. Chenlin's Meng took a deep breath. Since he refused to work with you, why would he ask you for information about Yi Feng? And according to you, he is likely an innate martial artist. An innate martial artist under 20, what does that mean? It means he has a powerful background. Someone like that could not possibly not know who Yi Feng is. If he tells Yi Feng about you trying to partner with him, have you thought about the consequences? But based on his reaction at the time, he did not seem to know Yi Feng, and he did not even know what the martial alliance was. An innate martial artist who does not know the martial alliance, do you think that is possible? Su Nanshan frowned. Linger, you are too naive. Even if you do not want to marry Yi Feng, you should not use such methods to break off the engagement. Yi Feng's father is the current president of the Martial Alliance and one of the few Grandmaster experts in our country. Who do you think would not fear the Martial Alliance or a Grandmaster expert? The reason he did not partner with you was not because he looked down on your offer, but because he did not dare offend Yi Feng, the Martial Alliance, or Yi Feng's Grandmaster father. Then what should we do now? Su Linger turned pale upon hearing this, realizing how naive she had been. Zai. Su Nanshan sighed. At this point, we can only pray that he did not tell Yi Feng about what you said. Otherwise, if Yi Feng's father gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. Gang leader, perhaps things are not as bad as you think. Besides Su Linger, Bai Heitang emerged from invisibility. Do not forget, he kissed Linger. If he reported her to Yi Feng, would not that be admitting he kissed her? Would he be that stupid? In my opinion, not only will he not report it, he will likely suppress the matter of kissing her to avoid any trouble. That would be the best case scenario, but we must also prepare for the worst. Xu Nanshan tried to calm himself down, softening his voice as much as possible. Linger, you must never be this impulsive again. If you do not want to marry Yi Feng, I will find a way for you. Liu Mu was unaware that anyone was discussing him. After killing Zhang Kai, he left the Daihao Club immediately. Once out, he called Guo Liang and Wu Qiang, instructing them to hurry to the Daihao Club and find a way to get Zhang Kai's phone to the police. Zhang Kai's phone contained not only a large number of scandalous videos but also evidence of his father Zhang Hai abusing his power to get wealthy children into Kingmu University, along with much other incriminating evidence. This evidence was enough to keep Zhang Hai's father in prison for the rest of his life. Furthermore, none of Zhang Kai's underlings or his fox friends like Li Jun would be able to escape justice. After giving the orders to Guo Liang and Wu Qiang, Liu Mu returned to the villa. He sat on the sofa. Liu Mu focused his mind, used the investigation technique manual obtained from completing the task, and checked the effects of the new knight title he had earned. As the scout skill book turned into light and merged with Liu Mu, a prompt window appeared. You have learned Scout. Scout level 1 allows you to inspect targets no more than 10 levels above you, can be upgraded by consuming 1 skill point. Knight Errant, a title for the Justice faction, increases all attributes by 10 when equipped. Note, Justice faction titles range from low to high: Knight Errant, Valiant Warrior, Great Hero, Legendary Hero, Savior, Saint, and World Savior. Each title provides different specific effects and attribute bonuses. Finally learned Scout. A smile appeared on Liu Mu's face. Because he had not learned Scout before, he could not check monster info at all. This made it impossible to judge their strength immediately, forcing him to just bite the bullet and fight. Fortunately, he had not encountered any freakishly powerful monsters during this time, otherwise he likely would have been done for. It is better now. After learning Scout, whether fighting monsters or facing enemies, he can intuitively understand their strength and make the most advantageous decisions. Besides, the Knight Errant title is not bad either. All attributes plus 10 is equivalent to a one-time bonus of 50 attribute points. Most importantly, this title can be upgraded. I believe that after the title is upgraded, it will bring even more attribute boosts. Equipping the Knight Errant title. Liu Mu then consumed 1 skill point to upgrade Scout. Consumed 1 skill point, Scout upgraded to level 2. Scout level 2 allows you to inspect targets no more than 20 levels above you, can be upgraded by consuming 5 skill points. Continuing to upgrade. Consumed 5 skill points, Scout upgraded to level 3. Scout level 3 allows you to inspect targets no more than 30 levels above you, can be upgraded by consuming 50 skill points. Liu Mu focused his mind and opened his personal stats to check. Player Liu Mu. Level 55 1288/5 million. Class Martial God. Title Knight Errant 13,860/50,000. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Physique 661 plus 10. Spirit 130 plus 10. Speed 371 plus 20. Comprehension 101 plus 10. Charm 68 plus 15. Free attributes 0. Skill points 17. Class skills 8 Desolation Steps 55 Mountain Crushing Fist 55. Equipment equipped Fish Spirit Boots Water Avoiding Bead. Skills Scout 55 Appraise 55 Advanced Language, Math and English, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Elementary Driving. Inventory Ant King Poison Needle, Soul Condensing Pill X. Since he was wearing equipment and a title, the attributes boosted by them were also in effect. Of course, once the equipment or title is removed, the attribute boosts will also expire. Closing the personal panel. Liu Mu's attention was suddenly drawn to an exquisite bag on the sofa. He suddenly remembered that Su Linger had come with a gift yesterday. After he taught her a lesson, Su Linger and Bai Heidang fled the villa in a panic, and this bag containing the gift was left behind. But since it was a gift meant for him, it would not be too excessive to take a look, right? Liu Mu took the bag and opened it. A fragrance of herbs wafted out. What the heck? Su Linger did not give him medicine, did she? Liu Mu was stunned for a moment and immediately took the box out of the bag. He saw that the box was made of wood. He was not an expert and could not tell what material it was. Wait. Liu Mu thought of something and directly used Scout on the wooden box. Rosewood ginseng box, worth about 50,000 RMB. It worked indeed. Liu Mu was delighted. Without exaggeration, the fact that Scout can check item information and value is enough to write an entire urban treasure appraisal novel. If Liu Mu wanted to, he could completely become a master in the appraisal industry by relying on Scout. However, he did not have much interest in treasure appraisal. Compared to that, he preferred fighting monsters to level up. Fighting monsters to level up could help him become stronger, making him into a real-life homelander. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu opened the wooden box and sure enough, a wild ginseng was inside. 50-year-old wild ginseng, grown in the depths of Changbai Mountain, worth about 600,000 RMB. What was that woman thinking? Giving him medicinal herbs. Liu Mu looked at the wild ginseng in the box, feeling a bit amused. It is common knowledge that ginseng is a powerful tonic, especially wild ginseng that grows naturally in the mountains. Su Linger giving him wild ginseng naturally meant she thought this thing would be useful to him. In other words, Su Linger thinks he needs a boost. Is she implying he is weak? Looks like the next time I meet that woman, I will have to teach her a good lesson again. The next morning, two uninvited guests came to Liu Mu's house. In the villa living room, Liu Mu was wearing only shorts with messy hair, looking like he had not woken up yet. And opposite him sat a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing glasses and holding a briefcase, looking refined. The woman had a charming temperament, wearing a bright red cheongsam with long red hair draped over her shoulders. So you two are here to register me. Liu Mu took a sip of cold water to wake himself up a bit. He used Scout on both of them. Supernatural Association, Su Chun. Realm First Stage of Xianshan. Age 45. Height 178 cm. Weight 70 kg. Physique 1100. Spirit 320. Speed 800. Comprehension 89. Charm 85. Karma plus 8,000. Skills 55 Gale Fist, 55 Bagua Steps, 55 Turtle Shell Art, 55 Air Breaking Palm. Supernatural Association, Linya. Realm D-Class. Age 25. Height 175 cm. Weight 63 kg. Physique 400. Spirit 990. Speed 900. Comprehension 90. Charm 94. Ability Fire. Karma plus 3,000. Skills 55 Fireball, 55 Fire Spirit Mirage, 55 Flame Explosion. 1 Xianshan Martial Artist, one awakened with fire abilities. After seeing their information, Liu Mu could not help but be startled. The two people in front of him were actually stronger than Su Lin, whom he had killed last night. That is right. Su Chun said with a smile, the Supernatural Association is a government department. All martial artists and ability users in our country must register with this association. Young man, you have the strength to kill an 8th level Haoshan martial artist at such a young age. I assume you did not just start practicing recently. Since you have been practicing for a while, you should have heard of our association. Although I did not start practicing just recently, I was surrounded by ordinary people before and I have not exposed my strength. Liu Mu made up an excuse. Since the Supernatural Association found him, they must have investigated him thoroughly already. We have looked into that. You have lived as an ordinary person before. Even when facing insults and beatings from others, you endured it. Personally, I have a lot of respect for you. Su Chun said with a serious expression, and you do not need to worry that we will cause you trouble for killing Su Hao. Su Hao committed many evil deeds and helped evildoers. He deserved to die. Even if you had not killed him, the association was preparing to send people to capture him. Of course, we came here this time not only to register your status as a martial artist, but also to invite you to join us and become a member of the association. Growth Quest, join the Supernatural Association. Quest Reward, Supernaturalist Badge. A quest notification window appeared. But Liu Mu was in no hurry to agree. Although he wanted to obtain the Transcendentalist Badge reward, he would rather decline the quest if joining the Transcendentalist Association meant being subject to various restrictions. How should I address you two? Liu Mu looked at the two of them with a smile. Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. Su Chun paused, looking a bit embarrassed. My name is Su Chun, the acting head of the Transcendentalist Association's U-City branch. If you do not mind, you can call me Uncle Su. Little brother, my name is Linya. You can call me Sister Yaya. Linya spoke slowly, her voice soft and alluring. It sent a shiver down Liu Mu's spine and he nearly got goosebumps. Liu Mu could not help but steal a few extra glances at her. Whether it was her looks, figure, temperament, or voice, Linya perfectly embodied one word: enchantress. His intuition told him this was a dangerous woman. And by dangerous, he did not just mean she possessed fire abilities, but also her personality. Ahem, Linya, do not scare the young man. Su Chun coughed twice, signaling for Linya to tone it down. He had not intended to bring Linya along, but she had insisted on coming, solely to see what Liu Mu looked like. The reason she was interested in him was that, according to the association's investigation, Liu Mu was likely a Xianshan warrior at only 19 years old. I dressed up so beautifully today, how could I possibly scare the little brother? Linya said this, stood up, and swayed her snake-like waist over to sit next to Liu Mu, slowly lifting her slender, jade-like hand to rest gently on his shoulder. Right, little brother? Uncle Su, is this some sort of honey trap you prepared to get me to join? Feeling the soft touch on his shoulder, Liu Mu gave a wry, helpless smile. For a moment, he did not know whether he should stop her or not. If he did not stop her, her hand would start getting restless. If he did stop her, he was a little reluctant. Linya, the young man is still young, do not scare him anymore. Su Chun felt her behavior was going a bit too far and looked at her sternly. Little brother, you have a great physique. Linya ignored Su Chun and reluctantly pulled her hand away from Liu Mu. Your figure is not bad either, Sister Ye. Liu Mu replied offhandedly. Then do you want to? Linya stopped halfway and gave Liu Mu a flirtatious wink. Let us stick to business. Liu Mu knew she was doing it on purpose, but with Su Chun there, he could not say certain things, otherwise he would have made her see what real lewd remarks sounded like. Uncle Su, I would like to ask, what do I need to do if I join you? Will it affect my daily life? Do not worry, young man, the association does not restrict members' freedom. Once you join, you only need to complete one task quota per month. The rest of the time, you are free to do whatever you want. Additionally, once you become a member, you will enjoy various benefits, including free medical care, housing, cash subsidies, and more importantly, the association will provide cultivation resources and even arrange for a grandmaster to assist your practice. It is that good. Liu Mu looked surprised. If what Su Chun said was true, it was easy to imagine that countless warriors and ability users would be lining up to join. The benefits of joining are far more than that. Su Chun laughed, and not every warrior or ability user can join. You must pass an entry exam. Of course, given your strength, you can join directly without any assessment. I appreciate your confidence in me, Uncle Su. I look forward to your guidance. Since joining would not restrict his freedom and he could enjoy various benefits while completing tasks for rewards, he had no reason not to join. You are too kind, young man. If there is anything you do not understand in the future, just come to me. Su Chun took a document from his briefcase and handed it to Liu Mu, saying, this is the membership agreement. Take a look. If everything is fine, sign it and you will be an official member. Liu Mu took the agreement and skimmed it. There were no issues, so he signed his name. At the same time, the quest notification appeared. Quest complete, you have received the Transcendentalist Badge. Transcendentalist Badge, once equipped, increases experience gained from defeating monsters by 20%. Good stuff. Liu Mu looked pleasantly surprised. As his level increased, the experience required for the next level kept growing. The badge increasing his experience gain by 20% was equivalent to a 20% boost in leveling speed. If he had known about this effect earlier, he would have joined without hesitation, even if the association had been a trap. Nothing was more important than grinding for levels. As long as he kept leveling up, his strength would continue to grow, and even if the association turned against him, he would have nothing to fear. Brother Liu Mu, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Transcendentalist Association. Su Chun put away the signed agreement and smiled, saying, you will need to pay a visit to the association headquarters soon so we can assess your cultivation level, which will help us assign tasks and provide you with cultivation resources. Let us do it today. Liu Mu stood up from the sofa and said, I am curious to see what the Transcendentalist Association looks like anyway. Phoenix Mountain. Located on the outskirts of U City. Viewed from the sky, the mountain looked like a phoenix spreading its wings, which is how it got its name. Liu Mu and Su Chun traveled in the same car into the depths of Phoenix Mountain. Finally, the vehicle pulled up inside a valley. "We are here, little brother." In the back seat, Linya placed her hand on Liu Mu's thigh and purred, "You will have to show me what you are really capable of later, all right? Do not worry, Sister Ya, I guarantee I will not disappoint you." Liu Mu said this and stepped out of the car. He scanned his surroundings. He saw several modern buildings constructed in the valley, with a large plaza in the center. The plaza was filled with strange facilities, and warriors and ability users were sparring there. Compared to the warriors, the number of ability users was noticeably smaller. How about that? A bit different from what you imagined, right? Su Chun got out of the car and said, "To avoid causing public panic and disrupting the lives of ordinary people, whether it is the headquarters in the capital or the branches in major cities, they are all built far away from urban areas. What happens if ordinary people find out about warriors and ability users?" A few years ago, the association would send people to have them sign non-disclosure agreements, but in recent years, the authorities have been intentionally letting the public know about their existence. "Is that so?" Liu Mu asked, confused. "Are not they worried that once ordinary people know, it will cause mass panic and affect social order?" It is not that the authorities are unconcerned. Rather, the number of martial artists and superhumans has been surging in recent years. At this rate, their numbers will eventually surpass those of ordinary people. After careful consideration, the authorities have decided to stop hiding the secret of superhumans from the public and will gradually reveal relevant information to society, allowing ordinary people to accept and adapt to the coming era of superhumans. The era of superhumans. The so-called era of superhumans refers to a time when there are more superhumans than ordinary people. According to investigations by relevant departments worldwide, a massive amount of cosmic energy from outer space has entered Earth in recent years. It is precisely because of this cosmic energy that the number of superhumans globally has started to skyrocket. Furthermore, various countries predict that in February of next year, a 7-star alignment will occur. At that time, even more terrifying cosmic energy will enter Earth, and there is a very high probability that Earth will undergo an unprecedented upheaval on that very day. February of next year, that is coming up really soon. Liu Mu was truly shocked this time. It is already the end of September, and tomorrow is the October National Day. This means there is less than 4 months left until the 7-star alignment predicted by countries around the world. Looks like I need to speed up my leveling up. Liu Mu's expression turned serious. Although he did not know exactly what kind of upheaval Earth would face next year. Striving to get stronger is always the right move. As long as he is strong enough, he would not even panic if it were the end of the world, let alone a global upheaval. It is soon, which is why all countries are accelerating the deployment of defense measures to deal with the various crises that might emerge on the day of the upheaval. Su Chun patted Liu Mu on the shoulder and laughed, "Do not be so serious." To quote the big shots in the association, this so-called cosmic energy is actually just like internal force or chi, it is just a more advanced form of energy. Therefore, the Earth's upheaval might even be a stroke of fortune for all we know. And if it turns out to be a disaster, it is unavoidable anyway. In short, just keep an optimistic mindset. Uncle Su, you are right. No wonder you are the head of the association. A smile returned to Liu Mu's face. He has a cheat code. His strength is undergoing earth-shaking changes every single day. With nearly 4 months left, he is confident he can elevate his strength to a terrifying level. "I am only the acting head." Su Chun said with a wry smile, "My strength is not enough to be the head. The actual head of this city's superhuman association is Chenlin Ya's father. In that case, I would better make sure to stay on good terms with Sister Ya." Liu Mu looked at Linya, who was standing beside him. He had not expected her to have such a background. "If you do not mind, little brother, my father happens to be looking for a son-in-law to live with us. You could consider it." "Do I even need to consider that? Where is my father-in-law? I will go pay him a visit right now." Liu Mu naturally knew Linya was joking, but he did not mind playing along. Linya froze for a few seconds, seemingly not expecting such a response from Liu Mu. "Your father-in-law is out on a mission, so you will not be able to see him for now, little brother." Coming to her senses, Linya hooked her arm through Liu Mu's and said in a soft voice, "Little brother, let me take you to get your cultivation level tested first. I am very curious about your strength. Sister Ye, how about you just call me by my name, little Lin, a bit awkward. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Whenever those words came out of Lin Ye's mouth, he just felt something was off. I'm not saying you're not capable. Lin Ye glanced down, leaned a bit closer to Liu Mu and whispered in his ear, little brother, you have such a fit body. I am sure you must be very capable in other areas as well. If you are interested, Sister Ye, we can find some time to explore that together. As Liu Mu said this, he casually wrapped his arm around Lin Ye's waist. He immediately felt Lin Ye's body tremble. This made the corners of his mouth lift slightly. He was not some naive, innocent kid. In his previous life, he was actually a few years older than Lin Ye. Though he was not sure what Lin Ye's motives were. Since she was interested in teasing him, he certainly would not pass up the opportunity. I have to say, Lin Ye's waist is really nice, slim and firm, though the cheongsam makes it a bit hard to get a good feel for it. Good heavens, who is this kid? Let go of your right now. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out across the plaza. A man in a martial arts training suit was staring daggers at Liu Mu. As the man's voice echoed, everyone on the plaza turned their eyes toward Liu Mu and Lin Ye. When they saw Liu Mu with his arm around Lin Ye, the entire plaza instantly erupted. Whoa, this guy is bold, he is actually holding the vixen in his arms. Could this handsome guy be Sister Ye's boyfriend? He looks so young. Look at Sun Tao, his face is green with envy. He has been chasing Lin Ye for nearly a year and she has not even said a word to him, but now this guy is getting hands-on right away. Little brother, are you sure you are not going to let go? Lin Ye tried to push Liu Mu's hand away but discovered that his hand did not budge. In fact, he pulled her even closer. What is the matter? Are you worried about being misunderstood, Sister Ye? Liu Mu teased her before finally letting her go. Little brother, have not you noticed the unfriendly glares coming your way? Lin Ye laughed. I am just afraid you are stirring up public outrage, little brother. After all, I do have quite a few suitors. Slap. Just as Lin Ye finished speaking, her beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. She looked down, trembling, just in time to see Liu Mu withdrawing his hand from her rounded backside. A flash of fury crossed her eyes. There was a fly. Liu Mu pulled his hand back, looking completely calm. Judging by her action of grabbing his arm earlier and the things she said, she was clearly trying to cause trouble and make him a target for all her suitors. Though he was not sure why Zhang Yinye was doing this, it did not stop him from teaching her a lesson. Ah, you are looking for death. As one of Lin Ye's suitors, Sun Tao had been chasing her for a whole year. During this time, he had been nothing but attentive. Even though Lin Ye remained indifferent, he never gave up, believing that one day he could win her heart. He also knew that Lin Ye admired the strong, so he trained frantically, hoping to catch her eye. His hard work paid off. Just a moment ago, he had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the Haoshan realm. But before he could even enjoy the joy of his breakthrough, he saw Liu Mu holding Lin Ye. Now that Liu Mu had performed an even more intimate act, he could no longer hold back. Sun Tao lunged forward, covering several meters in an instant. As he approached Liu Mu, he leapt into the air and swung a powerful roundhouse kick towards him. Just as Sun Tao expected to take Liu Mu down with a single blow, he saw Liu Mu's body vanish like a blur. The kick missed and Sun Tao's face turned ghastly. Suddenly, sensing something, he did not have time to think. He balled his right hand into a fist and threw a punch behind him. Sun Tao let out a pained cry as his body was sent flying several meters, landing helplessly at the bottom of the plaza steps. Impossible. Sun Tao clutched his right arm, staring ahead in disbelief. Over there, Liu Mu was still holding his punch position. Just a moment ago, Sun Tao and Liu Mu had collided head-on with their fists. However, Liu Mu had unleashed the mountain-crushing fist, a blow imbued with internal energy that Sun Tao simply could not withstand. If it were not for the fact that Liu Mu did not want to kill him, Sun Tao would already be a corpse. Although the 9th stage of Haoshan is only one step away from the Xianshan realm, the gap in strength between the two is like heaven and earth. A Xianshan warrior relying on internal energy can easily crush even several 9th stage Haoshan warriors. Internal energy, you are a Xianshan warrior. Sun Tao's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with emptiness. He had actually been arrogant enough to try to teach a Xianshan warrior a lesson. The sharp pain in his right hand brought him back to reality, and for a moment he felt like a clown. Sun Tao, who told you to attack a comrade? Zhu Chun finally reacted, his expression looking extremely grim. Although the Extraordinary Association is a state department, the number of Xiantian experts in it is small, especially young ones like Liu Mu. That is why the higher-ups value Liu Mu so much. They did not even hold him accountable for killing Zhao Hu and other ordinary people, partly because those men were evil and partly because they wanted to build a good relationship with him. Because young Xiantian warriors like Liu Mu usually have family backgrounds, they only serve their own families, let alone join the Extraordinary Association. Now that the association had finally managed to recruit a young Xiantian talent like Liu Mu, if Sun Tao caused him to quit, not only would Sun Tao be punished, but Zhu Chun would also face severe criticism from above. I accept the punishment. Sun Tao stood up, unwilling to offer any further explanation. Come over and apologize. Zhu Chun said with a serious face. Liu Mu is our new partner. He just arrived today and you attacked him. How do you think he sees us? How does he see the association? You are dragging the association's name through the mud. I am sorry. Sun Tao took a deep breath, walked up to Liu Mu and bowed. My attack on you was entirely my own personal action and has nothing to do with the association. Besides, I wish you both happiness. After saying this, Sun Tao walked away without looking back. He had no face left to stay any longer. To be defeated in one punch by Liu Mu in front of the woman he loved, he wished he could just disappear into the ground. Brother, I think you might have misunderstood. This is my first time meeting Sister Ya. Just now I was just swatting a fly for her. Liu Mu said toward Sun Tao's lonely back. He felt that if he did not explain, Sun Tao might just fall apart completely. Sun Tao stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. Was it really just swatting a fly? Sun Tao turned his head, his face wet with tears and snot. Although he did not believe that Liu Mu was really just swatting a fly, for some reason he felt a little better after hearing it. It seemed like he might still have a chance. Seeing this scene, Lin Ya's forehead was instantly covered with dark lines. He is lying to you. He really was touching my bottom and I am the one who let him do it. No. With a single sentence, Lin Ya completely destroyed Sun Tao's last remaining shred of hope. As everyone watched in speechlessness, Sun Tao slumped onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Eventually, someone could not bear it anymore and dragged Sun Tao away from the scene. Meanwhile, a group of people surrounded Liu Mu and Lin Ya. Handsome, do not let that guy Sun Tao ruin your mood. We all welcome you to join us. Brother, tell us, how do you train? Breaking through to the Xiantian realm at such a young age makes us look like a joke in comparison. Sister Ya, what is your relationship with this handsome guy? Did you really let him touch you voluntarily? Brother, impressive. To be able to win over a woman like Sister Ya, you have really done us men proud. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Liu Mu felt much better. At the same time, he used his analysis skill to check everyone's information. After checking, he found that almost all the warriors were at the Haoshan level. Not a single one had broken through to Xiantian. As for the ability users, most were at the E level. On the way here, he had asked Zhu Chun about the classification of warriors and ability users. Warriors are divided from low to high into Haoshan, Xiantian, Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. Haoshan and Xiantian are both divided into 9 stages. Ability user levels range from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. F, E, and D level ability users are equivalent to Haoshan warriors. C, B, and A level ability users are equivalent to Xiantian warriors. S and SS level ability users are equivalent to Grandmaster warriors. SSS level ability users are equivalent to Great Grandmasters. However, due to different cultivation systems at the same level, ability users are generally more powerful. Wait. Suddenly, Liu Mu's eyes were drawn to a young man. The man was standing in the corner of the crowd, also looking enthusiastic. Island Nation Spy, Wang Hao. Realm 6 Stage Haoshan. Age 26. Height 172 cm. Weight 65 kg. Physique 608. Spirit 160. Speed 220. Comprehension 80. Charisma 70. Alignment -8,000. Skills 55 Eagle Claw, 55 Iron Shirt. Island Nation Spy. Liu Mu frowned deeply. There is actually an island nation spy inside the Extraordinary Association. And with such a negative alignment, he must have committed many evil deeds. Help! Suddenly, an anxious cry for help came from afar. Sun Tao, who had been dragged away, was running back toward the crowd like a madman. Sun Tao, are you going crazy again? Before Su Chun could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. Behind Sun Tao, a massive, dark swarm of venomous insects was following him. Venomous insect, so many venomous insects. Sun Tao hid behind Su Chun, pale-faced, and said, a dense swarm of poisonous insects suddenly poured out of the mountains. They seem to be controlled by someone. They attack anyone they see. Zai Zin, he was swallowed by a giant poisonous insect. Zai Zin was the very person who had dragged Sun Tao away earlier. As Sun Tao spoke, the swarms of insects completely surrounded the plaza. From the nearby buildings, screams could be heard from time to time. Quick, save people first. With no time to overthink, Su Chun immediately issued the order. Everyone immediately launched attacks on the insects. Boom! The group unleashed their techniques, and countless insects were turned into corpses. But the number of insects seemed endless, continuing to flood into the plaza. Liu Mu immediately used his analysis skill on these insects. 55 mutant poisonous beast. Physique 50. Speed 30. Spirit 40. Skill insect venom. Compared to humans, the stats of these poisonous beasts were simpler, lacking comprehension and charisma. They were basically here to hand him experience points. With so many of them, if he killed them all, it would be enough to raise his level by at least one. Hidden Quest Phoenix Venom Shadow. Quest objective, find the person controlling the venomous insects on Phoenix Mountain and kill them. Quest reward Pet Egg X. The mission pop-up appeared. Liu Mu felt even more excited. Mountain Crushing Fist. Power surged within Liu Mu. As he unleashed his skill, a translucent fist shadow formed from internal energy shot toward the swarm of poisonous beasts. Bang bang bang. Violent explosions rang out, and wherever the fist shadow passed, swarms of poisonous insects exploded and died. Killed a level 10 poisonous insect, received 100 RMB and 12 experience points. Killed a level 8 poisonous insect, received 80 RMB and 9.6 experience points. Kill notifications kept ringing out. With the blessing of the Transcendentalist badge, Liu Mu's experience gained from killing monsters increased by 20%. Watching a large number of poisonous insects die at the hands of Su Chun and the others, Liu Mu felt a pang of heartache. Those are all experience points. Not daring to waste time, Liu Mu swung his fists continuously, and fists filled the sky like shooting stars. Bang bang bang. Poisonous insects burst and dust filled the air. Su Chun and the others all stopped their attacks, staring at Liu Mu in shock. My god, is he a human Gatling gun? Is this what an innate master is like? That is simply terrifying. Why is it that even though we are both at the innate level, I feel like this brother is even more powerful than Uncle Su? Wait, does his internal energy ever run out? A hero truly emerges from the youth. Su Chun could not help but sigh. He was nearly 50 before he broke through to the innate realm. And Liu Mu had reached the same realm at only 19. He had originally thought his strength was on par with Liu Mu's. Now it seemed he was wrong. With Liu Mu's abundant internal energy, he was simply out of his league. If internal energy is compared to water, and a martial artist's body to a container, then Su Chun is a kettle that can hold a pot of water, while Liu Mu is an ocean, capable of holding a vast sea. What a powerful little man. Behind Su Chun, Linya watched Liu Mu with a fiery gaze, her eyes practically dripping with desire. She admired the strong. And it was because she admired the strong that she offered to join Su Chun when she heard Liu Mu was a 19-year-old innate martial artist. She had originally harbored doubts about Liu Mu's strength. After all, according to the Transcendent Association's investigation, Liu Mu had no background and was an orphan. Even with great cultivation talent without sufficient resources, it is difficult for an orphan to reach the innate stage before 20. However, her doubts vanished the moment Liu Mu killed Sun Tao with a single punch. Now she felt nothing but admiration for him. Linya was an only daughter, so her family hoped her future partner would marry into their family. Look at Liu Mu's labels: an orphan, an innate master under 20. Is not this the perfect candidate heaven sent for her? No, I must find a way to get this little man. Linya licked her lips, already making a plan in her mind. Killed a level 10 poisonous insect, received 100 RMB and 12 experience points. Killed a level 10 poisonous insect, received 100 RMB and 12 experience points. Your level has increased to 20, you received 50 free attribute points and 5 skill points. Your level has increased to 20, activated the exclusive martial god skill, Body of the Martial God. Body of the Martial God level 1, an exclusive martial god skill, the strongest body unbreakable. Once activated, you can enter an invincible state for 1 second with a cooldown of 3 days, can be upgraded by consuming 10 skill points. Invincible state: during this state you are immune to all attacks. I actually activated a new skill. And it is such a powerful skill. Liu Mu was ecstatic. An invincible state of 1 second, immune to all attacks. Though the time is short and the cooldown long, if used correctly, it is truly a god-tier skill. More importantly, the body of the martial god can continue to be upgraded. Without a second thought, Liu Mu upgraded the body of the martial god. Consumed 10 skill points, body of the martial god increased to level 2. Body of the martial god level 2, an exclusive martial god skill, the strongest body unbreakable. Once activated, you can enter an invincible state for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 2 days, can be upgraded by consuming 50 skill points. The invincible state increased by 2 seconds, and the cooldown was reduced by 1 day. Liu Mu took a deep breath. In other words, as long as it continues to be upgraded, the duration of the invincible state can increase, and the cooldown can decrease further. Still, there are too few skill points. Liu Mu checked his remaining skill points. With 12 left, he could no longer upgrade the body of the martial god. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu added all 50 free attribute points from leveling up to his constitution. A warm current immediately surged through his body, and his strength was further enhanced. Bang! A loud noise. A black shadow suddenly flew out from underground and swallowed an association member in one bite. That is it, that is the thing that ate Sai Zin. Sun Tao was so scared he slumped to the ground, his face pale. Not far away, a massive monster was chewing on the member's body. The monster looked like a centipede but had wings. Its body was pitch black, its eyes were ghostly green, and a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from it. Everyone get out of here quickly. Cold sweat beaded on Su Chang's forehead. Even as an innate master, he felt immense pressure from the monster before him. Little brother, let us run. Linya ran to Liu Mu immediately, trying to escape with him. Run, why run? Liu Mu stared at the monster with glowing eyes. This was experience delivered to his doorstep. He would not dream of leaving. Not to mention, he still had a mission to complete. Stupid people of Xia, none of you will leave here alive. A deep voice echoed. Several figures wearing Japanese samurai attire rushed out from behind the nearby building and quickly surrounded everyone. Damn it, how did the Japanese appear at this time? Zhu Chun took out his phone, attempting to make a call. However, in the next second, a flash of cold light passed, and Su Chun's phone was pierced by a shuriken. Zhu Chun, a first-tier innate martial artist. The leading Japanese man looked at Su Chun coldly. You wanted to call for help? Unfortunately, Lin Yun and the other innate martial artists in your association are all out on special missions and cannot return in the short term. And even if you notified them, by the time they returned, everyone here would have already entered the centipede's belly. Roar! As the man finished speaking, the monster nearby let out a deafening roar at Su Chun and the others, then flew obediently to the man's side. This monster is actually the pet of these Japanese people. How did these Japanese know that team leader Lin and the others were away? And how did they know Uncle Su's level? Could there be a mole among us? My gods, you goddamn mole, you better not let me find you, or even if I die today, I will take you down with me. In the corner of the crowd, Wang Hao felt his body tremble instinctively as he heard the angry voices of the group. You seem very nervous, do not tell me you are the mole. Liu Mu suddenly appeared beside Wang Hao, staring at him expressionlessly. As Liu Mu's voice rang out, the gazes of Su Chun and the others locked onto Wang Hao. What are you talking about? I am not a mole. Wang Hao said emotionally, Uncle Su, this guy is framing me, he is framing me. Is that so? Liu Mu grabbed Wang Hao by the collar, dragging him toward the Japanese men and said, "Since you are not the mole, then come with me to kill these Japanese animals." "Let me go, what makes you say I am the traitor?" Wang Hao's eyes turned cold. "I think you are the traitor. Trouble starts as soon as you arrive. How could there be such a coincidence in the world?" Liu Mu sneered, not bothering to waste any more breath on Yunny Hao. In the next second, power erupted from within Liu Mu and he hoisted Wang Hao up, hurling him toward the monster. Facing the food delivered to its doorstep, the monster's eyes gleamed with a sinister green light as it opened its massive mouth, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. "Ah, Lord Chu, save me." Seeing that he was about to be swallowed by the monster, Wang Hao cried out for help in terror. Lin Wild reached out and tapped the monster, and it reluctantly closed its hideous giant mouth. Bang! However, the very next second, a phantom punch struck Wang Hao's body, blasting him into a mist of blood. Evil faction member Wang Hao killed, justice points plus 8,000. Everyone saw that, did not you? I did not frame an innocent man. After killing Wang Hao, Liu Mu addressed the stunned crowd. "Little brother, how did you figure out that Wang Hao was the traitor?" Su Chun looked at Liu Mu with a complex expression. Liu Mu had only joined the Extraordinary Association today. Logically speaking, he should not have even met Wang Hao before. Moreover, Wang Hao had been with the association for over a year, his background check was clean, he had never acted strangely, and he had never had any dealings with the islanders. Even he could not see anything wrong with Wang Hao. How did Liu Mu identify him as a traitor at a single glance? "I have always been a good judge of character, and my intuition told me something was wrong with him." Liu Mu gave a casual excuse, not caring whether Su Chun believed him or not. "I did not expect to have an unexpected harvest on this trip." Yamada Wild stared fixedly at Liu Mu and said cruelly, "Such a young innate martial artist will surely pose a threat to our country if allowed to grow. Therefore, you must die today." "Kill him!" Roar! As soon as Yamada Wild finished speaking, the monster centipede's massive body descended upon Liu Mu like Mount Tai. "You all go first, I will go support the little brother." Su Chun performed his Bagua steps, his body instantly shifting to Liu Mu's side. Gale Fist. Boom. Internal power erupted within Su Chun and gales swirled around him. He threw a punch and the wind gathered into a phantom fist several meters wide, striking the centipede's body. Bang! With a loud bang, the centipede's massive body was knocked back several meters, but it suffered no major damage. Seeing this, Su Chun looked grave and said, "Little brother, I will hold them off in a moment. You find a chance to escape." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Liu Mu employed the 8 desolation steps, and his body instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished. Seeing this, Su Chun did not feel angry, on the contrary, he felt relieved. An innate martial artist as young as Liu Mu has a limitless future. As long as Liu Mu can survive, even if he dies, his death will have value. Bagua steps. Su Chun channeled his internal energy, and a Bagua formation appeared beneath his feet. The formation expanded, Su Chun's body distorted, and the next second he appeared behind the centipede. Boom! Waving both fists, gales ravaged the area as Su Chun furiously bombarded the centipede. Roar! The centipede let out an angry roar. Although Su Chun's attacks could not kill it, they caused it intense pain. In the next second, the centipede burrowed into the ground and vanished. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Su Chun's heart. Bang! The earth shattered and the centipede burst out from behind Su Chun, opening its giant mouth to snap at him. Feeling the energy fluctuation behind him, Su Chun did not have time to look back and hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! Dirt and stone flew as the centipede smashed a giant crater into the ground, with shreds of clothing in its mouth. Not far from the centipede, Su Chun clutched his arm, his face deathly pale. Although he had dodged the centipede's attack just in time, his right arm was still grazed by its teeth. Meanwhile, Lin Ye and the others were surrounded by 3 islanders. Except for Lin Ye, who could handle 1 islander, the remaining members together were no match for the other 2. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. It turned out Liu Mu had not left alone. Instead, he used the 8 desolation steps to appear behind the islander fighting Lin Ye and punched through his body. Mechuan Yiliu looked down in tremors, and when he saw the fist protruding from his chest, his pupils began to dim. Evil faction member Mechuan Yiliu killed, justice points plus 15,000. Yiliu-kun. As Mechuan Yiliu died a miserable death, the expressions of the remaining two islanders changed drastically, and they hurriedly stopped attacking and retreated toward Yamada Wild. However, Liu Mu would not give them the chance. Mountain Crushing Fist. As the skill was activated, massive internal power surged from Liu Mu. He waved his fists, and two terrifying phantom fists formed of internal energy struck the two men with extreme speed. Bang! Before they could even scream, the two men blossomed into bloody fireworks. Evil faction member Zhongshan Lang killed, justice points plus 12,000. Evil faction member Zhao Shu killed, justice points plus 18,000. Justice points surpassed 50,000, title upgraded from Ranger to Knight. Knight Justice Faction title, all stats plus 100 when equipped. With the title upgrade, all of Liu Mu's stats were improved once again. Player Liu Mu. Level 20, 20,000/10 million. Profession Martial God. Title Knight 66,860/100,000. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Physique 711 plus 100. Spirit 130 plus 100. Speed 371 plus 110. Insight 101 plus 100. Charm 68 plus 105. Free stats 0. Skill points 12. Professional skills 8 Desolation Steps level 3, Mountain Crushing Fist level 3, Martial God Body level 2. Equipment Fish Spirit Boots Water Avoiding Bead. Skills Exploration level 3, Appraisal level 2, Advanced Language and Math, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Basic Driving. Backpack Ant King Poison Needle, Soul Condensing Pill X. Uncle Su, I am here to assist you. Without thinking too much, Liu Mu hurriedly used the 8 Desolation Steps to rush over and support Su Chun. At the same time, he checked the information on Yamada Wild and the monster again. Tianhuang Pavilion Yamada Wild. Level B rank. Age 56. Height 168 cm. Weight 60 kg. Physique 500. Spirit 1200. Speed 600. Insight 89. Charm 60. Ability Bug Control. Good and Evil Value, negative 25,000. Skills, Level 4 Mind Bug Mark, Level 3 Bug Unbinding. Level 40 Centipede. Physique 1500. Spirit 300. Speed 280. Skills Earth Escape Steel Teeth Venom. The reason he killed Mechuan Yiliu and the other two first was to gain justice points to upgrade his title, thereby further enhancing his own strength. Now with the Knight title boost, his physique had reached 811. When performing Mountain Crushing Fist, his total physique could exceed 1,311 points, although there was still a gap compared to the Centipede's 1,500 points. But fortunately, his speed surpassed the Centipede's, so killing it would not be a difficult task. And once the Centipede was dead, Yamada Wild would pose no further threat. Little brother, do not come any closer. Su Chun swayed, his vision blurring. The arm scratched by the Centipede's fangs had turned pitch black. This monster's teeth are highly venomous. As Su Chun finished speaking, his body went limp and he collapsed toward the ground. Fortunately, Liu Mu appeared just in time to catch him. Uncle Su, are you alright? Liu Mu looked at Su Chun's blackened right arm, his expression turning grim. Although he had only just met Su Chun, he already held him in high esteem for risking his life to stop the Centipede so that he could escape. Little brother, quickly go now. Su Chun said weakly, only if you survive will my sacrifice be worth it. Centipede, tear this brat to shreds and avenge Mei Chuan and the others. A furious voice rang out. Yamada leaped onto the Centipede's head, controlling it as it attacked Liu Mu. Uncle Su, you will be fine. Liu Mu helped Su Chun sit down, took a deep breath and said, 3 seconds, just give me 3 seconds. Look out. Su Chun let out a gasp as the Centipede descended upon Liu Mu like a collapsing mountain, its hideous maw gaping open like a black hole, ready to swallow him whole. In the distance, Linya turned pale, flames gathering before her into a fireball that flew toward the Centipede. Bang! The fireball exploded, yet the centipede remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, Linya shut her eyes in distress. She had tried her best, but with her current strength, she could not help Liu Mu at all. "Look, he is all right." Suddenly a cry of surprise rang out. Linya snapped her eyes open, and the sight before her left her in utter disbelief. Liu Mu was holding the centipede's sharp fangs with his bare hands, and no matter how much force the creature used, he did not budge an inch. Roar! The centipede let out a furious roar. The terrifying shockwave blew Liu Mu's hair into a mess. Bang! The ground beneath Liu Mu cracked, but he remained perfectly still. Body of the martial god. Skill activated. Brilliant golden light erupted around Liu Mu, forming mysterious golden patterns that spread across his arms, while his hair turned white at a visible pace. Mountain-crushing fist. Liu Mu channeled his internal energy crazily, focusing all his strength into his right fist. Bang! He landed a punch squarely on the centipede's head, and a shockwave tore straight through its body. Roar! The centipede shrieked in agony and spewed a torrent of venom to engulf Liu Mu. However, relying on the 3-second invulnerability of his body of the martial god, Liu Mu was completely immune to the venom. Bang bang bang. Liu Mu swung his fists rapidly, his vast internal energy turning into beams of light that pierced the centipede through. 3 seconds passed. The golden patterns on Liu Mu's arms vanished, and his hair returned to its original color. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the centipede's body slammed into the ground, riddled with bloody holes. No! Yamada fell from the centipede onto the ground, staring at Liu Mu in terror, asking, "What kind of monster are you?" Die! Liu Mu cast a cold glance at Yamada, and a second later, Yamada's head was pulverized by his punch. Killed Yamada of the evil faction, justice points plus 30,000. With Chenlin dead, the centipede attempted to burrow into the earth to escape. Seeing this, Liu Mu moved like a blur to the top of the creature's head and stomped down hard. Bang! The already dying centipede was crushed into a lifeless carcass by that single kick. Killed level 40 centipede gained 1 million RMB, 480,000 EXP, and a purification ring. Purification ring green, unidentified. Mission accomplished, gain pet egg X. Pet egg purple, unidentified. Above the centipede's carcass, a glowing orb visible only to Liu Mu slowly emerged. Liu Mu reached out to touch it, and the orb transformed into a ring before being stored in his inventory. At the same time, a pet egg appeared in his inventory space as well. Since both the ring and the egg were unidentified, Liu Mu did not know their specific attributes yet. With a thought, Liu Mu retrieved the purification ring and used an identification spell on it. Identification successful. Purification ring, green tier equipment. Grants plus 50 spirit when worn and includes the skill purification. Purification can effectively dispel toxins. Just in time. Liu Mu's face lit up and he quickly equipped the ring. Gov cough. Meanwhile, Su Chun began coughing violently, spitting out black blood. Uncle Su, are you all right? Lin Ye and the others appeared by Su Chun's side, watching him with concern. Quick, does anyone have an antidote pill? Lin Ye looked at the crowd in desperation. I have one. Someone from the crowd handed over a white pill. Xu Wenye took the pill and gave it to Su Chun, but there were no signs of improvement. Gov cough. Su Chun coughed harder than before, spitting out even more black blood. How can this be? Why is the antidote useless? Watching Su Chun grow weaker, tears welled up in the eyes of Lin Ye and the others. To them, Su Chun was a respected elder, and none of them wanted to watch him die. Let me try. Liu Mu jumped down from the centipede, and the crowd parted to clear a path for him. He walked quickly to Su Chun and placed his right hand, adorned with the purification ring, onto Su Chun's wounded arm. As he activated the ring's skill, a soft white light enveloped Su Chun's wound. Bathed in the white glow, the blackness on Su Chun's arm began to fade, bit by bit returning to normal. He is better, Uncle Su is better. A shout went up from the crowd, and everyone began to cheer. It is a good thing Liu Mu was here, otherwise none of us would have escaped death. Watch your language, call him Brother Mu, he is our savior. Right, Brother Mu. What kind of martial arts does Brother Mu practice, to think he could even neutralize poison? That is it. Liu Mu withdrew his hand. As the poison was purged from his system by the ring, Su Chun's breathing gradually stabilized. However, the ring could only purge toxins. It could not heal the physical wound on Su Chun's arm. Therefore, Su Chun would need some time to recover fully. Little brother, thank you. Su Chun regained some strength and was about to kneel to Liu Mu. Uncle Su, what are you doing? Liu Mu hurriedly held him back and said with a serious expression, since I have joined the association, we are companions. Is not it natural for companions to help one another? That may be so, but if it were not for you, none of us here would be standing here alive today. Su Chun took a deep breath and said, this life-saving debt is one that I, Su Chun, will keep in my heart forever. Little brother, I have nothing to repay you with for saving my life, so this sister can only offer you her hand in marriage. Linya suddenly spoke up. Well, I guess I will take the loss and reluctantly agree then. Liu Mu replied with a laugh. He did not think Linya was being serious. In his view, she was just teasing him. I will not let you lose out, brother. Linya's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. When my father returns, I will have him give you all of our family assets. Liu Mu. Sister Ye, you are not actually serious, are you? Liu Mu was completely bewildered. The serious look on Linya's face made him feel as if he did not know her. In the crowd, Sun Tao watched this scene, unable to do anything but shed silent tears. But he did not hate Liu Mu. On the contrary, he was very grateful for Liu Mu's act of saving his life. He also understood how vast the gap was between him and Liu Mu. If he were Linya, he would also be drawn to the young, powerful, and handsome Liu Mu. Wait a minute. Suddenly Sun Tao's expression shifted in surprise. Brother Mu, why has your appearance changed? Sun Tao stared straight at Liu Mu. It was clear that the Maguang Mu before them now was like a completely different person. The old Liu Mu was already considered handsome, but this current Liu Mu was even more so. Yeah, brother Mu, and that martial art you just used, your hair actually turned white. Could this be your true appearance? It is almost absurdly handsome. I swear, I have never seen a man more handsome than brother Mu. The crowd began to buzz with discussion. Men and women alike were stunned by Liu Mu's dashing looks. Sigh. Liu Mu sighed and said, it is just because I am too handsome, so I usually have to hide my true appearance. Everyone. Brother Mu, we all admit you are handsome, but you really do not need to hide your looks. That is right, being handsome is not a bad thing. If I were even 1/10 as handsome as you, brother Mu, I would not have been single for so many years. After sharing a few jokes with everyone, Liu Mu followed Su Chun to the supervisor's office. As for his change in appearance, it was because his charm attribute had exceeded 100 points under the boost of the knight title. From now on, his appearance would remain this way. Zio Mu, thanks to you today, really. Su Chun said with a lingering sense of fear, if you had not been here, our Chongqing branch might have been destroyed by those Japanese people. Uncle Su, from the square to the meeting room, you have already thanked me more than 10 times on the way here. Liu Mu said with a wry smile, let us get down to business first. Do not think I am being long-winded, but what happened today was truly too serious. Su Chun took a deep breath and said, I will report this to headquarters later, and I believe they will certainly reward you. Then I thank you, Uncle Su. Liu Mu did not decline. He knew Su Chun had good intentions, and it was a fact that he had saved them. If the headquarters was willing to offer a reward, he had no reason to refuse. No need to be so polite with me. Su Chun continued, I brought you here to test your cultivation, but there is no point in that now. Your Xianshan stage status is beyond doubt. Just tell me your specific level and I will record it. Specific cultivation level. Liu Mu thought for a moment and said, 5th level of Xianshan, I suppose. As I thought. Su Chun's expression was visibly startled. In truth, he had been mentally prepared. Seeing Liu Mu kill the centipede monster was enough to know his strength far exceeded his own. But hearing it from Liu Mu himself still came as a shock. Once a martial artist enters the Xianshan realm, every minor breakthrough leads to a massive leap in strength. It is precisely because of this that advancing is extremely difficult. It requires not just physical conditioning, but mental tempering as well. Su Chun had been in the Xianshan realm for a year, yet he had not made a single bit of progress. His path of martial arts had essentially reached its limit. Looking at Lin Mu, a 19-year-old at the 5th level of Xianshan, among martial artists of the same age across the country, there were very few who could compare. A martial arts prodigy like him, provided he does not perish prematurely, is destined to become a grandmaster, famous throughout the nation and even the world. Coming back to his senses, Su Chun nodded. Then I will register you as 5th level Xianshan. The association will assign you tasks based on your level each month and of course, provide corresponding cultivation resources. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Linya pushed the door open and walked in. Little brother, your identification badge is ready. Linya handed a bronze badge to Liu Mu and said, identity badges come in gold, silver, and bronze. Everyone starts with bronze when they join the association. By completing assigned tasks or picking them up from the official website, you earn contribution points. These points can be used to exchange for cultivation resources and upgrade your badge. As the badge upgrades, your benefits increase. Furthermore, once an extraordinary badge reaches silver, you can serve as a deputy captain and at gold, a captain. Both positions allow you to command a certain number of extraordinary personnel, and if a captain makes a mistake, only the head captain and the 5 elders of Xia have the authority to punish them. Captain is that powerful? Liu Mu looked surprised. Linya spoke very tactfully, yet still revealed an important piece of information. That meant if he could upgrade his badge to gold and become a captain, there would only be 6 people in the entire country with higher status than him. Thinking of this, Liu Mu felt a spark of interest. His strength was growing every day. But until he was strong enough to face nuclear weapons head-on, he would still be subject to the laws of Xia to some degree. And to help Su Dao's regain her freedom and earn the hidden mission reward, he would inevitably have to offend the Martial Alliance. But if he became a captain of the Extraordinary Association, would that mean he could use his status to pressure Yi Feng and force him to annul the engagement with Su Linger? After all, the Martial Alliance is just a private organization. No matter how strong they are, they surely cannot ignore the authorities. The more Liu Mu thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Growth mission, appointed captain of the Extraordinary Association. Mission reward, guild creation token X. Mission window popped up. It seemed Liu Mu had no choice but to become a captain. A captain's status is honorable, but becoming one is extremely difficult. Su Chun said slowly, upgrading from bronze to gold requires 100 million contribution points. The highest difficulty SSS rank task currently on the Extraordinary website only awards 10 million upon completion. In other words, to upgrade, a member would need to complete at least 10 SSS rank tasks. 10, that is not much. Liu Mu said subconsciously. It is not many, but these SSS rank tasks are life and death even for a grandmaster. Su Chun said as he took out his phone, opened the official Extraordinary website, and handed it to Liu Mu. Liu Mu looked down. Then he fell silent. The so-called SSS rank tasks involved things like assassinating the Japanese emperor, killing the Western Pope, or destroying Britain's god-tier weaponry. Given their status in their respective countries, they would undoubtedly be surrounded by powerful guards. Even a powerful grandmaster running to Japan to kill an emperor or to the West to kill a pope would be effectively committing suicide. But do not be discouraged. Su Chun smiled. You are still young. With your strength, completing a ranked task should be no problem. I believe in 10 years you will certainly become a captain. Sister Ye, how long did it take for your father to become a captain? Liu Mu turned to look at Lin Ya. As the head of the Chongqing branch and with members referring to him as Captain Lin, it stood to reason that Lin Ya's father was a captain. About 10 years, I think. Lin Ya recalled, my father joined the association 10 years ago. At the time, he was only a Haoshan martial artist with limited strength, so he could only take low-level tasks. As his strength improved over time, the difficulty of his missions rose. About 7 years later, he successfully broke through to Grandmaster, and it took another 3 years to upgrade his badge to gold and become the Chongqing branch head and captain. Liu Mu left, taking his bronze badge and a special mobile phone capable of logging into the Transcendentalist's official website with him as he departed from Phoenix Mountain. Become a captain in 10 years. Give him 10 years and he might even be invincible on Blue Star by then. Not to mention that in a few months, Blue Star will undergo a massive upheaval. Rather than wasting time on low-level missions, Liu Mu would rather spend that time grinding monsters to level up. As long as he keeps leveling up, his strength will continue to grow without any bottlenecks. Once his strength is sufficient, both becoming a captain and helping Su Ling'er regain her freedom will be a breeze. Back at the villa, Liu Mu immediately took out the pet egg from his backpack and upgraded his appraisal skill. Consumed 5 skill points, appraisal upgraded to level 3. Appraisal level 3 can appraise equipment and items up to blue grade, can be upgraded by consuming 10 skill points. Continue upgrading. Upgrade failed, insufficient remaining skill points. Liu Mu checked his remaining skill points, 7 points. He was still 3 points short of continuing the upgrade for appraisal. Not enough. Liu Mu felt an instant headache. His only current way to obtain skill points is the 5 points he gets every time he levels up as part of the martial god class. But just upgrading the exclusive martial god skills requires a huge amount of points, so he has no spare points to use. The pet egg he got as a mission reward is of purple grade. He must appraise it before he can see its specific attributes. The problem is, his current level of appraisal is not enough to appraise purple grade items. Liu Mu tried to use appraisal on the pet egg. Appraisal failed, please increase your appraisal skill level. Never mind, let us go find a place to level up first. Putting the pet egg back into his inventory space, Liu Mu decided to level up first. As long as he gains another level, he will have enough skill points to upgrade appraisal, and by then, he should be able to appraise the egg. Player has reached level 20, the Martial God 9 Turns challenge is now available. Martial God 9 Turns, a test for the Martial God class. When the player reaches levels 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100, the corresponding challenges can be opened. Passing them will improve the Martial God class's base attributes. Martial God Unique Hidden Class, Constitution and Speed plus 200. Every time the player levels up, they gain 50 free attribute points and 5 skill points. First turn attribute. Martial God First Turn Unique Hidden Class, Constitution and Speed plus 500. Every time the player levels up, they gain 100 free attribute points and 10 skill points. A notification pop-up suddenly appeared. After reading the contents of the pop-up, Liu Mu felt a surge of ecstasy. This comes at the perfect time. He had previously been puzzled as to why the Martial God class, which sounded so powerful and was a unique hidden class, had such ordinary base attributes. Even a simple knight title could give him a plus 100 bonus to all attributes, whereas the Martial God class only gave him plus 200 to Constitution and Speed. Now it seems it was because the Martial God class had not been fully activated yet. The Martial God 9 Turns corresponds to 9 trials. Every time a trial is passed, the Martial God's base attributes improve. Just passing the first turn trial brings him huge benefits. Constitution and Speed increased by 500, a gain of 300 points each. But that is not even the most critical part. The key is that with every level up, the free attribute points gained will increase from 50 to 100, and the skill points gained will increase from 5 to 10, a full doubling. Thinking of this, Liu Mu could not sit still anymore. He started the first turn trial immediately. Martial God First Turn activated, player will be teleported into the Martial God space. Notification pop-up appeared. Chu Mu felt his vision darken, and when it cleared, he found himself in a gray space. The whole space was gray, and besides that there was nothing else. Boom! Suddenly the space shook. A massive amount of gray gas gathered, forming a burly man. The man had a handsome face and white hair. The next second, the man launched an attack at Yunning Mu. Seeing this, Liu Mu immediately used Scout on the man. Level 20 Martial God Avatar. Constitution 1000. Spirit 1000. Speed 1000. Fortunately, it is not too insane. Liu Mu sighed in relief. Although the Martial God Avatar's spirit and speed were higher than his, the good thing was that the opponent had no skills. If the Martial God Avatar could also use 8 Wasteland Steps, Mountain Crushing Fist, and Martial God Body, he might as well just surrender. As he is now, there is no way he could pass the trial. 8 Wasteland Steps. Activating the skill, Liu Mu's body turned into a blur and vanished. However, even with 8 Wasteland Steps, his speed still could not compare to the Martial God Avatar. Bang! His chest was struck by the avatar. Liu Mu felt the energy in his body churning, but it calmed down quickly. Since he could not dodge, he would just fight head-on. Liu Mu unleashed the power within his body and threw punches rapidly. Boom! Terrifying force rampaged as countless phantom fists erupted from Liu Mu's hands, sweeping toward the martial god avatar. Several minutes later, Liu Mu exited the martial god space while no time had passed in the real world. The difficulty of the martial god first turn is not that high. Liu Mu smiled. The first turn was more like helping him get familiar with his skills. Through the fight with the martial god avatar, he had mastered his skills even better. But then again, he had changed his class to martial god and was essentially the successor of the martial god. Surely the martial god would not harm his own successor, right? You have passed the trial, successfully completing the martial god first turn. Martial god class base attributes improved. Notification pop-up appeared. Immediately, a warm current surged through Liu Mu's body, and he received a comprehensive physical enhancement once again. At the same time, a mysterious power was born in his Danshan. This was internal energy. Before, he could only use internal energy by relying on the boost from mountain-crushing fist, which temporarily pushed his constitution attribute past 1001. Now, with the increase in his martial god base attributes, even without using mountain-crushing fist, his constitution had surpassed 1001, so internal energy was born naturally within him. If a constitution of 1001 equates to a first SDAG Chinese letter warrior and activates internal energy, does that mean 2001 in constitution equates to a grandmaster warrior and activates chi? Dragon Tiger Construction Group. The leading construction enterprise in U City with the highest market value, reaching tens of billions. The group's building. The chairman's office. Zhao Long stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with a one-eyed man standing behind him. The one-eyed man was named Zhou Meng, a hall master of the Wolf Gang. Boss, we have found the person, but if we make a move against him, I am afraid it will bring trouble. Hey, trouble. Zhao Long turned around. His appearance was extremely rugged, but his voice was incredibly soft and feminine. My only relative is dead. Do you think I am afraid of trouble? Upon hearing this, Zhou Meng did not dare to speak. After a moment, Zhao Long said coldly, "What is the other person's identity?" Reporting to the boss, we investigated his identity based on security footage. His name is Liu Mu, 19 years old, an orphan, formerly a freshman at Kingmu University who just dropped out a few days ago. But the day after he killed Su Hao and the others, the Transcendental Association sent someone to his residence. You mean he joined the Transcendental Association? Zhao Long's pupils contracted, and he clenched his fists, saying to be able to kill Su Hao, his cultivation must be above Su Hao's, possibly even having broken through to The Chinese letter realm. Being a 19-year-old Chinese letter expert, the Transcendental Association would naturally try to recruit him at all costs. But even if he has become a member of the Transcendental Association, he must pay with his life for killing my brother. Pass the order down, have people keep a close eye on him. Once he is found out alone, report to me immediately. So what if he is a member of the Transcendental Association? I want him dead and no one can save him. Chenlin Long slowly raised his right hand, a flash of black mist flickering across his palm. Seeing this, terror filled Zhou Meng's eyes. As a hall master of the Wolf Gang, he knew exactly how terrifying Zhao Long's strength was. It was now afternoon. At the villa garage, Liu Mu had just started his Ferrari when he suddenly received an unexpected phone call. He answered the phone, and a gentle voice came from the other end. Liu Mu, I hope I am not bothering you. Just call me Liu Mu, Miss Jiang. After all, I am no longer a student. Alright then, Liu Mu, the National Day holiday is coming up soon. Do you have any plans? Not really. Liu Mu's eyes lit up, and he deliberately made his voice sound dejected. I do not have family, friends, or a girlfriend. I am all alone, so I will probably just stay home and sleep. When Liu Mu finished speaking, Jiang Ru on the other end fell silent. After a moment, her gentle voice sounded again. If you do not mind, why do not you come back to my hometown with me for the National Day holiday? And where's your hometown, Miss Jiang? It is in the countryside, but it is not far. It takes about 3 hours by car. Would not that be a bit inappropriate? Liu Mu was beaming inside, but he said, "If you bring a man back to your hometown, will not your parents misunderstand?" "Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor." Jiang Ru stammered, "I am nearly 30 now and I have not found a boyfriend yet. My parents are from the countryside and have very traditional views. They keep pressuring me to get married, and this past year they have even started using their health to threaten me. So I was thinking of finding someone to pose as my boyfriend for the holiday. But I do not really have many male friends. The men on my WeChat are mostly married colleagues or my students. I thought about it and neither felt right, so I thought of you. Of course, if you are not comfortable with it, you can refuse. I will not be angry. Since you trust me so much, Miss Jiang, how could I refuse? Just let me know when you are leaving and I will go with you." Liu Mu certainly would not turn down such a good opportunity. Jiang Ru was beautiful, had a great figure, and was gentle and kind, the perfect candidate for a wife. He originally thought that after leaving Kingmu University, he would not have any more contact with her. After all, although he liked her, his focus was on becoming stronger, and he had no intention of actively pursuing her. Now that she had come to him, he certainly would not let this chance slip by. "Thank you so much." Jiang Ru sounded clearly relieved on the other end. "Can we leave today? It just happens to be my birthday and we can celebrate at my hometown tonight." "Sure, no problem. Send me the address and I will come to pick you up." No, I will come to you. We can just take one car." "Alright then, I will send you the address. By the way, do you have Su Linger's number?" "I do, why?" "Could you send it to me? I need to ask her for a favor." "Sure, okay." After hanging up, Liu Mu first sent his location to Jiang Ru on WeChat. Not long after, Jiang Ru sent him Su Linger's number. Liu Mu then called Su Linger. The call connected. Su Linger's cool voice came from the other side. "Hello, who is this?" "It is me, Liu Mu. Huizhang Yingyu, Villa number 1. Su Linger was sitting at her piano, and when she heard the voice, she was briefly stunned. Recovering, she took a deep breath and said, "What do you want?" "Nothing major. I need to borrow a car with higher ground clearance from you because I am taking my girlfriend to her hometown. Also, help me prepare some gifts for her family and buy a birthday gift for her since it is her birthday today." "Did you call the wrong number?" Su Linger's face darkened. "I am not your servant. Why should I prepare those things for you?" "Alright then, I will ask someone else." "Wait." Su Linger thought for a moment. "Within an hour, everything you asked for will be at your door." She hung up the phone immediately. "Linger, why did you listen to him?" Bai Haiteng appeared out of nowhere beside Su Linger, her brow furrowed. "You do not even know him that well and he took advantage of us last time." "Sister Haiteng, I hate that jerk as much as you do. But until we know his full background, we should not provoke him. Regardless, he is an innate martial artist and offending him will not do us any good. Linger, you must get stronger soon." Bai Haiteng gritted her teeth. "Once you are stronger, we have to capture him and make him pay back the humiliation we suffered tenfold. Do not worry, that day is not far off." Su Linger extended her right hand, and cold energy gathered in her palm, forming an ice crystal. Bang! The ice crystal shattered. Su Linger's eyes were full of confidence. "My ability has fully awakened. My father said my constitution is special. I cultivate ability dozens of times faster than ordinary gifted ones. It will not be long before I break through to sea level. At the same level, ability users are far stronger than martial artists. As soon as I hit sea level, I will definitely show him. And we will kick his butt together when that happens." Bai Haiteng clenched her small fist. "He hit us 10 times each. We will hit him 100 times each. Deal?" Su Linger and Bai Haiteng looked at each other and shared an evil smile. Liu Mu did not know that Su Linger and Bai Haiteng were plotting revenge. He had left the garage and returned to the living room. He had not really wanted to bother Su Linger. But he did not know what to buy for Jiang Ru's family, and he was running out of time. Even though it was Jiang Ru asking for a favor, he was interested in her, so gifts were a must, plus he was not short on money. Liu Mu took out his phone and checked his bank account balance. Seeing that long string of numbers, even though he was mentally prepared, he was startled. 989,685,880. Nearly a billion RMB in cold hard cash, not assets. Across the whole country, even some multi-billion-dollar companies would not necessarily have a billion in cash on hand. And he had gained this massive fortune after only a few days of monster hunting. He did not even have to do anything else. As long as he kept hunting, he would eventually become the world's richest man. Half an hour later, Liu Mu received a call from Su Linger saying the things had arrived. When Liu Mu got to the villa gate, a brand new Mercedes G-Class was parked outside, and Bai Haidang was standing by the door with a blank expression. Seeing him, Bai Haidang tossed the keys to him. Everything is delivered, nothing else, I am leaving. Wait. Liu Mu caught the keys and walked over. Give me your account number, I will transfer the money. Not necessary. Linger said that if you like the car, it is yours. As for the money for the gifts, consider it a wedding present for you and your girlfriend. That will not be necessary. Liu Mu smiled. I do not like owing people favors, but you can tell her that although I did not agree to work with her, I will help her gain her freedom. Bai Haidang sneered and turned away. Liu Mu would help Su Linger get her freedom. How? Besides, Liu Mu and Su Linger are not even friends. Why would he help her? Or rather, who would be stupid enough to offend a powerful figure they cannot afford to cross just to help a stranger? In Bai Haidang's eyes, Liu Mu was just boasting. Liu Mu watched her leave, frowning slightly. He could hear the disdain in her tone. But he calmed down quickly. He was helping Su Linger to get hidden task rewards, so it did not matter if Bai Haidang believed him or not. Opening the Mercedes trunk, he saw exquisite gift boxes. The trunk was filled to the brim with gifts. Another half an hour passed. An AITOM parked behind the Mercedes. Jiang Ru got out, looked at the luxurious villa and took out her phone. She was shocked at first that Liu Mu lived in such a multi-million villa, but then she remembered his Ferrari and was not quite as surprised. More than shocked, she was curious how a young man like him without family support managed to earn so much. Collecting her thoughts, Jiang Ru called Liu Mu. Miss Jiang. Liu Mu happened to be walking out the door. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Jiang Ru was wearing a black bodycon skirt that accentuated her sexy curves. Her long, beautiful legs, rounded hips, slender waist, and the curves above made it clear that Jiang Ru was like a ripe peach. Her black hair was tied back with a jade hairpin. On her delicate nose, she wore silver rimless glasses, giving her a gentle, water-like temperament that felt both pure and alluring. Are you Liu Mu? Jiang Ru's eyes narrowed, looking at the man in disbelief. She briefly wondered if she was hallucinating. She did not consider herself a fangirl, but this young man in front of her made her dazed. She had never seen such a handsome young man in her life. His facial features were flawless, his aura was like that of an immortal, and just standing there, he seemed to brighten the whole world. It is me. Liu Mu walked toward her with a smile. Miss Jiang, how long has it been, and you do not recognize me? THDH that. Jiang Ru stammered, are you really Liu Mu? How did you change your look? To be accurate, this is my real look. Liu Mu understood her reaction. Ever since his charisma surpassed 100, he looked like a completely different person. It was normal for her not to recognize him. What do you mean? Jiang Ru stared blankly at him. How should I put this? I am afraid you will not believe me because it is a bit hard to fathom. Liu Mu thought for a second. I am an orphan, but when I was young, I was lucky enough to be taken as an apprentice by a master, and I learned techniques similar to disguise. What you saw before was me using that technique. This is the real me. He did not care if she believed him. He could not come up with a better excuse anyway. Besides, the country was preparing to reveal the existence of superhumans to the general public. Even if she did not believe it now, she would once the government released the information. Disguise techniques, is not that something from martial arts dramas? Jiang Ru said softly, am I supposed to believe that? Just wait here. Liu Mu scanned his surroundings, and his eyes landed on a stone lion by the gate. Liu Mu walked over and, to Jiang Ru's shock, lifted the stone lion with his bare hands. Now do you believe me? Bang! Liu Mu set the lion back down and smiled at her. I believe you. Jiang Ru took a deep breath. It is still incredible, but my eyes are telling me it is true. I have no reason not to believe it. But if you are so powerful, why did you let Zhang Kai and the others bully you at school? Think of it as a form of cultivation. Getting beaten up is your cultivation method. Jiang Ru was completely confused. I was not just getting beaten, I was training my state of mind. Liu Mu twitched his lips and continued, I am a martial artist. Once my cultivation reached a certain level, I needed to master my true heart to break through further. Training the heart is an essential process. When I was being attacked, I felt anger, and what I had to do was control that anger and endure it, thereby achieving the desired effect. Did not you feel miserable? And that time in the woods, your head was bleeding. Liu Mu. Did I say something wrong? Jiangru hurriedly covered her mouth. No, you did not. Liu Mu shook his head, laughing helplessly. Just assume I was getting beaten up then. He could not be bothered with more excuses. As long as she knew he was not an ordinary person, it was fine. I believe you were training. Jiangru smiled. Also, I have good news. Just yesterday, several school leaders, including Vice Principal Zhang Hai, were taken away by the police. Then the police went to the hospital and took Zhu Dajun, Li Jun, and the others too, and I heard that Zhang Kai died. Oh really? Liu Mu feigned surprise. Well, they deserved it. Meh. Jiangru nodded, then looked embarrassed. Can we go now? My hometown is a bit isolated, and if we go too late, the driving will not be safe. Do you have much luggage? Liu Mu glanced at her. Not really, just some cosmetics. I have clothes at my hometown. Then let us take this car. Liu Mu clicked his key. This car is better for rural roads. Okay. Jiangru did not refuse. Compared to her the G-Class had a higher chassis and was indeed more suitable for the roads in her hometown. Then please help me move my things. I bought some gifts for my family, so we will say you bought them. Then how should I address your parents, uncle and aunt, or mom and dad? Liu Mu moved her things to the back seat of the Mercedes, since the trunk was already full. Uncle and aunt, of course. We are not even married yet. Wait, I meant that since you are pretending to be my boyfriend, you naturally call them uncle and aunt. Jiangru's face turned red hot. She had almost been led astray by Liu Mu. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Xuan's Mu's face. Alright, let us go. Send me your address, I will drive. Liu Mu sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Prompt windows immediately popped up. Driving proficiency plus 10. Driving proficiency plus 10. Driving proficiency plus 10. Basic driving upgraded to intermediate driving. Driving proficiency plus 10. What is going on? Liu Mu was confused. He knew that as long as he drove, his driving proficiency would increase. But when he drove the Ferrari last time, it only went up a little at a time. Why so much this time? Is it the car? Wait. Comprehension. Liu Mu's eyes lit up. When he drove the Ferrari, his comprehension had not broken through human limits, but now it had. And comprehension corresponds to a person's learning ability. Therefore, as his comprehension increased, his learning speed became faster, and driving again naturally granted him more proficiency. Which meant that once his comprehension reached a certain level, he could instantly level up any life skill to max and become an all-around expert. Jiang County. Yinling Mountain. The highest peak in Yu City, with an average elevation of 2,000 meters. And Jiangru's hometown, Taohua Village, is nestled at the foot of Yinling Mountain. Auntie, it is almost dark. How much longer until my cousin and her boyfriend get here? Sister-in-law, why do not you give them a call and ask where they are? Yeah, ask them. That road leading into the village is tricky to drive once it is dark. We should have brother-in-law go out and guide them. Has anyone seen a photo of my cousin's boyfriend? How old is he? Is he handsome? I do not think he will be very handsome. After all, my cousin is not obsessed with looks and she is almost 30 anyway, so he is probably around her age. Do you think there are too many of us? Will we scare her boyfriend? 6 cars were parked side by side on the courtyard in front of a small 4-story building. In the center of the courtyard, a group of people were gathered, cracking melon seeds while occasionally glancing at the concrete road outside. This group consisted of men and women, old and young. All of them were Jiangru's relatives. Hearing that Jiangru was bringing a boyfriend home, they had arrived at her house early to wait. I asked, they have already entered the village and will be here any second. Chen Su beamed with joy and said to the crowd, when my son-in-law gets here, everyone be sure to be enthusiastic. We must not leave a bad impression. Do not worry, Auntie. I promise to be the most enthusiastic of all. A young girl with her hair in a bun held a small brass gong, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Su. Maybe not that enthusiastic. Chen Su said, torn between laughter and tears. Meng Meng, where did you get that thing? Put it back. Your cousin is just bringing a boyfriend home, not getting married. We do not need to make a spectacle of it. I just wanted to make a good impression on my future cousin-in-law. Tang Bai stuck out her tongue. Look, is that their car? Where, let me see. Tang Meng stood on her tiptoes, looking excited. In the distance, at the end of the concrete road, a Mercedes G-Wagon was approaching at a steady pace. Cousin, what kind of car is that? It looks so cool. Tang Meng asked the stylishly dressed young man beside her. That is a Mercedes G, it costs about 3 million on the road. The young man's eyes glowed with envy. It looks even cooler in person than in pictures online. Over 3 million, it seems Ru's boyfriend is quite well off. Ru is a teacher at a top university with a high salary. Naturally, her boyfriend would not be any less capable than her. Sister-in-law, congratulations, it seems your daughter has found a great catch. Everyone chimed in with their congratulations to Chen Su. Chen Su was beaming. Actually, wealth is secondary. As long as the boy is a good person and treats Ru well, that is all that matters. Beside her, a middle-aged man remained silent with a dark expression on his face. Jiang Hua, what is with that look on your face? Chen Su glared at the man, furious. Your daughter is nearly 30. If she does not get married now, she will be considered an old maid. She has finally brought a boyfriend home, so who are you scowling at? Do not be angry, sister-in-law. Brother is just reluctant to let her go. Brother, he is right. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is an honored guest. You really should not be scowling. It is not that I want to be difficult. I just think, as parents, how can we pressure our own daughter to get married? Jiang Hua frowned. If she were truly in love, I would be happy for her. I am just worried she is doing something foolish just to make her mother happy. Oh please, Ru is a grown woman. What foolish thing could she do? You do not think she is going to rent a fake boyfriend like in those short videos, do you? Exactly, those videos are all fake. No one in real life would be that silly, and you can easily tell if two people are actually in love or not. Ru, there are a lot of people at your place. As the Mercedes rolled down the road, Liu Mu watched the huge crowd waiting in the courtyard and could not help but twitch his mouth. He really had not expected such a spectacle for just bringing a boyfriend home. I had no idea either. Jiang Ru looked panicked. My parents did not tell me so many people would be there. Looks like they wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise, more like a shock. Jiang Ru was on the verge of tears. Do not give us away or I am done for. That puts me in a tough spot. Liu Mu said seriously, I am not a professional actor. With so many eyes on us, it is hard to guarantee I will not slip up. Then what do we do? As they drew closer to the house, she saw a row of heads tracking the car's movement. Jiang Ru wanted to die. We will just have to play it by ear. Liu Mu continued, but you have to cooperate. Since I am playing your boyfriend and you are bringing me to meet the parents, it implies a close relationship. If we casually hold hands or hug, they will not suspect a thing. Okay, I will cooperate. Jiang Ru gritted her teeth and nodded. The Mercedes pulled into the courtyard. Liu Mu and King Haru exchanged a glance and took a deep breath. The car doors opened. They both stepped out, Liu Mu with a smile, Jiang Ru trembling. Dad, Mom, we are home. Jiang Ru walked toward Chen Su and Jiang Hua, greeting everyone else as she went. Uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, auntie, second aunt, little aunt, great aunt, and Meng Meng, you are here too. Ru, do not just stand there, introduce your boyfriend to all of us. Chen Su was the first to react, her eyes locked on Liu Mu, beaming with joy. Handsome, this boy is so handsome. She had worried that because Ru was older, she would have to settle for someone sleazy. Now she felt completely at ease. The more she looked at Liu Mu's face, the more she liked him. Hello everyone. Liu Mu stepped forward and greeted them all. Acting proficiency plus 10. Acting proficiency plus 10. Acting proficiency plus 10. You have acquired basic acting skills. That works too. As knowledge of acting flooded his mind, Liu Mu's expression became much more natural. Mom, this is Liu Mu, you can just call him Xiao Mu. Jiang Ru took Liu Mu's arm and began introducing her relatives. Liu Mu began a round of greetings, which felt like a tongue twister. Second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, second aunt, third aunt, little aunt, great aunt, second aunt, Ming Meng. Ru, your boyfriend is so handsome, even better looking than the stars on TV. Brother, look at how well suited they are, a perfect match. Xiao Mu, do not be shy, make yourself at home. Ming Meng, go get some fruit for your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law have some fruit. Tang Meng brought over a plate of fruit, blushing as she stood before Liu Mu. So handsome, he is just so handsome. Cousin really hit the jackpot. Thank you, Meng Meng, I can get it myself. Liu Mu smiled and watched Tang Meng. Innocent girl Tang Meng. No need to be so polite, brother-in-law. Tang Meng felt her head spinning. Normally carefree, she was surprisingly shy in front of Liu Mu. Meng Meng, why is your face so red? Do not tell me you are shy because your brother-in-law is too handsome. Jiang Ru pinched Tang Meng's little cheek, feeling a bit proud. Everyone cares about saving face. Jiang Ru was no exception. Seeing her relatives constantly praising Liu Mu filled her with satisfaction. It is not. Tang Meng lowered her head and looked at her toes, her face blushing so much it seemed like it could drip water. Seeing this, everyone could not help but laugh. Meng Meng, do not be shy. Let your cousin introduce you to a boyfriend just as handsome as your brother-in-law. Really? Hearing this, Tang Meng's eyes lit up. Cousin, do you know any other boys as handsome as my brother-in-law? Why are you wanting to date? Tang Meng nodded frantically. But suddenly, she felt two waves of killing intent. She saw her parents staring at her with serious expressions. She was so scared that she hurriedly shook her head. Zio Ru, help me take out the gifts and hand them out to everyone first. Liu Mu opened the trunk of the Mercedes. He had originally thought Su Linger had prepared too many gifts, but now it seemed they were not too many at all. Zio Mu and I did not know everyone was coming, so we only prepared gifts for my parents. I hope no one is upset. Zio Ru, what are you saying? Do you think your uncle and the others are that petty? Chen Su said impatiently, it is not your fault if you and Zio Mu did not know we were coming and did not prepare gifts. Besides, we are just happy you are here. Exactly, Zio Ru. Next time you and Zio Mu come to my house, I will give you both a big red envelope. Do not forget to bring Zio Mu to visit your third uncle, too. Liu Mu looked at the warm family before him and felt a bit dazed for a moment. In both his lives, he was an orphan, and familial love had always been out of reach. Suddenly, he felt a soft sensation on his hand. He came to his senses and saw that Jiang Ru had approached him at some point and was holding his hand. They locked eyes and Jiang Ru did not speak, she just gave Liu Mu a gentle smile. Look how sweet this young couple is. Chen Xuan and the others kept their eyes on Liu Mu and Jiang Ru. Seeing them holding hands, everyone started eating sunflower seeds while gossiping. Even Jiang Hua had a smile on his face. When did you prepare so many gifts? Jiang Ru looked at the gift boxes piled up in the trunk and instinctively covered her mouth. She truly had no idea Liu Mu had prepared so many. And she had never even considered asking Liu Mu to give gifts to her parents. Liu Mu already helped her a lot by agreeing to pose as her boyfriend. She felt terrible about letting him spend his own money. That was why she had bought the gifts herself, intending to give them to her parents in Liu Mu's name. Of course, one must prepare gifts when meeting their girlfriend's parents. Liu Mu laughed, see how you want to hand these out, also this gift is for you. Liu Mu handed a delicate box with the Bulgari logo to Lin Ru. Happy birthday, Liu Mu. Jiang Ru stared straight at Liu Mu, tears shimmering in her eyes. She did not know if she was moved or what. She just felt like crying. Cousin, why are you crying? Tang Meng noticed Jiang Ru's reaction and hurried over to ask. The others saw this and swarmed over as well. I am fine, some sand just got in my eye. Jiang Ru wiped away her tears, took the box from Liu Mu and gave him a light hug. Thank you. There is no need to be polite between us. Liu Mu placed his hands on Jiang Ru's waist, causing her body to tremble slightly. Wow, cousin, you and brother-in-law are going too far. You are killing all us single folks. Tang Meng rolled her eyes at them. Meng Meng, what are you saying? Where are the dogs? Chen Su asked cautiously, I hope your cousin and Zio Mu have not been fighting. Fighting, do not you see them hugging? Jiang Hua sighed in relief and said, Zio Mu must have given Zio Ru a gift and she is too touched. Auntie, do not worry. Cousin and brother-in-law are getting along great. Tang Meng's gaze was suddenly caught by a gift bag in the trunk. Her eyes lit up, Chanel limited edition lipstick. Do you like it? This is a gift your brother-in-law prepared for you. Jiang Ru let go of Liu Mu, her cheeks burning hot. She handed the gift bag with the Chanel logo to Tang Meng. I love it. Tang Meng took the bag and said cutely, thank you, brother-in-law. And this 55 bag is also something your brother-in-law prepared for you. Ru handed out the gifts from the trunk to everyone one by one. By the time she finished, her forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Liu Mu had simply prepared too many gifts, and they were all international luxury brands. The gifts for Chen Su and Jiang Hua were even more extravagant. A case of 50-year-old Maodai and a 500-gram gold bar. Tell me honestly, how much did you spend on these gifts? Jiang Ru nudged Liu Mu and whispered, I am not sure, I had someone else prepare them for me. Liu Mu did not know much about luxury goods. Of the gifts Su Linger prepared, he could only roughly estimate the price of the 50-year-old Maodai and the gold bar. The 50-year-old Maodai is a top-tier alcohol with a market price of about 30,000 per bottle, and a case of 10 bottles costs about 300,000. As for gold, the current market price is 600 per gram, so 500 grams is 300,000. Maodai and gold combined are around 600,000. Then what about the gift you gave me? Did you have someone else prepare that too? Jiang Hua looked up at Liu Mu. Of course not. Liu Mu replied calmly, the gift for you was carefully selected by me. Really, how much did you spend? About 1 million or so. Liu Mu suddenly remembered his appraisal skill could check item values. He decisively used the appraisal skill on the box in Jiang Ru's hand. Bulgari Tears of the Deep Sea exclusive gift box. Contains limited edition Bulgari necklace, Tears of the Deep Sea, retail price 1.1 million. Liu Mu then used the appraisal skill on the other gifts people were holding. Chanel limited edition lipstick, retail price 2,000. 55 bag, retail price 38,888. Huawei Mate 70 RS Ultimate Design Top Edition, official price 12,999. Sony PS Slim Edition National Version, official price 6,999. He did some quick mental math. All the gifts combined came to just over 2 million. A million or so. Jiang Ru could not help but gasp. I see. Jiang Ru tried to calm herself down. After we go back to the city, send me your bank account number. I cannot let you spend so much money just for helping me. Do I look like I am short on money? Liu Mu suddenly took Jiang Ru's hand and laughed. Besides, is not it normal for a boyfriend to give you a birthday gift? But, cousin, stop showing off your relationship with brother-in-law and bring him over to eat. Jiang Ru wanted to say something more, but Tang Meng ran over happily. At the dining table, everyone was being incredibly courteous to Xuan Mu. Throughout the meal, Chen Meng and Jiang Hua had not stopped smiling. All they could hear were the relatives praising Liu Mu and expressing their envy toward the couple. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. Liu Mu stood in the courtyard, looking up to admire the moon in the sky. Just then Tang Meng came over to him carrying a stool. Why do you say I am amazing? Liu Mu glanced at the stool Tang Meng brought and sat down on it. He had a pretty good impression of this adorable girl, Tang Meng. His gaze swept over her. She had a petite figure looking to be about 1.5 meters tall and was quite pretty with a sweet, cute style and a bit of baby fat. Her doe-like eyes were incredibly lively, making it very easy for people to like her. Pure girl Tang Meng. Age 18. Height 158 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Constitution 70. Speed 75. Spirit 90. Comprehension 88. Charm 89. Skills, intermediate drawing, intermediate cooking, primary driving. You have such a high alcohol tolerance. My dad and uncle were both drunk under the table, but you look perfectly fine. Tang Meng snuck a look at Liu Mu but happened to meet his gaze. Startled, she hurriedly lowered her head, her face turning bright red. You are such a shy person. Liu Mu teased, adding, actually, I am quite drunk too. I might just fall asleep while we are talking. Liu Mu usually had an average tolerance for alcohol, but he had his inner energy to rely on. The alcohol he drank was directly neutralized by his inner energy once it entered his system. Actually, I am not usually like this. Tang Meng said softly, it is just that you look so handsome, brother-in-law. Meng, what are you chatting about with your brother-in-law? Jiang Ru walked into the courtyard. Seeing Tang Meng's flushed face, she teased, do not tell me you have a crush on your brother-in-law. Why are you so shy in front of him? It is normal for me to be shy. Tang Meng blushed and said, brother-in-law is so handsome. I believe any girl would be shy in front of him. Then go help my mom and the others do the dishes, and you will not be shy anymore. Jiang Ru said, sitting down beside Liu Mu. Seeing this, Tang Meng shook her head and said, no way, I was just about to add my brother-in-law on WeChat. Go ahead and add him, then go wash the dishes. Liu Mu opened his WeChat QR code and held it out to Tang Meng. Tang Meng froze on the spot. Once she came back to her senses, Tang Meng stood with her hands on her hips, pouting at Liu Mu and Jiang Ru. HMPH. I am not talking to you guys anymore. You two are so mean, ganging up to bully me. Hahaha, we're just joking with you. Liu Mu laughed at me, and I will go help with the dishes. Brother-in-law, you are a guest, how can I let you do the dishes? Tang Meng took out her phone, added Liu Mu on WeChat, stuck out her tongue and said, brother-in-law, you go chat with my cousin, I am going to wash the dishes. Your cousin is quite cute. Watching Tang Meng skip away, Liu Mu smiled from the heart. In Tang Meng, he could feel that youthful vitality unique to young girls. Meng Meng is a very simple and innocent girl. Jiang Ru was also smiling. She looked up at the moon and said, Liu Mu, thank you. Because of your arrival, my parents and my relatives are all so happy. And what about you? Liu Mu gazed at Jiang Ru's profile. Jiang Ru was very beautiful. Perhaps due to her personality, her natural appearance was alluring, but her conduct was as gentle as water. Plus, as a long-time teacher, she had a unique, scholarly temperament. I'm also very happy. Jiang Ru looked away, gently pushed up her glasses and blushed. Do you know what my mom and the others were saying when you were not here just now? What did they say? They told me to get married and have kids soon and said that for a man as excellent as you, I must not let the chance slip away. Jiang Ru sat up straight, bowing her head with her cheeks burning hot. Yeah, your mom and the others make a good point. Liu Mu leaned closer to Jiang Ru. Suddenly, Jiang Ru did not even dare to breathe. Behind them, Tang Meng suddenly returned. Seeing this scene, she secretly took a photo with her phone and posted it on her social media. My cousin brought her boyfriend home today. My brother-in-law is super handsome. The post included a photo of Liu Mu and Jiang Ru from behind, along with a front-facing photo she had secretly taken of him during dinner. Not long after the post went up, several people had already liked and commented on it. My God, is this your brother-in-law Meng Meng? He is so handsome, even more handsome than a celebrity. Wow, so heartwarming. I am so envious of my cousin Meng Meng today. Meng Meng, your cousin has it so good. Can you ask your cousin what it feels like to wake up every day and see such a handsome face lying next to her? If I had such a handsome boyfriend, I would never leave the bed. Looking at these comments, Tang Meng immediately blushed uncontrollably. But she was also curious. What does it feel like for Jiang Ru to wake up every day and see a boyfriend as handsome as Liu Mu lying next to her? At the entrance of Taohua village, a Land Rover was parked on the side of the road. Zhou Ming sat in the driver's seat and asked the person in the back, boss, shall we strike tonight? Should we just take care of everyone in this village? You want to slaughter the village? Zhao Long said expressionlessly, are you tired of living or have you just become that stupid? If we kill that brat, even if the Transcendental Association suspects us, as long as there is no direct evidence that he died by our hands, they cannot do anything to us. But once a village is slaughtered, the nature of the situation changes entirely. At that point, all the experts from the Transcendental Association will gather in Yushi City. By then, not only you and I, but the entire wolf gang, and even the people behind us will not be able to escape death. I was just saying. Zhou Meng's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. Let that brat live one more night. Zhao Long opened the car window and looked at the gloomy forest outside, saying, when it is dawn, find an opportunity to lure him into the mountains. Let this Yinling mountain become his grave. Evening arrived. Liu Mu was arranged to sleep in the room next to Jiang Ru's. They were not sleeping in the same room. No matter how much Chen Su hoped her daughter would get married and have kids early, she could not proactively let them sleep in the same room. Whether or not they had already been intimate was one thing. As a mother, she could not be lax about such matters, otherwise she worried that Liu Mu would think her daughter was cheap. However, this was exactly what Liu Mu preferred. Liu Mu checked the time, it was almost midnight. He opened the window, and his figure vanished like a blur. Compared to staying in the same room as Jiang Ru where nothing could happen, he preferred using this time to hunt monsters and level up. Jiang Ru's hometown was at the foot of Yinling Mountain, which was a massive mountain nearly 2,000 meters high. The wild beasts, venomous insects, and such within the mountain could all become experience points for him. Utilizing his 8 desolation step throughout the journey, Liu Mu reached the depths of Yinling in less than half an hour. As his body wove through the dark and humid forest, Liu Mu could feel pairs of eyes staring at him from the shadows. This place will do. Liu Mu stopped beside a pool of water. Moonlight spilled onto the pool, where swarms of insects had gathered on the surface. Compared to killing ferocious beasts, slaying swarming monsters like these insects was a faster way to gain experience. Boom! Liu Mu threw a punch, and the swarm of insects instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Killed level 8 blood-sucking mosquito, obtained 80 RMB, experience plus 0.96. Killed level 10 blood-sucking mosquito, obtained 100 RMB, experience plus 1.2. Killed level 10 blood-sucking mosquito, obtained 100 RMB, experience plus 1.2. Notification windows kept popping up, and Liu Mu's experience bar began to move. Seeing this, Liu Mu accelerated his killing speed. Boom boom boom. Shadows of fists formed by internal energy hammered into the pool, making the water boil as it surged like ocean waves, swallowing swathes of insects. Killed level 9 moth soldier, obtained 90 RMB, experience plus 1.08. Killed level 15 moth soldier, obtained 150 RMB, experience plus 1.8, obtained 1 speed fruit. An hour later, Liu Mu began to relocate to find the next monster spawn point. It did not take long before he found a snake den. With one punch, the snake den exploded. Killed level 20 snake monster, obtained 2000 RMB, experience plus 22. Killed level 20 snake monster, obtained 2000 RMB, experience plus 22, obtained 1 enlightenment fruit. Another hour passed. After killing a massive fat wild boar, Liu Mu finally leveled up. Killed level 30 boar king, obtained 30,000 RMB, experience plus 3600, obtained boar king leather armor. Your level has increased to level 21, obtained 100 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Liu Mu did not hesitate, he immediately upgraded his appraisal skill. Consumed 10 skill points, appraisal upgraded to level 4. Appraisal level 4 can appraise equipment and items up to purple grade, can be upgraded by consuming 100 skill points. It takes 100 skill points to upgrade further. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Even after his first transition, when his basic martial god attributes improved and he gained 10 skill points per level, he would still need to level up 10 more times to upgrade appraisal again. Skill points are nowhere near enough. Liu Mu sighed helplessly, but he had no choice but to take it one step at a time. If only he were lucky enough to trigger a quest that rewarded skill points. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu took the pet egg out of his inventory. Suddenly, a basketball-sized, purely white, round egg appeared on the ground in front of him. Appraisal. Appraisal successful. Accompanied by a purple glow, mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of the pet egg. Myriad poison spider pet egg. After hatching, you can obtain a purple-grade pet, the myriad poison spider. Finally, my first pet. Liu Mu was thrilled. As everyone knows in games, pets are one of the most important combat assets for a player, and different types of pets serve different roles. Combat-type pets help players fight, support-type pets buff player attributes, control-type pets help restrict enemies. In short, no matter the type, all pets increase a player's combat power to some extent. Focusing his attention on the myriad poison spider pet egg, Liu Mu mentally commanded it to hatch. Greg. The eggshell shattered, and a chubby little purple spider crawled out. Successfully hatched the myriad poison spider pet egg, you have obtained the purple-grade pet myriad poison spider. Note, for non-summoner players you can hatch a maximum of 3 pets. Pets are automatically bound upon hatching and you can only summon 1 pet at a time to fight. Pet myriad poison spider. Owner Liu Mu. Grade purple. Level 0. Constitution 100. Speed 200. Spirit 300. Skills, level 1 Paralyzing Poison Web, level 1 Poison Mist Swamp. Level 1 Paralyzing Poison Web. Spit a paralyzing web at the target. Hit targets will have their bodies paralyzed and be unable to move for 3 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. The skill will automatically upgrade upon reaching level 10. Level 1 Poison Mist Swamp. Summon a circular swamp filled with toxic mist beneath the target's feet, reducing the trapped target's speed and constitution by 50 points for 6 seconds. Cooldown 6 minutes. The skill will automatically upgrade upon reaching level 10. Note: for purple grade pets, every level gain grants 100 free attribute points. Not bad. Liu Mu nodded in satisfaction. Judging by its skills, it appears to be a control-type pet. And one thing that made him sigh in relief was that the pet's skills upgrade automatically with its level without consuming his precious skill points, which was good, as he barely had enough for himself. I will call you Xiao Zai from now on. Liu Mu crouched down and poked Xiao Zai's round body with his finger. Xiao Zai was only palm-sized, entirely purple with 8 legs. At the tip of each leg was a golden pattern and it had big, golden eyes. Xiao Zai raised 2 of its little legs, placed them on Liu Mu's finger and stared at him, blinking its big eyes repeatedly as if to say it loved the name. Xiao Zai, get on me, we are going to level up. As a purple pet, Xiao Zai gained 100 free attribute points per level, meaning that in just 10 levels its strength would be comparable to an innate martial artist. Thinking of this, Liu Mu did not dare waste time and headed deeper into Yinling with Xiao Zai. Killed level 10 Cave Spider, obtained 100 RMB, experience plus 100, experience plus 1.2. Your pet Xiao Zai killed level 10 Cave Spider, gained 1.2 experience. In the dim cave, Liu Mu and Xiao Zai were crazily hunting spiders. Although these spiders were defined as monsters, their strength was no different from ordinary spiders. Only monsters found in instances truly possessed the strength a monster should have. Likewise, monsters in reality were easier to kill, yielded less experience than those in instances, and had very low drop rates. However, Liu Mu discovered an unexpected joy. The experience gained by the player and the pet was independent, they did not have to share. If a player and a pet killed a monster together, the kill would generate 2 shares of experience, 1 for the player and 1 for the pet, with no reduction in the total amount. As for loot, it would not double. Furthermore, pets required much less experience to level up than players, though a pet's level could not exceed the player's. After understanding the pet leveling mechanism, Liu Mu had Xiao Zai attack the same targets as himself. This way, the same number of monsters provided experience for both himself and Xiao Zai. Morning arrived. Liu Mu was riding on Xiao Zai, sprinting through the forest. Yes, riding. After a night's work, both Liu Mu and Xiao Zai had reached level 25. Due to the level increase, Xiao Zai's size had changed significantly. Bang! A loud crash. Another giant tree was snapped in half by Xiao Zai's collision. Wherever Xiao Zai passed, all the birds and beasts trembled in fear. Even the tiger, king of the jungle, scurried away in a panic at the sight of Xiao Zai. Liu Mu was riding on Xiao Zai's back. At this moment, Xiao Zai was as large as an elephant with 8 sturdy legs covered in sharp golden barbs. Its entire body was a deep reddish purple, and its back was covered in dense golden veins that formed a spiderweb pattern. With a flick of his mind, Liu Mu pulled up Xiao Esper attributes to inspect them. Pet Myriad Poison Spider Xiao Zai. Master Liu Mu. Grade Purple. Level 25 capped. Physique 100. Speed 200. Spirit 300. Free attribute points 2500. Skills: Level 2 Paralyzing Poison Net, Level 2 Poison Mist Swamp, Level 1 Myriad Poison Body. Level 2 Paralyzing Poison Net sprays a poisonous net at a target, paralyzing them and rendering them immobile for 6 seconds. Cooldown is 2 minutes. This skill will automatically upgrade upon reaching level 30. Level 2 Poison Mist Swamp summons a circular swamp filled with toxic mist beneath the target's feet, reducing their speed and physique by 100 points for 6 seconds. Cooldown is 3 minutes. This skill will automatically upgrade upon reaching level 30. Level 1 Myriad Poison Body provides immunity to deadly poisons, and the spider silk itself is highly toxic. Anyone who touches it suffers a physique reduction of 10 points per second for 30 seconds. Cooldown is 3 minutes. This skill will automatically upgrade upon reaching level 30. A pet's level cannot exceed its master's level. Therefore, once Xiao Zai reached the same level as Liu Mu, it could no longer level up. Xiao Zai can only continue to level up once Liu Mu increases his own level. After gaining 25 levels, Xiao Zai not only received 2,500 free attribute points, but both the paralyzing poison net and poison mist swamp skills also upgraded automatically. Furthermore, upon reaching level 20, a new skill, Myriad Poison Body, was activated. Liu Mu did not rush to distribute Xiao Zai's points, choosing instead to check his own personal information. Player Liu Mu. Level 25 33/20/0. Class Martial God First Rebirth. Title Nitarant 96,860/100,000. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Physique 1011 plus 100. Spirit 130 plus 150. Speed 671 plus 110. Insight 101 plus 100. Charisma 68 plus 105. Free attribute points 500. Skill points 47. Class skills 8 Desolation Steps level 3, Mountain Crushing Fist level 3, Martial God's Body level 2. Equipment equipped, Ring of Purification, Fish Spirit Boots, Water Avoiding Bead. Skills Appraisal level 4, Detect level 3, Advanced Language/Math/Foreign Language, Advanced Driving, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Primary Acting. Inventory Ant King's Poison Needle, Pig King's Leather Armor, Speed Fruit X, Insight Fruit X, Blood Soul Fruit X, Soul Condensing Pill X. After fighting monsters all night, besides leveling up 5 times, he had also looted quite a few good items. Speed Fruit Consuming grants +1 speed, maximum consumption limit is 50. Insight Fruit Consuming grants +1 insight, maximum consumption limit is 50. Blood Soul Fruit Consuming grants +2 physique, maximum consumption limit is 50. Soul Condensing Fruit Consuming grants +1 spirit, you have reached the usage limit for this item. Pig King's Leather Armor Green, unidentified. Liu Mu moved his focus to take out a Blood Soul Fruit and consumed it. Instantly, a strange fruit, the size of a grape and deep blood red in color, appeared in his hand. Taking a bite, the Blood Soul Fruit transformed into a liquid and entered his body. Blood Soul Fruit consumed, physique +2. Liu Mu continued eating the Blood Soul Fruit while contemplating how to allocate his 500 free attribute points. Finally, after some thought, he dumped all 500 points into physique. Boom! As the point allocation was completed, Liu Mu felt as though a volcano had erupted within him. His entire body was constantly strengthening, and the inner energy in his Danshan began to churn violently. Mountain Crushing Fist. He activated the skill and felt the change in his inner energy, only to find that it had not transformed into true Qi. It seems surpassing 2,001 points in physique is not enough to reach the Grandmaster realm. Liu Mu felt a bit disappointed. He had assumed that since surpassing 1001 physique points was equivalent to a Xianshan martial artist, surpassing 2001 would make him a Grandmaster. Even though his physique had exceeded 2001 points just now through the activation of Mountain Crushing Fist, his internal energy had not converted to true Qi. This meant that to rival a Grandmaster martial artist, he still needed to continue dumping points into his physique. However, he quickly calmed himself down. He was now level 25 and had a pet as powerful as Xiao Zai. He was fully capable of heading to the Flower River to challenge the difficult tier Dragon Palace under the river dungeon. As long as he could clear that dungeon, he believed his strength would see another massive boost. Next, it was time to allocate points for Xiao Zai. Liu Mu pondered for a moment. He finally decided to add 1,500 points to Xiao Zai's physique, and 500 points each to spirit and speed. As the point allocation finished, Xiao Zai's size doubled again, now comparable to a large truck. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Zai, making it appear like an ancient beast. Affected by Xiao Zai's aura, the birds and beasts within the surrounding area began to flee in a frantic panic. You have consumed 45 speed fruits in total, speed +45. You have consumed 40 insight fruits in total, insight plus 40. You have consumed 30 blood soul fruits in total, physique plus 60. At the foot of Yinling Mountain, Zhao Long had just stepped out of the car when he saw swarms of birds flying out of Yinling Mountain. His brow furrowed and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Roar! Just then, a tiger dashed out of the forest, sprinting wildly toward the direction where Zhao Long was standing. Seeing this scene, black mist swirled in Zhao Long's palm and he prepared to slay the tiger. But the next second the tiger lost its footing and suddenly crashed onto the ground. Yet the tiger just glanced back in terror, then scrambled to its feet and ran past Zhao Long. Throughout the whole process, the tiger acted as if it had not even seen Zhao Long. "Boss, what is going on?" Zhou Meng said with a look of shock. "Why is this tiger so battered? And look at it, it is as if there is something truly terrifying inside the mountain." Interesting. The black mist in Zhao Long's palm dissipated, and he said with a grave expression, "After we kill that brat, follow me into the mountain to investigate. I want to see exactly what kind of thing could scare the birds and beasts into fleeing like this." "All right, I will go lure that brat into the mountain right now." Zhou Meng nodded and immediately headed toward Jiang Ru's house. Leaving the Yin Ridge, Liu Mu immediately put Xiao Zai away. It is worth mentioning that once he hatched Xiao Zai, his pet space was automatically activated. However, since he is not a summoner, his pet space can only hold up to 3 pets. 8 desolate steps activated. Liu Mu's body turned into a blurry afterimage and vanished. First floor kitchen. Chen Su had gotten up early to prepare breakfast. Joining her were several of Jiang Ru's aunts. "Sis, I am so jealous of you. Having a son-in-law as outstanding as Xiao Mu, you will be living the good life from now on." Exactly, Xiao Mu is not only handsome and well-off, but the key is that he is generous. The gifts he gave us yesterday must be worth hundreds of thousands in total. Hundreds of thousands? More than that. Just the gold bar he gave the eldest sister is worth 300,000, and my husband told me the crate of liquor he gave the brother-in-law is worth over 300,000. Plus, all our individual gifts were worth tens of thousands. That adds up to over 1 million. Over 1 million? That is terrifying. Ordinary people like us work for half our lives and only earn that much. Sis, did Xiao Ru tell you what Xiao Mu's family does? Giving away over 1 million in gifts like that, his background must be extraordinary. Well, I have not had a chance to ask yet. Chen Su said with a worried expression. "Do you think it is inappropriate for us to accept such expensive gifts from Xiao Mu?" "Auntie, do not overthink it. My brother-in-law bought those gifts to give to us. It would be ruder if we did not accept them. Besides, I heard some incredible news from my cousin last night." "Meng Meng, why are you up so early? Is your cousin awake yet?" Chen Su looked toward the kitchen entrance, where Tang Meng had suddenly appeared, wearing pajamas and looking rather sneaky. "My cousin is still sleeping. I could not fall back asleep, so I got up." Tang Meng walked into the kitchen and took a deep breath. "Auntie, congratulations, you are going to have a billionaire for a son-in-law." "What, a billionaire?" Chen Su did not react immediately. "That is right, a billionaire. My brother-in-law's assets are worth at least 100 million. Tang Meng said excitedly. "I was talking to my cousin last night and found out that my brother-in-law owns a villa in the city worth 50 million and a sports car worth 10 million. Also, do you know how much the birthday gift he gave my cousin last night is worth?" Chen Su and the others shook their heads wildly. They were so shocked they could not even speak. 1 million. Tang Meng held up one finger. "My cousin showed me the gift he gave her. It was a super beautiful necklace with a large blue diamond and many other gems. I looked it up online and it is called Tears of the Deep Sea, worth over 1 million. So do you understand why I could not sleep now?" Tang Meng said with envy. "Other girls are just looking for boyfriends, but my cousin has found herself a Prince Charming. No, actually, he is even more handsome than a Prince Charming." "Meng Meng, did Xiao Ru tell you what Xiao Mu's family does?" Chen Su's voice trembled slightly. After hearing what Tang Meng said, she suddenly began to worry that Jiang Ru might not be good enough for Liu Mu. "I asked, but my cousin did not say. But there is no doubt that his family must be very wealthy." Tang Meng laughed. "I have decided. I am going to suck up to my brother-in-law. As long as I keep him happy, I can just coast through life." "Look at you, have some ambition." A middle-aged woman who looked somewhat like Tang Meng glared at her. That was Dong Lan, Tang Meng's mother.
Yeah.
Tang Meng made a face at Dong Lan, then said seriously, "Stop standing around, let us make breakfast. When it is ready, I want to take it to my brother-in-law's room myself." Dong Lan. The air is so fresh. Liu Mu stood in the courtyard, breathing in the fresh air. Although he had not slept all night, he did not feel the least bit tired. "Brother-in-law, why are you up so early?" A sweet voice came from behind him. Liu Mu turned around and saw Tang Meng standing at the doorway looking at him. "I'm used to waking up early." Liu Mu replied with a smile. "Are you hungry? Breakfast will be ready soon." Tang Meng walked quickly toward Liu Mu, her heart beginning to race. Brother-in-law is just so handsome. He is handsome even just after waking up. Her gaze swept over Liu Mu's face. His skin was impossibly good, without a single flaw and not a trace of dark circles under his eyes. "Not really hungry, why are you up so early too?" Liu Mu looked down at Tang Meng, but upon doing so he froze. Tang Meng was wearing loose pajamas, and due to the height difference as he looked down, he accidentally caught a glimpse of everything. More importantly, Tang Meng was only wearing her pajama top. "I could not sleep." As soon as Tang Meng finished speaking, she suddenly realized something, and her entire face turned bright red. Brother-in-law, I will go wake my cousin up now." Tang Meng took a step back, her voice trembling. Without waiting for Liu Mu to respond, she turned and ran back into the house. Oh no, he saw everything. "My cousin is going to kill me if she finds out." Wuluwe. Liu Mu watched her panicked retreat, not really knowing what to say. He had not seen Jiangru, but he had accidentally seen her cousin. But credit where credit is due, Tang Meng might be petite, but she is quite well endowed. "Young man, could you give me a hand?" Just then, a figure walked into the courtyard. Liu Mu looked toward the voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Wolfgang Hall Master Zhou Meng." "Who are you?" Liu Mu pretended not to know who Zhou Meng was and asked, "What do you need help with?" "It is like this, young man." Zhou Meng took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Liu Mu. "My car's tire got stuck in a ditch at the intersection ahead. I was wondering if you could help me push it. Are you free?" Liu Mu did not say anything, but instead checked Zhou Meng's personal information. Wolfgang Hall Master Zhou Meng. Cultivation level, Xiantian level 1. Age 40. Height 175 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 1090. Spirit 280. Speed 680. Insight 90. Charm 60. Karma value minus 18,000. Skills level 4 Diamond Fist, level 3 Tai Kai Step, level 3 Iron Shirt, and so on. "I do not smoke." Liu Mu smiled. "Should I call a few more people to help you?" No need." Zhou Meng waved his hand. "My boss is over there too. The ditch is not deep, he will drive and we will just push from behind." "Alright then." Cold light flashed in Liu Mu's eyes. If Zhou Meng is the hall master of the Wolf Gang, then his boss must be the leader, Zhao Long, who is Zhao Hu's older brother. He did not even have to guess to know that Zhou Meng wanted to lure him over there, join forces with Zhao Long, and kill him to avenge Zhao Hu. His hero title only needed a few thousand more justice points to level up, so killing Zhou Meng would be perfect. "Uncle, did not you ask me to help push the cart? How did we end up deep in the mountains?" The outskirts of Yinling Mountain. Liu Mu stopped in front of a large tree. Zhou Meng also came to a halt in front of him. "Kid, go to hell." Zhou Meng turned around abruptly, his expression cold and sinister. Diamond Fist. As internal energy surged, a golden light flashed across Zhou Meng's right fist, and it slammed toward Liu Mu's face like a cannonball. Facing the incoming fist, the corners of Liu Mu's mouth curled up slightly. Bang! With a loud thud, Zhou Meng's fist was blocked by Liu Mu's single hand. Boom! The shockwave raged for a moment, then quickly settled. Zhou Meng's pupils constricted as he stared at Liu Mu in disbelief. "How is this possible, you?" Bang! Before Zhou Meng could finish his sentence, his head exploded, blooming like a bloody firework. Boring! Liu Mu leaned his fist, his gaze remaining calm and indifferent. With his current strength, he could easily kill Zhou Meng in seconds, even without using any skills. First layer of the Xiantian realm, nothing more than this. Killed evil faction member Zhou Meng, justice points plus 18,000. Justice points exceeded 100,000, hero title upgraded to Great Hero. Great Hero, an exclusive title for the Justice faction. Equipped, all attributes plus 500 grants the skill Justice Aura level 1. Justice Aura level 1, when activated, it reduces the constitution, spirit, and speed of a single evil faction target by 10%. My god, what a god-tier skill. Liu Mu's face was full of pleasant surprise. He never expected that the title upgrade would come with a special skill. And this skill was incredibly powerful, reducing a single evil faction member's constitution, speed, and spirit by 10%. As everyone knows, any skill that works on a percentage basis is a god-tier skill. If he faces an enemy with 100 points each in constitution, speed, and spirit, a 10% reduction means losing 10 points per stat, totaling a 30-point reduction. But if the enemy has 1,000 points in those stats, a 10% reduction means losing 100 points per stat, for a total reduction of 300 points. In other words, the stronger the enemy, the more effective the Justice Aura skill becomes. And this is only at level 1, which means as his title continues to rank up, the skill level will also increase. By then, would the weakening effect increase to 20%, 30%, or even more? And would the effect expand from weakening a single target to multiple evil faction members? Just the thought of it made Liu Mu excited. He had severely underestimated the power of the titles. The Great Hero title alone gave him a flat 500 increase to all attributes. If the title were upgraded to the highest rank of Savior, how exaggerated would the attribute bonus be? Liu Mu focused his mind and pulled up his personal status panel. Player Liu Mu. Level 25, 33/20th 0. Class Martial God First Rebirth. Title Great Hero 114, 860 0. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 1571 plus 500. Spirit 130 plus 550. Speed 716 plus 510. Comprehension 141 plus 500. Charisma 68 plus 505. Constitution is 2071, and with the Mountain Breaker Fist bonus, it can briefly reach 2571. Liu Mu tried his best to calm himself down. His strength was growing way too fast. No need for meditation or enlightenment, he only needs to kill monsters to level up, and his strength changes every single day. He believed it would not be long before his strength could rival that of a grandmaster martial artist. Regaining his focus, Liu Mu looked at Zhou Meng's corpse on the ground, flicked his hand, and a green light flashed, instantly turning the body into dust. Although the Ant King's venom needle was not a threat to Xiantian experts, it was quite useful for disposing of evidence. After putting the Ant King's venom needle back into his inventory, Liu Mu did not leave. Instead, he waited for Zhao Long to appear. The next second, a cloud of black mist rushed quickly toward Liu Mu from the distance. A desolation steps. With the skill activated, Liu Mu's body vanished into thin air. Bang! A huge explosion rang out. The black mist hit a tree with a diameter of over half a meter, and the tree shattered instantly. At the same time, Zhao Long appeared where Liu Mu had just been. He scanned his surroundings, and when he saw the dust that had once been Zhou Meng's corpse, his pupils constricted, his expression turning cold and dark. "Kid, I am going to kill you." Boom! Power erupted from within Zhao Long, his palms swung, and a large amount of black mist poured from his palms, condensing into a black dragon. Roar! The black dragon roared and suddenly flew toward the top of a large tree. And on the top of that tree, Liu Mu was standing on a branch, looking down at Zhao Long. Wolf Gang Leader Zhao Long. Realm 9th layer of the Xiantian Realm. Age 48. Height 185 cm. Weight 90 kg. Constitution 2910. Spirit 1080. Speed 1200. Comprehension 95. Charisma 78. Alignment minus 100,000. Skills Level 5 Magic Dragon Palm, Level 5 Purgatory Blood Shadow, Level 5 Demonic Rage Golden Body. Nearly 3,000 points of Constitution. Without a doubt, Zhao Long was the most powerful being he had ever encountered. But unfortunately, Zhao Long arrived too late. If Zhao Long had attacked him yesterday, he would not have been a match for him. But now, just his aura. With the skill triggered, an invisible force spread out, instantly reducing Zhao Long's constitution, speed, and spirit by 10%. Mountain Breaker Fist. Liu Mu threw a punch, his massive internal energy condensing into a giant fist projection that collided with the incoming black dragon. Bang! A violent explosion echoed out as a terrifying shockwave spread, causing rows of trees to collapse and knocking both Liu Mu and Zhao Long back several meters. The area around them had turned into a clearing. Impossible, you are just a brat, how could you possibly withstand my magic dragon palm? Zhao Long stabilized himself, his expression changing drastically. He had not held back his strength in that attack, expecting to kill Liu Mu in one hit. Instead, Liu Mu had blocked it. He stared fixedly at Liu Mu. He saw that Liu Mu's expression was calm, and he was completely unharmed. Damn it, who exactly are you? Zhao Long's face was extremely grim. That Liu Mu could withstand his full-strength attack without a scratch was proof enough that his strength was not below his own. What terrified him was Liu Mu's age. 19 years old, 9th layer of the Xiantian realm, simply unheard of. Such a person either had a terrifying background that could cover the sky or talent for martial arts that was monstrous. Either way, it was not someone like Zhao Long could afford to offend. Therefore, Xuan's Mu had to die. If Liu Mu did not die, it would be him, Zhao Long, and his faction that would perish. You had your lackeys go to such great lengths to lead me here, and you are telling me you do not know who I am. Liu Mu stared at Zhao Long without a trace of emotion. And behind him, Xiao Zai appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the air became suffocatingly heavy. Zhao Long's pupils shook, his eyes filled with disbelief. And Yana Spur. Zhao Long said with a trembling voice, a master of both martial arts and psychic abilities. Liu Mu did not reply to Zhao Long. With a thought, Xiao Zai immediately understood his intent. Bang! The earth shattered as Xiao Zai catapulted into the air, pressing down on Zhao Long like Mount Tai. Run! With almost no hesitation, the moment Xiao Zai launched, Zhao Long turned into a bloody shadow and fled deep into the Yin Ridge. Liu Mu's martial arts cultivation was no less than his, and with those psychic powers, he would surely die if he did not run. Hey, wanting to run. Liu Mu sneered. He used the 8 desolation steps and vanished instantly from where he stood. Bang, bang, bang. Rows of trees collapsed. Xiao Zai was rampaging through the forest. And ahead of Xiao Zai, Zhao Long, wrapped in a blood-red glow, was fleeing at top speed. Boom! Suddenly, Liu Mu appeared out of thin air before Zhao Long, his fist blasting toward him like a cannonball. This sudden turn of events filled Zhao Long's eyes with terror. Without time to think, Zhao Long threw out a palm strike. Bang! Terrifying power rampaged. As fist met palm, a horrifying shockwave erupted around Liu Mu and Zhao Long. In an instant, vegetation was pulverized and dust flew. Everything within a 10-meter radius of the two was leveled to the ground. Boom! They were both sent flying back simultaneously. Zhao Long looked at his uncontrollably trembling right hand, his expression turning extremely ugly. Kids, spare where you can. Our strengths are about the same. If we keep fighting, we will only both end up hurt. You killed my brother, so it is only right I seek revenge, but I underestimated you. I cannot kill you, so I will concede. If you are a smart man, let me leave. From now on, you take your path and I will take mine. We will not bother each other and I will not cause you any more trouble. Although Zhao Long wanted to avenge Zhao Hu, he knew deep down he could not kill Liu Mu. If he kept entangled with Liu Mu and that monster behind him caught up, it would be a losing battle against the two of them. Since you are conceding, then go reunite with your beastly brother. As Liu Mu finished speaking, he launched another attack at Zhao Long. Do not push me too far, boy. Seeing that Liu Mu was determined to kill him, Zhao Long's expression turned ferocious. He drove his inner strength wildly, and endless black mist gathered behind him, forming a glaring giant. Since you do not know how to cherish the chance at life I gave you, then die. Zhao Long moved his palms, and the giant behind him mimicked the action. Boom! Terrifying power surged, and black dragons flew from the giant's palms, sweeping forward. Wherever the black dragons passed, the ground was torn up, forcing Liu Mu to reveal his position. Mountain Crushing Fist. Seeing he could not dodge, Liu Mu gathered all his inner strength into his right fist and punched toward the incoming black dragons. Bang! The air exploded as a brilliant beam of light erupted from Liu Mu's fist. As the beam collided with the dragons, Liu Mu used the 8 desolation steps to put distance between himself and Zhao Long. At the same time, a massive purple shadow appeared above Zhao Long's head. Zhao Long looked up, and what filled his vision was Xiao Zai's massive body. Paralyzing web. A purple light flashed from Xiao Zai's abdomen, and instantly a purple spider web descended from the sky, enveloping Zhao Long. Bang! Xiao Zai's body hit Zhao Long like a meteorite. Instantly, the giant behind Zhao Long dissipated, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. No! Zhao Long let out a heartbreaking wail. His body was bound by the web, unable to move. Lin Zhang raised its sharp front leg and stabbed toward Zhao Long's heart. With his heart pierced, Zhao Long coughed up even more blood. He desperately tried to circulate his inner strength, but his body remained immobile. Zhao Long screamed in agony, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Liu Mu as he used his last breath to say, "If I die, do not think you will live either. I will be waiting for you in the afterlife." As he finished, Zhao Long's breath faded completely. Your pet Xiao Zai has killed the evil-aligned Zhao Long. Justice points plus 100,000. Notification window appeared. Liu Mu recalled Xiao Zai to the pet space. He walked up to Zhao Long's corpse. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed, and Zhao Long's body disintegrated into powder. As for what Zhao Long's final words meant, he did not need to guess. It was nothing more than a hint that there was a more powerful existence behind Zhao Long, or perhaps a powerful organization. But he did not care in the slightest. The more enemies he had, the more excited he got. That way, he could level up his titles. Tang Meng returned to the bedroom. Just as Jiang Ru was getting out of bed. "Meng Meng, what is wrong? Why is your face so red?" Jiang Ru looked at Tang Meng in confusion, noticing that her cheeks were flushed, and even her neck was covered in a rosy hue. "No, I am fine." Tang Meng tried hard to calm herself down, but her heart was still racing like a trapped deer. "Are you sure you are okay? Come here, let me feel your forehead and see if you caught a cold from the AC last night." Jiang Ru beckoned Tang Meng over. But Tang Meng did not dare to approach. The thought of being seen by her cousin's boyfriend made her feel a sense of guilt. "I do not have a cold, maybe I just ran too fast when I came upstairs. I am going to wash up now." Tang Meng walked quickly to the bed, grabbed her personal clothes, and locked herself in the bathroom. Seeing this, Jiang Ru did not think much of it. She prepared to get up and call Liu Mu. At the dining table, Liu Mu was eating breakfast leisurely, while Chen Su and the others were acting extra cautious. They were asking if the food was to his liking while peeling eggs for him. If Jiang Ru had not stopped her, Chen Su was even planning to feed Liu Mu the porridge herself. "Mom, what has gotten into you?" Jiang Ru could not take it anymore, her face darkening. "Liu Mu is not a cripple, do you really need to feed him?" "That is right, Aunt Chen, you are being way too enthusiastic. I am getting a bit embarrassed." Though Liu Mu said he was embarrassed, he immediately ate the egg Chen Su held to his mouth the next second. Seeing this, Jiang Ru's mouth twitched. "You call that embarrassed? You seem to be enjoying it quite a bit. I was just afraid Xiao Mu would not be used to it." Chen Su picked up the bowl again, scooped up a spoonful, and held it to Liu Mu's mouth. "Xiao Mu, do you mind if your aunt asks you a few questions?" "Aunt, what are you saying? Just ask whatever you want." Liu Mu swallowed the egg in one bite and incidentally drank the porridge Lin Su fed him. "It is like this, I wanted to know a bit about your family background. Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to say, it is fine." "There is nothing inconvenient about that." Liu Mu smiled. "I am an orphan." "What?" As Liu Mu finished, everyone present except for Jiang Ru was stunned. Even Tang Meng, who had been feeling emo about being seen by Liu Mu, widened her eyes and looked at him in shock. Liu Mu noticed their expressions, but he remained very calm. "I grew up in an orphanage and have no family. I am sorry." Chen Su recovered, looking flustered. "Xiao Mu, I did not mean to pry, it is just, if you are an orphan, then those expensive gifts you gave us." "Brother-in-law, did not my cousin say you have a 50 million villa in the city and a 10 million sports car? Were not those bought by your family?" Tang Meng felt like her head was spinning. If Liu Mu is an orphan, how could he have so much money? Did he earn it himself? Or was Jiang Ru lying to her? I bought the house and the car myself. Liu Mu smiled and said, I have earned quite a bit of money over the years. After Liu Mu finished speaking, everyone fell silent once again. They did not know whether they should believe what Liu Mu had said. It was just that the fact that Liu Mu was an orphan made it so hard for them to believe. In their eyes, Liu Mu lived in a villa worth tens of millions and drove a sports car worth over 10 million, so his parents must have been highly successful entrepreneurs. In other words, they thought Liu Mu was a second-generation rich kid. Only that could explain why Liu Mu was so wealthy. How about this? I will show you my bank balance, then you should believe me. Liu Mu did not want to explain too much. There was no explanation more effective than showing them the balance on his bank card directly. No need. Jiang Hua was the first to snap out of it. He said with a serious expression, Son, as long as you treat Xiao Ru sincerely, it does not matter what your background is or how much money you have. I will not stand in your way, but you must not do anything illegal, understand? Uncle, do not worry, I am a law-abiding citizen. Besides, if I had really earned this much money through illegal means, I would not be sitting here having dinner with all of you. As Liu Mu said this, he had already opened his banking app. When he saw the balance, he paused for a moment. 1,598,650,000. Nearly 1.6 billion RMB. Which means in just last night's monster hunting, he had gained nearly 600 million RMB. Yes. This terrifying speed of making money is faster than a printing press. Regaining his composure, Liu Mu handed his phone to Chen Su. No need, Xiao Mu, we all believe you. Chen Su did not take the phone. She even regretted asking such a question. Looking at Jiang Ru, who sat silently beside Liu Mu, she felt like she was about to cry. Xiao Ru, Mom did not mean it. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Just then, Tang Meng took the phone and started counting the balance. When she counted to 100 million, she rubbed her eyes hard and started counting again. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. 1.6 billion, brother-in-law has 1.6 billion on his card. Tang Meng let out a gasp, her mouth agape. She felt like she was dreaming. No, even in her dreams, she could not imagine having that much money. 1.6 billion, just the interest alone would be more than she could spend in a lifetime. How much? Everyone else had a look of disbelief. Meng, who told you to really look? That is so rude. Dong Lan glared at Tang Meng, but when she accidentally caught a glimpse of the bank balance on Liu Mu's phone, she was so shocked she stood up from her chair. Meng, did you accidentally click into Xiao Mu's phone contacts? Whose phone number is this? Mom, how can you blame me? Tang Meng said with a wry smile, this is not a phone number, it is money, it is RMB. Brother-in-law really has 1.6 billion on his card. Tang Meng held the phone out in front of everyone. Look, it is over 1.5 billion, almost 1.6 billion. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Liu Mu's phone. Since Yu Yang Mu's phone was a Huawei trifold, the screen was big enough for everyone to clearly see that exaggerated string of digits. Am I dreaming? How can someone have that much money on their card? Is it real? Is this Yuao's? 1.6 billion, that is just too crazy. Everyone was stunned. The relatives of Jiang Ru's family were mostly average people. Even if some of them had decent financial situations, they usually had at most a few million in savings. Compared to Liu Mu's nearly 1.6 billion, it was not even worth mentioning. Xiao Ru, the password is my birthday. Why do not you transfer 1 million to everyone here as a greeting gift? Liu Mu spoke slowly. To everyone else, 1.6 billion was an astronomical figure they would not even dare to dream of. But to him, money was actually the least valuable thing. Almost every monster dropped money. Conversely, items or gear that could boost his power were the truly rare ones. What? Jiang Ru was also immersed in the shock brought by Liu Mu's 1.6 billion balance. Hearing that Liu Mu wanted to give everyone 1 million as a gift, her face darkened. Are you crazy? Your money did not just fall from the sky. Did not someone say my balance was photoshopped? I am just proving it. You do not need to prove anything. Jiang Ru snatched the phone from Tang Meng's hand, handed it to Liu Mu and said, "Believing in you is enough." Liu Mu was taken aback for a moment. Then he put away the phone and smiled. "Okay, I will listen to you. Brother-in-law, I believe you too." Tang Meng rolled her eyes, walked behind Liu Mu and started massaging his shoulders. "Brother-in-law, when you and cousin get married, you will definitely need help. What do you think of me? I can cook and I am great with kids. After cousin has a baby, you two can go enjoy your life as a couple and I will make sure the baby grows up happy and healthy." Meng. Dong Lan's face turned dark, and she was about to scold Tang Meng. However, Tang Meng's father Tang Shan pulled Dong Lan back and said with a serious expression, "Our daughter will have a bright future." Dong Lan was rendered speechless. "I do not have an opinion on it, ask your cousin." Liu Mu enjoyed Tang Meng's massage. He actually quite liked this simple girl. She had no ulterior motives and was very straightforward. She was pretty too, and even though she was a bit short, she was very well developed in all the right places. "Cousin, I am your most loyal servant. Please give me a chance to take care of you and brother-in-law, I am begging you." Tang Meng immediately looked at Jiang Ru, clasping her hands together in a prayer gesture. "Then just keep waiting." Jiang Ru gave Tang Meng a side-eye, but her cheeks were burning red. For some reason, hearing Tang Meng talk about her and Liu Mu getting married and having kids made her feel a sense of anticipation. But when she remembered that Liu Mu was only acting as her boyfriend, a wave of deep disappointment washed over her. She stole a glance at Liu Mu. Jiang Ru was lost in thought. Liu Mu was truly too perfect, so perfect that she felt she was not worthy of him. "Zio Ru, come with me for a walk." Suddenly, Liu Mu took Jiang Ru's hand and stood up from his seat. Jiang Ru snapped out of it and nodded shyly. Once Liu Mu and Jiang Ru left, the place erupted in chaos. "Brother, our family ancestors must have blessed us. 1.6 billion, Liang Kue's boyfriend actually has 1.6 billion in savings. Sister, we must keep close ties with them from now on. We cannot let our relationship drift apart. Big sister, you and your husband are so lucky to have such an outstanding daughter like Zio Ru, and now she has found you such a wealthy son-in-law. It seems like your family will have more money than you could ever spend." The Su estate. Quedlinger stood on the lawn in the garden, a cold chill swirling around her, and an ice sword appeared in her hand. Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. "Elemental manifestation? Linger, you truly are a prodigy in supernatural abilities, a one-in-a-century talent, to master elemental manifestation in just one day. Your strength is already comparable to mine." Bai Haideng appeared beside Su Linger, her eyes filled with disbelief. It had taken her years to break through to an E-rank Esper, and yet Su Linger had done it in a single day. She did not know whether to say her own talent was poor or if Su Linger's was simply too heaven-defying. "It is not enough." Su Linger waved the ice sword in her hand, her expression resolute. "I do not have much time left. Before long, Yi Feng will come to my house to formally propose. I must become stronger before he arrives. Only by becoming strong enough can I take control of my own destiny. I believe in you, you can do it." Bai Haideng took a deep breath and said, "After you get stronger, do not forget to teach that guy who took advantage of us a good lesson. Do not worry, once father returns from the Arctic with the frost crystal tomorrow, I am confident I can break through to B rank within a week. By then, I will definitely teach that guy a lesson." Su Linger's eyes were filled with confidence. Only she herself knew how terrifying her talent really was. Behind Peach Blossom Village, Liu Mu and Jiang Ru strolled through a wild peach orchard. The village's name, Peach Blossom Village, was derived from this very place. "It is a pity you did not come at the right time. If you had come in March or April, these peach trees would be in full bloom. Especially on foggy mornings, walking through this orchard is like wandering through a fairyland on Earth." Jiang Ru stopped in front of a peach tree, picked a ripe peach and handed it to Liu Mu. "Though you missed the blossoms, you have arrived just in time for the harvest. Try it, it is delicious. When I was little, I used to fight over these with the other village kids, but now that everyone has grown up, no one even bothers to pick them anymore. I never expected your village to have such a beautiful spot." Liu Mu took a bite of the peach, his eyes lighting up. "Not bad at all. It is fresh, juicy, and delicious." "Hey, where did this petty thief come from? How dare you steal my flat peaches? Prepare to be beaten." Suddenly, a figure darted out from the orchard behind Jiang Ru. brandishing a wooden stick and swinging it toward Liu Mu. The sudden turn of events left Liu Mu stunned. Coming to his senses, he lifted a hand and firmly grasped the incoming wooden stick. "Monkey, why are you out here acting crazy in the orchard again?" Jiang Ru looked at the man holding the stick with a serious expression. The man was around 30 years old, thin and gaunt with sharp, monkey-like features baring his teeth at Liu Mu. "You know him?" Liu Mu frowned. The man in front of him did not seem quite right. "His name is Sun Sheng, a local from our village. He is about my age. He had a very high fever shortly after he was born. Although he survived, it left him mentally impaired. Because he is so skinny and loves climbing trees, we all just call him Monkey." Once, while watching Journey to the West at home, he saw the episode where Sun Wukong guards the peach garden. Ever since then, he is convinced he is the Monkey King and that our village's orchard is the celestial garden. He frequently patrols the orchard with a stick, attacking anyone he sees picking fruit. "But you were the one who picked the peach, so should not he be hitting you?" Liu Mu released the stick. Seeing this, Sun Sheng raised the stick again and attacked Liu Mu. "Give those flat peaches back to me." "Hee, you cannot hit me." Liu Mu swayed slightly to dodge Sun Sheng's attack, and then took a big bite of the peach right in front of him. "Arg, you are making me so mad." Sun Sheng scratched his ears and cheeks in frustration, swinging the stick frantically at Liu Mu. But Liu Mu dodged every blow with ease. Cannot hit me, still cannot hit me." Yeah. Jiang Ru could not help but laugh. "Stop teasing him or he will end up crying and that will not be good." "Why, you are bullying me." No sooner had Jiang Ru finished speaking than Sun Sheng threw down the stick, collapsed onto the ground and began to wail. Seeing this, Liu Mu's mouth twitched. "You really are a jinx." Guan Mu wore an expression of helplessness. His mental state is like that of a small child. It is no wonder he is crying when you tease him like that. Jiang Ru shrugged, signaling that it had nothing to do with her. "Hidden quest, cheer up Sun Sheng. Quest reward, the Monkey King's blessing." "What the heck?" Liu Mu was completely bewildered. "A hidden quest just like that? The Monkey King's blessing? Is it the Monkey King he thinks it is?" Liu Mu looked at Sun Sheng with a strange expression. Could this guy actually be the real great sage Sun Wukong? Peach Blossom Village Guardian, Sun Sheng. Age 27. Height 165 cm. Weight 45 kg. Constitution 60. Spirit 30. Speed 70. Intelligence 10. Charisma 20. Alignment 0. Skills none. These stats are way too low. Liu Mu frowned. Except for speed, all of Sun Sheng's 5 basic stats were below the human average. His intelligence was only 10 points, no different from a toddler's. And the label says Peach Blossom Village Guardian, which means Sun Sheng is not Sun Wukong and has nothing to do with him. Seems like it is just a coincidence. Gathering his thoughts, Liu Mu picked up the stick Sun Sheng had thrown and handed it back, saying, "Great sage, I will not steal your flat peaches anymore. You can hit me." Sun Sheng stared blankly at the stick Liu Mu was offering. A second later, he snatched the stick and swung it at Liu Mu's head. "You petty thief, dare to steal my peaches, I will teach you a lesson." "I am sorry, great sage, I will not do it again." Liu Mu did not dodge, he took the hit to his head. Sun Sheng could not hurt him anyway. The priority now was to cheer Sun Sheng up and claim the quest reward. And just like that, Liu Mu ran around holding his head as Sun Sheng chased him, laughing heartily. When Sun Sheng finally got tired, he laid down on the ground and fell asleep. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man came into the orchard, muttering and grumbling. "You little monkey, I told you to play at home. You came here to act crazy again. Get your butt home right now." "Uncle Sun," Jiang Ru called out to the man. "Oh, it is Xiao Ru." The man looked at Jiang Ru with concern. "Are you all right? Did Monkey bother you?" "No, not at all." Jiang Ru shook her head. Monkey just played until he was exhausted and fell asleep right there. "This little brat, he will catch a cold sleeping on the ground." The man walked up to Sun Sheng. Despite his grumbling, he carefully hoisted Sun Sheng onto his back. "Xiao Ru, I am taking Monkey home now. If you want any watermelons, just come to my field and pick some." "Sure, Uncle Sun." Jiang Ru watched them leave. "The people in your village are really kind." Liu Mu walked up beside Jiang Ru, watching the man's retreating back with her. The man carried Sun Sheng with great care, his footsteps steady and gentle. Sun Sheng slept soundly on his back, a faint smile on his face. Uncle Sun and his wife have had it rough. Their only child got sick, and over the years they have spent all their savings on his treatment. Now their only income is from those few acres of watermelons. I have offered them money several times, but they have always refused. I can understand them. More than money, they surely just want their child to be healthy. Indeed. Jiang Ru said sadly, but Uncle Sun has taken him to so many big hospitals and none of them could cure his condition. Perhaps I could give it a try. The hospital could not treat his illness, but that does not mean Liu Mu could not. The best way would be to pump stats into him. By giving Sun Sheng items that increase his attributes, he could bring them up to a normal human level. It would just take some time. Currently, apart from 30 spirit-enhancing pills, he did not have any other medicinal items. So he would need to go hunt more monsters to loot stat-boosting items. Alternatively, he could ask Su Chun to help him reach out to the Extraordinary Association and find a healer to treat Sun Sheng. He could consider it a reward for Sun Sheng helping him trigger the hidden quest. Quest completed, received, the Monkey King's blessing. Notification popped up. When Liu Mu read the description of the Monkey King's blessing, he was filled with joy. Monkey King's blessing, a blessing from the old god Sun Wukong. Once used, it allows for a second-class change. A second-class change means that he can add a new class while retaining his martial god class, effectively possessing two classes simultaneously. Magic God Class Change Scroll. Liu Mu's breathing became rapid. After helping Su Linger regain her freedom, he would be able to obtain the Magic God Class Change Scroll. Since players can only possess one class, if he had not obtained the Monkey King's blessing, he would not be able to switch to the Magic God class, even if he had the scroll. But now it is different. He can perfectly well treat the Magic God class as his secondary class. And just by the name, the Magic God is clearly a powerful class no less than the Martial God. When he possesses both the Martial God and Magic God classes, his strength will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Coming to Peach Blossom Village this time was definitely the right choice. But what does old god Sun Wukong mean? Could it be that the great sage equaling heaven really exists in this world? Do you have a way to cure monkey? Jiang Ru looked at Liu Mu excitedly. She had great trust in what Liu Mu said. In her eyes, Liu Mu as a martial artist possessed strength beyond human comprehension, and he knew magical techniques like disguise, so it was possible he knew some powerful medical skills too. You will know tomorrow. Liu Mu smiled mysteriously. He planned to go to Yinling tonight to grind for levels. The next morning, Liu Mu walked out of Yinling. After pulling another all-nighter fighting monsters, he was still full of energy. Overnight, he and Xiao Zai leveled up 3 times, reaching level 28. With a thought, he added all 300 free attribute points gained from leveling up to his constitution. He wanted to quickly break through the 3001 point threshold in constitution to evolve his internal energy into true qi. By then, his strength would be comparable to a grandmaster martial artist. Player Liu Mu. Level 5588/60 million. Class Martial God First Awakening. Title Hero 114,860/1 million. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 1871 plus 500. Spirit 130 plus 550. Speed 716 plus 510. Comprehension 141 plus 500. Charm 68 plus 505. Free attributes 0. Skill points 77. Class skills 8 Desolation Step 55, Mountain Collapsing Fist 55, Body of the Martial God 55. Equipment equipped, Purifying Ring, Fish Spirit Boots, Water Avoidance Pearl. Skills Appraisal 55, Detection 55, Advanced Language and Math, Advanced Driving, Intermediate Writing, Intermediate Cooking, Primary Acting. Inventory Ant King Poison Needle, Pig King Leather Armor, Tiger King Belt, Speed Fruit X, Enlightenment Fruit X, Blood Soul Fruit X, Soul Condensing Pill X, Beauty Pill X. Although Liu Mu only leveled up 3 times, he killed no fewer monsters than last night, so he got more loot compared to the previous night. In addition, 2 new items were dropped. Tiger King Belt and Beauty Pill. Tiger King Belt Green, unidentified. Beauty pill, consuming increases charm by 1, consumption limit 50. He retracted his focus. Liu Mu helped Xiao Zai add the 300 free attribute points from leveling up to its constitution as well. He then headed toward Sun Sheng's house. Pet 10,000 poison spider Xiao Zai. Owner Liu Mu. Grade purple. Level 55 capped. Constitution 1900. Speed 700. Spirit 800. Free attributes 0. Skills 55 paralyzing poison net, 55 poison mist swamp, 55 body of 10,000 poisons. Uncle Aunt, it is really enough, the trunk cannot fit anymore. Liu Mu watched with a bitter smile as Jiang Hua and his wife kept stuffing local specialties into the trunk of the G-Wagon. Because Jiang Ru received a last-minute notice that she had to attend an important meeting this afternoon, Jiang Ru and Liu Mu prepared to return to the city after breakfast. Seeing this, Jiang Hua and his wife directed a large group of relatives to slaughter chickens and ducks and go pick vegetables in the fields. In short, the G-Wagon's trunk was already packed full of local specialties. If they had not been pressed for time, Jiang Hua and his wife would have slaughtered one of their own pigs for Liu Mu to take away. These are eggs from our free-range chickens, no commercial feed used, they are healthy. Jiang Hua put a basket of farm eggs into the back seat and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Mu, drive slowly on the way back. If Ruru does anything wrong, remember to call Auntie and I will help you discipline her. Chen Su looked at Liu Mu with a face full of smiles. Seeing that her daughter had found such an excellent boyfriend like Liu Mu, she was both happy and worried. Liu Mu was just too outstanding, so outstanding that she did not even dare to urge him and Jiang Ru to get married and have children early. She was afraid that saying the wrong thing would affect the relationship between Liu Mu and Jiang Ru. Auntie, do not worry, even if Ruru really does something wrong, I will let it slide. Let what slide? Jiang Ru came out of the house, walked quickly to Liu Mu's side and whispered, did not you say you would help cure Monkey today? Ruru, do not talk nonsense. Xiao Mu is not a doctor, how could he help cure Monkey? Besides, Monkey has been to hospitals all over the country for that condition, it just cannot be cured. Although Jiang Ru spoke very quietly, it was still heard by Chen Su nearby. Big sister, is Monkey the son of your neighbors? Donglen asked curiously. Yeah, that kid burned his brain from a high fever when he was young, causing intellectual problems. Over the years, his parents have spent all their savings and even owed a mountain of debt to relatives and friends to treat him, but it has never had any effect. Is not that an intellectual disability? They say that condition cannot be cured. No wonder every time we come to your house that kid chases our car with a stick. Turns out he is a little cutie. These days, it is best for ordinary families not to get sick, otherwise if one person gets sick, the whole family gets dragged down. Actually, people like that are not rare, almost every village has one or two, they are called village guardians now. Well, is Monkey cured? Jiang Ru did not pay attention to Chen Su and the others, but looked at Liu Mu with expectant eyes. Ruru, do not be unreasonable. Jiang Hua's expression sank. Xiao Mu is your boyfriend, not a god. I know you feel that Sun Sheng is pitiful, but all the major hospitals could not cure him, so how could you expect Xiao Mu to treat him? Yeah, cousin, you are putting your boyfriend on the spot. Tang Meng said seriously, in my opinion, the reason that person is sick is because his parents gave him too heavy a name. Sun Sheng, an ordinary person, cannot handle a name with the character saint in it. Uncle, you have misunderstood. It was me who told Ruru yesterday that I would help cure his illness today. Benefactor, please wait a moment. Just as Liu Mu finished speaking, an excited voice came from the concrete road outside the courtyard. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw Sun Sheng's family running toward the courtyard. Sun Sheng was running in front, his spirit and vitality having undergone a massive change. Brother Sun, what are you and your wife doing? Chen Su hurried forward to welcome Sun Sheng's family. Sun Sheng's father was carrying a basket of watermelons on his back, and because he had been running so fast, his breathing was extremely heavy. Sun Yang did not respond to Chen Su. Instead, he set down the basket and immediately knelt down with a thud in front of Liu Mu. Uncle Sun, you cannot do this. Seeing this, Liu Mu hurriedly went to help Sun Yang up. But then Sun Sheng's mother, Huang Fang, pulled Sun Sheng down to kneel in front of Liu Mu as well. "Benefactor, thank you for curing our monkey. We are useless people and have no way to repay your great kindness. We can only offer you a few kowtows." Huang Fang's face was already wet with tears as she kowtowed hard to Liu Mu. Liu Mu wanted to stop them but thought better of it. At this moment, the couple needed a way to vent their emotions. It was just a short while ago. Liu Mu had visited Sun Yang's house, and at that time, only Sun Sheng was home playing with a wooden stick. So he gave 50 soul-condensing pills and 50 insight fruits to Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng took the pills and fruits, and without even asking what they were, he started eating them in big mouthfuls. As Sun Sheng consumed the large amount of pills and fruits, his mental state and comprehension reached the standard of a normal human. Peach Blossom Village villager, Sun Sheng. Age 27. Height 165 cm. Weight 45 kg. Constitution 60. Spirit 80. Speed 70. Comprehension 60. Charisma 20. Alignment 0. Skills none. Brother-in-law, thank you for curing my illness. Sun Sheng kowtowed to Liu Mu several times, even breaking the skin on his forehead, but he had a bright smile on his face. After his intelligence recovered, although he was still naive about many things, his memories from the past 20+ years were gradually becoming clear, and he began to understand what family and friends were. "Monkey, you are really better." Jiang Ru hugged Liu Mu's arm, her face filled with excitement. "Xiao Mu, you are truly amazing. You actually cured Monkey." "Little monkey, what did you call Xiao Mu?" Chen Su stared at Sun Sheng with wide eyes, completely in disbelief. "Brother-in-law." Sun Sheng replied, "My mom said that Xiao Ru is older than me, so I should call her sister, and her boyfriend is my brother-in-law." "My god, little monkey is really healed." Seeing that Sun Sheng could communicate like a normal person, Chen Su, Jiang Hua, and the others looked at each other with shocked expressions. "Xiao Mu, you can also heal people." Chen Su's voice was trembling. Where on earth did her daughter find such a phenomenal boyfriend? To be able to cure an intellectual disability, how is this any different from a miracle doctor? The key is that Liu Mu is handsome, rich, generous, and has a great personality too. Oh my, how much merit did Xiao Ru accumulate in her past life for heaven to give her such a perfect boyfriend? I suppose so. Liu Mu thought for a moment. Although he did not know how to practice medicine, was there any ailment in this world that could not be cured by adding a few points? "Ah, brother-in-law, you're amazing." Tang Meng finally realized what was happening, her face turning bright red. "I wish you were my boyfriend, brother-in-law." After Tang Meng said this, the air suddenly went silent. She quickly corrected herself, I wish I had a boyfriend as amazing as my brother-in-law." "Keep dreaming, you will not find another guy as excellent as Xiao Mu in the whole world." Donglan rolled her eyes at Tang Meng. How she wished she had a son-in-law as excellent as Liu Mu too. Afternoon came. Liu Mu drove back to the villa. "How about it, are you satisfied with this boyfriend of yours?" Liu Mu smiled and watched as Jiang Ru stepped out of the passenger seat. After spending the last 2 days together, their relationship had become much more intimate. Very satisfied. Jiang Ru tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered, "Actually, I wish you really were my boyfriend. Give me a kiss and I will be your boyfriend." Liu Mu suddenly leaned his face toward Jiang Ru. Although Jiang Ru had spoken softly, his hearing was sharp enough to hear every word clearly. Jiang Ru was startled by Liu Mu's move. Looking at Liu Mu's handsome face just inches away, her heartbeat could not help but accelerate. Time stood still at that moment. A deep flush rose on Jiang Ru's cheeks, and her eyes gradually became unfocused. Liu Mu stared at Jiang Ru's delicate, full red lips and continued to lean in closer. Seeing this, Jiang Ru's body tensed up, and her small hands instinctively gripped Liu Mu's clothes. In the next second, Jiang Ru went limp in Liu Mu's arms. For her first kiss, it felt like she had opened a door to a new world. The aura emanating from Liu Mu made her unable to help but feel addicted. Until they finally pulled apart, a sense of emptiness rose in her heart. Once emotions find an outlet, one wishes to have them filled at every moment. "Call me honey and let me hear it." Liu Mu wrapped his arms around Jiang Ru's slim waist. "I must say Jiang Ru is truly a stunning beauty." She has a scorching figure and charming looks, yet her personality is as gentle as water. The extreme contrast is intoxicating. You must stop bullying me. Jiang Ru pushed Liu Mu away gently and hurriedly straightened her skirt, which had been wrinkled by his touch. I am going to a meeting. Jiang Ru did not dare stay with Liu Mu any longer. She hurried toward her AITOM parked to the side, then drove off in a rush. She was afraid that if she did not leave, Liu Mu would make even more outrageous demands. Yet for some reason, she did not feel the slightest bit of aversion. And that was precisely why she desperately needed to calm down. She could not agree to Liu Mu's advances out of a moment of impulse. Watching the car drive away, Liu Mu was not disappointed. Regarding relationships, he had always let things take their natural course. After all, he and Jiang Ru had only known each other for a few days, so to reach the point of kissing was already a rapid progression. Moreover, from Jiang Ru's tense body and awkward movements, it was highly likely that it had been her first kiss. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu put the local specialty products in the refrigerator. Then he drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon toward the Flower River. It was time to initiate the Dragon Palace under the river dungeon. The Su estate. Inside a sealed secret chamber, Su Linger sat cross-legged, with a crystal emitting terrifying cold energy floating before her. The crystal was only palm-sized, but the cold it radiated was freezing the chamber walls. Boom! Suddenly, the clothes on Su Linger's body dissipated into ice dust, revealing her perfect physique. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. Su Linger opened her eyes, her eyelashes coated with ice crystals, and mysterious snowflake patterns appeared deep within her pupils. Su Linger stood up slowly, the cold air gathering around her and finally forming a long, blue dress with ice patterns. The door to the secret chamber opened. What met her eyes was the anxious look of Bai Heideng. Linger, something has happened, Zhao Long is dead. The leader of the wolf gang, Zhao Long. Su Linger said in shock. That man was a peak tier 9 innate expert, who has the ability to kill him. Hurry to the study, the boss is waiting for you. Bai Heideng took a deep breath and said, according to the leads we have so far, the person who killed Zhao Long is very likely that guy who took advantage of us. Impossible. Su Linger denied it without even thinking. Only a Grandmaster-level expert could kill Zhao Long. Looking across the whole country, have you ever heard of a 19-year-old Grandmaster? In the antique study, Su Nanshan stood by the window, brows furrowed, deep in thought. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Su Linger pushed it open and entered. Father, I heard Zhao Long is dead, and you suspect Liu Mu is the killer. Su Linger got straight to the point, eager to hear the answer directly from Su Nanshan's lips. What, you do not believe that young man named Liu Mu has the capability to kill Zhao Long? Su Nanshan turned around slowly. When he sensed the change in Lian Linger's aura, his face brightened. You have broken through again. Yes, after absorbing part of the extreme cold energy from the cold crystal, my ability level has successfully broken through to D rank. I believe that once I absorb the remaining cold energy from the crystal, my ability will reach B rank. By then, I will be comparable to an innate martial artist. Su Linger radiated confidence. Although she had only awakened her ability recently, she had been in contact with superhumans throughout her life. She had seen many so-called experts and knew that the extraordinary world held martial arts geniuses and gifted individuals with rare abilities. Whether they were martial arts geniuses or ability prodigies, they all shared one thing in common. Cultivation was as easy as drinking water for them, with one day of practice equaling months or even years of hard work for ordinary superhumans. Su Linger used to envy those with such terrifying cultivation speeds. But since she awakened her own ability and set foot on the path of the extraordinary, she realized those geniuses and prodigies were nothing special. Her cultivation talent and speed were enough to crush them both. Only 2 days had passed since she awakened, and she had already gone from an ordinary person to a D-rank Esper. She was even confident that she could reach B-rank in the next few days. Across the entire country, who could compare to her speed of cultivation? Linger, it is worth celebrating that you have grown stronger, but you must never lose your sense of self. Noticing the shift in her mindset, Su Nanshan said with a grave expression, you must remember one principle, there is always someone better. As more cosmic energy flows into Blue Star, no one can predict what will happen next. Under the influence of this energy, more ordinary people are evolving into superhumans. We cannot rule out that your powerful talent comes from this energy, and we certainly cannot rule out the possibility that there are others in this world who have benefited just like you. Therefore, no matter what, you must be cautious and learn to hide your true strength. You should understand the danger of being an innocent person carrying a valuable treasure. Father, you still have not answered my question. Su Ling'er remained unmoved. In her view, given her rate of breakthrough, it would not be long before she stood above all other superhumans. By then, whether it was the engagement with Yi Feng or teaching Liu Mu a lesson, it would all be effortless for her. Zai. Seeing that Su Ling'er was not taking his words to heart, Su Nanshan let out a helpless sigh. Ever since she awakened, he felt like she had become a different person. This made him deeply worried that she would eventually suffer a major setback. According to reports from our people embedded in the Wolf Gang, Zhao Long, along with the gang's hall master Zhou Meng, followed that boy Liu Mu to a place called Peach Blossom Village in Jiang County 2 days ago, and they have been out of contact since yesterday. As of today, the boy is already back in the city, but there is still no news of Zhao Long or Zhou Meng. The Wolf Gang leadership suspects they have met a grim fate and have already notified Qingyun Mountain. So based on just that information, you suspect Liu Mu killed Zhao Long. Su Ling'er said calmly, last time Liu Mu fought Sister Haidang, I saw with my own eyes that he used internal strength. Zhao Long was a 9th level innate expert. Anyone capable of killing him must be a grandmaster. But once a martial artist enters the grandmaster realm, their internal energy evolves into true qi, therefore it could not have been him. Looking at his cultivation level, it is true that the boy could not have killed Zhao Long, but that does not change the fact that he is the prime suspect in their deaths. Su Nanshan's gaze was profound. After all, Zhao Long and Zhou Meng went on that trip to kill him to avenge Xiao Hu, yet now he is alive and they are missing. Huijiang Bridge. Located a few kilometers from the Huijiang Yingyu Villa district. Liu Mu parked his G-Wagon by the bridge and headed down toward the water. The dungeon, Dragon Palace under the river, could be activated as long as one was near the Huijiang River. Reaching the riverbank, Liu Mu did not rush to start the dungeon. To ensure there were no mistakes, he needed to upgrade his skills first. He currently had 77 skill points, enough to upgrade only one of his 3 martial god class skills. He pondered for a moment. He eventually decided to upgrade Mountain Crushing Fist. 8 Wild Step increases speed and Martial God Body grants immunity to damage, but ultimately they are both survival skills. Only Mountain Crushing Fist could significantly boost his strength by increasing his physique. Since he chose to enter the dungeon, his goal was to clear it, making Mountain Crushing Fist the best choice. Consumed 50 skill points, Mountain Crushing Fist upgraded to 55. Mountain Crushing Fist 55, a martial god exclusive skill, shatters mountains and rocks with infinite strength, increases physique by 5,000 upon activation, costs 100 skill points to upgrade. How much? 5,000 points. Liu Mu widened his eyes, briefly thinking he had misread. The 55 Mountain Crushing Fist only added 500 to his physique, but the 55 version added a massive 5,000, a 10-fold increase. The physique boost from the 55 skill alone was more than his own base physique combined with all his equipment and titles. Yes. Liu Mu was ecstatic. If he factored in the physique boost from Mountain Crushing Fist, his current total stats would exceed 7,000. In other words, with this skill, his strength was now comparable to a grandmaster martial artist. Regaining his composure, Liu Mu took out the Pig King leather armor and Tiger King belt he had looted in Yinling. These 2 pieces of equipment had been sitting in his inventory, unappraised. With 2 flashes of light, a black leather armor and a tiger-striped belt appeared before him. Identify. Pig King leather armor, green-grade equipment, adds 100 to physique when worn. Tiger King belt, green-grade equipment, adds 100 to speed when worn. Neither piece had special skills, but the stats they provided were far higher than the other green-grade equipment he was currently wearing. He put on the Pig King leather armor and the Tiger King belt. Liu Mu plunged into the Huijiang River and activated the dungeon. Dungeon Dragon Palace under the river activation countdown. 3, 2, 1. Activation successful. Liu Mu felt his vision go dark. When his vision cleared, a crystal-clear underwater palace stood before him. The palace was surrounded by flowing river water and coral, exuding an ancient, deathly aura. Boom! Suddenly, the river water churned as a dark shadow appeared above Liu Mu. Looking up, he saw a monster with a shrimp head and human body, wielding a long spear as it lunged at him. 55 Shrimp Soldier. Constitution 2001. Speed 1500. Spirit 800. Skills Water Spear Thrust, Ocean Wave Tactics. As expected of a monster in a hard mode dungeon, these stats are truly insane. A common shrimp soldier actually has the strength of a human innate martial artist. Liu Mu's expression turned grim. Mountain Crushing Fist. Boom! The riverbed trembled. Within Liu Mu, massive internal energy burst into brilliant rays of light, eventually evolving into a mysterious gas. Bang! A terrifying beam of light erupted from Liu Mu's fist, striking the shrimp soldier and instantly reducing it to ashes. One punch. The shrimp soldier, with its innate level cultivation, was blasted into nothingness by Liu Mu. Is this true chi? Liu Mu stared at his fist, noticing a gray gas circulating on its surface. Killed 55 Shrimp Soldier, obtained 1 gold coin, EXP plus 22,000. It is not RMB. Liu Mu was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had killed a monster, and it did not drop RMB. But what is a gold coin? With a flick of his mind, a gold coin appeared in his hand. He examined the coin. It was the size of a standard coin, golden in color, with mysterious runes imprinted on both sides. Gold coin, game currency used to purchase various in-game items. Wait, he is the only player on Blue Planet. Where is he supposed to buy game items? Zhang Mu did not know whether to laugh or cry. To him, Blue Planet was a game world, but to everyone else on it, it was the real world. No, to be precise, Blue Planet was an incomplete game world for him. At the very least, features like the game shop, public chat, and leaderboards were not yet activated for him. However, he did not dwell on it. Since monsters dropped gold coins, they must serve a purpose eventually. Regaining his focus, Liu Mu swam toward the Crystal Palace. A roar. Just as Liu Mu approached the Crystal Palace, a terrifying dragon roar emanated from within, blasting him dozens of meters back. My god! Liu Mu channeled his energy to steady himself, staring at the top of the palace in shock. There, a dragon silhouette over 100 meters long flashed by. A dragon. Divine dragon. There is actually a divine dragon in this Crystal Palace. Liu Mu's breathing became ragged. However, before he could think further, the gates of the Crystal Palace suddenly opened, and a black torrent rushed out, surrounding him in the blink of an eye. Liu Mu frowned as he scanned the black torrent. This black torrent was made up of a massive number of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors clad in black armor. 55 Shrimp Soldier. 55 Crab Warrior. Ordinary shrimp soldiers and crab warriors posed no threat to him. Liu Mu's eyes locked onto the two terrifying figures leading them. 55 Shrimp Soldier Leader Elite. Constitution 3750. Speed 4000. Spirit 2000. Skills Waterfall Thrust, Ocean Wave Tactics, 100 Layered Waves, Phantom Water Shadow. 55 Crab Warrior Leader Elite. Constitution 4000. Speed 3500. Spirit 1900. Skills Wild Wave Slash, Ocean Wave Tactics, Water Spirit Shield, Giant Wave Body. 2 elite monsters with strength comparable to human Grandmaster martial artists. Liu Mu clenched his fists instinctively. It is a good thing he upgraded his mountain crushing fist, otherwise he would be dead for sure against these leaders. Bang! The river water exploded, and the shrimp soldier leader suddenly disappeared. The next second, it appeared above Liu Mu's head. Its expression indifferent, holding its water spear high and stabbing toward Liu Mu with a massive wave. 8 Wasteland Steps. Feeling the terrifying aura from above, Liu Mu did not hesitate and vanished on the spot. Bang! The massive wave shattered countless corals, and the shrimp soldier leader's cold gaze swept the surroundings. Zai. Liu Mu summoned Zai. Roar! Zai let out an angry roar at the shrimp soldier leader. Paralysis poison net. A purple poison net appeared above the shrimp soldier leader. But just as the net was about to cover it, its body dissolved into a spray of water and vanished into thin air. So fast. Seeing this, Liu Mu's expression turned incredibly serious. The shrimp soldier leader had a speed of 4,000. Xiao Zai's skills were hard to hit with. Xiao Hong killed the shrimp soldiers and crab warriors first. As Liu Mu spoke, Xiao Zai changed targets and charged at the shrimp soldiers and crab warriors. Meanwhile, Liu Mu also attacked them. Bang! With one punch, groups of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors were reduced to ashes. Killed 55 shrimp soldier, obtained 1 gold coin, EXP plus 22,000. Killed 55 shrimp soldier, obtained 1 gold coin, EXP plus 22,000. Your pet Xiao Zai killed 55 shrimp soldier, obtained 1 gold coin, EXP plus 22,000. The alert pop-ups kept appearing. Liu Mu and Xiao Zai's EXP began to rise rapidly. At this rate, they would level up before long. Boom! 2 terrifying auras erupted as the shrimp soldier leader and crab warrior leader appeared in front of Liu Mu simultaneously. The shrimp soldier leader held a water spear, the crab warrior leader a water blade. Both stared at Liu Mu with icy intensity. Die! An icy voice came from the leaders simultaneously. Immediately after, the water spear and water blade, carrying crushing power, descended toward Liu Mu. Seeing this, Liu Mu did not dodge, his eyes filled with madness. Martial God Physique. Skill activated. Brilliant golden light erupted from Liu Mu's body, and his hair instantly turned white. Bang! The spear and blade struck Liu Mu, the terrifying force turning into a water tornado that swallowed him. However, relying on his martial god physique, Liu Mu directly nullified the damage. Mountain Crushing Fist. Liu Mu roared, the golden patterns on his arms blazing with light. Waving both fists, shadows of punches filled the sky like meteors. Bang bang bang. Violent explosions rang out. The leaders were engulfed by the fist shadows, dense cracks appearing on their armor. Bang bang. 2 heaven-shaking explosions. The leaders could not withstand the power of the mountain-crushing fist any longer and exploded, dying instantly. At the same time, the martial god physique effect wore off. Liu Mu was breathing heavily, gasping for air. Although his constitution far exceeded the leaders through the skill. The 2 monsters' speed was enough to crush him. Even if his fist had great power, it was useless if he could not hit them. Therefore, he could only wait for them to approach, using his invincibility to tank their damage while frantically unleashing mountain-crushing fists. Martial God Physique's invincibility lasted 3 seconds. He did not even know how many punches he had thrown in those 3 seconds. But he was completely exhausted. Fortunately, the rewards were rich enough. Looking at where the leaders died, there was a pile of gold coins, 2 ancient books, and 2 purple light orbs floating there. Killed level 25 Shrimp Soldier Leader Elite, gained 30,000 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, 100 Layer Overlapping Waves Skill Book and Water Dragon Spear. Killed level 25 Crab General Leader Elite, gained 30,000 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, Giant Wave Body Skill and Black Water Mysterious Armor. With a thought, Liu Mu collected the items dropped by the Shrimp Soldier and Crab General leaders directly into his inventory space. After testing it, he discovered that items dropped from monsters are not automatically picked up by the inventory space. However, the inventory space can actively collect items over a large area. The current maximum range is a 10-meter radius. This means he can manipulate the inventory space to collect all monster drops within 10 meters at once. Although it is not as convenient as automatic collection, it is still pretty good. Liu Mu was not in a hurry to check the information on the items dropped by the Shrimp Soldier and Crab General leaders. The urgent priority was to finish off the remaining Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Mountain Crushing Fist. Liu Mu threw a punch, sending a beam of true energy piercing through the bodies of numerous Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Killed level 20 Shrimp Soldier, gained 1 gold coin, 22,000 experience points. Killed level 20 Crab General, gained 1 gold coin, 22,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 29, gaining 100 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Your pet Little Purple has reached level 29, gaining 100 free attribute points. Notification windows appeared. Liu Mu scanned his surroundings. Not a single shrimp soldier or crab general could be seen anymore. This left him somewhat disappointed. The experience gained from killing these shrimp soldiers and crab generals was much higher than what he got from killing monsters outside. Now that both he and Little Purple reached level 29, just one more level up would allow him to start the second turn test for the martial god, and Little Purple's 3 skills would automatically level up. At that point, his strength would see another massive increase. Regaining his focus, Liu Mu looked at the closed Crystal Palace gate in the distance. He dared not approach yet, choosing instead to examine the items dropped by the leaders on the spot. 100-layer overlapping wave skill book, used to learn the 100-layer overlapping wave skill. Giant wave body, used to learn the giant wave body skill. Youth. You have learned the 100-layer overlapping wave skill. You have learned the giant wave body skill. 100-layer overlapping waves level 1, a monstrous wave that swallows everything. Each layer of water added grants plus 10 constitution, currently stackable up to 20 layers, can be upgraded by consuming 5 skill points. Giant wave body level 1, transform into a giant wave, granting 2% physical damage immunity, can be upgraded by consuming 5 skill points. So powerful. Liu Mu's face was filled with surprise. What he currently lacked most were combat skills. After learning 100-layer overlapping waves, not only would his strength improve significantly, but his attack options would no longer be limited to just the mountain-crushing fist. As for giant wave body, calling it a martial artist's bane is no exaggeration. Martial artists cultivate their physical bodies, and almost all their techniques are physical in nature. Therefore, the ability of giant wave body to grant physical damage immunity is enough to drive martial artists to despair. The key is that it provides a percentage of physical damage immunity. Although it only negates 2% for now, as he increases the skills level, the amount of physical damage he can ignore will likely rise as well. Close skill description. Liu Mu took out the Water Dragon Spear and Black Water Mysterious Armor, then used the identification skill on both pieces of equipment. Identification successful. Water Dragon Spear, purple grade equipment plus 500 constitution, comes with the skill Water Dragon Burst. Water Dragon Burst activates the soul of the water dragon, piercing through a straight line of 100 meters. Black Water Mysterious Armor, purple grade equipment plus 500 constitution, comes with the skill Corrosive Black Water. Corrosive Black Water automatically secretes black water containing powerful corrosive properties when attacked. Liu Mu inspected the Water Dragon Spear and the Black Water Mysterious Armor. The Water Dragon Spear was about 3 feet and 6 inches long, silver all over with a tassel made of flowing liquid dragon marrow, and the spear shaft was covered in inverse scale patterns. The Black Water Mysterious Armor was pitch black, emitting a chilling light, with corrosive black water flowing through the gaps in the armor. Regardless of the power of their skills, just by equipping these, Liu Mu's constitution would surge by 1,000 points. Liu Mu looked towards the distant Crystal Palace. He gripped the Water Dragon Spear, put on the Black Water Mysterious Armor, and walked towards the Crystal Palace. Although he was wary of the divine dragon inside the palace. To clear the dungeon, he had to enter the palace to investigate. Roar! The moment Liu Mu approached the Crystal Palace gate, a deafening dragon roar sounded again. But this time he was mentally prepared and was not blown away by the roar. Placing both hands on the palace gate, Liu Mu erupted with power, pushing the heavy gate open bit by bit. When he entered the palace, the sight before him left him stunned. The palace interior was incredibly dim. In the center stood a massive stone pillar, and tied tightly to it by mysterious iron chains was a black dragon. Dragon blood dripped from the black dragon's body, and a pair of golden dragon eyes stared intensely at Liu Mu. As their gazes met, Liu Mu's soul trembled. "Who are you?" A raspy voice echoed as the black dragon's massive head slowly lifted. Liu Mu did not respond to the black dragon. Instead, he used the scout skill on it. Level 30 East Sea Sinful Dragon Aonai, leader boss weakened. Constitution 9,000. Speed 10,000. Spirit 8,000. Skills: Abyss Dragon Claw, Corrosive Breath, Thunder Rain Curse, Dragon Might. Yes. Liu Mu took a step back, unable to help but gasp. If he could barely manage to kill the shrimp soldier and crab general leaders, then he was definitely no match for the Aonai before him. Not to mention the exaggerated stats, the sheer number of skills alone was enough to make him feel hopeless. If you will not speak, then go die. Boom. Aonai opened its giant maw, terrifying energy gathering within before shooting out as an energy beam towards Liu Mu. A desolation step. Liu Mu's face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly used the skill to dodge. Bang! The energy beam struck the palace gate, yet the gate remained completely undamaged. Roar! At the same time, the chains on Aonai suddenly erupted with brilliant light. As the chains tightened, Aonai let out a painful roar. In the corner of the palace, Liu Mu was preparing to flee, but seeing this scene, he subconsciously stopped. This guy does not seem to be able to move. Liu Mu's eyes lit up. Bold idea rose in his mind. 100-layer overlapping waves. 20 waves of water appeared behind Liu Mu, sweeping toward Aonai. Boom! The wave struck Aonai and it roared furiously at Liu Mu, disgusting human insect, I will kill you. Liu Mu bared a row of neat teeth at the black dragon. Seeing this, the black dragon realized something. Has a mere human ant, even if I cannot move, what can you do to me? Why do not we find out? Liu Mu's body distorted, instantly appearing behind Aonai. Mountain crushing fist. Erupting with internal strength, Liu Mu threw a punch, his massive true energy condensing into a giant fist shadow that struck Aonai's body. Bang! A splash of blood erupted. Aonai let out a painful roar. Ah, damn human ant, I will tear you into pieces. Aonai struggled desperately, trying to break free from the chains to kill Liu Mu. However, the more it struggled, the tighter the chains pulled. No matter how much power it exerted, it could not move an inch. Gulp! Liu Mu swallowed hard. If it were not for the chains, with Aonai's terrifying power, he would have died countless times by now. But riches are found in the midst of danger. The fact that Aonai could not move meant he had a chance to kill it. Aonai is a divine dragon after all. Killing it will definitely yield massive rewards. With that thought in mind, Liu Mu's heart began to race. Mountain crushing fist. Boom! Unleashing the power within without reservation, Liu Mu swung his fists rapidly, sending out waves of energy beams that engulfed Aonai. Roar! A painful dragon roar echoed through the crystal palace. Aonai's dragon eyes were bloodshot, and the killing intent radiating from him felt almost tangible. Ah, you despicable ant, I will kill you. Aonai's expression was hideously twisted, and tears of blood shed from his dragon eyes in humiliation. Yet he was completely helpless against Liu Mu. Bound by chains, he could not move at all. In fact, his struggles only caused the chains to tighten further, with some links already digging deep into his flesh. As copious amounts of dragon blood dripped down, Aonai looked utterly miserable. Facing Aonai's death threats, Liu Mu did not stop his attacks. He knew perfectly well that only one of them could survive this encounter. If that was the case, why should not it be him? Several minutes passed. Liu Mu had lost count of how many times he had used the mountain-crushing fist. Luckily, the skill had no cooldown. Otherwise, despite Aonai's inability to move, he would not have been able to kill him given their difference in strength. Finally, with another punch, a bloody hole was punched clean through Aonai's hardened dragon body. Human, stop. With his defenses shattered, terror flashed in the eyes of the already dying Aonai. I am the son of the East Sea Dragon King. If you kill me, you will face the wrath of the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. That just means I definitely cannot let you live. Liu Mu's eyes were filled with madness. Things had reached a point of no return. If he did not kill Aonai, he would not be able to clear the dungeon and would be trapped there forever. Moreover, he would face Aonai's retaliation. Once the dragon broke free, he would definitely kill him at the first opportunity. By killing him, even if it meant offending the East Sea Dragon King, at least he would have a chance to breathe. Therefore, Aonai must die. Boom! As terrifying power raged, Liu Mu quickened his pace. Bang, bang, bang. One energy beam after another pierced from Aonai's tail all the way to his head. leaving behind gruesome bloody holes along the way. No. Amidst his final, resentful roar, Ao Nai's massive body dissipated into clouds of light, leaving behind a mountain of gold coins and a colorful orb of light. With a thought, Liu Mu swept the gold and the colorful orb into his inventory. Before he could even check what the orb was, his vision went black as he was teleported out of the dungeon. Killed level 30 boss Ao Nai gained 300,000 gold coins, 3,200,000 experience points, and the celestial holy ring. Successfully cleared the hard difficulty dungeon dragon palace at the river bottom, gained 200 skill points and Ao Nai's tier. That was intense. Liu Mu returned to the shore and collapsed, utterly exhausted. He glanced at the time. No time had passed in the outside world. He actually managed to kill a dragon. Liu Mu stood up, feeling a wave of lingering fear. Although Ao Nai was in a weakened state, his power remained terrifying. His stats were ridiculous, combined with so many powerful skills. Had Ao Shuhan not been bound by those chains, he would have likely died the moment he entered the Dragon Palace. But why was Ao Nai chained to that stone pillar anyway? And what did the tag Sinful Dragon of the East Sea mean? Liu Mu fell into deep thought. If Ao Nai was the son of the East Sea Dragon King, how could he be a sinful dragon? Could he have committed some grave crime, resulting in his imprisonment in this crystal palace by his own father? Forget it, why bother thinking about that? Shaking it off, Liu Mu excitedly checked the rewards he got for killing Ao Nai. Besides the 300,000 gold, this was the only other item dropped. The Celestial Holy Ring. With a flash of colored light, a mysterious ring appeared on his finger. The ring was crafted from an unknown material shimmering like a galaxy. On it were 12 circular grooves, each containing an astrological pattern. These are the 12 zodiac signs. Liu Mu took a closer look at the Celestial Holy Ring. Indeed, the 12 patterns corresponded exactly to the zodiac. But the key was the level of the ring. Liu Mu's breathing grew heavy. He cast Identify on the item. Identification failed. Celestial Holy Ring Rainbow Grade, unidentified. A Rainbow Grade item. He actually obtained a Rainbow Grade piece of gear. Liu Mu was overcome with joy. As far as he knew, Rainbow was the highest equipment rank currently known. If his purple grade gear like the Water Dragon Spear and Black Water Armor were already this powerful, how terrifying would a Rainbow piece be? It was just a shame that his current level of Identify was too low to assess it. Liu Mu regretfully put the ring into his inventory. He then checked the rewards for clearing the dungeon. The 200 skill points were huge. Given his martial god class stats, he would need to level up 20 times just to earn that many. With these points, his strength would undergo another massive transformation. Ao Nai's Tear, a token representing the dragon's regret. Hidden quest, deliver Ao Nai's Tear to the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. Quest reward, Rainbow Equipment Identification Scroll X. The quest pop-up window appeared. Liu Mu was stunned. Give the tear to the Dragon King himself. How was that any different from a death wish? And where would he even find Ao Guang? Whatever, I will cross that bridge when I come to it. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. He really wanted that identification scroll, as it would let him unlock the stats on his Celestial Holy Ring. But this task was not something one could just power through without fear. It was going to require some serious luck. He was certain that Ao Guang was not on Blue Star but existed in some other dungeon space just like Ao Nai. Only by being lucky enough to trigger that specific dungeon would he ever have a chance to complete it. Better to spend his skill points first. Player Liu Mu. Level 55 99,000. Class Martial God First Awakening. Title Great Hero 114 860. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 1871 plus 1500. Spirit 130 plus 550. Speed 716 plus 610. Insight 141 plus 500. Charisma 68 plus 505. Free stats 100. Skill points 237. Gold coins 378,900. Class skills Mountain Crushing Fist 55, 8 Desolation Steps 55, Martial God Body 55. Equipment: equipped water dragon spear, black water Xuan armor, tiger king belt, purification ring, fish spirit boots, water avoiding bead. Skills: identify 55, detect 55, 100-fold waves 55, giant wave body 55, advanced languages, advanced driving, intermediate writing, intermediate cooking, beginner acting. Inventory: celestial holy ring, Ao Nai's tier, ant king stinger, pig king leather, speed fruit X, enlightenment fruit X, blood soul fruit X, soul refining pill X, beauty pill X. Liu Mu did not hesitate and immediately spent 100 skill points to upgrade Mountain Crushing Fist. If 55 provided a 5,000 constitution boost, just how much would 55 give? Consuming 100 skill points, Mountain Crushing Fist upgraded to level 5. Mountain Crushing Fist level 5, an exclusive skill for the martial god. It crushes mountains and rocks with immense power. After activation, constitution increases by 10,000. Consuming 500 skill points will allow it to upgrade into the 9 Heavens Heavenly Fury Fist. Yes. 10,000 points. Even though Liu Mu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. If a constitution of 101 can break the human limit, 1001 rivals a congenital martial artist, and 3001 rivals a grandmaster, then what would 10,000 attribute points compare to? Great Grandmaster. Last time he went to Phoenix Mountain, he learned about the Blue Star cultivation system through Su-chan. The strongest known superhumans are Great Grandmaster martial artists and SSS-level ability users. But whether it is a Great Grandmaster or an SSS-level ability user, they are elusive and rarely encountered by ordinary superhumans. The General Captain of the Superhuman Association is a Great Grandmaster martial artist. Although it is unclear how many Constitution attribute points a Great Grandmaster has, one thing is certain. The current Liu Mu already possesses the strength to kill a Grandmaster martial artist. And what is even more terrifying is that Mountain Crushing Fist can still be upgraded. Consuming 500 skill points will allow it to be upgraded to the 9 Heavens Heavenly Fury Fist. Just hearing the name, you know it is extraordinary. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu upgraded 8 Desolation Steps, Martial God Body, 100-layer stacking waves, and Giant Wave Body respectively. Consuming 50 skill points, 8 Desolation Steps upgraded to level 4. Consuming 50 skill points, Martial God Body upgraded to level 3. Consuming 5 skill points, 100-layer stacking waves upgraded to level 2. Consuming 5 skill points, Giant Wave Body upgraded to level 2. 8 Desolation Steps level 4, an exclusive skill for the martial god. It treads across the 8 desolations and shifts positions instantly. After activation, speed increases by 5,000. It can be upgraded by consuming 100 skill points. Martial God Body Level 3, an exclusive skill for the martial god, the strongest body indestructible. After activation, it can enter an invincible state for 6 seconds with a 24-hour cooldown. It can be upgraded by consuming 100 skill points. 100-layer stacking waves Level 2, raging giant waves that swallow everything. Each layer of stacked waves increases constitution by 10. The current maximum is 40 layers. It can be upgraded by consuming 10 skill points. Giant Wave Body Level 2, transforming into a giant wave immune to 4% of physical damage. It can be upgraded by consuming 10 skill points. Liu Mu checked his remaining skill points. 27 points. In other words, 100-layer stacking waves and Giant Wave Body can still be upgraded. Continue upgrading. Consuming 10 skill points, 100-layer stacking waves upgraded to level 3. Consuming 10 skill points, Giant Wave Body upgraded to level 3. 100-layer stacking waves Level 3, raging giant waves that swallow everything. Each layer of stacked waves increases constitution by 10. The current maximum is 60 layers. It can be upgraded by consuming 20 skill points. Giant Wave Body Level 3, transforming into a giant wave immune to 6% of physical damage. It can be upgraded by consuming 20 skill points. Next, it is time to upgrade himself. Liu Mu looked at his experience points. He was still 1 million short of reaching level 30. So he decisively entered the Hua River again to slaughter the fish in the river. Killing level 10 fish monster obtained 1000 RMB, experience points plus 12. Killing level 8 fish monster obtained 800 RMB, experience points plus 9.6. A dozen minutes later, Liu Mu returned to the shore. Your level has increased to level 30, obtained 100 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Your pet Xiao Zai's level has increased to level 30, obtained 100 free attribute points, and the skills Paralysis Poison Net, Poison Mist Swamp, and 10,000 Poison Body have automatically upgraded. Level 3 Paralysis Poison Net shoots a Paralysis Poison Net at the target. The hit target will have their body paralyzed and unable to move for 10 seconds with a 1-minute cooldown. When the level reaches level 50, this skill will automatically upgrade. Level 3 Poison Mist Swamp summons a circular swamp full of poisonous mist under the target's feet, causing the target trapped in the swamp to have their speed and constitution reduced by 200 points for 10 seconds with a 2-minute cooldown. When the level reaches level 50, this skill will automatically upgrade. Level 2 10,000 Poison Body, immune to deadly poison, and spider silk contains deadly poison. Anyone who touches it will have their constitution reduced by 20 points per second for 30 seconds with a 2-minute cooldown. When the level reaches level 50, this skill will automatically upgrade. Not bad. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction. Although Xiao Zai's skills do not have very strong attack power, they can significantly weaken the opponent's strength. Especially the 10,000 Poison Body skill. Any target that touches Xiao Zai's poisonous spider silk will have their constitution reduced by 20 points per second for 30 seconds. In other words, as long as the poison person cannot detoxify immediately, their constitution attribute will be weakened by 600 points. What kind of concept is this? It can weaken a grandmaster to a congenital and a congenital to a postnatal. Focus retracted. Liu Mu added the 200 unallocated free attribute points for himself and Xiao Zai to their respective constitution. Attribute allocation complete. A new prompt window appeared. Your level has reached 30, you can start the Martial God Second Transition Challenge. Liu Mu did not rush to start the Second Transition Challenge. Instead, he put the Water Dragon Spear and Black Water Mysterious Armor into his backpack space. Immediately, his constitution decreased by 1,000 points. But as long as he equips the Water Dragon Spear and Black Water Mysterious Armor again, the attribute bonuses from the equipment will be added to him again. And he also discovered a problem. That is, only one piece of the same type of equipment can be equipped. For example, he previously equipped the Pig King leather armor. If he wants to equip the Black Water Mysterious Armor, he must take off the Pig King leather armor, otherwise the Black Water Mysterious Armor cannot be equipped. But it makes sense. If there were no limit to the amount of equipment, he could just equip everything regardless of the level or attribute bonuses, and he might become invincible just by stacking equipment attributes. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu prepared to return to the villa before undergoing the Martial God Second Transition. Now his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The two tasks of helping Su Linger regain her freedom and becoming the captain of the Superhuman Association are ready to be completed. Phoenix Mountain. Superhuman Association U-City Branch. Director's Office. Su Chun frowned. Standing in front of him were two men in Taoist robes. One man was brawny with a square face and a beard. The other had a cold face and held a 3-foot-long sword in his arms. Two Taoist priests, do not you think your demands are too excessive? Let alone the fact that Liu Mu's cultivation level is only at the 5th layer of the congenital stage. How could he kill Zhao Long, who had the 9th layer of the congenital stage cultivation? Even if Zhao Long was really killed by Liu Mu, as a member of this association, Liu Mu should not be handed over to your Qingyun Mountain for disposal. Humph, do you want to cover for that kid? A deep voice rang out. The burly man glared at Su Chun and said, "Remember, we are not discussing this with you. Even if Lin Yun were here, we would still have to take that kid away." Is that so? A cold voice rang out. The office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with handsome features walked in slowly. "Captain." Seeing who it was, Su Chun's face lit up with joy, and he let out a sigh of relief. However, the burly man and the cold-faced man both frowned deeply. Since when did the Qingyun sect stop regarding even the state with respect? Lin Yun swept his gaze over the two men and sat down at his office chair, expressionless. Seeing this, Su Chun poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Yun. Outside the office, Lin Ye and other association members were hiding by the door, eavesdropping. Captain Lin, do not make false accusations. The burly man's pupils contracted and his face changed drastically. He said, my Qingyun sect has a history of thousands of years. Every past leader has been a patriot, and in modern times we have made immense contributions to the development of the extraordinary world in Xia. If the Qingyun sect is so patriotic, why have you come here to demand people from me? Lin Yun lifted the teacup and took a sip, saying calmly, do not you know that the authorities have established laws for extraordinary individuals as well? It is precisely because we know that the two of us have come on behalf of our leader to demand an explanation. The burly man frowned, his hands subconsciously clenching. Watching the burly man's movements, Lin Yun's eyes were filled with disdain. Go back. If any member of this association is guilty, I will handle them according to the law for extraordinary individuals. Captain Lin, we can leave, but if we return just like this, it will not be easy to answer to our leader. The cold-faced man spoke up. Based on the evidence we have gathered, Zhao Long, an outer sect disciple of our Qingyun sect, went to Taohua village in Jiang County the day before yesterday. At the same time, a member of your team named Liu Mu also went to the same place. And today, the member named Liu Mu returned to the city, but Zhao Long has lost all contact. We sent people to investigate in Taohua village and discovered large-scale signs of combat behind the village at Yinling. Therefore, we suspect that Zhao Long has met with foul play, and the suspect is the member on your team named Liu Mu. If I recall correctly, Zhao Long is a 9th-layer Xiantian martial artist, right? Lin Yun put down the teacup and stared coldly at the cold-faced man. You mean to tell me that the member on my team named Liu Mu has the ability to kill a 9th-layer Xiantian martial artist? I naturally understand what Captain Lin means. The cold-faced man said calmly, but even if he is not the murderer, he must be connected to Zhao Long's death. Why does not Captain Lin summon the youth named Liu Mu so that we may question him ourselves? If he knows nothing about Zhao Long's death, we naturally will not make things difficult for him. Besides, Captain Lin, you would not want us to go looking for him ourselves, would you? After the cold-faced man finished speaking, the air in the office suddenly became incredibly oppressive. Outside the door, Linya hurriedly took out her phone and sent a text message to Liu Mu. Someone suspects you are involved in Zhao Long's death. No matter who asks you, just say you do not know. Captain, should I give Xiao Mu a call? Su Chun and Lin Yun locked eyes, and the two instantly understood each other's intentions. Mai. Lin Yun nodded, then proceeded to pick up his cup and drink. Seeing this, Su Chun dialed Liu Mu's number. The call connected and Su Chun spoke first. Xiao Mu, you should not know anything about Zhao Long's death, right? On the other end of the line, Liu Mu remained silent for a few seconds. I know I killed him. Yeah. The tea Lin Yun had just taken into his mouth sprayed out, dampening the robes of the burly man and the cold-faced man. I think I called the wrong person. Su Chun hurriedly hung up the phone, pretending as if nothing had happened. But the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. For a moment, he did not know whether to be shocked that Liu Mu had the strength to kill Zhao Long or to praise Liu Mu for his honesty. Could Liu Mu not tell that he was giving him such an obvious hint? Outside the door, Linya was staring blankly at her phone. Liu Mu had just sent her a reply message. I killed Zhao Long. Whoever wants to avenge him, tell them to come find me. Hey, Captain Lin, what do you have to say for yourself now? The burly man sneered. Since he has confessed to being the murderer himself, then according to the laws of the extraordinary, a life must be paid with a life. The two of us will avenge Zhao Long. A life for a life is true, but I must remind you both. If you kill the wrong person, I will be the one heading to the Qingyun sect to demand an explanation from your leader. Lin Yun stood up from his seat, and a terrifying aura enveloped the two men. Their faces instantly turned pale, and the long sword in the cold-faced man's hand shook violently. The two of you should go back and tell your leader that the Extraordinary Association will investigate the death of Zhao Long thoroughly. As Lin Yun finished speaking, the terrifying aura blanketing the two men dissipated. Seeing this, they did not dare to say another word and hurriedly left the office. Captain, should we send someone to protect Liu Mu? Once they were gone, Su Chun frowned and asked, I fear the Qingyun sect will not let this rest. Do you really think a little monster capable of killing a 9th-layer Xianshan martial artist needs our protection? Xu Wenyun's expression was grave. The priority now is to prevent this matter from escalating. As the leader of the Wolf Gang, Zhao Long was ruthless and no good man. His death is not worth grieving over. The issue is his status as a Qingyun sect disciple. Such an extraordinary force like the Qingyun sect has always prioritized their reputation. That little monster killing Zhao Long is equivalent to slapping the Qingyun sect in the face. Furthermore, Zhao Long had been running the Wolf Gang for the sect. Now that he is dead and the gang is leaderless, the Xuaniao gang will certainly not miss this prime opportunity to annex them. And behind the Xuaniao gang is the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance and the Qingyun sect are both top-tier extraordinary forces. Once they enter into direct conflict, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the extraordinary world and potentially affect ordinary people. Captain, what are you implying? Send someone to warn the Xuaniao gang. Also, I will go meet this little monster myself. Lin Yun's gaze was deep. I want to see if Zhao Long was truly killed by him or if he is just boasting. Hanging up the phone. Liu Mu's expression was very calm. He had never intended to hide the fact that he killed Zhao Long. Not to mention that Zhao Long had intended to kill him first. The sheer negative value of Zhao Long's morality showed he had committed countless heinous deeds. Calling him deserving of death was not an exaggeration. He ignored the hints from Lin Ye and Su Chun and openly admitted to killing Zhao Long precisely to lure those who wanted revenge for him. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who want to avenge Meng Long must be the same kind of people as him. For such people, killing them would grant him justice points. And justice points can be used to improve titles and help him become stronger. He wished more people would come to avenge Zhao Long. As for facing sanctions from the Extraordinary Association for killing Zhao Long, as his strength continues to improve, there are fewer and fewer things he needs to fear. If the Extraordinary Association cannot even distinguish between good and evil, then it has no need to exist. Clear distinctions between kindness and grudge and seeking revenge for every grievance, that is his nature. If someone shows him kindness, he will repay it, regardless of whether that person is good or bad. But if someone acts against him, he will not hold back, regardless of whether they are good or bad. Regaining his focus, Liu Mu directly initiated the trial for the second transition of the martial god. The second transition of the martial god has begun. The player will now be teleported into the martial god space. A notification window pops up. Liu Mu felt his vision darken, and when it cleared, he found himself back in that gray space. Boom! Suddenly the space shook. A vast amount of gray gas converged, forming a burly white-haired man. The man had hollow eyes, like a puppet without a soul. Liu Mu immediately used investigation on him. Level 30 Martial God Avatar. Physique 3000. Speed 3000. Spirit 3000. Skills 8 Desolation Steps Level 3, Mountain Crushing Fist Level 3. Not bad. After seeing the avatar's attributes, Liu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the second transition avatar was much stronger than the first and had 2 extra skills, it posed no threat to him now. It was the perfect time to test the power of his level 5 Mountain Crushing Fist. Boom! With a burst of power from within, Liu Mu appeared behind the martial god avatar in an instant. Mountain Crushing Fist. Skill activated. Liu Mu's fist radiated a brilliant light as the true energy within his body churned, beginning to fuse together. What is this? Liu Mu was startled. Then he realized something. Bang! With a loud bang, his fist struck the martial god avatar. Ripples spread through the space, originating from the point of impact. Before the avatar could react, its body was sent flying back like a meteor for hundreds of meters before exploding and dissipating into gray gas. One strike. Liu Mu had defeated the second transition martial god avatar. At the same time, a notification popped up, and his body was teleported out of the martial god space. You have passed the trial and successfully completed the second martial god transition. Your base class attributes have been increased. Second transition attributes. Martial God, unique hidden class, physique and speed plus 1000. Players receive 500 free attribute points and 50 skill points per level up. Third transition attributes. Martial God, unique hidden class, physique and speed plus 5,000. Players receive 1,000 free attribute points and 100 skill points per level up. Yes. This is way too insane. Liu Mu wore a shocked expression. After passing the second transition trial, the base attribute bonuses provided by the Martial God class had skyrocketed once again. The physique and speed bonuses increased from 500 each in the first transition to 1,000 each. The most outrageous part, however, was the free attribute and skill points gained from leveling up. During the first transition, he only gained 100 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Now he gets 500 free attribute points and 50 skill points, a 5-fold increase. And once he completes the third transition trial, the base attributes of the Martial God will improve even further. Followed by the 4th, 5th, all the way to the 9th transition. It is no wonder the Martial God is a unique hidden class. When he first transferred, he did not realize how overpowered it was. But as the 9th transition unlocked and his exclusive skills kept leveling up, he finally understood why this class was called the Martial God. At this rate, he had no doubt that one day he could truly become a god of martial arts. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu sensed the changes in his inner power. Just a moment ago, while executing the mountain-crushing fist, the mist-like true energy in his body had fused into a liquid form of energy. Inner energy, true energy, what kind of power is this? Liu Mu fell into deep thought. Su Chun had once told him that when a martial artist breaks through to the Grandmaster realm, their true energy evolves into a higher form of energy, but even Su Chun did not know exactly what that energy was. However, one thing was certain. With the 10,000-point physique boost from the mountain-crushing fist, Liu Mu's strength was now comparable to that of a Grandmaster. After leaving Phoenix Mountain, the burly man and the cold-faced man did not return to Green Cloud Mountain but instead drove their car toward the city. HMPH, that Lin Yun is only a master, yet he dares to threaten us. The burly man said with a dark expression, who does he think he is? Going to Green Cloud Mountain to demand an explanation from our sect leader? Even his superior, Xuanyuan Wuji, would have to show respect if he met our sect leader. Words are useless. Although there is only a thin line between the 9th layer of the innate stage and the master realm, as long as we have not reached the master stage, we will always be beneath him. The cold-faced man stroked his scabbard, his eyes icy. In the end, this is a world where strength is everything. With the arrival of the transcendent century, the so-called laws will become nothing but waste paper. But we are lucky to live in this era. Cold-faced man turned to look out the window and slowly said, "This era is filled with unknowns and opportunities. In the past, our predecessors struggled their whole lives only to reach the limit of post-innate martial artists. Now, influenced by cosmic energy, post-innate martial artists are everywhere, and the number of innate and even master-level martial artists is growing. I have already touched the threshold of the master realm, and I believe it will not be long before I break through." That is true. I wonder where that cosmic energy came from. It is truly miraculous. The burly man took a deep breath, his expression grave. Rumor has it that our sect leader is about to break through to an even higher realm. Cooking proficiency plus 500. Cooking proficiency plus 500. Intermediate cooking has leveled up to advanced. In the villa kitchen, Liu Mu felt a whim and decided to cook a few dishes using the local specialties he brought back from Tagalong Chenlin hometown. To his surprise, as soon as he touched the ingredients, his cooking proficiency skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, his cooking skill had reached the advanced level. A massive amount of cooking-related knowledge flooded into his mind. Liu Mu was already used to this. As his comprehension reached new heights, the speed at which his daily life skills improved had become terrifying. After washing the prepared ingredients, Liu Mu began prepping the meal. During this process, his cooking proficiency surged wildly. Cooking proficiency plus 500. Cooking proficiency plus 500. Advanced cooking has leveled up to master. Master cooking has leveled up to grandmaster. Cooking skill has reached max level. Liu Mu stood there stunned just after finishing the prep work. Wait, he had not even turned on the stove yet. His cooking skill had already reached the maximum level. Ding dong. The villa's smart doorbell rang. A cold smirk played on Liu Mu's lips. They showed up here faster than I expected. At the villa entrance, The burly man looked at the cold-faced man pressing the doorbell and frowned. "We are here to kill. Why are you being so polite?" "We have a legitimate reason to kill, but if we cause too much commotion and alarm ordinary people or hurt them, we will lose our moral high ground." The cold-faced man continued to press the doorbell. However, his other hand gripped his long sword, ready to unsheath it at any moment. Thud. The villa door opened. Liu Mu swept his gaze over the two men and said expressionlessly, "Who are you looking for?" "A dead man." As soon as the cold-faced man finished speaking, his long sword flew from its scabbard, aiming straight for Liu Mu's throat. He did not make a move until he was certain, but the moment he did, it was a lethal strike aimed directly at Liu Mu's life. Hum. The long sword let out a piercing hum. Before the cold-faced man could even react, with a crisp snap, the sword in his hand broke in two. "With just this much skill, you think you can kill me?" Liu Mu stood motionless, holding the fragments of the sword between two fingers. He activated his investigation skill. Information about both men instantly appeared before him. Qingyun Mountain Inner Disciple Zhu Feng. Realm 9th level of Xianxin. Age 38. Height 175 cm. Weight 70 kg. Constitution 3000. Spirit 1600. Speed 1900. Comprehension 99. Charm 80. Alignment plus 5000. Skills level 5 Qingyun Sword Technique, level 5 Breeze Tread, level 5 Sword Shadow Trail. Qingyun Mountain Inner Disciple Shikui. Realm 9th level of Xianxin. Age 37. Height 189 cm. Weight 95 kg. Constitution 2999. Spirit 1500. Speed 1600. Comprehension 98. Charm 79. Alignment plus 5000. Skills level 5 Qingyun Sword Technique, level 5 Tiger Roar Triad, level 5 Immovable Golden Body. Qingyun Mountain Inner Disciples. Liu Mu frowned. Having merged with the original owner's memories, he was no stranger to Qingyun Mountain. Qingyun Mountain was a very famous tourist spot in Yu City, and it was said the Qingyun Taoist temple at the summit had been passed down for thousands of years. In martial arts novels, Qingyun Mountain would be a righteous sect without question. What puzzled him was why Zhu Feng and Shikui, as inner disciples of such a sect, would seek revenge for someone like Zhao Long, who had done nothing but evil. One was righteous and the other was evil. They seemed to have nothing in common. Moreover, seeing that their alignment scores were both positive, they should not be bad people. Wait. Suddenly Liu Mu realized something. Alignment score only measures the balance of good and bad deeds. It cannot be used to determine if someone is inherently good or evil. Good people can do bad things and bad people can do good things. Attack together. Seeing his fatal blow easily blocked by Liu Mu, Zhu Feng's expression turned grim. A second later, he and Shikui unleashed their inner power, condensing it into sword shadows and attacking Liu Mu simultaneously. Qingyun Sword Technique. As the sword shadows swept forward, sword energy filled the air. Bang! A loud boom echoed. The sword energy hit the stone lion by the villa gate, shattering it instantly. Facing the terrifying incoming sword energy, Liu Mu's expression remained calm. After passing the martial god's second transition test, his own constitution, combined with the bonuses from his hero title, had pushed his constitution over 3,000, making him comparable to a grandmaster. By now, the internal energy in his body had evolved into true qi. Based on Dao Feng and Shikui's constitution stats, they were both only a step away from becoming grandmasters. But as long as they had not reached the grandmaster realm, killing them was as easy as flipping his hand. 8 wilderness steps. The moment the sword energy was about to strike him, his body vanished into thin air. Bang! The villa gate exploded. Zhu Feng and Shikui held their inner energy-formed swords, scanning their surroundings quickly. But they could not catch a glimpse of Liu Mu at all. Bang bang! 2 massive thuds. Before they could even see what happened, they were struck with immense force and sent flying hundreds of meters like meteors, crashing into a luxurious villa and reducing it to rubble. Zhu Feng and Shikui struggled up from the ruins, both vomiting blood. Grandmaster. They exchanged a look of pure terror. At the same time, Zhu Feng sensed something and whirled around. Liu Mu stood behind them with his hands in his pockets, standing on a wooden board and looking down at them from above. Run! With no time to think, Zhu Feng poured all his energy into his feet and fled into the distance like a blur. Seeing this, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Yin Mu's mouth. 100-layer surging waves. Boom! Layers of water waves appeared behind him, and his aura turned even more terrifying. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. The water waves burst, turning into droplets that shot at Zhu Feng with incredible speed, piercing his body with countless holes. Zhu Feng fell to the ground, dead before he could even let out a scream. Blood flowed from his body, creating a ghastly sight. No! Seeing Zhu Feng's death, Shiqiui's face turned deathly pale. He looked up at Liu Mu on the wooden board. With the sun behind him, he looked like a god in the radiant light. Next, it is your turn. Liu Mu's figure distorted and instantly appeared before Shiqiui. Spare me, I am an inner disciple of King Yun Mountain. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of the entire sect. Shiqiui backed away constantly, golden light shimmering on his skin. Then I will wipe out King Yun Mountain. Liu Mu threw a punch toward Shiqiui. Immovable golden body. Shiqiui roared and the golden light surged, forming a barrier of inner energy to protect him. Bang! The barrier shattered. Shiqiui's eyes were filled with despair as a wave of force pierced his abdomen, his pupils darkening instantly. As Liu Mu withdrew his fist, Shiqiui collapsed motionless into the rubble. Killed righteous faction member Zhu Qingxiao, evil points plus 5,000. Killed righteous faction member Shiqiui, evil points plus 5,000. Evil points exceeded 10,000, gained evil title, Bad Seed. Note, evil faction titles from lowest to highest are Bad Seed, Scoundrel, Devil, Demon, Destroyer, Great Demon King, World Ender. Bad Seed, evil faction title, equipping it grants plus 10 to all stats. Bad Seed. Zhu Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even though it was just a title, for some reason he felt quite awkward. Liu Mu. Just then a cry of surprise came from nearby. A Mercedes-Benz was parked at the entrance of the ruined villa. Su Linger and Bai Heitang stood before the car, staring at Liu Mu with furious eyes. This guy. Su Linger clenched her fists and charged toward Liu Mu in a rage. But halfway there she stopped. Her gaze was drawn to the bodies of Zhu Feng and Shiqiui. Noticing their attire, Su Linger frowned and said, Sister Heitang, do not you think their clothes look familiar? They look like King Yun Mountain robes. Daoist Zhu Daoist Shi. Bai Heitang also saw the bodies and her face turned pale as her voice trembled. Ling Linger, they are Daoist Zhu Feng and Daoist Shiqiui from King Yun Mountain. I met them once with the gang leader. They are both 9th level Xianshan warriors and inner disciples of the sect. What? Su Linger's expression changed drastically, and she involuntarily took a step back. However, in the next second, Liu Mu appeared right in front of her. Meeting his gaze, Su Linger's face paled. What are you trying to do? Liu Mu did not say a word upon hearing this, staring straight at Su Linger. Nine-tailed ice fox Su Linger. Rank D. Age 18. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Physique 680. Spirit 990. Speed 910. Comprehension 500. Charm 98. Ability Extreme Polar Ice. Alignment plus 800. Skills Level 1 Extreme Frost Field, Level 1 Ice Meteor, Level 1 Ice Mirror Body, and so on. Liu Mu was startled. In just a few days, Su Linger had zhang such a massive change. Not only had she transformed from an ordinary person into a D-rank Esper, but her label had also shifted from gang school beauty to nine-tailed ice fox. Could it be that this woman is not a human but a demon? I am warning you, I am very powerful now. Do not even think about bullying me again. Seeing Liu Mu staring at her without speaking, Su Linger's heart began to race. Especially Liu Mu's eyes, which made her feel incredibly uneasy, as if they could see right through her. Little Su, do not be nervous. Liu Mu patted Su Linger on the shoulder and laughed. Not bad, a few days and you have become a D-rank Esper. What is your extreme polar ice ability like? Show me a few tricks. As Liu Mu finished speaking, Su Linger's beautiful eyes contracted, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This guy actually saw through my ability rank and awakened powers at a single glance. What kind of monster are you? Su Linger stepped back again, looking at Liu Mu with an incredibly complex expression, feeling deeply frustrated. Ever since she awakened her power, her self-confidence had skyrocketed. She looked down on everyone. In her view, with her training speed, she was destined to become the strongest existence in the supernatural realm and eventually rule over the entire blue planet. Even she did not know why she had such a strange idea about ruling the planet. But in front of Liu Mu, her overwhelming confidence evaporated, and she even felt a hidden fear toward him. "Do not be shy, are not you a nine-tailed ice fox? Let me see your tail." Liu Mu turned Su Linger around and kept staring at her backside. "There is nothing here, could it be inside your skirt?" As Liu Mu spoke, his hand started to reach in. Cold light flashed in Su Linger's eyes. "Forget it, maybe your tail has not grown out yet." Liu Mu withdrew his hand and said teasingly, "When your tail eventually grows out, remember to show me." Gulp. Bai Hating swallowed hard. Watching Liu Mu treat Su Linger like a toy, she did not dare to say a thing. She was afraid that if she said the wrong thing, her own backside would be heavily punished by Liu Mu again. "I am a human, not the fox you talk about. I do not have a tail and I will not grow one either." Su Linger tried her best to calm down, pointing at the ruined villa and saying, "I do not care what the reason is, you destroyed my home and you must give me an explanation." "This is your home." Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, then sighed in relief. "Oh, so it is your home, that is great." He had been worried that the people living in this villa were ordinary citizens. Although he had the money for compensation, he wanted to avoid them calling the police and causing unnecessary trouble. "I will transfer 100 million to you later, go get yourself a new home." After saying this, Liu Mu ignored Su Linger's cold expression and took out an ant queen poison needle to destroy the bodies of Zhu Feng and Shi Chenlin. "Kid, what have you done?" Suddenly a trembling voice rang out. Lin Zhongyan appeared out of thin air behind Liu Mu. "I did not do anything." Liu Mu turned around and watched Lin Yun calmly. Detection skill. Supernatural Association Captain Lin Yun. Rank Grandmaster. Age 50. Height 185 centimeters. Weight 80 kilograms. Physique 8200. Spirit 4000. Speed 6500. Comprehension 200. Charm 90. Alignment +1 million. Skills, Level 8 4 Symbols Return to Origin, Level 7 Azure Dragon 9 Appearances, Level 7 White Tiger Heaven Tearing Claw, Level 7 Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Strike, Level 7 Black Tortoise Mountain Suppressing, and so on. "Oh, it is father-in-law." Liu Mu smiled and said, "Father-in-law, do not worry. I am fine and the bad guys have already been taken care of." "Who the hell is worried about you?" Lin Yun's face darkened. "Do not go around calling people that. I am not your father-in-law. If I had a son-in-law like you, I would be killed by you sooner or later. Do you know that these two you killed are inner sect disciples of King Yun Mountain? Do you know what awaits you for killing them?" Lin Yun was completely furious. Originally, he wanted to test Liu Mu, and if he had the strength to kill Zhao Long, he planned to cultivate him properly, even potentially accepting him as a son-in-law. Now, Liu Mu's strength does not need testing, but both he and Liu Mu are going to face massive trouble. If I did not kill them, was I supposed to wait for them to kill me? Liu Mu stared at Lin Yun calmly. Since he dared to kill Zhu Feng and Shi Kui, he was not afraid of King Yun Mountain looking for trouble. If you had the power to kill those two, you could have just walked away and they could not have stopped you. Lin Yun took a deep breath. "If you had only killed Zhao Long, I could have found a way to protect you. But now that you have also killed two inner sect disciples of King Yun Mountain, not only can I not protect you, but I will be under double pressure from headquarters in King Yun Mountain. But what if I was not as strong as them? Was I supposed to just die?" Liu Mu sneered. "I killed them. If you are afraid of being implicated, you can kick me out of the association." "Kick your head." Lin Yun swore. "Do you think I could have become a captain if I were a coward? Now you get home and stay there, do not go anywhere, I will handle this matter." Lin Yun swept a glance at Su Linger and Bai Haitang. "Captain Lin, you are not planning on killing us to silence us, are you?" Bai Haitang said with a pale face, "Do not worry, Linger and I did not see anything and we will not tell a soul." Su Nanshan's daughter. Lin Yun said expressionlessly, "You should know the saying that only dead people can keep secrets." Thud. Upon hearing this, Bai Haideng was so terrified she collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, Bai Haideng's expression changed, and she suddenly started cursing at Lin Yun. "What kind of rubbish association captain are you? You are a beast without any sense of right or wrong, you." Lin Yun. "Little girl, that is some nasty language." Lin Yun's mouth twitched. Naturally, he was not going to kill Xiao Linger and Bai Haideng just to protect Liu Mu. He just wanted to scare them into keeping their mouths shut. "What, about to die, and you will not let me tell the truth? You are just a..." Bai Haideng cursed even harder. "Fine, I will not argue with a little girl, I am leaving." Lin Yun's face darkened as he turned to leave, only to turn around and find that Liu Mu had already walked away alone. "Kid, I told you to go home, where are you going?" "Qingyun Mountain." As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, his body vanished from Lin Yun's sight. Lin Yun's pupils contracted and his face changed drastically. "Good heavens, are you going to Qingyun Mountain to throw your life away?" Hidden mission: storm Qingyun Mountain. Mission reward: Soul Eater bead. As Lin Yun finished speaking, his internal energy erupted, his body transforming into a cyan dragon shadow as he pursued Liu Mu. Good heavens, where did he go? The dragon shadow dissipated. Lin Yun stood where Liu Mu had vanished, his brows furrowed, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He had actually failed to catch up to Liu Mu. Coming to his senses, he did not dare to delay for even a moment and rushed toward Qingyun Mountain. He feared that if he arrived too late, such a promising talent as Liu Mu would die on Qingyun Mountain. Just thinking about the terrifying strength of the Qingyun Mountain sect leader gave him a massive headache. "Sister Haideng, get up." Su Linger watched Bai Haideng, who was sitting blankly on the ground, and said, "Tell no one about what happened here today except for father." Linger, was not he going to kill us to silence us? Bai Haideng stood up unsteadily, looking completely drained. "My father once mentioned Lin Yun to me. He is a straightforward man who is especially protective of his own. He was merely trying to protect Liu Mu, deliberately scaring us so that we would not spread the word about this. It is a pity that Guy does not appreciate his efforts at all." Zulinger watched the direction in which Liu Mu had departed and said expressionlessly, "Qingyun Mountain is full of experts, and its sect leader is one of the few great masters in our country. Furthermore, the sect leader has a personal disciple who recently broke through to the master level and was appointed as the deputy sect leader, acting in charge of Qingyun Mountain. There is a rumor that this disciple has a cold personality and ruthless methods. He once severed a rival's 4 limbs during the Phantom Island tournament. If the rumors are true, that guy's fate at Qingyun Mountain will surely be miserable." "You mean Liu Mu is going to die?" Bai Haideng's face turned pale and she said with a sigh, "Although that guy is annoyingly smug, I have to admit he is very talented in martial arts. If he just dies like that, it would be a real shame. If even you know it would be a shame for him to die, how could Lin Yun and the Extraordinary Association not know?" Zulinger withdrew her gaze and said slowly, "Whether that guy lives or dies depends on whether he is willing to yield. If Lin Yun and the Extraordinary Association want to protect him, Qingyun Mountain will naturally give them some face. But the fact remains that he killed 2 inner sect disciples of Qingyun Mountain, so even Lin Yun and the Extraordinary Association must give Qingyun Mountain an explanation. The final outcome will likely be him apologizing to Qingyun Mountain, with the Extraordinary Association paying compensation, followed by a cover-up of the whole incident." Qingyun Mountain is located in the suburbs of Yu City. The mountain stands over 1,000 meters high and is divided into the front and back mountains. The front mountain features various scenic spots and is a famous landmark in both Yu City and the entire country. The back mountain is surrounded by peaks with lush forests, and the mist between the mountains lingers like a sea of clouds, which is how Qingyun Mountain got its name. At the summit of the back mountain sits a large Taoist temple with a simple, ancient design. In front of it lies a bluestone square where, amid swirling sword energy, dozens of Taoists in green robes practice with long swords. Sect leader, it is getting dark and Brother Shi and Brother Zhu still have not returned. Could something have happened to them? At the front of the group of Taoists, a middle-aged Taoist with a goatee frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Beside him stood a young Taoist with his hands behind his back. His long black hair draped over his shoulders and his sharp, eagle-like eyes made others afraid to look at him directly. They are disciples of my Qingyun Mountain and are both 9th-level innate martial artists. They merely went down the mountain to investigate the killer of Zhao Long. How could any accident possibly happen? Chu Mo said calmly, in the world of the extraordinary, who would dare to touch someone from my Qingyun mountain? But sect leader, I tried calling them, but their phones are turned off. It is better to be safe than sorry. For years, the Martial Alliance has been at odds with us. The Wolf Gang we support and the Blackbird Gang they support have been in constant conflict. Now, Zhao Long's death could very well be the work of the Martial Alliance, so we cannot rule out the possibility that they would strike at Brother Shi and Brother Zhu. HMPH, they would not dare. Chu Mo let out a cold snort and a terrifying aura erupted from him as he said, I am not like my master who shows mercy to everyone. If Zhu Feng and Shi Qi really died at the hands of the Martial Alliance, I will personally lead our forces to slaughter them. At the foot of the back mountain of Qingyun Mountain, Liu Mu looked at the bluestone steps climbing into the clouds and was about to step onto them when a shout suddenly rang out. Hey kid, who let you come here? Do not you know outsiders are not allowed inside? Liu Mu turned to see a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walking toward him coldly. Qingyun Mountain Outer Disciple Huang Kai. Cultivation 9th level postnatal. Age 43. Height 170 cm. Weight 60 kg. Physique 905. Speed 350. Spirit 300. Insight 88. Charisma 75. Alignment value -6,000. Skills level 2 breeze sword technique, level 2 violent sword rain. Leave here now or do not blame me for being impolite. Huang Kai crossed his arms, his eyes full of impatience. He had joined Qingyun Mountain nearly 20 years ago, but in those 20 years his cultivation had never been able to break through to the innate stage, leaving him stuck as an outer disciple. He would not have minded being an outer disciple if he had been assigned to work for Qingyun Mountain's businesses in the secular world, but instead he was assigned to guard the back mountain. Is not this just being a security guard for the extraordinary world? Every time he thought about how he would only be a security guard for the rest of his life, he became irritable, but since he did not dare show it to his superiors, he took his frustrations out on the ordinary people who wandered into the back mountain. Hey kid, did you hear me? Get lost. Seeing that Liu Mu did not speak or leave, Huang Kai grew even more annoyed and raised his hand to teach Liu Mu a lesson. Bang! A loud thud. Before Huang Kai could strike, Liu Mu kicked him directly. The immense force shattered his bones, killing him on the spot. Killed evil faction member Huang Kai, gained plus 6,000 justice points. As the prompt appeared, Liu Mu waved his hand, a green light flashed, and Huang Kai's corpse disintegrated into dust. Then with a single step he vanished. Just as he disappeared, Lin Yan appeared at the entrance of the steps. Seeing the pile of dust on the ground, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That kid did not just storm up the mountain, did he? Looking up at the steps leading into the clouds, Lin Yun hurriedly took out his phone and made a call. As the call connected, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, Chief, you need to come to Qingyun Mountain immediately. One of my young members has just stormed the place. Lin Yun finished speaking, and there was silence on the other end for several seconds. I am serious, I am not kidding. The kid is young but already has the strength of a master. More importantly, he is an orphan with no background. If you do not come, I cannot protect him. Give me 10 minutes. I am currently busy fighting the Emperor of Japan. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected, leaving Lin Yun stunned. 10 minutes? In 10 minutes, that kid will already be a corpse. Help, someone is attacking the mountain. A terrified cry suddenly rang out across the Bluestone Plaza. All the disciples practicing sword techniques froze instantly, their eyes turning toward the entrance of the plaza in unison. There stood Liu Mu, gripping a Qingyun Mountain disciple by the neck with one hand, walking slowly toward them. With a sharp snap, Liu Mu twisted the man's neck and carelessly tossed the corpse aside. He had not intended to be so cruel. But the moment he stepped onto the mountain, this guy had attacked him with a sword just because he was not a Qingyun disciple. Since the other party wanted him dead, he certainly could not just stand there and take it. Eliminated Zhu Qiang of the evil faction, justice points plus 1,000. Mission complete, reward received, Soul Devouring Orb. Soul Devouring Orb red tier, unidentified. It is actually a red tier item. Liu Mu's face lit up with joy. But a moment later, he felt helpless. Equipment must be identified before it can be used. His current appraisal skill can only identify equipment and items up to the purple tier. To learn the stats of the soul-devouring orb, he would need to level up his appraisal skill. Appraisal skill level 4 can identify equipment and items up to purple tier, can be upgraded by consuming 100 skill points. Thankfully, his base attributes had increased significantly after his second breakthrough. He only needed to level up twice more to collect enough skill points to upgrade his appraisal and identify the orb. Because you have stormed Kingyun Mountain, you have triggered a difficult level dungeon, Ruins of the Sword Sect. Ruins of the Sword Sect, difficult level dungeon. Entry requirement, defeat the vice sect leader of Kingyun Mountain. Triggered a difficult level dungeon just like that. Liu Mu was stunned for a second, then his eyes burned with excitement. He had just cleared the Dragon Palace beneath the river not long ago and gained massive benefits, and now he had triggered another one. What kind of rewards would he get for clearing the ruins of the Sword Sect? At this thought, Liu Mu could no longer sit still. He scanned the Kingyun disciples who were eyeing him with hostility, constantly using his detection skill. Kingyun Mountain Inner Disciple, Gu Hui. Kingyun Mountain Inner Disciple, Chen Xiang. Kingyun Mountain Inner Disciple, Zai Jun. Kingyun Mountain Vice Sect Leader, Chu Mo. Locking his gaze on a gloomy-looking young man, Liu Mu checked his detailed information. Kingyun Mountain Vice Sect Leader, Chu Mo. Cultivation Grandmaster. Age 28. Height 178 centimeters. Weight 70 kilograms. Physique 5200. Speed 3900. Spirit 2800. Comprehension 250. Power 88. Alignment value -200,000. Skills level 7 Kingyun 9 Skies Sword Technique level 6 Flowing Cloud Phantom Step level 6 Celestial Sword Domain level 6 Azure Underworld Sword Aura. He is so young. Liu Mu was quite surprised. He had expected the vice sect leader of Kingyun to be an old man or at least a middle-aged person like Lin Yun, but he was just a 28-year-old youth. Reaching the Grandmaster level at such a young age shows just how monstrous his martial arts talent is. But no matter how monstrous his talent is, it cannot compare to his own cheats. Stub. Just then, Lin Yun appeared out of thin air in front of Liu Mu. He scanned the surroundings, and when he saw Zhu Qiang lying nearby with his neck snapped, his expression turned even graver. Before he could scold Liu Mu, Lin Yun took a deep breath, turned to look at Chu Mo, who was radiating terrifying killing intent and ready to strike at any moment, and said, "Sect Leader Chu, this man is a member of my team. He suffered a cultivation backlash and lost control, accidentally killing your disciple. But rest assured, I will take him back to the association immediately to deal with him according to the law. As for your fallen disciple, I deeply apologize. The association will definitely give Kingyun Mountain a satisfactory explanation." Hehe. Chu Mo let out a cold laugh, exploded with internal energy, and instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, you are a Grandmaster yourself. Do you really think Grandmasters are that easy to fool? You say he suffered a backlash, then why do not I see a single sign of it on him? Or are you trying to protect him by treating me like an idiot?" Boom. As Chu Mo finished speaking, a terrifying pressure swept toward Liu Mu. At the same time, dozens of Kingyun Mountain disciples surrounded Liu Mu and Lin Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yun frowned and glanced at the time on his phone. "Captain Lin, you do not need to help me." Liu Mu was not an unreasonable person. Lin Yun was a captain of the Extraordinary Association, yet he lied to protect him. Regardless of his motives, he deserved his gratitude. As for why he stormed Kingyun Mountain, besides completing the mission, he also wanted to resolve this problem once and for all. Instead of Kingyun Mountain constantly sending people to kill him, why should not he just take the fight to them? Kid, keep your mouth shut. Lin Yun glared at Liu Mu. If he did not see him as a promising talent, he would not have taken such a huge risk coming to Kingyun Mountain. He looked toward the ancient Taoist temple not far away. There was a great Grandmaster there. Across the entire Xia nation, you could count the number of great grandmasters on one hand. Assuming nations do not resort to nuclear weapons, great grandmasters and SSS rank ability users are the strongest combat forces on this planet. And yet, Liu Mu actually dared to storm a supernatural power base guarded by a great grandmaster. He really did not know whether to call him ignorant or courageous. Sect leader Chu, he really did suffer a cultivation backlash. If he had not, why would he come here to kill? After Lin Yun said this, Chu Mo's brows furrowed tightly. Although he did not believe Liu Mu had suffered a backlash, he could not refute Lin Yun's logic. What kind of sane martial artist would dare come to a great grandmaster's turf to kill people? Regardless of whether he had a backlash, he dared to kill my King Yun disciple, so there is no way he is leaving here alive today. Exactly, blood for blood, avenge Shuqiang. Kill him. Kill him. The King Yun disciples were all furious, wishing they could tear Liu Mu to pieces. Since he is already suffering a backlash, he is just a public hazard anyway. I will take it upon myself to rid the world of this menace. Chu Mo's killing intent swirled, and with a wave of his hand, a cyan sword aura surged toward Liu Mu. A desolation step. Facing the incoming sword aura, Liu Mu's body distorted and he vanished on the spot. Mountain-crushing fist. The next second, Liu Mu appeared behind Chu Mo, his internal energy gathering and fusing into a mysterious liquid energy. Boom! He threw a punch, and the devastating power made the entire mountaintop shake. As a brilliant beam of light erupted from Liu Mu's fist, countless bluestone floor tiles flew into the air. Bang! With a massive roar, all the stone tiles turned to ashes, and Chu Mo was pierced by the beam, his body instantly reduced to nothingness. Silence! Deathly silence. The King Yun disciples stared at Liu Mu in terror, their swords clattering to the ground in fright. Lin Yun's eyes were hollow. He could not stop himself from swallowing hard. Spiritual energy, this kid is a grandmaster. Coming to his senses, Lin Yun felt as if he were dreaming. The disciples of King Yun were slumped on the ground, paralyzed with shock. Their vice sect leader, Chu Mo, a master-level martial artist, had been killed by a single punch from Liu Mu. That was a real master. Everyone kept their heads bowed, not daring to look at Liu Mu. Endless fear filled their hearts and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Killed evil faction member Chu Mo, justice points plus 200,000. Liu Mu swept a cold glance over the King Yun disciples, gathering his strength to finish them off. Even though many of these disciples had positive morality scores, he could not care about that right now. Since he had to deal with the threat of King Yun Mountain, he had to do it thoroughly. Besides, having a positive morality score does not necessarily mean one is a good person. At least from his perspective, these King Yun disciples were his enemies, since they had just been clamoring to kill him. Hundredfold surging waves. Skill activated. Dozens of water waves appeared behind Liu Mu and split into a sky full of water droplets. Seeing this, Lin Yun's expression changed drastically. He rushed in front of Liu Mu and said, "Wait, Liu Mu, that is enough, stop killing." Lin Yun had intended to call him kid, but remembering Liu Mu's terrifying strength in killing Chu Mo with one punch, he hurriedly changed his tone. However, Liu Mu did not stop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of piercing sounds echoed as the sky full of water droplets pierced through the bodies of the King Yun disciples like meteors. The King Yun disciples tried to resist, but even the strongest among them was only at the innate stage. Given the absolute difference in power, they could only fall to the ground as corpses. Killed righteous faction member Gu Wei, evil points plus 50,000. Killed righteous faction member Chen Xiang, evil points plus 35,000. Killed righteous faction member Zhou Jun, evil points plus 25,000. Killed evil faction member Wang Guang, justice points plus 60,000. Killed evil faction member Qian Xin, justice points plus 36,000. Evil points surpassed 50,000, bad seed upgraded to bad egg. Evil points surpassed 100,000, bad egg upgraded to devil. Devil, evil faction title. Once equipped, all attributes increase by 500 and it comes with the skill Evil Aura level 1. Evil Aura level 1. When activated, it weakens the constitution, spirit, and speed of a single member of the righteous faction by 10%. Why? Looking at the bodies of the King Yun disciples everywhere, Lin Yun clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "You already killed Chu Mo, why did you have to kill them so cruelly? Why?" "Because we are in different positions, so you only see my cruelty." Liu Mu said calmly, "If it were you in my shoes, what choice would you make?" I think you know very well what kind of person Zhao Long was, yet, for a villain like him, King Yun Mountain would send people to avenge him. And this was even though Zhao Long tried to kill me, underestimated my strength and was killed by me in return. I did not seek to kill him. If I were not as strong as Zhao Long and died at his hands, who would have avenged me? If I died at the hands of Zhu Feng and Shikui, who would have avenged me? If I did not wipe out King Yun Mountain and they continued to send people to avenge Shikui and Zhu Feng, what would I do? Since King Yun Mountain was never going to let me go, what is wrong with me choosing to proactively wipe them out? Liu Mu was not a cruel or bloodthirsty person. If he were truly cruel, then every human on Earth would be nothing more than a tool for him to gain justice or evil points. Since he arrived here, he has never killed an innocent person. Although he is committed to getting stronger, he will not abandon his humanity to do so. No, you are just making excuses. The supernatural world has its laws. As you said, Zhao Long was evil and tried to kill you first. Him dying at your hands was deserved. Zhu Feng and Shikui wanted to kill you, so killing them in self-defense is justifiable. But I had promised to protect you. You could have just stayed home and done nothing, and this would have been over. Yet you chose to come to King Yun Mountain and slaughter everyone. Lin Yun stared fixedly at Liu Mu. He had high hopes for Liu Mu, thinking he could groom him as his successor. But now he felt nothing but wariness, even fear toward Liu Mu. Liu Mu is too young. To reach the level of a grandmaster at such a young age meant that he was destined to be a ticking time bomb. Whether it is an individual or a faction, if anyone triggers this time bomb, the power of the explosion would be enough to destabilize the entire supernatural community of the Xia Kingdom. If Liu Mu cannot be kept in check, the consequences will be unimaginable. You say I am making excuses. I will not explain myself. I only have one last question for you. Liu Mu met Lin Yun's gaze and said word by word, "You say you will protect me, but if I were just an ordinary member, not a martial arts grandmaster, would you still protect me?" "I would." Lin Yun did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and said, "I know you will not believe me when I say this, but I do things with a clear conscience. Since you joined the association and became a member of my team as your captain, I have a responsibility to protect you." Liu Mu did not say anything, continuing to hold Lin Yun's gaze. Both were trying to see through the other's true thoughts. "I believe you." Liu Mu looked away and smiled. "Father-in-law, take me back to the association then. I promise I will not resist." Seeing how quickly Liu Mu changed his attitude, Lin Yun was stunned for a moment before turning away. "Go on, leave. Perhaps you are right. We are in different positions, so we see things differently. But I hope that in the future when you encounter such situations you can stay calm. You must understand that you are just a grandmaster, not a god. You are not invincible. You will have friends and loved ones. If you involve everyone because of a grudge, then one day your family and friends will also be implicated because of you." "You're right, father-in-law." Liu Mu did not argue with what Lin Yun said. He could feel that Lin Yun was genuinely looking out for him. And Lin Yun was right. Today he wiped out the entire King Yun Mountain because Zhu Feng and Shikui wanted to kill him. Then one day, his enemies might also target those around him. But there was one thing Lin Yun was wrong about. He is not a grandmaster, he is a master. He is not a god right now and he is not invincible, but as long as he keeps fighting monsters and leveling up, he will eventually become a god and eventually be invincible. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of energy light shot out from the Taoist temple. In an instant, the world changed color. Terrifying aura shrouded the entire mountain behind. This aura... Lin Yun realized something and his face changed drastically. "Kid, run." "HMPH, there is nowhere to run." A cold voice drifted from the Taoist temple. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth converged, turning into a giant energy sword and slashing toward Liu Mu. Facing the incoming giant energy sword, Liu Mu's face turned pale. From the energy sword, he felt a terrifying, unparalleled power. Mountain-crushing fist. Skill activated. Liu Mu gathered all his strength and threw a punch at the giant energy sword. However, the energy sword remained unscathed, still slashing down with destructive power. Just as Liu Mu was about to be hit by the giant energy sword, notification window appeared. Requirement for opening the Sword Sect Ruins dungeon met. Opening dungeon now. 3, 2, 1. Open successfully. Liu Mu's vision dimmed, and when it cleared, he found himself inside the dungeon space. Looking around, he saw nothing but ruined walls and crumbling structures. The air was thick with a sense of desolation. The bluestone-paved martial arts arena was filled with densely packed, broken swords, and the surrounding buildings were scarred by deep gouges from sword energy. Liu Mu took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He never expected that Qingyun Mountain would hide such a powerful expert. That giant energy sword was something his mountain-crushing fist, even with a 10,000-fold physical augmentation, could not shake in the slightest. This alone showed just how terrifying the opponent's strength was. The reason he dared to storm Qingyun Mountain in the first place was that, through Su Chun, he knew the strongest transcendent beings on Blue Star were at the Grandmaster or SSS level ability user rank. Even if Qingyun Mountain had a Grandmaster guarding it, he could have easily retreated with the power of his mountain-crushing fist. But as it turned out, there was a terrifying existence on Qingyun Mountain that transcended even the Grandmaster level. Su Chun had no reason to lie to him, which meant that even Su Chun did not know someone stronger existed beyond the Grandmasters, or perhaps, due to cosmic energy, some people on Blue Star had obtained great fortuitous encounters. Liu Mu's thoughts immediately went to Su Linger. In just 2 or 3 days, Su Linger had gone from an ordinary person to a D-level ability user, and her label had changed from gang-affiliated school beauty to nine-tailed ice fox. It was highly probable that Su Linger was a beneficiary of cosmic energy, and the nine-tailed ice fox was tied to the opportunity she had received. After realizing this, Liu Mu's expression turned grave. He did not envy Su Linger, nor did he envy anyone on Blue Star who had gained powerful fortunes due to cosmic energy. Because he possessed his own cheat code. And in his eyes, his cheat code was far more powerful than any other fortuitous encounter. The only thing Liu Mu regretted was not being cautious enough. He had thought that with the boost from his mountain-crushing fist, nothing on Blue Star except nuclear weapons could threaten him, so he had attacked Qingyun Mountain directly. Had he known there was an entity beyond the Grandmaster level on the mountain, he would have laid low for a while, waited until he reached the 9th transformation of the martial god, and only then destroyed Qingyun Mountain. He did not believe for a second that after the 9th transformation, anyone on Blue Star could be his match. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu walked toward a sword tower in front of him. Since things had come to this, there was no point in regretting it. Fortunately, he had triggered the dungeon at a critical moment. No matter how long he stayed in the dungeon space, time outside stood still. He could only pray that passing this dungeon would significantly boost his strength or grant him some life-saving item. Otherwise, a fatal blow awaited him upon his exit. With his current strength and means, only the martial god body could block that giant energy sword. But he had already used it during the fight against the leader of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the river, and it was still on cooldown. Liu Mu instinctively checked the remaining cooldown time for the martial god body. 19 hours and 50 minutes. Liu Mu's face brightened with joy. Skill cooldowns were actually ticking down inside the dungeon space. Does not that mean if he just stayed in the dungeon until the cooldown ended, he could use the martial god body the moment he left? Thinking of this, Liu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. By using the martial god body to be immune to the giant energy sword's damage and then deploying the 8 desolation steps, he might actually be able to escape Qingyun Mountain. Big brother! Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from behind him. Liu Mu spun around, only to see a little girl floating behind him, watching him. That is right, floating. The little girl's body was translucent, she was barefoot, and she was wearing a red dress. Her face was exquisite, but her eyes were completely hollow. Observe. Sword Spirit Jasmine Remnant Soul. There were only a tag and a name, with no attribute information. Liu Mu frowned, unable to tell if the little girl was a monster in the dungeon or something else. Big brother, are you here to save Jasmine? The little girl flew toward Liu Mu and opened her arms to try and hug him, but her body went right through his. So cold, Jasmine wants a hug from Big Brother. Jasmine squatted down, her small body curled up, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Liu Mu did not dare to let his guard down. Who knows if this is a trap? Scanning his surroundings, the entire dungeon space was full of ruins, with only a sword tower standing in the center of the martial arts arena. Other than that, he did not see a single monster. Your name is Jasmine, right? Liu Mu thought for a moment, walked up to the little girl and smiled. Why do you say I am here to save you? Also, how did you end up here? A monster destroyed Jasmine's home. Jasmine's eyes suddenly became filled with terror, her small body trembling. Could this girl be a dungeon NPC? And this is her home. Jasmine, tell Big Brother, what do I need to do to save you? Liu Mu tried to get a clue on how to clear the dungeon. The Sword Sect Ruins dungeon was different from the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the river. That one only required defeating Ao Nai to clear, whereas the Sword Sect Ruins had no sign of monsters. Combined with what Jasmine was saying, he guessed the key to clearing the dungeon was her. Is Big Brother willing to save Jasmine and take me out of here? Jasmine looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in her hollow eyes. Yes, I will save you and take you out. You have gained the Sword Spirit Jasmine, Remnant Soul as a follower. Please protect her well. A notification window popped up. This proved that Liu Mu's guess was correct. Jasmine was the key to clearing the dungeon. Boo-hoo-hoo, thank you, Big Brother. Jasmine suddenly burst into tears. Jasmine has been so lonely all by myself. Finally, someone has come to save Jasmine. Have you been here for a long time? Liu Mu sat on the ground and started chatting with Jasmine. He was not in any rush to clear the dungeon, since he was not sure if clearing it would boost his strength. Waiting for his martial god body cooldown to finish was the safer bet. At the very least, once the cooldown finished, he would not be insta-killed by that giant energy sword upon returning to reality. Jasmine nodded her little head repeatedly while crying. I do not know exactly how long, but it has been a very, very long time. So how can I save you and take you out? Father told me that if someone could kill that monster, I would be able to get out. But that monster is so scary. My father, mother, and so many other people all died at its hands. Jasmine looked at the sword tower in the center of the martial arts arena with a trembling body. Seeing this, Liu Mu understood that the monster Jasmine was talking about was in that tower. Jasmine, stay close to me. Big Brother is going to kill that monster and save you. Liu Mu stood up and began to walk toward the sword tower. Big Brother, do not go. Jasmine suddenly blocked his path, shaking her head. I do not want Big Brother to be in danger. I do not need to leave anymore. As long as you stay here and keep me company, that is enough. I am still going to kill that monster. By staying to keep Molly company, he certainly would not have to face the terrifying monster inside the sword tower that she kept talking about. But at the same time, he would not be able to clear the dungeon and get out either. Although leaving would mean facing slim chances of survival. But staying in the dungeon means he cannot do anything. What is the point of spending all day with Molly, who is just a soul? He looked Molly up and down. Forget it. Even if Molly had a physical body, he would not choose to stay. After all, he did not have any strange fetishes. But Big Brother, that monster is really terrifying. Seeing Liu Mu still walking toward the sword tower, Molly's small face turned pale. If you enter the sword soul tower, you will die. As long as I can save you, what does it matter if I die? As Liu Mu finished speaking, he saw Molly suddenly stop, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. What are you doing? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He was just saying that casually, and he did not expect Molly to be moved to tears. Besides, he was entering the Sword Soul Tower to clear the dungeon, and saving Molly was just part of clearing it. He was not some saint. How could he sacrifice his own life to save her? The point is, he was not even that close to Molly. Sob, 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 I am so happy. I have finally met the person my mother spoke of. Molly flew in front of Liu Mu, clasping her hands together as a mysterious energy gathered at her chest, eventually forming a sword shadow that merged into Liu Mu's body. The whole process happened so fast that Liu Mu could not even react. Sword Spirit Molly has recognized you as her master. What is this? Liu Mu was completely stunned. He just said something offhandedly and Molly recognized him as her master. So does that make Molly his pet or something else? Sword Spirit Molly, daughter of the Sword Sect leader, a 1 in 10,000 rare sword saint body. To fight the 9 nether sword demon, she chose to sacrifice herself to the sword, becoming the spirit of the heavenly profound demon-slaying sword. Later, after the sword was destroyed, she remained as a remnant soul. Yes. Liu Mu could not help but gasp. He thought Molly was just an ordinary dungeon NPC. He did not expect her background to be so terrifying. Daughter of the Sword Sect Leader. 1 in 10,000 rare sword saint body. Spirit of the heavenly profound demon-slaying sword. Any one of these identities sounds incredibly impressive. Big brother, let us enter the Sword Soul Tower. Molly's gaze became determined. I will help Big brother defeat that monster. All right. Liu Mu gulped, his expression complex as he looked at Molly. He did not expect that just because of one casual sentence, Molly would choose to recognize him as her master. Molly, may I ask what you meant by the person your mother spoke of? The person my mother spoke of is you, Big brother. Molly looked Liu Mu in the eyes, and to his shock and bewilderment, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Although she did not really make contact since she was a spirit, Liu Mu's pupils dilated in shock. Mother once said that when I meet someone willing to protect me with their life, that person will be my master. But actually, Molly suddenly blushed. But what? Liu Mu did not dare to look directly into Molly's eyes. Compared to master, I prefer the term husband. Molly lowered her head, looking shy. Because mother also told me that my future master would also be my husband. Looking at Molly's innocent expression, Liu Mu felt a sense of guilt for the first time. He never imagined that one day, because of his loose lips, he would end up with a wife, and the worst part was that Molly was so kind and pure. He could not imagine how she would react if she knew he had just said that casually. Oh my god, I am so terrible. Big brother, why are you slapping yourself? It is nothing, I am just too excited. Liu Mu tried his best to calm down. Molly, do not worry, I will definitely save you. If saving Molly before was just to clear the dungeon, this time, he truly wanted to do something for her. Yes, I believe in you, Big brother. Molly summoned her courage and took the lead, flying toward the Sword Soul Tower. Arriving in front of the Sword Soul Tower, Liu Mu discovered that the tower had no entrance. He tried attacking it, but it did not budge an inch. Big brother, only I can open the Sword Soul Tower. At that moment, Molly placed her hand on the tower's base. Suddenly, rings of light spread out and a glowing hole appeared at the base of the tower. Seeing this, Liu Mu felt even more guilty. Only Molly could open the tower, which meant if she did not want to open it, he would never be able to clear the dungeon and would be forced to stay with her forever. Big brother, are you ready? Molly flew to his side. Although she could not touch him, she still held onto his hand tightly. Do not worry, I will protect you. Sensing Molly's fear, Liu Mu reached out and patted her head, then stepped into the glowing hole with her. Liu Mu's vision was instantly filled with white light. When the white light faded, he and Molly appeared in a dim space. Big brother, this is the first floor of the Sword Soul Tower. Molly's voice echoed, her expression extremely nervous. The Sword Soul Tower has 99 floors, and each floor is guarded by a sword soul. You must kill all the sword souls to move to the next floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the sword souls, and that monster is at the very top. Boom! As Molly finished speaking, a massive amount of aura suddenly appeared in the dim space. Rows of scarlet pupils lit up from the darkness. Immediately, a large number of sword souls charged at Liu Mu. Glancing at the sword souls, he saw they looked human and were wearing robes with sword patterns. Inspect skill. Level 10 Sword Soul Su Lin. Level 10 Sword Soul Han Wenin. 100 Layer Wave Skill. Skill activated. Dozens of waves swept toward the incoming sword souls, and in the blink of an eye, Liu Mu had slain them all. Killed level 10 Sword Soul Su Lin, obtained Sword Soul Fragment X, experience plus 12,000. Killed level 10 Sword Soul Han Wenin, obtained Sword Soul Fragment X, experience plus 12,000. Sword Soul Fragment, collect a certain number to fuse into a heart of the sword spirit. Wow, Big brother is so amazing. Molly looked at Liu Mu with admiration. So many sword souls, and you took them all out in an instant. The sword souls on the first floor are very weak. Killing them is not difficult. Liu Mu could not help but smile wryly. At that moment, a teleportation portal appeared. He decisively took Molly into the portal. Upon entering the second floor, he summoned Little Zai. Although Little Zai's level was capped by his own, Little Zai could pre-fill her experience bar so that when he reached level 31, she would level up automatically without needing to grind separately. Second floor. Third floor. 10th floor. 20th floor. 30th floor. Soon, Liu Mu and Molly arrived at the 98th floor. And as they went higher, the levels of the sword souls got higher too. Boom! The moment he entered the 98th floor, Liu Mu sensed 4 terrifying auras. Standing on a stone platform were 4 menacing figures. There were 2 men and 2 women, all appearing human, but their eyes were vacant, just like puppets. Examine. Level 30 Sword Soul Elder Beijing Elite. Level 30 Sword Soul Elder Chen Yu Elite. Level 30 Sword Soul Elder Yikui Elite. Level 30 Sword Soul Elder Zhou Lan Elite. The 4 before him were all elite monsters, with strength comparable to the leaders of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the previous underwater Dragon Palace dungeon. Big brother, be careful. They are Sword Soul Elders and they are much more terrifying than the Sword Souls from before. Molly hid behind Liu Mu, her face full of worry. Do not worry, they are no match for me. Liu Mu showed a smile. In the next second, his body vanished into thin air. Mountain-crushing fist. As he activated the skill, Liu Mu's physique instantly surged past 10,000. Terrifying energy gathered in his fists, transforming into a sky full of fist shadows that bombarded the 4 Sword Soul Elders. Facing the incoming barrage of fist shadows, the 4 Sword Soul Elders still had vacant eyes, yet they each used their own methods to defend. In an instant, sword energy raged. The sky full of energy-flying swords collided with the fist shadows, but were easily disintegrated. Bang! A loud blast echoed. The fist shadows struck the 4 Sword Soul Elders and the area where they stood erupted in brilliant light. Once the light faded, all 4 had vanished, leaving behind only a large number of Sword Soul shards. Defeated level 30 Sword Soul Elder Beijing Elite. Obtained 20,000 Sword Soul shards and 64,000 experience points. Defeated level 30 Sword Soul Elder Chen Yu Elite. Obtained 20,000 Sword Soul shards and 64,000 experience points. Defeated level 30 Sword Soul Elder Yikui Elite. Obtained 20,000 Sword Soul shards and 64,000 experience points. Defeated level 30 Sword Soul Elder Zhou Lan Elite. Obtained 20,000 Sword Soul shards and 64,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 31. You gained 500 free attribute points and 50 skill points. Your pet little Zai has leveled up to level 31, gained 100 free attribute points. Everything that dropped turned out to be Sword Soul shards. Liu Mu felt like crying. From the Sword Souls on the 1st floor to the Elders on the 98th, everything dropped was just Sword Soul shards. Forget equipment or skill books, there was not even a single gold coin. Who knows what these Sword Soul shards are even for? Liu Mu checked his inventory. The number of Sword Soul shards had reached 100,000. You have collected 100,000 Sword Soul shards, fusing into a Sword Spirit Heart. Fusion successful, you obtain the Sword Spirit Heart. Sword Spirit Heart can restore the soul of the Sword Spirit Molly. So it was a dungeon item all along. Liu Mu suddenly realized, thinking that it was impossible for so many shards to drop for no reason. Big brother, you are so amazing. Even the Sword Soul Elders were no match for you. Only then did Molly regain her senses, looking at Liu Mu with even more admiration. Molly, this is for you. Liu Mu handed the Sword Spirit Heart to Molly. What is this? Molly examined the Sword Spirit Heart curiously. It looked like a crystal clear sphere. For some reason, Molly felt a powerful attraction to it. She subconsciously placed her hand on the heart. Boom! In an instant, the Sword Spirit Heart erupted with a brilliant light that engulfed Molly. Inside the light, Molly's red dress slowly faded, and her body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, Molly had grown into an adult. In her adult form, Molly's beauty was breathtaking. She had a cold temperament, silver hair draped over her shoulders, and sword energy materialized around her. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Liu Mu swallowed hard. Suddenly, adult Molly opened her eyes and locked gazes with Liu Mu. Shameless! A cold but melodic voice rang out. Adult Molly glared at Liu Mu before closing her eyes again. Sword Spirit Heart fusion in progress, 20 hours remaining. A notification window popped up, but Care's Mu remained frozen. His mouth twitched repeatedly. He was certain he had not misheard. Molly had called him shameless. Sword Spirit Molly recovering. Level 31. Skills: Level 3 Sword Chu Holy Heart, Level 3 Soul Contract, Level 1 Sword of Divine Punishment. Note: the Sword Spirit's level is equal to the Master's level. Sword Dao Holy Heart Level 3, immunity to 30% of sword-based damage including but not limited to equipment, skills, and items. This effect is shared with the master, automatically upgrades at level 40. Soul Contract Level 3 can contract 3 sword-type weapons and enhance them, automatically upgrades at level 40. Sword of Divine Punishment Level 1, merge with the Master to transform into the Sword of Divine Punishment, increasing the Master's physique, spirit, and speed by 1000% for 30 seconds. Cooldown is 1 month, automatically upgrades at level 40. My goodness! Am I seeing this right? Liu Mu rubbed his eyes vigorously. Increasing the Master's physique, speed, and spirit by 1000%, that is a tenfold increase. Liu Mu's breathing became rapid. He was disappointed before that the monsters only dropped sword soul shards, but now it seemed those shards were far more valuable than any equipment or skill. It was precisely because of the large amount of sword soul shards that he could obtain the sword spirit heart. Because of the heart, Molly could restore her soul, and because she restored her soul, she gained 3 powerful skills. As a sword spirit, Molly had no stats of her own, but her 3 skills could push Liu Mu's strength to the absolute limit. Sword Dao Holy Heart granted him 30% immunity to all sword-based damage, which was perfect since the energy giant swords waiting for him outside were exactly that. Soul Contract could enhance 3 swords. While the effects were unknown, they certainly would not disappoint. And the most terrifying was the Sword of Divine Punishment, which was equivalent to a 10-fold boost to his power. He just wondered if the physique, speed, and spirit boost included stats from equipment and titles. If it did, then the brokenness of this skill would be even higher. Moreover, the stronger Liu Mu became, the greater the skill's boost to him. 10 times 10 and 10 times 100 are completely different concepts. Most importantly, these 3 skills of Molly's could continue to be upgraded. Looking at Molly, who was still bathed in light, Liu Mu let out a silly grin. Even if this dungeon clear yielded no rewards at all, he would not be disappointed. Because obtaining such a powerful sword spirit as Molly was worth more than any reward. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu added all 500 free attribute points from his level up into physique. Then, he equipped the Water Dragon Spear and Blackwater Mystic Armor, preparing for the battle against the monsters on the 99th floor that Molly had mentioned. Player Liu Mu. Level 318000. Class Martial God Second Awakening. Titles Hero 436 860 0, Devil 187 00. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Physique 3071 plus 2000. Spirit 130 plus 1050. Speed 1216 plus 1110. Comprehension 141 plus 1000. Charm 68 plus 1005. Free attribute points 0. Skill points 77. Gold coins 378,900. Pet Little Zai level 31. Class skills Mountain Crushing Fist level 5, 8 Wasteland Step level 4, Martial God Body level 3. Equipment equipped Water Dragon Spear, Blackwater Mystic Armor, Tiger King Belt, Purification Ring, Fish Spirit Boots, Water Avoiding Pearl. Skills Appraisal level 4, Examine level 3, 100 Layer Overlapping Waves level 3, Giant Wave Body level 3, Master Cooking, and more. Inventory Star Dome Holy Ring, Soul Eater Bead, Tear of Aeoni, Ant King Poison Needle, Pig King Leather Armor, Speed Fruit X80, Enlightenment Fruit X20, Blood Soul Fruit X66, Soul Condensing Pill X10, Beauty Pill X60. Time passed little by little. Liu Mu sat quietly on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on Molly, who was enveloped in the radiance of the heart of the sword spirit. Not far away, the glowing portal to the next level had long since opened. Could it be that Molly has 2 personalities? Liu Mu looks thoughtful. In her childhood form, Molly is simple-minded and naive, just like a little girl who knows nothing of the world. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to pledge her loyalty to him just because of a casual remark. But in her adult form, Molly is cold and distant, exuding an icy aura that keeps everyone at bay. His gaze swept over adult Molly once more as she floated within the light emitted by the heart of the sword spirit, her long silver hair dancing without a breeze and her exquisite beauty beyond words. With a perfect figure flawless in every way, just a single glance could stir the most primal desires in one's heart. Adult Molly was breathtaking. At the very least, Liu Mu had never seen a woman more beautiful than her. How long do you intend to keep staring? A cold, melodious voice rang out. Adult Molly suddenly opened her eyes, the heart of the sword spirit fully merged with her, and countless specks of light gathered around her body, forming a moon-colored robe embroidered with sword patterns. The heart of the sword spirit has successfully merged. I was just worried that something might go wrong during your integration process. Liu Mu came back to his senses and hurriedly stood up from the ground. As their gazes met, he awkwardly scratched his head. Why do not you change back to how you looked before? HMPH. Adult Molly let out a cold snort and appeared instantly before Liu Mu. With an angry look in her eyes, she said, "You despicable guy, you even lied to a child." How did I lie to a child? Liu Mu retorted stubbornly, "Are not you an adult now?" You... Adult Molly was suddenly speechless. She was indeed an adult, and Molly in her remnant soul state was also her. Therefore, Liu Mu had not technically lied to a child, and if one really counted, she was actually older in her remnant state than in her adult form. Besides, when it came down to it, it was because she had been too naive in her remnant soul state to believe a random word from Liu Mu. If you think I deceived you, why do not you just stop following me? Liu Mu said, walking toward the portal to the next level. Watching Liu Mu's retreating figure, Molly gritted her teeth in anger. If she could really leave him, why would she even bother talking to him? From the moment she pledged her loyalty to him, she was destined to never be able to leave his side. Without me, you will not be able to kill the 9 nether sword demon. Molly said to Liu Mu's back. Liu Mu stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Molly crossed her arms, a cold and arrogant expression on her face. If you beg me, I might consider helping you kill the 9 nether sword demon. No need. Liu Mu stepped directly into the portal. Molly stood stunned for a few seconds. When she recovered, she hurriedly flew toward the portal. The 99th level of the Sword Soul Tower. Liu Mu appeared out of thin air. An oppressive atmosphere hit him instantly. Glancing around, he realized the 99th level was a space of its own. The space was incredibly dark and filled with massive amounts of black mist. At the same time, Molly appeared beside Liu Mu. Why are you here? Liu Mu asked, knowing the answer full well. None of your business. Molly turned her head, refusing to look at Liu Mu. Seeing this, the corners of Liu Mu's mouth curled up slightly. He naturally understood why she had come. Even if Molly was reluctant, she had pledged her loyalty to him, and if her master were to suffer or die, she would not be unscathed. Given her cold and arrogant personality, her willingness to set aside her pride and follow him was proof that if anything happened to Liu Mu, it would affect her deeply. She might even be buried alongside him. I never expected you to still be alive. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed. In an instant, the black mist in the space began to gather in one direction, eventually being absorbed by a young man with unkempt hair. The young man wore the same sword-patterned robe as Molly, his face obscured by disheveled hair, revealing only a pair of crimson pupils. Observe. Level 35 9 Nether Sword Demon, Boss Sealed. Constitution 15,500. Speed 12,000. Spirit 10,000. Skills 9 Nether Sword Domain, Heaven Mysterious Sword Formation, 10,000 Swords Return Nether Sword Fall. This guy's stats are actually significantly stronger than Ao Nai's. Liu Mu tightened his grip on the water dragon spear. He had only been able to kill Ao Nai previously because Ao Nai was bound by chains and unable to move, allowing him to drain his health bit by bit. The 9 Nether Sword Demon before him, while shown as sealed, was not restricted in his movements. In other words, he had to defeat the 9 Nether Sword Demon in a head-on battle. It is not too late to beg me now. Molly ignored the 9 Nether Sword Demon and looked at Liu Mu instead. This guy is called 9 Nether. He was once the head disciple of the Heaven Mysterious Sword sect, but in pursuit of power he sacrificed himself to the heavenly demon and became a killing machine that brought disaster to the world. To get rid of him, the entire sect fought until none were left, yet they still could not kill him and had to seal him in the Sword Soul Tower. His power is now less than a tenth of what it used to be, but even so, he remains terrifying. Without my help, you cannot possibly be his match. Hey, junior sister, your personality really has not changed at all. You are still just as condescending and arrogant. The nine nether sword demon let out a harsh laugh, and demonic energy gathered in his hands, forming a pitch-black sword. Even if you are still alive, the heaven mysterious demon-slaying sword is destroyed. What can you possibly do to me? Boom! As soon as the nine nether sword demon finished speaking, his body instantly appeared above Liu Mu. With his demonic sword raised high, he swung at Liu Mu, his crimson pupils flashing with a murderous light. A mere ant thinks he is fit to be my opponent. 100-layer wave. Water dragon break. Facing the incoming attack, Liu Mu chose not to dodge. He had the buff from Moli's sword Dao Holy Heart skill, which could negate 30 of sword-based damage. The nine nether sword demon's attack fell into the category of sword damage. His internal power exploded, surging continuously into the water dragon spear. In a split second, a water dragon roared forth, colliding with the incoming demonic sword. Bang! The water dragon shattered, and Liu Mu controlled dozens of water waves behind him to attack the nine nether sword demon, but they were easily dispelled. Overestimating yourself. The nine nether sword demon's expression was icy. The next moment he appeared behind Liu Mu. Die! As he swung his demonic sword, a black streak of sword energy struck Liu Mu's body. However, Liu Mu only staggered back a few meters. At the same time, large amounts of corrosive black water surged from his black water profound armor, sweeping toward the nine nether sword demon. Seeing this, the murderous intent in the nine nether sword demon's eyes became even more intense. Nine nether sword domain. Boom! The space shook, centered on the nine nether sword demon. Countless swords made of demonic mist appeared out of thin air, attacking Liu Mu like a meteor shower. A desolation step. Liu Mu's body flickered constantly, dodging the incoming demonic swords one by one. Soon, Liu Mu appeared high above the nine nether sword demon. It is over. With his internal power erupting, Liu Mu held his spear in his left hand and formed a fist with his right, endless spiritual energy gathering in the fist and transforming into a sky full of shadows that rained down upon the nine nether sword demon. Mountain-crushing fist. As the skill is activated, Liu Mu's constitution attribute reaches its historic peak. Mountain Crushing Fist provides a boost of 10,000, his base is 3071, the 60-fold layered wave adds 600, plus the Water Dragon Spear, the Black Water Mystic Armor adds 1,000, and the Devil and Great Hero titles add another 1,000. At this moment, his Constitution attribute under various boosts has reached 15,671, which is even 200 points higher than the nine nether sword demon. Just because of you, an ant like you dare to dream of killing me. Facing the sky-filling shadows of fists raining down, the nine nether sword demon felt not a shred of fear. Heavenly Mystic Sword Formation. Releasing his demonic energy without reservation, 4 giant demonic swords appeared out of thin air around the nine nether sword demon. Boom! The giant demonic swords blossomed with brilliant light as they connected, and in an instant, a sword formation barrier made of gathered demonic energy protected the nine nether sword demon. Bang bang bang. The spirit power fist shadows struck the sword barrier like meteors, causing it to shake violently, but it did not shatter. Zai. With a flick of Liu Mu's mind, Zai was summoned. Paralyzing Poison Web. Poison Fog Swamp. Without needing Liu Mu to say more, Zai directly unleashed her skills against the nine nether sword demon. Trapped inside the sword formation, the nine nether sword demon had to maintain the barrier's power so his body could not leave the range, yet once he left he would face Liu Mu's relentless fist attacks. Just as the nine nether sword demon hesitated, a giant spider web descended from the sky, shrouding him. At the same time, endless purple poisonous fog rose from under his feet, turning into a swamp that swallowed him. In an instant, the demonic energy within the nine nether sword demon began to dissipate rapidly, and the power of the sword barrier was continuously weakened. Mountain Crushing Fist. Liu Mu frantically unleashed the skill, and the sky-filling fist shadows converged, transforming into a single giant fist that struck the sword barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered, and a flash of fear appeared in the eyes of the nine nether sword demon. No, I am invincible. A mere ant like you could never kill me. The 9 nether sword demon's expression turned ferocious, his demonic energy churned around him, and he soon broke free from Xiao Zai's web binding. The 9 nether sword demon is breaking free from the seal. As the notification window appeared, Liu Mu's face changed instantly. With no time to think, he gathered spirit power in his fist and struck at the 9 nether sword demon once more. Boom! Terrifying power wreaked havoc. The 9 nether sword demon was hit by the spirit fist, but his body remained unharmed. Seeing this, Liu Mu hurriedly cast detection on the 9 nether sword demon. It is over. Detection could not uncover any information about the 9 nether sword demon, which meant that as the seal broke, the 9 nether sword demon's level had exceeded his by at least 30 levels. Detection level 3 can inspect targets no more than 30 levels above you, can consume 50 skill points to upgrade. Hahaha, you ant, just wait until I break through this seal, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. The 9 nether sword demon let out a harsh laugh, and the magic power within him began to surge wildly. Do not even dream of breaking the seal. Just then, Molly suddenly flew toward the 9 nether sword demon. Molly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a broken sword flew out from the body of the 9 nether sword demon. Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword, impossible. The 9 nether sword demon's expression shifted, and he said with a trembling voice, "How could the Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword be inside my body?" Boom! Another terrifying aura erupted. A sword pattern imprint appeared out of thin air on the center of the 9 nether sword demon's forehead. The imprint radiated brilliant light, and instantly the 9 nether sword demon's power began to vanish rapidly. Father! Molly looked at the sword imprint on the 9 nether sword demon's forehead, tears shimmering in her eyes. Molly! A gentle voice sounded, and a remnant soul flew out from the sword imprint. The remnant soul was an ethereal middle-aged man who looked at Molly tenderly and said, "Do not cry. If your mother sees you crying, her heart will ache. Ah, Jiangchen, I will kill you." The 9 nether sword demon clutched his head with both hands, his expression filled with agony. Zai. The middle-aged man sighed, his eyes turning colder. 9 nether, you colluded with the heavenly demons and slaughtered the sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, your life ends. Haha, you cannot kill me. The 9 nether sword demon looked ferocious, his eyes fixed on the broken sword floating before Molly. The Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword is destroyed. No one in this world can kill me. We cannot kill you alone, but he can. Molly took the broken sword and flew to Liu Mu, handing it to him. Only by relying on both of us can we kill 9 nether. Liu Mu took the broken sword and cast appraisal on it. Fragment of the Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword, purple growth type equipment. Constitution and Spirit plus 2000, includes the skill Demon Slaying. Merging with other fragments increases the equipment level and unlocks new skills. Demon Slaying, the Bane of Demons, ignores the defense of demonic targets and deals 100 true damage to them. Spirit Pact. Molly formed hand seals, attempting to contract with the fragment of the Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword. However, the fragment showed no reaction. How could this be? Molly's expression changed, and she tried the hand seals again. But she still could not complete the pact. Try forming the pact one more time, it should work now. Liu Mu spoke up at this moment. Molly looked at Liu Mu with confusion, then cast the spirit pact once more. Sword Spirit Molly is attempting to bind the Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword fragment. Do you agree? Agree. Pact successful, the Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword fragment has been enhanced. Heavenly Mystic Demon Slaying Sword Fragment Spirit, purple growth type equipment, Constitution and Spirit plus 4000, includes the skill Demon Slaying Spirit. Merging with other fragments increases equipment level and unlocks new skills. Demon Slaying Spirit, the Bane of Demons, ignores the defense of demonic targets and deals 100 true damage, plus attacks have a 0.1% chance to trigger a death effect against demonic targets. Death ignores everything, touches it and you die. Boom. With the pact successful, Molly gave Liu Mu a complex look, then transformed into countless points of light and merged with the sword fragment. In an instant, the broken sword transformed into a complete one, although part of the blade was formed by the light into which Molly had turned. Why to kill me, you are willing to accept an ant as your master? The nine nether sword demon let out a heart-wrenching roar. Cracks of demonic energy appeared on his face, and his internal power began to surge once again. Little friend, strike now. My remaining origin sword imprint power is almost gone. Once the imprint dissipates, he will break the seal and wreak havoc on the world again. Understood. Hearing this, Liu Mu did not dare to delay. 8 wasteland steps. The skill activated, and Liu Mu instantly appeared in front of the 9 nether sword demon. Demon slaying spirit. Liu Mu swung the heavenly mystic demon slaying sword, and a brilliant sword aura swept out, hitting the 9 nether sword demon. The 9 nether sword demon let out a miserable cry, and his body exploded, turning into a cloud of demonic mist. Seeing this, Liu Mu swung the sword frantically, and in an instant the entire 99th floor was filled with sword aura. When the aura cleared, not a shred of demonic energy could be seen in the surrounding space. Where the 9 nether sword demon had died, a large number of coins only he could see were floating, along with a black skill book. You have slain the level 35 9 nether sword demon boss in its sealed state. You received 400,000 gold coins, 5 million experience points, and the Heavenly Demon Blood Seed skill book. Young friend, can you let me see my daughter one last time? Jiang Chen's remnant soul began to dissipate bit by bit. His eyes were fixed on the shards of the heavenly profound demon-slaying sword in Liu Mu's hands, filled with reluctance and worry. Father! Countless specks of light surged out from the sword shards, converging into the likeness of Jasmine. Jasmine flew toward Jiang Chen, trying to embrace him, but she passed right through his body. Jasmine, do not be sad, everyone must die eventually. Now that the 9 nether is gone, I can finally face the past sect leaders with dignity. Jiang Chen looked at Jasmine tenderly, and soon half of his remnant soul had dissipated. Young friend, I leave Jasmine in your care from now on. She is not good with words, but she is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. I hope you can be understanding with her. Also, young friend, you killed the 9 nether and fulfilled my wish. I should have given you a generous gift in return, but as I am already dead and only lingering through the power of my source sword seal, if you do not mind, I will gift this remaining power to you. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a faint sword seal flew toward Liu Mu and eventually merged into the center of his forehead. You have obtained the Heavenly Profound Sword Seal. Heavenly Profound Sword Seal contains a fraction of the power of Jiang Chen, the leader of the Heavenly Profound Sword Sect. Once activated, all attributes increase by 1 million for 1 minute. Remaining uses, 1. How much? 1 million. Liu Mu's pupils contracted, and he felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. With no time to think, he hurriedly said to Jiang Chen, "Thank you, senior. Please rest assured I will take good care of Jasmine." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face before he completely dissipated into the air. The entire space instantly became quiet, with only the sound of Jasmine sobbing. Seeing this, Liu Mu did not know how to comfort her. He had truly made a massive harvest from this Sword Palace Ruins dungeon. Not only did he obtain a sword spirit as powerful as Jasmine and an upgradable purple tier item, the Heavenly Profound Demon Slaying Sword Shards, but he also received the Heavenly Profound Sword Seal from Jiang Chen. With the Heavenly Profound Sword Seal, that hidden expert from Qingyun Mountain would no longer pose any threat to him. It is a pity that the Heavenly Profound Sword Seal can only be used once. He even felt it was a bit of a waste to use it against the hidden expert from Qingyun Mountain. All attributes plus 1 million. A physique of over 10,001 is enough to rival a grandmaster, so how powerful would 1 million be? I am afraid it could shatter a planet with a single punch, right? Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu took advantage of the fact that the dungeon space had not closed yet to take out the Heavenly Demon Blood Seed skill book he got from slaying the 9 nether sword demon and used it. As the skill book turned into specks of light and merged with him, a notification window appeared. You have learned the skill, Heavenly Demon Blood Seed. Heavenly Demon Blood Seed Level 1, after activation, enter a berserk state, increasing physique and speed by 1,000 for 1 minute. Cooldown is 10 minutes, can be upgraded by consuming 50 skill points. Liu Mu hurriedly checked his remaining skill points. 77 points. It can be upgraded. Consumed 50 skill points. Heavenly Demon Blood Seed upgraded to level 2. Heavenly Demon Blood Seed level 2, after activation enter a berserk state, increasing physique and speed by 3000. Attacks inflict bleeding, duration 2 minutes, cooldown 5 minutes, can be upgraded by consuming 100 skill points. Bleeding deals continuous damage. With 27 skill points left, Liu Mu decided to upgrade 100 Layer Wave as well. Consumed 20 skill points, 100 Layer Wave upgraded to level 4. 100 Layer Wave level 4, a surging giant wave that swallows everything. Each added layer of the water wave increases physique by 10, currently can stack up to 80 layers, can be upgraded by consuming 50 skill points. Successfully cleared the hard difficulty Dungeon Sword Sect Ruins, received 200 skill points. As the clearance notification appeared, Liu Mu was instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Boom. Back in reality, a terrifying aura shrouded him. Body of the Martial God. With no time to think, Liu Mu hurriedly activated the skill. Bang! The giant energy sword struck Liu Mu's body and shattered, but Liu Mu remained completely unscathed. At the same time, a terrifying figure appeared in the sky above Liu Mu. Monster, you dare to slaughter my disciples, today you will not leave here alive. Liu Mu looked up and saw an old man stepping on thin air, looking down at him. Inspection skill. Qingyan Mountain Sect Leader Yang Xuangyou. Cultivation level, Martial King. Age 100. Height 169 cm. Weight 68 kg. Physique 100,001. Speed 56,000. Spirit 68,700. Enlightenment 300. Charm 70. Karma value plus 5 million. Skills level 10 Qingyan 9 Heaven's Sword Technique level 10 Floating Cloud Phantom Step level 10 Heavenly Dome Sword Domain level 10 Azure Nether Sword Chi level 1 Supreme Profound Sword Technique. Martial King. Physique has broken through 100,000. Liu Mu's pupils contracted. Just as he suspected, there are people on Blue Planet who, influenced by cosmic energy, have broken through to a realm beyond Grandmaster. Judging from Yang Xuangyu's 100,001 physique, he has clearly just made the breakthrough. In other words, a physique of 10,001 rivals a Grandmaster, while a physique of 100,001 rivals a Martial King. Sect Leader Yang, please show mercy. Lin Yun's face turned pale, and he was filled with immense shock. He had expected Liu Mu to die under the energy giant sword, yet Liu Mu took the hit head-on and was completely unharmed. Looking at Liu Mu, he saw that his hair was white, and mysterious golden patterns were flashing on his arms. But soon, Liu Mu's hair returned to black, and the golden patterns on his arms disappeared. What kind of power is this? Lin Yun recovered, hurriedly blocked in front of Liu Mu and gazed respectfully at Yang Xuangyou in the sky. Please, for the sake of our headquarters, spare Liu Mu's life. The Transcendence Association will surely give you a satisfactory answer regarding the death of the Qingyan Mountain disciples afterward. Get lost. Yang Xuangyou waved his hand, and an invisible force sent Lin Yun flying. Lin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, his body kneeling halfway on the ground. Please, Sect Leader Yang, spare this child's life. Lin Yun stood up unsteadily and struggled to walk toward Liu Mu. Seeing this, Liu Mu took a deep breath and said, Uncle Lin, you do not need to beg for me. I killed them. I do not want to explain right or wrong, but it is not going to be that easy for this old guy to kill me. Haha, you monster, you are about to die, yet you still dare to talk tough. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Boom. As Yang Xuangyou spoke, the space shook. Countless specks of light emerged, turning into streaks of azure sword shadows. The power contained in every single one of those shadows was enough to easily finish off a Grandmaster. It is over. Lin Yun collapsed on the ground, closing his eyes in despair. At this point, he knew that even if Xuanyu and Wuji arrived, he could not save Liu Mu. To think that someone in this world has actually broken through to a level beyond Grandmaster. Facing the countless cyan sword shadows hanging in the air, Liu Mu's eyes were filled with indifference. In the next second, he equipped the Water Dragon Spear, the Black Water Mystic Armor, and the Heaven Mystic Demon-Slaying Sword. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and with the equipment's boost, his power began to surge crazily. Still not enough. 100-layer wave. Heavenly demon blood seed. As he activated the skills, rolling waves appeared behind Liu Mu, and thick demonic mist began to emanate from his body. Meanwhile, his eyes turned scarlet and his short black hair began to grow rapidly, turning into a blood-red color. The power of the heavenly demon. How could you possibly possess the power of the heavenly demon? A voice filled with terror rang out as Jasmine appeared beside Liu Mu. Looking at Liu Mu's transformation and feeling the aura he was radiating, her eyes were filled with absolute horror. The power Liu Mu was currently emitting was exactly the same as the power 9 Nether possessed. It was the power of the heavenly demon. However, Liu Mu did not respond to Jasmine. After activating the heavenly demon blood seed, a thirst for slaughter uncontrollably welled up from the depths of his soul. Fortunately, this bloodlust was not intense, and he quickly managed to suppress it. Jasmine, lend me your power. Liu Mu turned to look at Jasmine, and to her disbelief, her body uncontrollably began to merge with his. How is this possible? He can actually forcefully use the sword of divine retribution. Boom! As Jasmine merged with Liu Mu, his aura began to skyrocket wildly. His physique, speed, and spirit were instantly boosted by 1000%. Terrifying white lightning crackled from the heaven mystic demon-slaying sword in his right hand. The sword of divine retribution was not a physical entity, but rather the power of divine retribution infused into a sword-type weapon. Liu Mu hurriedly checked his own stats. Physique 94,510, Spirit 60,800, Speed 26,260. Note, the Sword of Divine Retribution skill boost only applies to the player's own stats, equipment, and titles. As expected, it would be too broken if it could boost skills as well. Liu Mu was not surprised by this result. If it could boost skills, then just by using mountain-crushing fist through the Sword of Divine Retribution, his physique would have surpassed 100,000. But this is enough. With a physique of 94,510, combined with the mountain-crushing fist, it will be enough to break through 100,000. What is more, Jasmine's Sword Dao Saint Heart skill also grants him 30% immunity to sword-type damage. He can fully fight Yang Xuanguo without wasting the Heaven Mystic Sword Seal. This aura. Do not tell me this brat has broken through to the Martial King realm too. Yang Xuanguo stared fixedly at Liu Mu. The aura Liu Mu was emitting now actually made him feel threatened. What is the origin of the weapon in this kid's hand and the armor on his body? Could it be a rare treasure? Yang Xuanguo felt a jolt in his heart and his brows furrowed tightly. Brat, I will give you one last chance. If you are willing to stay at my Qingyun mountain and guard the spirits of my fallen disciples for 10 years, I can spare your life. Old man, do they even deserve it? Boom. As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, his body flew toward Yang Xuanguo like a meteorite. The boost effect of the Sword of Divine Retribution can only last for 30 seconds. He must finish Yang Xuanguo within 30 seconds. Even if he cannot kill him, he must at least cripple him. Otherwise, after 30 seconds, the only means he has left to fight Yang Xuanguo will be the Heaven Mystic Sword Seal. The Heaven Mystic Sword Seal can only be used once, and he really does not want to waste it on Yang Xuanguo. Keeping the Heaven Mystic Sword Seal might come in handy for clearing some high-difficulty dungeon in the future. HMPH, stubborn and foolish. Yang Xuanguo's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, the countless cyan sword shadows in the sky attacked Liu Mu like falling stars. Demon-slaying spirit. Liu Mu swung the Heaven Mystic demon-slaying sword, sending out a terrifying sword aura imbued with the power of divine retribution. Bang! When the sword aura collided with the sword shadows, the sky was instantly filled with a burst of energy. The energy shockwaves raged, and the Qingyun Taoist temple caught in the crossfire was reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun stared with a blank expression. Water Dragon Break. Above the firmament, Liu Mu and Yang Xuanguo engaged in an intense battle. The two were so fast they looked like two streaks of light constantly colliding. Liu Mu threw the Water Dragon spear in his hand toward Yang Xuanguo with all his might. As it flew, the spear transformed into a giant water dragon, roaring toward Yang Xuanguo. 9 Heaven Sword Technique. Yang Xuanguo's expression grew increasingly grim. He channeled the spiritual power within his body, manifesting it into an energy sword. As he swung the long sword, purple lightning bolts from the sky struck down at the oncoming giant water dragon. Roar! The water dragon let out a furious roar, its body disintegrating into water, which then transformed back into the water dragon's spear and fell toward the ground. At the same time, Liu Mu suddenly appeared behind Yang Xuangyuo. Mountain-crushing fist. Boom! With a single punch, the heavens and earth seemed to shatter as a beam of power pierced through Yang Xuangyuo's body. Puff! Yang Xuangyuo vomited a large amount of blood, his body flying backward like a meteorite. Bang! With a loud crash, Yang Xuangyuo's body slammed into the mountain, causing countless boulders to fall and bury him. Brat, you have successfully angered me. A cold voice resonated. Dense cracks suddenly appeared on the boulders burying Yang Xuangyuo. Bang! The boulders shattered and rays of sword light swept out. Yang Xuangyuo stood there, clutching his abdomen with a cyan sword mark faintly shimmering on his forehead. He looked down at his stomach, blood soaking his robes. He tried to circulate his spiritual power to stop the bleeding, but it was futile. The blood continued to gush out. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in Yang Xuangyuo's eyes. Supreme Mystic Sword Technique. The power within his body erupted, and the sword mark on his forehead bloomed with a dazzling cyan light. In an instant, the world changed color as a massive cyan sword condensed before Yang Xuangyuo. Boom! Liu Mu held the heaven mystic demon-slaying sword, with power continuously pouring into it. Countless white lightning bolts erupted from the sword, forming a giant blade of thunder. Almost at the same time, Liu Mu and Yang Xuangyuo flew toward each other, wielding the massive energy swords forged by their respective powers. Boom! Terrifying power raged. As the two giant energy swords drew closer, the entire Qingyun mountain shook violently. Lin Yun was forced to his knees, unable to move a muscle. He looked up at Liu Mu and Yang Xuangyuo in the sky. For the first time, he felt how insignificant a grandmaster was. Brat, old man, die. Both Liu Mu and Yang Xuangyuo radiated terrifying, murderous intent. Just as the two energy swords were about to collide, a figure appeared out of thin air between them. Hey, old man, do me a favor and let this little kid off the hook. A lazy voice rang out. The expressions of both Yang Xuangyuo and Liu Mu changed drastically. The massive energy swords holding the full power of both men had actually been forcefully blocked by someone. Shenyun Wuji. Yang Xuangyuo's pupils dilated in shock, staring at the man before him in disbelief. The man was unkempt with long hair dancing in the wind. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, exposing hairy legs while a lit cigarette dangled from his mouth. The man held his palms out, mysterious arrays of energy gathering in them, and just like that, the two giant energy swords were blocked by the mysterious arrays. Captain! Down on the ground, Lin Yun rubbed his eyes hard, his face filled with sheer disbelief. What the heck, when did the captain get so strong? Captain Lin, are you all right? Just then, a portal of light appeared beside Lin Yun. Immediately after, a woman with an elegant aura and a stunning figure stepped out from the portal. But the most striking thing about her was her eyes. Her pupils were pure white. Captain Yan, you have come as well. Seeing the woman, Lin Yun recalled something and hurried to say, Captain Yan, quickly, use your ability to search the souls of these Qingyun disciples. It will be of great use later. Leave it to me. Yan Bingyun nodded, then her pupils released a mysterious power that enveloped the corpses of the fallen Qingyun disciples like bubbles. Instantly, the memories of these Qingyun disciples from before their deaths were extracted by the bubbles. Xuanyuan King Xiaos, so this person is the general captain of the Extraordinary Association. Liu Mu looked at Xuanyuan Wuji in shock. He had heard the name Xuanyuan Wuji from Su Chun, the general captain of the Extraordinary Association and also its strongest member. In his view, for someone to become the general captain of such an official organization, they would surely be a stern and humorless person. But the Xuanyuan Wuji before him completely overturned his perception. His flamboyant tone, lazy demeanor, and the cigarette hanging from his mouth all signaled that Xuanyuan Wuji was an interesting person. Analyze. The skill was activated, and Xuanyuan Wuji's information appeared before him. Extraordinary Association General Captain, Xuanyuan Wuji. Cultivation level, Dharma King. Age 51. Height 172 cm. Weight 65 kg. Physique 666,666. Speed 666,666. Spirit 666,666. Comprehension 999. Charm 90. Karma plus 60 million. Skills: Level 2 Heavenly Mystery Array Cannon, Level 2 Tiangang Elemental Array, Level 2 Earth Fiend 5 Spirits Array, Level 2 Yin-Yang Reversal Array, Level 2 Myriad Laws Convergence Array, and so on. Are these stats for real? Liu Mu was completely stunned. There is no doubt that Xuanyuan Wuji's stats are incredibly strong. But what is with the 666,666 in physique, spirit, and speed? And judging by Xuanyuan Wuji's cultivation, he should not be a martial artist but an ability user. So why did Su Chun say that Xuanyuan Wuji was a grandmaster? With nearly 700,000 in physique, spirit, and speed, Xuanyuan Wuji is definitely not like Yang Xuanguo, who just broke through to the martial king realm. He must have reached the Dharma king realm a long time ago. Boom! The Sword of Heavenly Condemnation skill went on cooldown. The power in Liu Mu's body instantly dissipated, and his body began to fall toward the ground. However, the next second, Xuanyuan Wuji appeared out of thin air behind Liu Mu, caught him in his arms, and descended to the ground while spinning. Locking eyes with Xuanyuan Wuji, the corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Suddenly, Liu Mu felt his butt get a squeeze. "Hey handsome, your butt is quite firm." As Xuanyuan Wuji spoke, cigarette ash fell onto Liu Mu's face. Instantly, Liu Mu's pupils shook, and his forehead was covered in black lines. "Get lost, you pervert." Liu Mu's body twisted. He instantly appeared behind Xuanyuan Wuji and kicked him hard in the butt. As it turned out, before he could even touch Kainkyu Wuji, the man had already appeared on the ground. Seeing this, he was not surprised. Given Xuanyuan Wuji's terrifying strength, it would be strange if he could actually land a kick on him. Of course, if he used the Heavenly Mystery Sword Seal, that would be a different story. Landing steadily on the ground, Liu Mu did not leave. He knew that the immediate threat from Yang Xuanguo had been resolved. But he might be facing a greater threat. He did not know what kind of attitude Xuanyuan Wuji had toward him. No matter how unreliable Xuanyuan Wuji acted, he was, after all, the general captain of the Extraordinary Association. He could not just let him kill the Qingyun disciples without doing anything. The Heavenly Mystery Sword Seal on his brow flashed, and Liu Mu's eyes turned icy cold. If Xuanyuan Wuji ultimately decided to move against him, he would have no choice but to use the Heavenly Mystery Sword Seal to carve a path out. Xuanyuan Wuji, do not tell me you are also unable to distinguish right from wrong and intend to shield this brat. A cold voice rang out as Yang Xuanguo appeared before Xuanyuan Wuji, looking at him with a complex gaze, fear, anger, and shock all mixed together. "Old man, why do not you stop the bleeding first?" Xuanyuan Wuji finished his cigarette and stylishly flicked it to the ground. "HMPH, this kid used some kind of evil trick, and the blood from my wounds simply will not stop." Yang Xuanguo snorted coldly, his hand covering his abdomen already soaked with blood. Due to excessive blood loss, his face had become deathly pale. If he were an ordinary person, he would have croaked long ago from losing that much blood. "Hey handsome, help the old man stop the bleeding. We are all people of Xia, let us talk things out. If you want to kill someone, why not go to Japan and do it?" "I cannot stop it," Liu Mu said expressionlessly, "just let him bleed for a while longer." Even Liu Mu could not cancel the bleeding effect attached to the heavenly demon blood seed. He just had to wait for the duration to end, and the bleeding effect would disappear on its own. And even if he could cancel it, he would not. Anyway, since Yang Xuanguo is a martial king, he will not die from losing a bit more blood, and it is a good way to vent some frustration. "Brat, do not think that just because you have someone backing you, I am afraid of you." Yang Xuanguo was instantly infuriated. He did not believe that Liu Mu would not know how to stop the bleeding caused by his own technique. This was clearly an act of retaliation. "Old man, let it go. You are at such an age, do not lower yourself to a child's level. It is just losing some blood, it is a minor matter." However, do not let the blood go to waste. Collect it and send it to the blood bank for storage. In critical moments, your blood could save people. That can be considered a good deed, right? As Xuanyuan Wuji spoke, he pulled a bucket out of nowhere and handed it to Yang Xuanyuo. Yang Xuanyuo's face darkened instantly, and he almost passed out from anger. At the same time, the heavenly demon blood seed went on cooldown, and Yang Xuanyuo's abdomen was instantly healed by his own power and the blood stopped flowing. No need, I am fine now. Yang Xuanyuo knocked the bucket away from Xuanyuan Wuji and said in a low voice, Xuanyuan Wuji, I admit that your talent is astonishing. Even though I have broken through to the martial king realm, I am still not your match. But this kid slaughtered my disciples. If you choose to protect him, you are failing to distinguish right from wrong and are aiding a villain. And as the general captain of the Extraordinary Association, your words and actions represent the country. If this gets out, what would you have other factions like my Qingyun Mountain think? When that happens, do you think our country's extraordinary world will remain as stable as it is now? Hey handsome, wanna smoke? Xuanyuan Wuji dug a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and offered one to Liu Mu. No thanks. How about you, old man? Xuanyuan Wuji looked at Yang Xuanyuo. Good grief. Yang Xuanyuo could no longer hold back and cursed, you little punk, and you are the general captain of the Extraordinary Association? The people above must be blind to trust a brat like you. Look at yourself, what kind of general captain is this? You are just a beggar and smoke your own damn thing. Who? As Yang Xuanyuo finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wuji exhaled a cloud of smoke, shrouding the old man's face. Yang Xuanyuo. Boom. With his internal power erupting, Yang Xuanyuo's expression turned ferocious as he lunged at Xuanyuan Wuji. You disrespectful brat, I am going to kill you. Old man, your temperament is quite unstable. Facing the rampaging Yang Xuanyuo, Xuanyuan Wuji slowly raised his right hand. A magic formation instantly appeared and a vine shot out from the ground, binding Yang Xuanyuo tightly. Immediately, the energy within Yang Xuanyuo dissipated, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Xuanyuan Wuji waved his hand, and the vines dissolved into specks of light. Old man, the fact that you could break through to the martial king realm proves that you are aware of the astonishing changes happening in this world. With the arrival of the Transcendental Age, new wars will inevitably break out between nations. This war will be different from traditional ones. The deterrent power of nuclear weapons will inevitably weaken. At that point, what will truly serve as a deterrent to maintain national peace are transcendental powerhouses like you and me. But ask yourself, looking across the whole country, how many transcendental powerhouses are willing to serve the nation? Most only care about their own interests and treat the country with mere lip service. Nonsense, has my Qingyun Mountain made few contributions to this country? Yang Xuanyuo grew agitated again. Back when the Transcendentals from the island nation invaded, my master led every single member of Qingyun Mountain into battle. In that war we were nearly wiped out. I was the only one who survived. Is not that enough? Elder Yang, the country will never forget Qingyun Mountain's contributions, and neither will the people. Lin Yun walked over slowly and said, over the years, the country has always felt indebted to Qingyun Mountain, so we have tried our best to support you in terms of policy and resources. We have also turned a blind eye to the mistakes Qingyun Mountain has made. Otherwise, the Wolf Gang would have been wiped out by my people long ago. What is the Wolf Gang? Yang Xuanyuo asked, his brows tightly knitted. Hearing this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, so you really were unaware. The Wolf Gang is a major syndicate in this city. Its leader, Zhao Long, is an outer disciple of your Qingyun Mountain. During his time as the leader, he engaged in numerous criminal activities and harmed many ordinary people. If it were not for the fact that the Wolf Gang is affiliated with Qingyun Mountain, the authorities would have wiped them out long ago. We would not have wasted so much manpower capturing individual criminals, which led to many of my subordinates being injured or killed. Bullshit, what Wolf Gang? Why have I never heard of it? Yang Xuanyuo's face turned pale, and his gaze instinctively drifted toward the corpse of Chu Mo not far away. Elder Yang, perhaps you were unaware of all this, but it cannot be denied that the Wolf Gang is indeed connected to Qingyun Mountain. Even your disciples deserved to die for their crimes. Just then Yan Bingyan walked toward them. What do you mean? Yang Xuanyuo's pupils constricted, and he stared intently at Yan Bingyan. Once you see this, you will know why I said your King Yun disciples deserved their fate. Yan Bingyun waved her hand, and bubbles appeared one after another. These bubbles contained the memories extracted from the corpses of the King Yun disciples. Pug. One bubble burst. An image appeared in the air. In the scene, Chu Mo appeared in a lavish room where several young women were tied up. Ignoring the women's cries, Chu Mo assaulted them. And after the assault, he cruelly murdered the women. Seeing this, Yang Xuangyou clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. Time passed bit by bit. Yang Xuangyou's expression became monstrous, and his eyes were bloodshot. As each bubble burst, the memories of the evil deeds committed by the disciples played out before him. Yang Xuangyou was on the verge of a breakdown. But he forced himself to watch the memories of every disciple's crimes. Animals, they were all animals. After the last memory played, Yang Xuangyou let out a roar toward the sky, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Thud. Suddenly, Yang Xuangyou collapsed to the ground, passed out. Zai. Watching this, Lin Yun sighed. Hey kids, sneaking away like that is very impolite, you know. Xuan Yunwuji's voice rang out. Lin Yun turned to see Liu Mu, who had already walked dozens of meters away and was preparing to head down the mountain. Liu Mu gave an awkward laugh and said, since this lady already said the King Yun disciples deserved to die, I suppose I did a service for the public. You guys will not give me any trouble for that, right? Do not worry, nobody is going to bother you. Xuan Yuanwuji appeared instantly beside Liu Mu, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with a cheeky expression. Hey kid, let me tell you, I have a daughter, super beautiful, interested. Liu Mu. If I give you her contact info, would you do your uncle a favor? What do you want me to do? Liu Mu looked wary. It is nothing major, just help me participate in a competition. If you win, how about I make you a team captain? Make me a captain. Liu Mu's eyes lit up at that. He still had an unfinished hidden quest related to the Transcendental Association. The quest was to become a captain of the Transcendental Association, and the reward was a guild construction token. Actually, your strength is more than enough to be a captain. But to become one, you do not just need strength, you need to contribute to the association. If you help your uncle win this championship, I will recommend you for the position and I will introduce you to my daughter. Deal? Uncle, I can help you, but you have to do me a favor too. Liu Mu rolled his eyes and said, I want you to go to the Martial Alliance and make the association president cancel the engagement between his son, Yi Feng, and the daughter of the Xuanyao gang leader, Su Linger. Liu Mu had originally planned to go to the Martial Alliance himself. But after the Qingyun Mountain incident, who knew if the Martial Alliance had hidden powerhouses? To be safe, it was better to let Xuan Yuanwuji handle it. With Xuan Yuanwuji's strength, he could easily force the Martial Alliance president to cancel the engagement. Once that happened, Su Linger would be free and he would earn his quest rewards, the Mage God Job Change Scroll and the Divine Jade Key. Setting aside the use of the Divine Jade Key for a moment, the Mage God Job Change Scroll was crucial to him right now. After receiving the Great Sage's blessing, he would be able to switch to a second profession. Once he successfully became a mage god, his strength would see a massive boost. By then, winning whatever competition Xuan Yuanwuji had in mind would be a piece of cake, and he would also become a captain of the Transcendental Association, earning the guild construction token. Just that. Xuan Yuanwuji was stunned for a second, then patted his chest and said, Kid, leave it to your uncle. I will go to the Martial Alliance for you right now. As soon as Xuan Yuanwuji finished speaking, his body vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Liu Mu was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Xuan Yuanwuji to agree so readily and act with such decisiveness. Collecting his thoughts, Liu Mu looked at Lin Yun and said, Uncle Lin, if there is nothing else, I will head down the mountain now. Deep down, he felt quite grateful toward Lin Yun. Just the fact that Lin Yun risked his life to plead with Yang Xuangyou on his behalf made him worthy of his respect. It could even be said that because of this incident at Qingyun Mountain, the deep-seated resistance he felt toward the extraordinary association had completely dissipated. That is right, resistance. Whether it was him in his previous life or the original owner of this body, neither subconsciously trusted the authorities. If it were not for the mission rewards, he would never have joined the extraordinary association. In his view, joining such an official organization would only lead to various restrictions and being morally blackmailed by those in power. But the reality was quite the opposite. Whether it was the hints Su Chun and Lin Ye gave him after he killed Zhao Long, or Lin Yun risking his life to plead for him, or even Xuanyuan Wuji not mentioning his killing of the King Yun disciples nor punishing him throughout the whole ordeal, it was clear that the extraordinary association was full of people who distinguished right from wrong. Xiao Mu, get some good rest and do not overthink things. Lin Yun looked at Liu Mu deeply. Everything he experienced today had made his heart race like a roller coaster. At the same time, he was shocked by the formidable strength Liu Mu possessed. To be so young and yet capable of fighting Yang Xuangguo, a martial king stage powerhouse, he had never seen a youngster stronger than Liu Mu, not just in the country but in the entire world. He truly admired Liu Mu from the bottom of his heart. It was not just because of Liu Mu's powerful strength, but also his character. Looking across the country, every young powerhouse he had ever encountered was arrogant and looked down on others. If those people possessed strength like Liu Mu's, their arrogance would likely have soared tenfold. Liu Mu, on the contrary, possessed great power without being arrogant, had an approachable personality, was clear about his debts and grudges, and although he killed, he did not kill the innocent. Thinking of all this, the more Lin Yun looked at Liu Mu, the more satisfied he became. If only this kid could really become my son-in-law. Beautiful sister, I will take my leave now. Liu Mu greeted Yan Bingyun and cast an appraisal skill on her. Extraordinary Association Captain Yan Bingyun. Cultivation SSS rank is Spur. Age 35. Height 168 cm. Weight 58 kg. Physique 8,000. Speed 56,000. Spirit 62,000. Perception 500. Charm 96. Abilities Soul Eyes Space Force. Karma value plus 8 million. Skills L Space Gate, L Soul Eroding Pupil, L Gaze of the End, L Wormhole Storm. Yes. This woman is no simple character either. Not only does she possess dual abilities, but both her spirit and speed have exceeded 50,000. Although her cultivation has not broken through to the Dharma King stage like Xuanyuan Wuji's, given these attributes, it is likely just a matter of time. Especially since both of her abilities are incredibly powerful. Not to mention Space Force, anything related to space is never weak. As for the Soul Eyes, Liu Mu closed Yan Bingyun's personal information and locked eyes with her. Suddenly his soul trembled and he quickly looked away. Yan Bingyun's eyes seemed to want to see right through him. Yan Bingyun nodded at Liu Mu, but her brow furrowed slightly. After Liu Mu left, Yan Bingyun muttered to herself, strange, my soul eyes were actually ineffective against him. Elder Yang, he is gone, you can get up now. Just then Lin Yun suddenly said to Yang Xuangguo, who was lying on the ground. Sigh. Complex sigh was heard. Yang Xuangguo stood up slowly from the ground. As a martial king powerhouse, it was impossible for him to be knocked unconscious by anger. He feigned unconsciousness because he felt he had no face to see Liu Mu. Liu Mu killed the King Yun disciples for the public good, while he had been unable to distinguish right from wrong and tried to kill Liu Mu to avenge them, so he did not know how to face Liu Mu and could only pretend to be unconscious. Captain, we are here, are you and Xiao Mu alright? Su Chun arrived at the summit with a group of members. When he saw the corpses of the King Yun disciples everywhere and the King Yun Taoist temple turned to ash with only a giant crater remaining, he and the other members stood frozen in their tracks. What happened here? Su Chun swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. Dad, where is Xiao Mu? Where did Xiao Mu go? Lin Ye was the first to react, scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of Liu Mu, her face turned pale. Xiao Mu, he did not die, did he? Rest assured the kid is doing just fine. Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, you guys came at the right time, help Elder Yang deal with these King Yun disciple corpses. A bunch of beasts, they are not my King Yun disciples. Yang Xuangguo's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, the corpses of the King Yun disciples were reduced to ashes. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed. The members stared at Yang Xuangguo in stupefaction. What is going on? Is not Master Yang a grandmaster? This technique does not look like something a grandmaster would possess. With a casual wave, so many corpses were wiped out, Are you telling me this old man is a grandmaster? Heavens, calling him an old man, do you want to die? Look, Elder Yang seems to be injured, his clothes are torn at the abdomen and he is covered in blood. This, who is so powerful that they could actually injure Elder Yang? Dad, what is going on? Where did Liu Mu go? Linya hurried toward Lin Yun with worry in her eyes. Could something have happened to the young man she had taken an interest in? He went down the mountain. Lin Yun remembered something and looked at Sun Tao in the crowd, saying, I heard from Su Chun that when Liu Mu first joined the association, you made a move on him. Captain, I was wrong. Thud. Sun Tao knelt directly on the ground. Captain, I was impulsive at the time. I did not really want to do anything to Brother Mu, and besides, I apologized to him afterward and he has already forgiven me. You kid, you have guts. Lin Yun patted Sun Tao on the shoulder and said meaningfully, to have survived Liu Mu's hands, you will have plenty to brag about in the future. What? Sun Tao was completely bewildered. Only Su Chun realized something and looked at Yang Xuangyuo with disbelief. Kid, stop staring, this injury of mine was left by the youth named Liu Mu. Yang Xuangyuo took a deep breath and said, if it were not for the timely appearance of Xuanyuan Wuji, I might have died at the hands of that youth. What? After Yang Xuangyuo finished speaking, Su Chun and the others stood with mouths agape, wearing expressions of total disbelief. After Liu Mu went down the mountain, he returned to the villa immediately. Not long after he returned to the villa, a notification window popped up. Mission completed, received Dharma God class transfer scroll, Divine Jade Key X. That was so fast, the efficiency is just incredible. Liu Mu was a bit stunned. He checked the time, it had been less than half an hour since Xuanyuan Wuji agreed to help him head to the Martial Alliance. It sure is great to have such immense power. Although he did not know how Xuanyuan Wuji convinced the other party to cancel the engagement, the fact that they agreed so quickly was definitely due in large part to Xuanyuan Wuji's overwhelming strength. Magic City. Martial Alliance Association Headquarters. Xuanyuan Wuji pulled a middle-aged man in a practice uniform up from the ruins and brushed the dust off him. Chairman Yi, we have an agreement now. The engagement between your son and that girl Su Linger is cancelled. The engagement between Fenger and that girl from the Su family was decided by Su Chengyuan and my father. There is no affection between them, and since the captain himself is stepping in to mediate the annulment, I naturally cannot refuse to give you this face. Yi Tian looked at Xuanyuan Wuji with trepidation. Naturally, he did not want to break the engagement. After all, if word got out, it would damage the reputation of the Martial Alliance and his own Yi family. A short while ago, when Xuanyuan Wuji visited to propose this, he neither refused nor agreed. Instead, he suggested that he had not seen Xuanyuan Wuji for a long time and wanted to spar with him. His motive was twofold, to test Xuanyuan Wuji's strength and to give him a subtle warning. But the result left him terrified. As a grandmaster, he had not even lasted a second against Xuanyuan Wuji. The massive disparity in strength, combined with Xuanyuan Wuji's status as captain of the Extraordinary Association, meant he had no choice but to concede. Chairman Yi is indeed a reasonable man. Xuanyuan Wuji smiled. Times are changing, arranged marriages are an outdated feudal practice. Young people today believe in free love. Also, I heard your son inherited the excellent genes of the Yi family. At only 20, he has already reached the master realm. His talent for martial arts is astounding. If he is interested, he should come train at the Extraordinary Association. I happen to be short on people. Haha, you are too kind, Captain. Yi Tian frowned slightly, then shook his head. Our country is full of talent, with young prodigies like the stars in the sky. Though Fenger was lucky enough to reach the master realm, his foundation is not yet stable and he still needs to cultivate in peace. However, if the nation ever needs anything from the Martial Alliance, I will certainly lead the organization to provide full support. Haha, I appreciate the sentiment, Chairman Yi. Xuanyuan Wuji looked at Yi Tian meaningfully and then said, I have other urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wuji simply vanished into thin air. Safe travels, Captain. Yi Tian kept a smile on his face. But soon the smile faded, and his expression turned grim. What a gutsy Su family, want to cancel the engagement? Fine, I will grant your wish. Let us see if you can bear the consequences. Mage God Job Transfer Scroll contains a sliver of the supreme power of a Mage God. Once used, allows you to transfer to the unique hidden class Mage God. Usage conditions: spirit and comprehension must be no lower than 100. Holding the Mage God Job Transfer Scroll, Liu Mu felt incredibly excited. Use. As the Mage God Job Scroll turned into a 7-colored light and merged into Liu Mu's body, a notification window appeared. Job transfer successful. You have successfully transferred to the unique hidden class Mage God. Congratulations, you have unlocked class-exclusive skills, Elemental Array and Third Dharma Eye. Mage God Unique Hidden Class, Spirit and Comprehension plus 200. Each level up grants 50 free attribute points and 5 skill points. Elemental Array Level 1, Mage God Exclusive Skill. The elements of the world are at my disposal. Casting grants plus 100 spirit can be upgraded with 1 skill point. Third Dharma Eye Level 1, Mage God Exclusive Skill. Infinite wisdom resides within me. Casting grants plus 100 comprehension can be upgraded with 1 skill point. Detected that you have reached level 31. The 9 turns of the Mage God have been opened. 9 turns of the Mage God Class Trial. Players can begin trials at levels 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Passing these trials enhances the Mage God's base attributes. Detected that you have opened the 9 turns of the Martial God and passed the first and second turn trials. The first and second turn trials for the Mage God have been automatically synced and passed. Second turn attributes. Mage God Unique Hidden Class, Spirit and Comprehension plus 1000. Each level up grants 500 free attribute points and 50 skill points. Third turn attributes. Mage God Unique Hidden Class, Spirit and Comprehension plus 5000. Each level up grants 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Awesome. So awesome. Job transfer successful, and the first and second Mage God trials are automatically cleared. This means that now, for every level Liu Mu gains, he will receive 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu tried to activate the Mage God's exclusive skills. Elemental Array. Third Dharma Eye. As he activated the skills, a magical formation appeared out of thin air in front of him. The array was filled with various elements, including but not limited to gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, rain, thunder, and ice. At the same time, a 7-colored eye-like pattern appeared in the center of his forehead. In an instant, he felt his soul become incredibly clear, and all the elements in the heavens and earth seemed to be under his control. Liu Mu hurriedly checked his remaining skill points. 207 points. He was not in a hurry to upgrade Elemental Array and Third Dharma Eye yet. Instead, he chose to upgrade 100-fold Billowing Waves and Giant Wave Body first. Consumed 50 skill points, 100-fold Billowing Waves raised to max level. Consumed 20 skill points, Giant Wave Body raised to level 4. 100-fold Billowing Waves level 5 max, Raging Waves engulf everything. Each stacked layer of water waves adds plus 10 constitution. Current maximum capacity is 100 layers. Giant Wave Body level 4 become a Giant Wave immune to 8 physical damage, can be upgraded with 50 skill points. Continuing to upgrade. Consumed 50 skill points, Giant Wave Body raised to max level. Giant Wave Body level 5 max, become a Giant Wave immune to 10% physical damage. After maxing out 100-fold Billowing Waves and Giant Wave Body, Liu Mu had 87 skill points left. After thinking for a moment, he decided to only upgrade the Elemental Array for now. He would wait until he had more skill points before upgrading the Third Dharma Eye. After all, between the 2 exclusive Mage God skills, Elemental Array acts as an offensive tool, while the Third Dharma Eye serves as a utility. He had not even fully grasped what the Third Dharma Eye was actually capable of yet. Consumed 1 skill point, Elemental Array raised to level 2. Consumed 10 skill points, Elemental Array raised to level 3. Consumed 50 skill points, Elemental Array raised to level 4. Elemental Array level 4, Mage God exclusive skill. The elements of the world are at my disposal. Casting grants plus 5000 spirit, can be upgraded with 100 skill points. 26 skill points left. It was not enough to continue upgrading the elemental array, so Liu Mu decided to upgrade the third Dharma Eye instead. Consumed 1 skill point, third Dharma Eye raised to level 2. Consumed 10 skill points, third Dharma Eye raised to level 3. Third Dharma Eye level 3, Mage God exclusive skill. Infinite wisdom resides within me. Casting grants plus 500 comprehension can be upgraded with 50 skill points. Skill points are still not enough. Liu Mu took a deep breath. If he had enough skill points to max out all his skills, his strength, relying solely on his Mage God and Martial God exclusive skills, would reach a terrifying level. Molly. Regaining his focus, Liu Mu tried to communicate with Molly. For some reason, he realized that Xuanyuan Wuji and the others could not see Molly. Who exactly are you? Molly appeared out of thin air beside Liu Mu, her gaze toward him extremely complex. Why do you possess the power of the heavenly demon? How are you able to forcibly wield the sword of heaven's punishment? Also, where is this place? Molly scanned her surroundings. She had never seen anything like the items in the villa. Is it not normal for me to be able to use the sword of heavenly condemnation? Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, then said, after all, you have acknowledged me as your master. No, although I have acknowledged you as my master, we are equal. I cannot force you to do anything, and you cannot force me to do anything either. Is that so? Liu Mu stared at Jasmine's body, thought of something, and said slowly, come here. As soon as he spoke, Jasmine's body moved toward Liu Mu uncontrollably, eventually falling into his arms. In an instant, the pupils of both Liu Mu and Jasmine dilated in shock. Jasmine was shocked that she could not control herself. Liu Mu was surprised that Jasmine's body was actually real. Feeling the softness from her body and seeing her perfect face so close, his heart beat faster. He had assumed that since Jasmine was a sword spirit, she did not have a physical form. As it turns out, what exactly did you do to me? Jasmine hurriedly stood up from Liu Mu's arms, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at him. She had clearly entered into an equal contract with Liu Mu, so why could he control her every move? If I said I did nothing, would you believe me? Liu Mu shrugged, looking helpless. However, he had roughly guessed the reason. Both the dungeon space and Blue Star are actually real worlds. But he possesses the status of the only player. Therefore, Jasmine acknowledging him as master is actually similar to a player contracting a pet. Players have absolute control over their pets. That is why he can use Jasmine's skills at will and control her body as well. Hearing this, Jasmine fell silent. She naturally did not believe what Liu Mu said. But at this point, there was nothing she could do. It was impossible to break the contract with Liu Mu, let alone leave him. The only thing she could do was to stay by his side. If Liu Mu wanted to do something to her body, she would not even be able to resist. Thinking of this, Jasmine's eyes gradually lost their luster. She was a sword spirit, not a sword slave. She did not want to become a slave for Liu Mu to toy with as he pleased. Do not worry, aside from borrowing your power, I will not force you to do anything. Seeing Jasmine's hopeless expression, Liu Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Do I look like a bad guy? He had been misunderstood by Su Linger and by Haidang, and now he was being misunderstood by a sword spirit like Jasmine. Jasmine was indeed beautiful, but she was a sword spirit after all. He had heard of people playing with snakes and even people playing with fairies, but he had never heard of anyone playing with a sword. Really? Jasmine looked at Liu Mu pitifully, and the next second her body suddenly shrank, eventually turning into a child's state. Big brother. Little Jasmine flew toward Liu Mu and sat directly in his arms. What is going on? Why did she shrink again? Liu Mu was a bit bewildered. He thought that after Jasmine completed her soul, she would remain in her adult state forever. What are you talking about, big brother? What shrank? Jasmine looked up at Liu Mu in confusion, her big eyes filled with innocence. No, nothing. Liu Mu discovered that the young Jasmine did not seem to have the memories of the adult Jasmine. However, the young Jasmine's body had also become a physical entity. Could it be because the Sword of Heavenly Condemnation skill is on cooldown? Liu Mu's eyes lit up. If that is the case, he would use the skill again as soon as the cooldown was over. He would rather spend all day with the young Jasmine than with the adult version. Jasmine, am I a bad person? Big brother is not a bad person at all. You are the best person in the world. Jasmine, like a little fangirl, looked at Liu Mu with eyes full of adoration. This made Liu Mu blush, while also filling his heart with immense satisfaction. What is the use of being pretty? Being cute and obedient is what matters most. Come on, Jasmine, let us go level up. Liu Mu held Jasmine's little hand, and they vanished into thin air. Now that humans on Blue Star have gained opportunities due to cosmic energy, he must hurry to level up and increase his strength, so that these people know that no matter how strong their opportunities are, they remain vulnerable before a cheater. Zhu family manor. Zhu Linger was cultivating in a secret chamber. Ever since she found out that Liu Mu had reached the strength of a grandmaster, she had abandoned all entertainment. She wanted to use all her time for cultivation. She wanted to get stronger, crush Liu Mu, and make him her slave. Recalling the words Liu Mu had said, and that gaze of his that seemed to pierce through her, Zhu Linger could not help but feel restless. Boom! Terrifying cold energy rampaged, and two demonic patterns suddenly appeared at the corners of Zhu Linger's eyes. Behind her, a terrifying figure flashed by. The figure was an ice fox with 9 tails. But Zhu Linger herself did not notice the 9-tailed ice fox figure behind her. What is going on? Why am I feeling so restless? Zhu Linger stopped her cultivation, clutching her chest, her face pale. And also, why did I have those thoughts? As Liu Mu's face appeared in her mind, Zhu Linger's cheeks burned. She actually had a desire to forcefully possess Liu Mu. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door to the secret chamber was knocked. Linger, the leader wants you in the study. He has something to discuss. Did something happen? Zio Chenlins tried to calm her emotions and headed toward the study. I am not sure, but looking at the leader's demeanor, something big must have happened. Bai Haidang said in a low voice, could it be related to Yi Feng? Did not they say he was coming to propose in the next few days? If Yi Feng is indeed coming to propose, then things are going to get complicated. Zhu Linger frowned. With my current strength, I am not enough to go up against the Martial Alliance. In the study, Zhu Nanshan answered a phone call, and his face turned incredibly grave. He could not help but pace back and forth in the study. Father, what is making you so nervous? Zhu Linger and Meng Haidang entered the study, and upon seeing Zhu Nanshan's furrowed brows and anxious expression, Zhu Linger had a bad premonition. Linger, tell your father the truth. Do you know Xuan Yuan Wuji? Zhu Nanshan stopped, took a deep breath, and said, just now, Yi Tian personally called me to say that the engagement between you and Yi Feng is cancelled, and furthermore, he will send someone to take over the gang. What, the engagement is cancelled? Bai Haiding said in surprise, is not that a good thing? Senior Xuan Yuan is the chief commander of the Transcendental Association. A big figure like that, even you have never met him, so how would I know him? Zhu Linger frowned. The Yi family cancelled the engagement. What does that have to do with Senior Xuan Yuan? Are you sure you do not know Xuan Yuan Wuji? Zhu Nanshan stared at Zhu Linger. Yi Tian's tone on the phone clearly showed dissatisfaction with our Su family. He threatened me directly and finished by saying if the Su family had the ability to find Xuan Yuan Wuji and force him to cancel the engagement, they should be prepared for the consequences. But I really do not know Senior Xuan Yuan. Why would he help me? Could it be him? Zhu Linger thought of something and said in shock, could it be that Liu Mu asked Senior Xuan Yuan to help me cancel the engagement? No. Zhu Linger hurriedly shook her head. At this time, that guy should be kowtowing and apologizing on Qingyun Mountain, and Senior Xuan Yuan is not someone he could influence. As Zhu Linger finished speaking, Zhu Nanshan's phone rang once again. A sudden silence filled the study, and Zhu Nanshan took a deep breath before answering the call. What? Zhu Nanshan suddenly let out an exclamation, his eyes filled with shock. All right, I understand. Keep gathering information. After hanging up, Zhu Nanshan remained silent for a long time, then walked over to the desk and poured himself a cup of tea. But judging by his trembling hands and the spilled tea, it was clear that he was in a state of extreme agitation. Seeing this, both Zhu Linger and Bai Haidang looked grave. They had grown up by Zhu Nanshan's side, and in their memories, he had always been calm, composed, and in complete control of every situation. This was the first time they had ever seen him so rattled. Father, what happened again? Zhu Linger frowned and asked, could it be that the Yi family has already launched their revenge against us? Su Nanshan did not respond immediately. He took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to calm his nerves. After a moment, Su Nanshan opened his eyes and said, Qingyun Mountain has been wiped out. Everyone, including vice sect leader Chu Mo and all the disciples, is dead. Even the Qingyun Mountain sect leader, Elder Yang, has been severely wounded. How is that possible? Bai Haideng exclaimed, Qingyun Mountain has hundreds of disciples, including over a dozen inner disciples, each of whom possesses innate cultivation. Not to mention that vice sect leader Chu Mo is a grandmaster expert, and Elder Yang is one of our country's few great grandmasters, who could possibly have the power to destroy Qingyun Mountain. Liu Mu. Su Nanshan's expression was more serious than ever before. The one who destroyed Qingyun Mountain is none other than the young man you spoke of, Liu Mu. Leader, are you joking? Bai Haideng's pupils dilated in shock and she said, that guy is only 19. He is younger than me. It is already a feat of pure genius for him to have broken through to Grandmaster, so how could he possibly have the strength to kill a Grandmaster and wound a great Grandmaster? Could it be that a 19-year-old great Grandmaster has appeared in our country? This matter is indeed hard to believe, but the news came directly from members of the Extraordinary Association, so it should be true. Moreover, such a major event as the destruction of Qingyun Mountain cannot be hidden. One only needs to send someone to investigate to know whether it is true or false. Linger, did not you say that the only outcome for that guy going to Qingyun Mountain would be to apologize and back down? As Bai Haideng finished speaking, she saw Su Linger staring blankly, appearing completely devastated. Realizing she had said something wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. I have told you before, we cannot rule out the possibility that there are others in this world who, like you, have benefited from cosmic energy. Su Nanshan looked at Su Linger and said earnestly, Linger, I understand your desire to become stronger, but remember this, never let power cloud your eyes. Only the power you can truly master is the power that belongs to you. Now that your engagement with Yi Feng has been called off, it likely has something to do with that boy, Liu Mu. That boy is a member of the Extraordinary Association. At only 19, he possesses the strength to injure a great grandmaster, which means his cultivation is at least at the great grandmaster level. With such a young great grandmaster, the Extraordinary Association must value him highly, so it is not surprising he was able to enlist Xuanyuan Wuji, the chief captain of the association. Regardless of his reasons for helping you, we owe him a favor. You can look at him as a role model for your training and you can strive to surpass him, but you must never cross him. Father, I want to make a trip to the North Pole. Su Linger suddenly spoke up. Her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. I am grateful that he helped me end the engagement and I have never held any malice toward him. I will repay him in my own way later. But he is not my role model. I have a feeling that being a great grandmaster is not the end of the cultivation path. There must be even more powerful existences above that level, and I intend to become someone who stands above the great grandmasters, above even the SSS level ability users. Su Linger's heart suddenly began to race. Strange, demonic patterns appeared on the surface of her heart. Deep within her soul, amidst swirling icy mist, a sleeping nine-tailed ice fox slowly opened its eyes, a seductive curve forming on its lips. That is right, child. With my inheritance, you are destined to stand above all living beings in this world. A seductive voice echoed, but Su Linger had no reaction, as if she had not heard a thing. The nine-tailed ice fox saw this and slowly closed its eyes. Have you thought this through? Su Nanshan frowned, his expression serious as he asked, do you know how dangerous the North Pole is? With more and more cosmic energy flooding the planet, the North Pole has undergone drastic changes. Last time, just to retrieve a single ice crystal for you, over a dozen postnatal martial artists and one innate martial artist lost their lives there. Crisis and opportunity go hand in hand, that is the lesson you taught me, father. Su Linger said with deep focus, and given the current situation, I must go to the North Pole not just for myself but for our Su family. If I cannot become strong quickly, we will never be able to withstand the Yi family's fury. The Yi family's fury. Su Nanshan's lips curled into a cold smile, but his expression soon returned to calm. Since you are determined to go, then go. Besides, your grandfather is there, and with his strength he is more than capable of protecting you. Grandfather. Su Linger's expression changed dramatically. Did not grandfather pass away shortly after I was born? Linger, there are many things you will understand once you see your grandfather. Su Nanshan smiled and said, just remember one thing, no matter what happens, father will always be by your side. I know you did not want to marry Yi Feng, and I had been preparing for that long ago. Furthermore, heaven blesses our Su family. Among Lin Kuang's subordinates, two promising talents appeared, one named Guo Liang and the other Wu Qiang. It is highly likely they are also beneficiaries of cosmic energy. They were ordinary people who recently became martial artists, and their cultivation speed is in no way inferior to yours. Just yesterday, both of them broke through to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, they are extremely loyal. With them around, it will not be easy for the Yi family to replace me. I might even find a way to take the position of Martial Arts Association president for myself. Su Nanshan's eyes were filled with ambition. For these years, he had been biding his time, accumulating strength in the shadows to deal with the Yi family. Over the East Sea, Liu Mu and Jasmine were flying rapidly toward the center of the ocean. Suddenly, a phone rang. All right, I understand. I am busy right now, so you two stay there for now. After hanging up, Liu Mu looked somewhat dumbfounded. The person calling him was none other than Guo Liang, who had taken the creation Yama pill. Guo Liang told him that he and Wu Qiang had reached the Grandmaster level yesterday and were now vice leaders of the Xuan Niao gang, and he asked if they could stay by Liu Mu's side. No way is that pill really that powerful, turning two ordinary people into Grandmaster experts in just a few days. The creation Yama pill, that creation really is something else. Collecting his thoughts, Liu Mu dove into the sea. He still had two unfinished missions, becoming a captain of the Extraordinary Association and delivering the Tear of Aeoni to the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. The mission to become an Extraordinary Association captain just required him to help Xuanyuan Wuji win a tournament to complete it. As for delivering the Tear of Aeoni to Ao Guang, he had no leads at all. Compared to the former's reward of a guild creation token, the color grade equipment appraisal scroll offered by the latter was more important to him right now. As long as he could get the color grade equipment appraisal scroll, he could appraise and equip the color grade gear, the Star Dome Holy Ring. He believed that as the highest ranked piece of gear known, the Star Dome Holy Ring would surely give his strength a massive boost. And the only way Liu Mu could think of to meet the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, was to fight monsters in the East Sea and trigger the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon. Boom! Deep beneath the ocean. Terrifying power raged as Liu Mu moved through the sea. Everywhere he passed, swarms of marine creatures were wiped out by elemental storms. Although his Mage God class was not yet as strong as his Martial God class, it was more than enough to slaughter ordinary sea creatures. Furthermore, compared to the Martial God class, the Mage God skills had a larger and wider attack range, making them more suitable for farming monsters. Killed level 10 Deep Sea Octopus gained 1000 RMB, experience points plus 12. Killed level 10 Deep Sea Shark gained 10,000 RMB, experience points plus 120. Killed level 10 Deep Sea Whale gained 50,000 RMB, experience points plus 600. Notification windows kept popping up. Liu Mu's experience bar was slowly rising. Although the experience from killing these sea creatures was minimal, fortunately there were enough of them, so leveling up was just a matter of time. Moreover, his main goal was to trigger the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon, so no matter how little experience he gained, he would continue to slaughter the sea creatures. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Mu did not know how many sea creatures he had killed, but his level had gone up by 2. Your level has increased to 32, gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Your level has increased to 33, gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Because he possessed both the Mage God and Martial God dual classes, he now received 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points for every level he gained. However, he was in no rush to assign the points. Instead, he continued to farm monsters endlessly. Another day passed. Liu Mu felt completely numb. For 2 consecutive days, he had stayed on the seabed without a single second of rest. His level had increased by another 2 levels, but he still failed to trigger the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon. Your level has increased to 34, gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Your level has increased to 35, gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Your pet Little Purple's level has increased to 34, gained 100 free attribute points. Your pet Little Purple's level has increased to 35, gained 100 free attribute points. Could it be that killing sea creatures would not trigger the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon? Liu Mu stood on a giant rock on the seabed, his brows furrowed. Over these 2 days he had killed countless sea creatures. Logically speaking, it should have triggered the corresponding dungeon long ago. Just then, a deep-sea shark swam past Liu Mu. Liu Mu reflexively threw a punch. Bang! The terrifying force of the punch turned the deep-sea shark into a mist of blood. Killed level 10 deep-sea shark, gained 10,000 RMB, experience points plus 120. Because you have killed a large number of sea creatures, you have successfully triggered the wrath of the East Sea Dragon King. Countdown to the opening of the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon. 3, 2, 1. Opening failed, the player's current level is insufficient to enter this dungeon. East Sea Dragon Palace, Abyss level dungeon requires level 50 to enter. Finally triggered. Looking at the notification window in front of him, Liu Mu was pleasantly surprised. But soon he started getting a headache. The East Sea Dragon Palace was actually an Abyss-level dungeon, with a difficulty 2 levels higher than the River Bottom Dragon Palace and the Sword Palace ruins, and it required level 50 to enter. And since he was only level 35, it meant he had to level up another 15 times before he could unlock the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon. As his level got higher, the experience required for each level up also increased. If he relied solely on killing ordinary blue star creatures, it would be difficult for him to level up 15 times in a short period. But thankfully, he had successfully triggered the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon. The dungeon would always be there, so he just needed to concentrate on leveling up for now. Thinking of this, Wang Mu prepared to continue killing sea creatures. But immediately after, he was dumbfounded. Before clearing the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon, continuing to kill sea creatures will result in no drops or experience points. What the heck? No experience for killing sea creatures. Is it because of the East Sea Dragon King's wrath? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. If he does not kill sea creatures, how is he supposed to level up? What other massive species are on Blue Star that he can hunt? Forget it. Let us switch to a new place to level up. Liu Mu thought for a moment and decided to head to the Amazon rainforest. Besides the ocean, the rainforest is the place with the most species on Blue Star. As the largest rainforest on Blue Star, the Amazon's area is larger than several Western countries combined, and it must contain many creatures that can provide him with experience. So he decisively left the East Sea. And just as Liu Mu flew out of the sea, a figure appeared out of thin air before him. Hey handsome, you finally came out. I have been waiting for you for 2 days. Uncle. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. The person appearing before him was none other than Xuanyuan Wuji. Handsome, do you have some kind of vendetta against the fish and shrimp in the sea? Xuanyuan Wuji looked at Liu Mu with a strange expression. 2 days ago, he had calculated Liu Mu's location and arrived at the East Sea. When he saw Liu Mu's strange behavior of killing sea creatures deep in the ocean, he did not rush to appear before him, but wanted to figure out Liu Mu's purpose for slaughtering them on such a large scale. As it turned out, over the past 2 days, Liu Mu's slaughter of sea creatures had never stopped, and as for his purpose, he still had not figured it out. He had tried to divine Liu Mu's purpose but gained nothing. This is a way I cultivate. Liu Mu said with a straight face, I lack opponents to fight with and I am afraid that my power will affect innocent people, so I had no choice but to come to the deep sea to cultivate. I see. Xuanyuan Wuji did not think much more about it. Even if he racked his brain, he would never guess that Liu Mu could gain experience points by killing sea creatures. Uncle, you came to find me. Could it be that you want me to participate in the competition for you right now? Liu Mu asked. If Xuanyuan Wuji wanted him to help compete right now, he would have no choice but to postpone his trip to the Amazon rainforest. It is not that soon. Xuanyuan Wuji said there is still a week before the competition starts. I came to find you to tell you that the thing you asked me to do has been completed. Then thank you very much, uncle. Liu Mu laughed. Since the competition is still a week away, I will continue to cultivate for now and will contact you before the competition starts. Are not you going to ask what kind of competition it is? No matter what competition it is, since I promised to help you compete and win the championship, I will definitely keep my word. Handsome, do not underestimate your enemies. Your opponents are very strong. Xuanyuan Wuji said with a grim expression, this competition is extremely important and carries life-threatening risks. Is that so? Liu Mu's expression became serious upon hearing this. If Xuanyuan Wuji called his opponents strong, he had to take them seriously. So, while there are still a few days left, you should cultivate by my side. Although you showed immense strength in your battle with Old Man Yang, that power was clearly exerted through some special means and cannot be maintained for long. Your own cultivation, I believe, should only be at the Grandmaster realm. And your opponents, the weakest ones are Grandmasters, SS-level Esper, and even Great Grandmasters, SSS-level Esper, not to mention the possibility of Martial Kings and Mage Kings. Xuanyuan Wuji stared at Liu Mu, his expression rarely serious as he said, if you train with me these next few days, I am confident I can help you reach the Great Grandmaster level. If your talent is strong enough, it is not impossible to break through to Martial King. Uncle, I appreciate your kindness. Breaking through to the rank of Martial King in under a week would naturally be tempting for Liu Mu. But he knew very well that he was different from ordinary transcendence. He was the only player on Blue Star, and the only way for him to grow stronger was by fighting monsters and leveling up. Therefore, if he stayed by Xuanyuan Wuji's side for these few days, not only would his level fail to increase, but Xuanyuan Wuji would not be able to help him grow stronger either. Are you worried that I might use some method with heavy side effects to help you grow? Xuanyuan Wuji said with a serious face, do not worry, I will not hurt you. The methods I use will only help you get stronger without any side effects. Uncle, everyone has a different way of cultivation. Your methods may not be suitable for me. Liu Mu smiled, but do not worry, no matter how strong my opponents in the tournament are, I will definitely win the championship. That is my promise to you. In that case, let us change the subject. Xuanyuan Wuji returned to his lazy demeanor and said, how about I introduce my daughter to be your girlfriend once you win the championship? This. Liu Mu's mouth twitched, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Honestly, I wanted to ask you to help me persuade my daughter. Xuanyuan Wuji suddenly sighed, my daughter, she has far greater cultivation talent than me, but she refuses to cultivate. She is addicted to eating, drinking, and having fun all day. Whenever I ask her to cultivate, she plays dumb as if cultivation were something terrifying. So I wanted you to help me persuade her. You are the same age and your strength is among the top tier of our country's young transcendents. Perhaps you two could find common ground and maybe spark her desire to cultivate. Uncle, not liking cultivation is like not liking to study. How do you expect me to persuade her? Liu Mu said with a wry smile, is it possible that you are just too strong and because she has your protection, she feels that whether she cultivates or not makes no difference? If you let her feel a sense of crisis, she might understand the importance of being strong and decide to work hard at her cultivation. It is useless. Xuanyuan Wuji shook his head, it is not like I have not tried that. Even after she experienced life and death crises, she still had zero interest in cultivation. Hearing you say that, uncle, I am actually quite curious to meet your daughter. Normally, someone who has survived a life and death crisis should be extremely desperate for power. Not to mention that this person clearly has great talent for cultivation and is aware of the existence of transcendence. If it were me, I would never be content with being an ordinary person. If you have time, I can take you to see her right now. Xuanyuan Wuji looked bitter. He truly had no idea what to do about his daughter's refusal to cultivate. Kyoto. In a simple courtyard house. Xuanyuan Wuji and Liu Mu appeared out of thin air at the door of a room. Suddenly, a series of cursing sounds came from inside the room. Zhuangzhou, why are you wandering around instead of following Lubin? Are you trying to farm WeChat steps? And Lubin, can you play a little more safely? Are you raising livestock? You have fed the opponent so much. Gongbin, do you live in the jungle? You are a jungler who does not gank. Stop jungling, you are going to get killed by the jungle creeps for heaven's sake. And you, idiot Guan Yu, can you clear the top lane minions before coming to help? If you do not clear them, are you planning a parade? A bunch of idiots expecting me, Zio Kaio, to carry you all. Surrender, surrender. Having teammates like you is the worst luck I have had in 8 lifetimes. Uncle, your daughter has quite a fiery temper. Liu Mu teased. Just then the door opened. A stylishly dressed girl wearing headphones walked out. Old man, you're back. Who is this handsome guy? Xuanyuan Qingwu's eyes landed on Liu Mu, shining. Look at that physique, those looks top tier. Liu Mu. Nonsense. Xuanyuan Wuji frowned deeply. Look at you, you do not look like a girl at all. Here we go again. Xuanyuan Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xuanyuan Wuji, then greeted Liu Mu enthusiastically. Hello handsome, my name is Xuanyuan Qingwu, nice to meet you. What is your name handsome, do you have a girlfriend, how about you be my boyfriend? Are you free tonight, let us have dinner together. Hello, my name is Liu Mu. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He never expected that Xuanyuan Wuji, the commander-in-chief of the Transcendent Association, would have a daughter like this. His first impression of Xuanyuan Qingwu was that of a rebellious social girl. Except Xuanyuan Qingwu was prettier and had a much more powerful background. He eyed her, she was dressed in luxury brands and had very delicate features, even comparable to an adult Jasmine. However, Jasmine had a more distinguished aura and a slightly fuller figure. But Xuanyuan Qingwu's legs were superior, long, straight, and snowy white. Almost every woman Liu Mu had encountered so far had long legs. Even Tang Meng, who was petite and did not have long legs, had a very attractive leg shape. But regarding legs alone, no woman's legs could compare to Xuanyuan Qingwu's. These were legs that could make countless men go crazy. Analyze. Skill activated and Xuanyuan Qingwu's personal information appeared before him. Reincarnator Xuanyuan Qingwu. Cultivation none. Age 19. Height 176 cm. Weight 59 kg. Constitution 60. Speed 70. Spirit 100. Perception. Charm 99. Good/evil alignment, plus 100,000. Skills, Master Driving, Master Cooking, Master Fine Arts, Master Music. Reincarnator. Liu Mu's pupils constricted, and he was completely stunned. Xuanyuan Qingwu was actually a reincarnator. This tag was the most powerful one he had ever seen. A reincarnator means she knows everything that will happen in the future, including the blue star cataclysm that will occur in a few months. No, that is not right. Liu Mu's expression grew serious. Since she is a reincarnator, why would she refuse to cultivate? With the advantage of being a reincarnator, she could completely crush everyone in the transcendent world. Moreover, her perception was so high that even my analysis skill could not detect it, which proves that her perception has reached a terrifying level. A reincarnator with such terrifying perception, I cannot fathom her reasons for not wanting to cultivate. Brother Mu, you are so handsome. I fell for you the moment I saw you. Be my boyfriend, okay? Xuanyuan Qingwu acted like a crazed fan. However, Chenlin Mu's brow furrowed even deeper. He did not believe that a reincarnator with super high perception would be a giddy girl who could not keep her focus when seeing a man. Qingwu, do you know that Liu Mu is the #1 youth of the transcendent world? Seeing that Xuanyuan Qingwu was interested in Liu Mu, Xuanyuan Wuji's eyes lit up and he hurriedly added, Liu Mu is the same age as you, but he already has the power to fight a martial king. If you want to be his girlfriend, you have to work hard at your cultivation. Only then will you be worthy of him. Oh, never mind then. The smile on Xuanyuan Qingwu's face instantly disappeared, and she walked past Liu Mu without looking back. As she passed, she took one deep look at Liu Mu. What kind of look was that? Pity. From her eyes, he actually saw pity. Why would she pity him? Why would she pity him? Please wait a moment. Liu Mu called Xuanyuan Qingwu to stop, then turned to Xuanyuan Wuji and said, Uncle, I would like to have a private chat with Qingwu. He was now extremely desperate to figure out the meaning behind the look in Xuanyuan Qingwu's eyes. As a reborn person, Xuanyuan Qingwu definitely knew something. And perhaps that was precisely why she had no interest in cultivation, or rather, was afraid to cultivate. Xuanyuan Wuji nodded and gave Liu Mu a pleading look. Once Xuanyuan Wuji had left, without waiting for Liu Mu to speak, Xuanyuan Qingwu said calmly, It is no use. I know the old man sent you to persuade me to cultivate, but you cannot persuade me. I have no interest in cultivation. Are you really not interested in cultivation, or is it that for some reason you are afraid to cultivate? Liu Mu stared into Xuanyuan Qingwu's eyes. When he said this, Xuanyuan Qingwu's pupils visibly contracted. Reverse psychology does not work on me. Xuanyuan Qingwu walked toward her room and said, over the years, the old man has tried every method possible to make me cultivate. I do not believe there is anyone in this world who is not interested in cultivation. Liu Mu followed Xuanyuan Qingwu into the room. The room was extremely messy, with snacks and personal clothing strewn everywhere, and all sorts of designer bags piled in the corners. Your father is the captain of the Extraordinary Association. Born into a family like this, you should be very clear about the importance of strength. Besides, cultivation not only grants you great power but also extends your lifespan. Looking at history, even emperors could not refuse the temptation of immortality. Do you expect me to believe you can? Immortality. Xuanyuan Qingwu sat on the bed, crossed her arms, and examined Liu Mu with her legs crossed. The old man says you are the top talent of the younger generation in the Xia Kingdom's extraordinary world, but I have never heard of you. If you do not cultivate, naturally you would not have heard of me. Liu Mu smiled as he watched Xuanyuan Qingwu. Although Xuanyuan Qingwu was a reborn person, he believed that there was no such person as him in her memories. After all, he was a transmigrator. You should leave. Xuanyuan Qingwu frowned and said, I will say it again, you cannot persuade me. I am not interested in cultivation. Whether it is great power or immortality, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to be an ordinary person. There are some things that an ordinary person simply cannot hold on to. Liu Mu said meaningfully, in the Extraordinary Association, there is a person who possesses a unique ability called Soul Eye. This ability can peer into a person's memories and can even extract the memories of the deceased. As a reborn person, she might not care about cultivation, but she must be terrified of having her memories exposed. And Yan Meng's Soul Eye ability possessed the terrifying power to extract others' memories. Although he was not sure if Yan Bingyun's Soul Eye would work on a reborn person like Xuanyuan Qingwu, it was enough to frighten her. What exactly are you trying to say? Xuanyuan Qingwu's expression grew a bit colder. As Liu Mu had guessed, what she feared most was for her identity as a reborn person to be discovered. Therefore, since her rebirth, she had been avoiding any contact with other extraordinary individuals. Tell me, why are you resisting cultivation? Liu Mu gazed at Xuanyuan Qingwu with a serious expression. With your talent, if you were willing to cultivate, you would become the most powerful existence on this planet in a very short time. After Liu Mu finished speaking, Xuanyuan Qingwu fell silent. It seems you have obtained some kind of extraordinary fortune. Xuanyuan Qingwu stood up from the bed, locked eyes with Liu Mu, her expression very complex, though mostly filled with sympathy. Seeing this, Liu Mu frowned. He wondered if he should force her to cultivate. Since the old man trusted you enough to send you here to persuade me, I will give you a piece of advice out of respect for him. Xuanyuan Qingwu said earnestly, behind great fortune, there often lies a trap. You are a reborn person, are not you? Liu Mu stopped pretending. Since she would not say it voluntarily, he had to force it out of her. I do not understand what you're talking about. Xuanyuan Qingwu's pupils shook as a massive wave of shock surged within her. How is this possible? How does this guy know my identity as a reborn person? Could it be that he is also a reborn person? You should know better than I do what I am talking about. Liu Mu turned and said, since you are unwilling to tell me why you resist cultivation, I will not make things difficult for you. And rest assured, I will not expose your identity as a reborn person. Rest assured. Rest assured, my foot. Xuanyuan Qingwu's chest heaved rhythmically. Just as Liu Mu was about to walk out of the room, Xuanyuan Qingwu took a deep breath and said, stop right there. Hearing this, a smile tugged at the corner of Liu Mu's mouth. Sure enough, calling her out directly was effective. What is it, little sister Qingwu? You do not have to say anything if you do not want to. You're so annoying. Xuanyuan Qingwu cursed at Liu Mu under her breath. Then she quickly walked towards him. First of all, I am not some reborn person as you say. However, I can tell you the reason why I do not cultivate. Xuanyuan Qingwu examined Liu Mu again. At the same time, her mind raced, recalling the past. But no matter how hard she tried, in all her memories of her previous life, there was no one named Liu Mu. Go ahead, I am listening. Liu Mu smiled and watched her. He did not push her further about her denial. Knowing that she was a reborn person was enough. This secret was enough for him to hold over her for a long time. I can only tell you that so-called extraordinary individuals are nothing more than a bunch of pathetic fools. What do you mean? This is all a conspiracy of world evolution. Xuanyuan Kingwu took another deep breath and said, surely you have noticed many major events in the extraordinary world lately. For example, extraordinary individuals who have not had a breakthrough for years suddenly breaking through, ordinary people becoming top-tier powerhouses within days, and some obtaining incredible fortunes and powerful legacies. Liu Mu did not speak, simply waiting for her to continue. I can tell you clearly that in the near future, extraordinary people all over the world will rapidly break through to higher realms, martial kings, martial emperors, even martial gods. These people think they are the chosen ones, but in reality they are just pawns for the world's evolution. No, more accurately, they are sacrifices for the world's evolution. By the end of February next year, the world will undergo a drastic change. This change is the evolution of the world, and the prerequisite for this evolution is for the blood of gods to drench the land. So do you understand why I do not cultivate now? Xuanyuan Kingwu stared at Liu Mu and said, it is not that I do not want to acquire great power, it is because I am afraid of dying. Are you saying that the rapid improvement of many extraordinary individuals' strength recently is because the world wants them to become gods, and then use their ascended state to evolve the world? Liu Mu furrowed his brow. This outcome was something he had never expected. What else could it be? Sadly, many people have not recognized their fate yet. They think they are favored by the heavens and are immersed in the joy of breaking through and possessing power, not knowing that all the strength they possess will ultimately become nourishment for the world's evolution, while they will end up reduced to nothingness. As she said this, Xuanyuan Kingwu looked at Liu Mu with sympathy again. In her view, Liu Mu would eventually become nourishment for the world's evolution too. Facing the sympathetic look in Xuanyuan Kingwu's eyes, Liu Mu felt no ripples in his heart. What does it have to do with him, the only player that transcendents become nutrients for the world? He is not a transcendent, he gets stronger by killing monsters and leveling up. If what you say is true, does not that mean all transcendents in the world will die by the end of February next year? Those who have attained godhood will surely die. As for those who have not, their cultivation will be erased, turning them back into ordinary people, and all firearms in the world will disappear by then. Then what will the evolved world look like? It will be huge, countless times larger than the current Earth. You still say you are not a reborn. Liu Mu smiled as he watched Xuanyuan Kingwu. Xuanyuan Kingwu said nothing, but she did not deny it either. All right, my questions are answered. I have things to do, so I will be going now. After figuring out what would happen to Earth in the future, Liu Mu prepared to head to the Amazon rainforest to grind for levels. Whether the world evolves or transcendents become nutrients, it has nothing to do with him. All he needs to do is level up as much as possible before the world evolves. Only then will he have the strength to protect himself after the world evolves. Are not you afraid of death? Seeing that Liu Mu could still smile, Xuanyuan Kingwu frowned and said, or do you think I am lying? I am just like you, I am afraid of death too, but how do you know I will definitely die? Those who become gods will die, and chosen transcendents will see their cultivation skyrocket rapidly even without practicing, until they attain godhood. It is obvious that you are one of the chosen transcendents. Since I will become a god eventually even without training, do you think being afraid is of any use? Liu Mu looked at Xuanyuan Kingwu and said, or can you help me so that I will not have to die? I cannot help you. Xuanyuan Kingwu shook her head and said, if I could help you, I would not be too afraid to practice myself. You should not know these things. Knowing all this will make the remaining few months agonizing for you. It is fine, I am not the only one dying anyway. Liu Mu joked, then began walking out of the room. I have things to do, so I will be leaving now. After Liu Mu left, Xuanyuan Kingwu's brows furrowed tightly. Yes, Liu Mu is not the only one who will die. Her father will not be able to escape death either. Xuanyuan Kingwu clenched her hands, but quickly loosened them. Although I have no way now, once the world becomes like a game, I will definitely find a solution. With my memories from the past life, I will definitely become the strongest player in this one. Level rankings, equipment rankings, pet rankings, wealth rankings. I will dominate every single leaderboard. Sir, I am going now. Your daughter is not unwilling to train, she just has not had enough fun yet. When she is done having fun, she will naturally start training. Liu Mu made up a random excuse. Besides, he was not exactly lying. He believed that after the world evolves, Xuanyuan Kingwu would be more eager to train than anyone else. He would have to have a good talk with her then. As a reborn, Xuanyuan Kingwu must know what kind of good items are in the evolved world. I just wonder what her expression will be when she sees that I am still alive. Young man, you really should stay and train with me. Xuanyuan Wuji said with a serious expression, the competition I want you to participate in is not an ordinary one but a national war. You will represent the Xia Kingdom and compete against transcendents from all over the world, and this competition will determine the ownership of a special resource. Hitting quest, win the national war tournament. Quest reward, Tiangshuan Demon Slaying Sword Fragment ×1, God Jade Key ×1. Notification pop-up appeared. Liu Mu was pleasantly surprised. He had seen the power of the Tiangshuan Demon Slaying Sword, and it was simply the nemesis of demon attribute monsters. He already had one purple-grade Tiangshuan Demon Slaying Sword fragment. If he could get another one, the two would merge, increasing the grade of his current fragment and unlocking new skills. As for the God Jade Key, he already had one, but he had not had a chance to check its stats yet. Sir, I still want to rely on myself to get stronger. Refocusing, Liu Mu said earnestly, do not worry, I will definitely win the championship in the competition a week from now. Very well. Xuanyuan Wuji shook his head and said no more. Liu Mu appeared out of thin air above the Amazon rainforest. Looking at the endless greenery below, he was not in a hurry to kill monsters. He took the God Jade Key out of his backpack. Suddenly, a key that was snowy white all over and smooth as jade appeared in his hand. On the surface of the key, mysterious golden patterns flickered with a faint glow. When Liu Mu prepared to cast an appraisal spell, he discovered that he could view the information about the God Jade Key without appraisal. God Jade Key, collect 10 to randomly unlock an Ancient God Relic. Ancient God Relic. Liu Mu looked confused, then thought of the Great Sage's blessing. The Great Sage's blessing came from the ancient god Sun Wukong. So is the Ancient God Relic related to a god from mythology? But why are the gods from mythology called ancient gods? Coming back to his senses, Liu Mu put the God Jade Key back into his backpack space, then dove into the dense rainforest to start killing monsters and leveling up. The Amazon rainforest is vast, and its species are numerous, no less than those in the ocean. The moment he entered the rainforest, Liu Mu locked onto a dense swarm of mosquitoes. Boom! With one punch, the mosquito swarm was annihilated, along with a patch of ancient trees that turned into ash. Killed level 15 blood poison giant mosquito, obtained 1500 RMB, EXP plus 180. Killed level 20 blood poison giant mosquito, obtained 2000 RMB, EXP plus 220. Killed level 20 blood poison giant mosquito, obtained 2000 RMB, EXP plus 220. Time passed bit by bit. Liu Mu was completely immersed in hunting monsters. As he frantically hunted monsters, his level also kept rising. Your level has increased to level 36, you gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Your level has increased to level 37, you gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Your level has increased to level 39, you gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Your level has increased to level 40, you gained 1000 free attribute points and 100 skill points. Detected that you reached level 40, the Martial God Third Turn Trial has been activated. Detected that you reached level 40, the Magic God Third Turn Trial has been activated. Liu Mu stood on an ancient tree. 2 days had passed since he entered the Amazon rainforest. In 2 days he leveled up 5 times. Now that the Martial God and Magic God Third Turn Trials were activated, he planned to finish the trials before leveling up further. That way, the free attribute points and skill points he gains after leveling up will be even more. Liu Mu's mind stirred. He equipped all available gear and pulled up his personal profile to check. Player Liu Mu. Level 40 10 million/500 million experience. Classes: Martial God Second Awakening, Mage God Second Awakening. Titles: Hero 436 860 0, Devil 187 00. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 3071 plus 6000. Spirit 1130 plus 5050. Speed 1216 plus 1110. Perception 1141 plus 1000. Charm 68 plus 1005. Free attribute points 9000. Skill points 915. Gold 778,900. Pet Little Zai level 40. Martial God class skills: Mountain Crushing Fist level 5, 8 Wasteland Steps level 4, Martial God Body level 3. Mage God class skills: Elemental Array level 4, 3rd Dharma Eye level 3. Equipment: equipped: Fragment of Heaven Mystic Demon Slaying Sword, Water Dragon Spear, Black Water Mystic Armor, Tiger King Belt, Cleansing Ring, Fish Spirit Boots, Water Avoiding Bead. Skills: Heaven Mystic Sword Mark, Heavenly Demon Blood Seed level 2, Appraisal level 4, Scout level 3, 100 Layer Stacking Waves level 5 max, Giant Wave Body level 5 max, Master Cooking. Backpack: Star Dome Holy Ring, Soul Devouring Bead, Divine Jade Key X, Ao Nai's Tear, Ant King Poison Needle, Pig King Leather Armor, Speed Fruit X, Enlightenment Fruit X, Blood Soul Fruit X, Soul Condensing Pill X, Beauty Pill X. Time to allocate points. Liu Mu did not hesitate and put all 9,000 free attribute points into Constitution. Boom! Suddenly, the familiar warm current surged through his body, and spiritual power began to gather incessantly in his Danshin. His entire physical form was being strengthened continuously. Now, even without any buffs, his base stats alone were enough to rival a Grandmaster. His decision to dump everything into Constitution was calculated. For the Mage God class to be powerful, one needs to invest in spirit. It was as if he were dealing with two entirely different cultivation systems. If he split his points, the Martial God class would not see much improvement, and the Mage God class's strength would fail to keep up as well. After all, he was already level 31 when he transferred to the Mage God class, meaning he was essentially short by 31 levels worth of free points and skill points. Therefore, the best approach was to use the free points from leveling up on Constitution first, maximizing the strength of the Martial God class. This way, he could focus on the Martial God class as his primary and the Mage God class as a support early on. Once the Martial God class reached its limit, he would then start pouring points into Spirit to raise the strength of the Mage God class. Point allocation complete. Liu Mu began upgrading his skills. Without hesitation, he prioritized upgrading his Mountain Crushing Fist. Consumed 500 skill points. Mountain Crushing Fist upgraded to 9 Heavens Heaven Wrath Fist level 1. 9 Heavens Heaven Wrath Fist level 1, a Martial God exclusive skill. Summon thunder from the 9 heavens to crush all evil in the world. Constitution increases by 100,000 upon activation. Consumes 1,000 skill points to upgrade. 100,000. Liu Mu was ecstatic. He had imagined that the skill would be powerful after upgrading, but he had not expected it to be this strong. Adding 100,000 to his constitution meant that even without the buff from the Sword of Divine Retribution, simply using the 9 Heavens Heaven Wrath Fist would allow him to match a martial king. Pulling himself together, Liu Mu suppressed his excitement to continue upgrading his other skills. Just then, he thought of the soul-devouring bead in his backpack. The bead was a red-tier item that he still had not appraised. He had intended to upgrade his appraisal skill, but forgot once he entered the Sword Sect Ruins dungeon. Consumed 100 skill points, appraisal leveled up to level 5. Appraisal level 5 can identify gear and items up to red tier, consumes 500 skill points to upgrade. With appraisal upgraded, Liu Mu decisively took out the soul-devouring bead to identify it. Appraisal successful. Soul-devouring bead, red tier equipment. Equipping this increases spirit by 10,000 and grants the skill Soul Devour. Soul Devour, upon killing a target, there is a 30% chance to randomly gain 1 to 10 permanent spirit points. Can accumulate up to 100,000 permanent spirit points. My god. Liu Mu rubbed his eyes vigorously, seriously doubting if he was misreading it. This skill is simply broken. After confirming it was not a mistake, he was utterly shocked. Killing a target gives a 30% chance to gain 1 to 10 permanent spirit points, capping at 100,000 points. Regardless of the probability, this meant that with this gear he would eventually gain 100,000 permanent spirit points, plus the 10,000 buff from the item itself. What kind of concept is 100,000 spirit points? Based on his current gain of 1,000 free attribute points per level, he would need to level up 100 times to accumulate that much. If red tier gear is this strong, how heaven-defying must his colorful tier star dome holy ring be? Liu Mu's breathing grew rapid. As his level rose, he found that getting stronger was actually becoming easier. Upgrading an exclusive skill or obtaining a piece of high-level gear could result in an earth-shattering shift in his strength. This is great. The soul-devouring bead is practically tailored for the mage god class. With it, the mage god's strength finally catches up to the martial gods. With 315 skill points left, Liu Mu proceeded to upgrade Martial God Body, 8 Wasteland Steps, and Elemental Array. Consumed 100 skill points, Martial God Body upgraded to level 4. Martial God Body level 4, a Martial God exclusive skill, the ultimate body indestructible, upon activation grants invincibility for 10 seconds, cooldown 12 hours, consumes 500 skill points to upgrade. Consumed 100 skill points, 8 Wasteland Steps upgraded to level 5. 8 Wasteland Steps level 5, a Martial God exclusive skill, treading the 8 Wastelands shifting position in a blink, speed plus 10,000 upon activation, consumes 500 skill points to upgrade to Godly Move Shadow Breaker. Consumed 100 skill points, Elemental Array upgraded to level 5. Elemental Array level 5, a Mage God exclusive skill. The elements of the world are at my command. Spirit plus 10,000 upon activation. Consumes 500 skill points to upgrade to all-encompassing Dharma Seal. Awesome! This is too awesome. Ever since he got his golden finger, this was the first time Liu Mu felt this great. This is how it should be. This is the strength a cheater is supposed to have. And his strength upgrade was far from over. Once he passed the third awakening trials for the Martial God and Mage God, he would become even stronger. Additionally, as Jasmine synchronized with his level 40 status, his Sword Heart, Spirit Bond, and Sword of Divine Retribution skills would also auto-upgrade. Suppressing his inner excitement, Liu Mu initiated the Martial God trial first. It only took him a few seconds to pass the Martial God trial successfully. Immediately after, he started the Mage God trial. Still, it only took a few seconds, and he passed that one as well. You have passed the trial and successfully completed the Martial God Third Awakening. Basic attributes for the Martial God class have been improved. You have passed the trial and successfully completed the Mage God Third Awakening. Basic attributes for the Mage God class have been improved. Third tier advancement stats. Martial God Unique Hidden Class, Constitution and Speed plus 5,000. Players gain 1,000 free stat points and 100 skill points every time they level up. Magic God Unique Hidden Class, Spirit and Insight plus 5,000. Players gain 1,000 free stat points and 100 skill points every time they level up. Fourth tier advancement stats. Martial God Unique Hidden Class, Constitution and Speed plus 50,000. Players gain 5,000 free stat points and 500 skill points every time they level up. Magic God Unique Hidden Class, Spirit and Insight plus 50,000. Players gain 5,000 free stat points and 500 skill points every time they level up. Strong. Do strong. After successfully completing the third tier advancement for Martial God and Magic God, the base stats of these two hidden classes have seen a massive boost again. Now every time Liu Mu levels up, he will gain 2,000 free stat points and 200 skill points. When he saw the base stats for the fourth tier Martial God and Magic God, Liu Mu could not help but feel his heart race. Constitution, Speed, Spirit, and Insight plus 50,000. For every level up, he will gain 10,000 free stat points and 1,000 skill points. Fourth tier advancement, I must reach the fourth tier quickly. Sword Spirit Moli has synced with your level and reached level 40. Sword Spirit Moli has reached level 40. skills Sword Saint Heart, Spirit Pact, and Sword of Retribution have automatically leveled up. Sword Saint Heart level 4 negates 40% of sword-based damage, including but not limited to sword equipment, skills, and items. This effect is shared with the master. The skill will automatically upgrade at level 50. Spirit Pact level 4 can form a pact with 4 sword-type weapons and enhance them. The skill will automatically upgrade at level 50. Sword of Retribution level 2 fuses with the master, transforming into the Sword of Retribution, increasing the master's constitution, spirit, and speed by 2000% for 60 seconds. Cooldown is 20 days. The skill will automatically upgrade at level 50. Gulp. Liu Mu could not help but swallow hard. He originally thought the martial god and magic god's base stat improvements were already strong enough, but Moli's skills turned out to be even more monstrous. Negating 40% of sword damage, contracting and enhancing 4 sword weapons, and buffing the master's constitution, speed, and spirit by 2000%. These effects sound absolutely incredible just hearing about them. With 40% immunity to sword damage, he will become the nemesis of anyone who uses a sword in combat. Contracting 4 sword weapons, if they were all powerful equipment like the heaven-severing demon-slaying sword, how terrifying would that be? And a 2000% buff to constitution, speed, and spirit is equivalent to a 20-fold increase in power. If Liu Mu maxes out the 100,000 permanent spirit stats from the soul-devouring bead, then activates the Sword of Retribution, his spirit would increase by 20 times, reaching a staggering 2 million. That is even more exaggerated than the buffs from the heaven-severing sword seal. Is Moli really just the daughter of the sword sect leader? Liu Mu fell into deep thought. Judging by Moli's 3 skills, she is not just monstrous, she is heaven-defying. Even more terrifying is that these 3 skills can keep leveling up. This goes to show how terrifying Moli's talent is. She is definitely no ordinary sword spirit. Could it be solely because Moli has the legendary sword saint physique that only appears once in 10,000 years? Regaining his focus, Liu Mu stopped overthinking and continued leveling up. Elemental Array. Skill activated. A magic formation map appeared above the Amazon rainforest. The area of the array expanded. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. Boom. Endless elemental power churned, evolving into a sky full of elemental attacks that precisely struck the creatures in the rainforest. For these creatures, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Killed level 15 Rainforest Giant Python, obtained 3000 RMB, experience plus 320. Killed level 20 Rainforest Leopard King, obtained 20,000 RMB, experience plus 2200. Killed level 20 Rainforest Horned Eagle, obtained 2,000 RMB, experience plus 220. Your level has increased to level 41, obtained 2,000 free stat points and 200 skill points. Your level has increased to level 42, obtained 2,000 free stat points and 200 skill points. Your level has increased to level 47, obtained 2,000 free stat points and 200 skill points. Your level has increased to level 48, obtained 2,000 free stat points and 200 skill points. Soul Devour triggered, randomly obtained 1 permanent spirit point. Soul Devour triggered, randomly obtained 10 permanent spirit points. Soul Devour triggered, randomly obtained 5 permanent spirit points. Another 3 days passed. Liu Mu had stayed in the Amazon rainforest for a total of 5 days, and his level had increased from 31 to 48. After reaching level 48, his leveling speed started to slow down. In these 5 days, he could not even remember how many rainforest creatures he had killed. But as for the balance in his account, even the world's richest person would look like a beggar compared to him. It is no exaggeration to say that if all the money in his account were to enter the market, it would be enough to cause the RMB to devalue. In fact, the country does not even print as much money as he has in his account. He had no idea what method his cheat had used, but it somehow prevented the relevant departments from detecting any abnormalities in his bank card. Furthermore, even though the trigger rate for the Soul Devouring Bead's Soul Devour skill was only 30% thanks to his frantic monster grinding, he had successfully maxed out his 100,000 permanent spirit points. With a thought, His personal stats page appeared in front of him. Player Liu Mu. Level 55, 50 million/1 billion. Class Martial God 3rd tier, Magic God 3rd tier. Title Great Hero 436 860 0 Devil 187 0 0. Age 19. Height 180 cm. Weight 75 kg. Constitution 16,071 plus 6,000. Spirit 105,130 plus 15,050. Speed 5216 plus 1110. Insight 5141 plus 1000. Charm 68 plus 1005. Free stats 16,000. Skill points 1615. Since the Soul Devour skill increases permanent spirit, the 100,000 spirit points remain even without the Soul Devouring bead equipped. At this point, Liu Mu's base stats alone could rival those of a Grandmaster Martial Artist or a Magic King. Same old routine. Let us add the stat points first. Because you have killed a large number of rainforest creatures, you have successfully triggered the Earth Giant's wrath. Nightmare level instance Dungeon City of the Earth countdown started. 3, 2, 1. Opening successful. What on earth? Liu Mu was completely confused. He had not even had the chance to add his points before being teleported into the dungeon. Your equipment Water Dragon Spear has been cursed by the City of Earth and is permanently destroyed. Physique minus 500. Your equipment Black Water Mysterious Armor has been cursed by the City of Earth and is permanently destroyed. Physique minus 500. Your equipment Tiger King Belt, Purification Ring, Fish Spirit Boots, and Water Avoiding Bead have been cursed by the City of Earth and are permanently destroyed. Speed minus 100, Spirit minus 50, Speed minus 10, Charisma minus 5. Notification pop-ups kept appearing. Liu Mu appeared inside a giant city shrouded in yellow sand. Before he could examine his surroundings, he glanced at his bare feet, and his expression turned incredibly ugly. He had just entered the dungeon, and all the equipment he was wearing, except for the heavenly mysterious demon-slaying sword fragments and the soul-devouring bead, had been permanently destroyed. Curse of the City of Earth. While in the City of Earth, equipment below red grade will be crushed by the power of the earth. That is not right. The heavenly mysterious demon-slaying sword fragments are purple grade equipment. Why were they not damaged? Liu Mu glanced at the heavenly mysterious demon-slaying sword fragments in his hand, which were completely unaffected. Could it be because the heavenly mysterious demon-slaying sword itself is ranked above purple? That seems to be the reason. If the fragments themselves are purple grade, then a complete heavenly mysterious demon-slaying sword must be above purple grade. Perhaps it is gold, black, or even rainbow grade equipment. Withdrawing his focus, Liu Mu scanned his surroundings. Looking around, there were giant city walls towering into the clouds, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, and the air was filled with massive amounts of yellow sand. In an instant, Liu Mu's feet were covered by the yellow sand. Boom! With his internal power erupting, Liu Mu flew toward the sky. However, in the next second, a terrifying gravity struck him. Bang! With a loud thud, his body slammed hard against the ground, causing dense, spider-web-like cracks to appear on the hard surface. Good heavens! Liu Mu stood up, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. He looked up at the sky, his expression turning grave. If he could not fly into the air, the towering walls surrounding him would trap him like a labyrinth. Boom! His internal power erupted once more. This time, Liu Mu flew toward the sky using elemental power. Boom! The terrifying gravity attacked again, but his body was not forced back by it. Wind elements gathered behind him, forming a pair of wind wings. Whoosh! With the howling wind, Liu Mu's body turned into a beam of green light, continuing his flight upward. As his altitude increased, the gravity engulfing his body became increasingly terrifying. Is this what a nightmare-level dungeon is like? It is absolutely insane. Liu Mu landed on the city wall, the gravity surrounding him reaching its peak. Had he not gained 100,000 permanent spirit attributes through the soul-devouring bead, this gravity would have been enough to crush him into a meat patty. That is... Suddenly Liu Mu's pupils shrank violently. In the distance, a terrifying giant made of solid rock was sitting there. Even while sitting, the giant was about twice the height of the city wall. Liu Mu looked down. The city wall was at least 200 meters high. In other words, this giant was about 400 meters tall just by sitting. If it stood up, it would be nearly 1,000 meters tall. 1,000-meter giant. Liu Mu gulped. This was the first time he had seen such a shocking monster. The visual impact of this giant was simply overwhelming. Could it be that I have to kill this giant to clear the dungeon? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Judging by size alone, this giant could crush him to death with a single foot. In front of this giant, he was no different from an ant. Liu Mu scanned his surroundings and found that apart from the giant in the distance, there were no other monster sightings. This meant that the key to clearing the dungeon was that giant in the distance. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and flew toward the giant. As he got closer to the giant, Liu Mu realized that the giant was actually sleeping. Detection. Level 50 Earth Giant Lord Boss. Physique 1 million. Speed 0. Spirit 0. Skills: Earth Sorrow, Earth Shield, Earth Fury, Earth Meteor, Gravity Lockdown. It is actually a Lord-level boss. Liu Mu looked shocked, but his expression soon calmed down. There is no doubt that the Earth Giant in front of him is very strong. He had yet to encounter any monster stronger than the Earth Giant. Even Ao Nai and the 9 Nether Sword Demon were not worth mentioning compared to this Earth Giant. A physique of 1 million is a stat that can make one feel hopeless. But strangely, the Earth Giant's spirit and speed stats were 0. However, with this 1 million physique, even if the Earth Giant just sat there, Liu Mu's attacks would be no different from a tickle. Elemental Formation. Skill activated. A giant magic formation appeared above the Earth Giant's head. In an instant, attacks evolved from various elemental powers: gold blades, wooden vines, sea waves, fireballs, rocks, light bullets, ice swords swept toward the Earth Giant. Boom! With terrifying energy rampaging, the Earth Giant was engulfed in elemental light. When the light faded, the Earth Giant was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the entire city of Earth began to shake violently, and the sleeping giant showed signs of waking up. Seeing this, Liu Mu did not hesitate and immediately used the Heavenly Mysterious Sword Seal. There were only 2 ways he could kill the Earth Giant. Either use the Sword of Heavenly Scourge, or use the Heavenly Mysterious Sword Seal. Since the Sword of Heavenly Scourge was still on cooldown, he had to use the Heavenly Mysterious Sword Seal. You have used the Heavenly Mysterious Sword Seal. All stats plus 1 million, duration 1 minute, remaining uses 0. A notification pop-up appeared, and a mysterious sword seal instantly emerged on Liu Mu's forehead. Boom! His internal power surged madly. In the next second, Liu Mu appeared above the Earth Giant's head. 9 Heavens Heavenly Fury Fist. Skill activated. Liu Mu's fists burst with terrifying thunder. Endless thunder rampaged, turning into beams of lightning that pierced through the Earth Giant's head. Roar! The Earth Giant suddenly opened its eyes and let out a deafening roar. The Earth Giant's eyes were hollow, and it began to attack its surroundings wantonly like a puppet. Earth Meteor. Above the Earth Giant's head, a giant formation with a diameter of over 1,000 meters appeared. From the formation, countless meteors rained down, attacking the entire city of Earth indiscriminately. Liu Mu dodged while continuously unleashing the 9 Heavens Heavenly Fury Fist. Boom! Thunder raged, and as he swung his fists rapidly, the area around the Earth Giant gradually turned into a sea of thunder. Amidst the sea of thunder, dense cracks began to appear on the Earth Giant's body. Suddenly, the Earth Giant's body glowed with a brilliant light, and shields of Earth appeared to protect it. Upgrade Elemental Formation. Consumed 500 skill points. Elemental Formation upgraded to Myriad Image Dharma Seal. Myriad Image Dharma Seal 55, exclusive skill of the Dharma God. Elements turn into a myriad of images. After activation, Spirit plus 100,000 can be upgraded by consuming 1,000 skill points. Myriad Image Dharma Seal. Skill activated. Countless elemental marks emerged from thin air around Liu Mu. With a casual wave, these elemental marks gathered and finally turned into a colorful elemental divine dragon, roaring toward the Earth Giant. Bang! The elemental dragon hit the Earth Shield, shattering it instantly. Carrying a power that crushed everything, the elemental dragon pierced through the Earth Giant's body. Bang! With a massive explosion, the elemental dragon and the earth giant both detonated. The terrifying impact leveled the entire city of Earth to the ground. For a moment, dust filled the sky, and the entire dungeon space turned dark. When the dust settled, the earth giant's corpse had vanished, leaving behind a mountain of gold coins and a circular object. Killed 55 Lord-level boss Earth Giant, gained 1 million gold coins, 50 million experience points, and 1 Taurus Divine Orb. Successfully cleared the Nightmare-level Dungeon City of Earth, gained 500 skill points. A notification popped up, and Liu Mu was instantly teleported out of the dungeon space. Back in the Amazon rainforest, Liu Mu immediately took out the Taurus Divine Orb to examine it. He studied the Taurus Divine Orb. It was perfectly round and transparent, with a brilliant Taurus constellation pattern formed by stars inside. Appraisal. Appraisal failed. Taurus Divine Orb color grade unidentified. Color grade equipment. Liu Mu looked shocked. He had actually obtained another piece of color grade equipment. Wait. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Liu Mu, and he hurriedly took out the astral halo. The Taurus Divine Orb instantly emitted a brilliant light. Just as he thought, the Taurus Divine Orb could be slotted into the grooves on the astral halo. The astral halo had 12 grooves in total, corresponding to the 12 constellations. This means that besides the Taurus Divine Orb, there are 11 other constellation Divine Orbs. And every single constellation Divine Orb is a piece of color grade equipment. The complete astral halo is actually composed of 13 pieces of color grade equipment. Hiss. Jang Mu could not help but gasp. He dared not imagine how overpowered the complete astral halo would be. Gathering his thoughts, he put the astral halo and the Taurus Divine Orb back into his backpack. Next, he could not wait to upgrade his appraisal skill. As long as appraisal could identify color grade equipment, he would be able to identify the astral halo and the Taurus Divine Orb, thus enabling him to use these 2 color grade items. Consumed 500 skill points, appraisal upgraded to 55. Appraisal 55 can identify equipment and items up to gold grade, can be upgraded by consuming 1000 skill points. Should I continue upgrading? Liu Mu hesitated for a moment. He checked his remaining skill points, 1115, enough to upgrade appraisal one more time. But even if it were upgraded again, it could only identify equipment and items up to black grade, still unable to identify color grade items. Keep upgrading. Liu Mu gritted his teeth and decided to upgrade the appraisal skill anyway. Once appraisal is upgraded to the point where it can identify color grade equipment, he will be able to use the astral halo and Taurus Divine Orb. Color grade equipment, the sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy its power. He believed the boost to his strength from the astral halo and the Taurus Divine Orb would be no less than upgrading several combat skills. Consumed 1000 skill points, appraisal upgraded to 55. Appraisal 55 can identify equipment and items up to black grade, can be upgraded by consuming 10,000 skill points. How much? 10,000 skill points. What the? Liu Mu completely lost his composure. He thought upgrading appraisal further would cost at most 5,000 skill points, but it actually required 10,000. In such a short time, where was he supposed to get 10,000 skill points? Forget it. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. The appraisal skill was already upgraded, so regret was useless. Besides, upgrading appraisal was not a loss. The strength boost from a powerful piece of equipment is not inferior to upgrading combat skills. Gathering his thoughts, he began to allocate his 16,000 free attribute points. After thinking for a moment, he put them all into spirit. Due to the soul-devouring orb, his magic god class strength now far exceeded his martial god class. With the intention of maxing out one class's potential before focusing on the other. Currently, prioritizing the magic god class would maximize his strength. It is time to go back. Liu Mu looked at the sky, ready to return to the Xia Kingdom. The national war was about to begin, and before that, Xuanyuan Wuji still needed to test his strength. Going back now is perfect timing. Boom! Just then, 3 auras suddenly appeared above Liu Mu's head. He saw 3 figures flying rapidly toward him. In the blink of an eye, Liu Mu was surrounded by the 3 of them. Teacher, look at his hand, it is a rare treasure. A blonde youth looked excitedly at the fragment of the sky-profound demon-slaying sword in Liu Mu's hand. Next to the blonde youth stood a middle-aged foreign man and a red-haired girl in armor. English proficiency plus 1 million. Mastery of English reached Grandmaster level. A notification appeared, and Liu Mu's English skill instantly reached Grandmaster level. Dabo, you are in luck. The rare treasure in this boy's hand is perfect for you. As soon as the middle-aged foreign man finished speaking, his right hand instantly transformed into a beastly eagle claw, reaching out to grab the sword fragment from Liu Mu. Seeing this, Liu Mu frowned. Are they treating him like air? Myriad manifestation seal. Liu Mu flicked his hand and a flame seal flashed by. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. The flame seal transformed into a giant flaming lion, swallowing the attacking middle-aged man in one gulp. Bang! The fire lion exploded, and the middle-aged man was instantly reduced to nothingness. Killed evil faction member Bug Simon, Justice points plus 2 million. Justice points exceeded 1 million, title upgraded from Knight Errant to Hero. Teacher. The blonde youth and red-haired girl stood frozen, staring at Liu Mu in terror. Die. Liu Mu smiled at the two and said in English. He was about to leave anyway, but he did not expect 3 foreign transcendents to show up and serve themselves as experience. Boom! The power within his body erupted, and countless seals appeared around Liu Mu. In an instant, the surrounding rainforest was shrouded in elemental light. Killed evil faction member Yalan Blue gained 500,000 justice points. Hi. Liu Mu frowned, someone had not died. He scanned the area, a ruin, all the ancient trees reduced to ash. Did they escape? Using the 8 desolation steps, Liu Mu instantly appeared high in the sky. He saw a blood shadow fleeing at extreme speed in the distant horizon, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Escaped pretty fast. Liu Mu did not pursue. The opponent clearly had survival skills, and since they had already disappeared, he was not sure if he could catch them. The priority now is to go back to the country to participate in the competition. After winning the national war, he still needs to push to level 50 and unlock the East Sea Dragon Palace dungeon. Lion Kingdom. Royal Palace. A blood shadow descended into the palace garden and transformed into a red-haired girl. Puff. Aisha spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning deadly pale. Aisha, why are you injured? An anxious voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in royal robes appeared out of thin air in front of Aisha. Holy heal. The middle-aged man placed his hand on Aisha's forehead, and a gentle holy light shrouded her, causing her complexion to improve slightly. Father Yalan and Teacher Bug are dead, killed by an Eastern boy. Aisha's eyes were filled with fear and lingering dread. As Liu Mu's image appeared in her mind, her whole body trembled. What? Aldred's expression changed drastically. Bug was an SSS-level Esper. How could he die at the hands of an Eastern boy? What exactly happened? A monster. That Eastern boy is a monster. He mastered elemental power. With a casual strike, he killed Teacher Bug and Yalan. If it were not for my progenitor blood art, I would never have seen you again, father. Can you tell which Eastern country the person came from? Aldred said with a serious expression. The national war competition is about to start. I had intended to let Yalan represent our country, but it seems I was too careless. Aisha shook her head and said, I could not tell. The boy did not speak the language of his country. Aisha, go and receive the progenitor's inheritance. Since Yalan has met with misfortune, you will represent our country in the competition. Father, can I really do it? Aisha said with a pale face, if that Eastern boy also enters the competition, I will not be his match. Do not worry, child. Once you receive the progenitor's inheritance, you will become incredibly powerful and no one will be able to defeat you then.